blazing flame. Open road to nomadic plains. In a quiet town, bodies fall upon sacred ground. Burn that flag and a king is crowned. Coming to get ya. I'm coming. I'm coming. Sometimes I like the way you try, even though you know you will fail. Sometimes I give you hope before I take it all away from you. I'll never let you win. I feel you caving in. I'll never let you win. I feel you caving in. I never get tired taking down your empire. I feel alive in the middle of the crowd. I hear your steps and every move you make. I'm always one step ahead. I smell your fear, your tired sighs are music to my ears. I'll never let you win. I feel you caving in. I'll never let you win. I feel you caving in. Keep me safe.
Hey Future Pros! We're on Ancient today and I wanted to show you a nice temple smoke you can throw on your A hits. To throw this smoke, stand over the corner of this broken brick. Aim up and place your crosshair just to the left of this brick section. Then jump throw the smoke. If you did everything right, you'll receive a smoke that lands in the temple and blocks off both doorways onto the side. I hope you all have a great day and don't forget to smile.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Gaming Malta, Intel, US Air Force, 1xBet, DHL, Monster Energy, Coinbase, Raid Shadow Legends, and CSGO Hub powered by Coil.
These are those moments I don't think anybody else is going to forget.
Group C holds not only the best team in the world, but also teams that left unforgettable marks in the history of Counter-Strike. Natus Vincere's new addition, BIT, was a big advantage for them this year. The CIS lineup contains a combination of potentially strong players, but obviously the roster is dominated by maybe the best player in the world, Simple. The international roster of FaZe made a huge comeback at IEM Cologne, reaching 3rd place and showing us the impact a LAN event could make for an experienced team. With Twist's addition and the return of 2 old legends, Olaf Meister and Kerrigan, FaZe surprised all of their fans with their deep run in the tournament. The Big Clan brought the Danish rifler Gade to their roster as a replacement for Zantares, their Turkish player. EG also made some adjustments, benching Stanislaw and bringing in Daps. These weren't the only changes, as Fnatic decided to bench their in-game leader Golden and their offing star JW to bring in Alex and Mezzy. How will the new adjusted rosters of Fnatic, e.g. Big work? Can Na'Vi and FaZe build on the Cologne success?
Well, it's August 27th, 2021, and Natus Vincere. Vincere. They are on their way right now.
The Italian team.
You have to give a shout out to them, of course, one time. Give a shout out to Yanko as well. Joining me on the desk, my name is Trace. Welcome back to ESL Pro League Season 14. We've got the I Am Cologne champs and Na'Vi versus an exciting new project in Fnatic. That's one matchup we got going on. We've got a team that's fresh off spinning like a Tasmanian devil through to those playoffs in Cologne. That'd be FaZe. They're going to be going up against a Mouse Sports, currently lukewarm at best, I think is one way we could put it. And then, obviously, we start with EG Big, which has got a few question marks around it itself. I'm sure you got some questions yourself. So let us know what those are. Hashtag ESL Pro League. Yanko, what's up, dude?
What's up?
What's up, dog? Talk to me a little bit about what is up. Like, we're looking at a group of C that could actually just stand for change.
Yeah, we have some teams with the roster changes. Big. The big one for them is, well, going back to speaking German, right? Because Gade does speak German. I think it's the second language in Denmark that you learn. So we have the big one in Fnatic as well, making themselves an international roster, bringing in Alex and Mezzy. I think it's a good change, gives them a lot of flexibility moving forward in terms of, you know, more changes or just from an organizational point of view. And EG, the whole DAP Stanislaw shenanigans happened yet again. So yeah, a lot of interesting storylines for this group. I do expect Na'Vi to still not necessarily be first in the group, because we know how they are, also coming back from breaks and first games in groups and so on, but, you know, to make the playoffs for sure.
So we're keeping our eye on Mezzy, Alex, Gade, and Daps at the very least, as well as 3 teams coming from this group. They're going to be joining the playoff teams that already qualified through groups A and B. We just wrapped up Group B last night, had a nice showing there from OG. They go undefeated, 5-0. Heroic joining them over in Group A.
Heroic. Interesting team right there, Trace.
And, you know, I'm just inclined. Why? Why is it interesting?
I don't know. We've had a lot of news happen around them. All the players are really quiet about the whole Hunden situation.
Oh,
he just got a 2-year ban for sharing anti-strats, whatever. I think it's like what people have put out, it's so unclear. Like, nothing is specific. There's no specific things happening. So you can just speculate, and there's no point speculating. We do not do that on this show. So for me, it was just remarkable that after the coaching bug, he would like get himself involved in something that could even remotely be interpreted as unethical, right? You would think you learn your lesson and you just, you know, put your head down and work. But yeah, some people just don't learn their lesson.
Yeah, and, you know, for him, he wasn't even the only one that got the, you know, second breath of fresh air or second breath at life. So that's just like a whole other topic there. His name is Hunden, and we'll be going over that. Maybe not on this desk ever. Who knows? That'll be for another time. For us, we do continue to learn a little bit about what Group C brings to us, which is quite a few familiar faces. In comparison, when you look at the name values of the teams that we have right in front of us, this is a stacked-looking group.
Group C stands for Carnage, Trace. This group is going to be an absolute bloodbath. This is the most stacked group we've got. You can see here in the rankings, right? Like, it's pretty even. The thing is, you wouldn't expect some of these teams to be ranked as low as they are.
Fnatic.
I mean, Fnatic number 51, right? Nice. But there's a lot of things going into that one. And also, I wouldn't take too much away from these rankings, because FaZe, after that run in Cologne, they're number 4th in the world right now, thanks to that performance on LAN. So a couple of good results and your rankings can change pretty fast. The important thing is these are all very, very, very good teams. Just when you look at their composure, like the team composition, I mean, star players on each of these teams, and also they've been playing really good Counter-Strike at different times. So I think this is going to be the most exciting group we have.
Yeah, there's a ton of experience just deeply embedded in these lineups, and you would think that they're able to kind of adapt when it comes to adding a new player. You think they've been through those motions before, so they probably understand that. But the 2 heavy hitters that we definitely have our eyes on, one of them would have to be right out of the gate, FaZe, looking to replicate, you know, what they did in Cologne. There's a lot of questions. Can they do that again?
Yeah, that's the big question, right? I think everyone was expecting them to do better on LAN, right? Would you have expected them to beat Gambit and go all the way to the semifinal? Probably not. But the thing is, well, we're not on LAN again, right? So what you're hoping for if you're a FaZe fan is that the good performances there gave them a boost of confidence, that they're going to play a bit more relaxed, right? Because the pressure is there always to perform, you know, like at first you're just looking to not be last place, right? As ridiculous as that sounds, but
Weirdly,
with each next step that you make, things become a little bit more easier for you. So I do hope that they can at least, you know, replicate some of the, not necessarily the success, but just the gameplay that they've had. And we saw Carrigan talk about, we heard him talk about rather about feeling like a bit too much pressure to just, you know, create space for his teammates, and that caused them like to die unnecessarily a lot of times. So we'll see if that changes in this tournament.
We know what could change is we could have a brand new winner of the Intel Grand Slam. Look how close Navi are. If they win right here at Pro League, they are going to be the winners of the Grand Slam in this season, and that's got to be a great feeling. That would be a big accomplishment to join the likes of Stralis and Liquid.
Absolutely. It's one of the most massive accomplishments we've got in the CS scene, simply because that is basically you putting a stamp on an era is like too big to, you know, put it in that way, but I think more so that you had your period of domination, really, and also $1 million doesn't really hurt Trace, does it?
It's all right, yeah. I reckon it fits right well in the pocket or multiple pockets. Speaking of which, there's a little bit of a pocket that we found Mouse in, right? They're kind of off in their own echelon almost. What's going on in the Mouse camp, and why do they look a little shaky?
Well, I think their drop comes from, you know, they were last place in Cologne, but they played Gambit and Liquid. And that Liquid game, if you remember, the decider was Inferno. It was 28-25 in favor of Liquid. So that was a, you know, marathon of a series, and you can't really blame them too much for losing to those particular opponents. And I think if you look how they were playing initially and all the, you know, difficult times they've experienced since Dexter initially joined, now they're playing much better. Now you can see him also individually playing better because he had to change all of his roles, all of his positions. The team has bought into the system. So what you're really looking at, that was the problem for them on LAN as well. They have a lot of inexperienced players on LAN. I mean, Robs is 21, he's their veteran player, right? So obviously that just the team composition that you have and how you built your roster, you're going to be presented with challenges, and now Mousesports these guys need to prove that they can overcome that.
So we're not quite ready to name them Rop Sports yet, but perhaps that is on the cards at some point. Perhaps Chad and Alex have some insight here as to what they think is going on in this group. Guys, you with me?
Yeah, we certainly are. We're hanging out here in our studio live from Cologne. Is it all cool in the hood over there in Poland? You guys feeling frisky for Group C?
Yeah, I think that's one way to put it, frisky. What about you, Chad? This make you tingly a little bit?
Yeah, there's like a couple of key takeaways here, right? Na'Vi normally start tournaments slowly, or at least that used to be the narrative around them before. And now that they've been able to pick up that Cologne trophy, are they going to hit the ground running coming out of the break?
Okay,
you know?
let's see. Okay, I'll take 3, you take 3.
All right.
And the boys at the desk decide who is more exciting.
Who's selling it better.
Who's doing a better sell. So
All
my
right.
elevator pitch for the names I've got FaZe, which is, of course, quite an easy one. It's already been touched on by you guys on the desk, just seeing them, if they can replicate and maintain some of the form that they clearly found over in LAN. I mean, picking themselves up a deep run at IM Cologne. Fnatic, we're seeing the UK boys coming back. Alex and Mezzi is super exciting because Fnatic's been dead on arrival for the last, what, 6 months to a year?
It's been about a year.
Yeah, exactly. So seeing them back, seeing Giacchino, Brolin and Crims as well with a new leader behind them excites me, and that's up next against Na'Vi. That's our second game of the day. And I think my third one, EG, hard to hype you up about, but it's easy to hype you up if you want to be a DAPS fan. Not so much an EG fan, but a
Returning
DAPS boy.
from Valorant.
He's left the realms. He was playing the Pixies and Wizards and bumped mines, and now he's back.
Okay, well, now that you've, I don't know, I've seen you try and sell the pen. Let me actually try and sell the pen. Big Clan, bringing in a Dane, Gade. He looks like bloody Caesar. He's here to just, maybe
Why
not
are you casting
Caesar.
it like a land final?
I don't know, but either way, Gade over there now going to be speaking with the native tongue of the rest of the boys there, see how much they can get fired on up, and if they can all elevate their individual ability. Who else we got in the mix here for me? Na'Vi, I was just talking about them returning, simple best player in the world. Do I need to say much more? And then last is Mousesports,
Fair.
Dexter. Well, JKS is already through to the playoffs. Let's have all the Aussies go through. Dexter can get in as well. Why not?
Yeah, if it is that easy, I'm pretty sure, you know, there is a possibility for it. I want to thank you guys. You guys are doing a great job over there. Great hustle. And moreover, that will be Chad and Alex who are bringing you the first game of the day.
Great salesman too.
Yeah.
I have Macarena on my phone like
already, just
2 weeks ago, yeah.
Shout out Macarena one time. Also, shout out the matches that we have in front of us. EG Big, Navi Fnatic, and FaZe Mouse. That is the schedule for the day. All best of threes, and of course, opening day for Group C. So there's not much more else for us to go over here in this sort of pre-show. I think we start to get this party on the road. The pre-match for the game will be beginning after this break.
Yes, nice shot, my friend.
Cheaters ruining your plays?
I have eyes on the enemy.
Bad servers stopping your shots? What you need is ESEA. Advanced anti-cheat to stop cheaters. And the best servers around, all with 128 tick rate. ESEA, the best way to play CSGO.
Mama ain't raised a chump. Mama raised me to persevere if I'm ever here in a slum. Cause nobody starts at the top. You do your part and you better buy. Working hard each and every day, even though some days it get hard to watch. But you gotta trust the process. Grind hard, don't you ever quit. It's a must, you see the progress. Gotta ball till you get a hit. They can never do what I could do, cause they on the same stuff. If you doubt me, then I'm coming to show them what I'm made of. Yeah.
Okay, it's CT sided.
Should be. Therefore, it's way more accurate. Bam.
I don't even see you when you kill me. You have your reflexes are from like a child.
What about this? Oh my. Bitch.
Oh no.
Where are you hiding?
I'm running around full speed, well.
I've been watching the whole map, I didn't see you at all.
For fuck's sake.
Not again! I did that. Oh my god.
Valentin, the best player in Bulgaria.
Nice, good to know. Thank you, boss. Oh, you're lagging.
Yeah, you also lag as well for me, but it's...
Ah, I think... Ah, man. I thought you were done. Boogeyman, where are you? I'm afraid.
Oh. No.
Oh. Oh, one shot. Not really.
You know, we haven't been boot camping that long, so to see the effects of Stan stepping down haven't been truly like noticed yet, I'd say. But you know, I think everyone's sort of happy to be back playing after like a long break, and you know, I think everyone's in a decent mental state, but you know, it could change as time goes on, but we'll see.
Oh yeah, question marks all around. Daps obviously returning to the server. It's been quite some time, even at that. For Big, still some question marks as well. And you know, some of these question marks can be subsided, and I feel a little bit more comfortable knowing that, well, some of these players are just more versed at this. You know, they've been through these motions before. They kind of know where to start. They're not just hitting the ground with their feet not running.
Yeah, I was just thinking about this whole Stanislaw situation, right?
Isn't it?
It's interesting because it's like right after the player break, so you just want a longer player break, right? Like, I don't want to take away anything from people. Like, it's been rough, COVID, especially for guys from NA. You have to be in Europe for prolonged periods of time. I'm just thinking about it from a team chemistry side of things. It's like, well, we're all here doing it, and you just took like a one event, and it's the one event where you have to be, you know, for multiple weeks away because it's a league system and whatnot, right? I'm not sure if you're going to make the playoffs or not. And then you're just going to come back after and, hey, guys, how's it going? Like, you know, good job at that tournament. Like, I'm here now. Like, let's get back to it. I just think all the stuff like that, it can create some, you know, underlying problems and like deeper issues. We'll have to see how it goes. At least Daps is familiar with the team and with the whole dynamic.
Yes, he is. I wonder if he's familiar with the progression system for ranking here amongst Big and EG. EG in the yellow, Big in the green. Yanko, what are these numbers and stats and graphics? What does it all mean?
It's just that the fact that EG has fallen off a lot. You know, this is a team that in 2020 for 1 week, I think they were even ranked #1, right? So they've been in the top 10 for a very long time, but this online season hasn't done great for them. They had a couple of roster changes, a coaching change, and for Big, something a little bit similar, you know, towards end of spring, beginning of summer in 2020. Again, they were at the very top of the rankings, and they just couldn't replicate that for a while now, and hence, I think the roster change too, I think it came from both sides, really, where, you know, Xantares went to join a full Turkish team, and also Big welcomed the change of just making a roster change to spice things up, and also the ability to talk in your native language. Doesn't matter how good your English is, it's just not the same. It can never be the same, so it might give them a boost of performance because of communication too.
Yeah, and I have to think about kind of what holes Xantares leaves in the lineup, if any. What do you think, Yanko? Does he leave like a vast space right there?
It leaves a big space if you're talking about online play, where we are right now. But to be perfectly honest with you, like on LAN, throughout his time in Big, there wasn't the same level as if you're talking about playing the best teams in the world in these big events. That dominance just wasn't there. So, you know, we've seen Tabson before becoming an in-game leader, and even in Cologne, he was their best player, right? There's a reason for that, you know. He's just a very proficient guy. So if this maybe gives him a little bit more space, we know he's capable of fragging, and we'll see how Gade fits in. For me, he's a question mark. Just thinking about him as a player, you know, at times, or when we played North, when I played against him, you know, he is a good anchor, like does things the right way, just position-wise, using his utility, right? But I mean, no one in that North team had any success. So if you're going to look at that, you're going to say, well, he's nothing special. So this, I think, for him is a great opportunity to prove that he has what it takes to compete at the highest level, and I guess time will tell.
Time will tell. Time told us a whole lot about these two lineups as to, you know, now that things have changed, what does it look like? How did it kind of morph into the situation that these teams find themselves? I'm talking about EG, I'm talking about Big. I'm talking about what it looks like for Stanislaw to take over for Daps with the Optic team in 2016. Then you had NRG where a similar situation happened. Then you look at it again, EG in 2021, Daps for Stanislaw. So these guys playing musical chairs, like, is that what's happening here within, you know, like who's driving the boat of EG?
Yeah, it is a bit funny, you know, like it's just a recurring thing. Daps brings the team up to a pretty high level, right, a decent level, and then they feel like to get to the very top, they need to make a change, and then they bring in Stanislaw instead of him, and this happened a couple of times.
Daps hasn't played, and I'm looking at this, Daps hasn't played an official since September of 2020.
Yeah, he hasn't even played. He's played a different game for a while too, so that's an issue in itself. But listen, they're just making do. They probably felt, okay, no one else on the team really feels comfortable calling, so let's just bring in the coach so he can do the calling, and we'll focus more on the fragging, right? Make it just easier so that everyone else can keep their roles, and you don't want to change too much really, since it's just one event before things go back to quote-unquote normal.
Normal, whatever that might be. If you guys remember what that was like, normal was before Ancient was in the map pool. I don't know if there's any coincidence there, but I guess it could be true. Ancient and Mirage off the table. We're going to Nuke first?
Yeah, it's possible. I think for both of these teams, especially for EG, seeing what they're going to pick, it's going to be hard to predict unless at least a couple of games here they do decide to go with Nuke. They haven't played Ancient or Vertigo in the last 3 months. Nuke, they don't have a single win on it either. Well, it's been a rough period for EG, so their map pool is not going to look great big. Going for that Dust 2 pick, it's one of their staple maps with the old roster at least.
Yeah.
So we'll see how that goes. And Decider, maybe we see something like a Mirage. I think that could be...
Maybe an Inferno? Do you think that could...
Well, big, like, depends the way you look at it. They do... Oh, Mirage was bad, my bad. They go for Overpass. I was going to say, as a third map, you might want to go for something a bit more complex. They're playing with a coach, right? So make it more difficult for them. It would certainly be easier for EG to play a map like Inferno with Dabs rather than Overpass. So
just out of familiarity, just
yeah, exactly. It's something that in general you played a lot of times, and it's more simple, more easier to play than Overpass.
Yeah, and that's something to consider. Right here, we've got our maps right in front of us. Nuke, where we start. I think it's going to be EG starting on the CT side. I could be wrong there. That's what it looked like, if I recall from the graphic. I'm not sure that that's going to play into a big factor here. I'm looking more so it may be Cirque getting activated, whereas, he's kind of been absent from time to time.
Yeah, it's interesting. Big gets to pick the side there, and they choose to start on the T side, right? So Big is a team that does that pretty often, actually. I think their thought process is they want to be the ones who dictate the pace of the game early on, right? And CT is the easier side, so once you get done with the harder side, you will know exactly how many rounds you need, so it helps you in terms of you can save more on the CT side and just play for the amount of rounds to get you to 16. You know how big of a buffer you have, and if you're getting into a game, you might be a little bit slow, so it's better to
wake up with the T side.
Yeah, exactly, right. So you're the one, you're the AKs and whatnot and all of that stuff. So yeah, they've been doing it for a while, so not really. So it's a surprise in general, but when it comes to Big, not as much.
So there's been a couple changes with EG, right? We obviously talked and touched on the whole DAP Stanislaw thing. They actually had Michu. Obviously, they added Obo. Are these additions the ones that are going to push them to the next echelon?
Well, for me, the problem was they have too many players that need space, really, with Stanislaw on the team, because he was playing this lurk role, in-game leading, right? Like Blame F was before, like Hampus does a little bit and so on, and just can't do that. That forced Breezy into a more supportive role, and that's why his performance dropped significantly amongst other things. So I don't think that's the way to go. I think with Dabs, they might even not necessarily play better, but they might have maybe a little bit more success because he's just going to be supporting the whole time.
Right.
And then if that in turn gets Breezy to play better, to gets him to play like when he was one of the top 20 players in the world, well, that can actually help the team as a whole, right? Because Michu you have in there mostly as an entry fragger. Obo, again, is a really talented young individual. You don't want to put him into a fully supportive role, right? You want to have situations where he can also contribute, and then Cirque is the opera, right? So that just leaves the in-game leader has to be the one who takes a step back.
So there's a chance we don't see Daps alive at the end of every single round. I think that's what we're going for here. Thank you, Yanko. We're jumping into this Pro League match. Group C starts now with Evil Geniuses versus Big, brought to you by Sponge and Machine.
Yeah, two very different objects. One porous and absorbent, one mechanical and cold. And that's us.
Oiled up.
Yeah, lubed up, ready to go. Group C, our third of ESL Pro League Season 14. And the group so far, Chad, it's kind of crazy. admittedly down to the last day of Group B, but it's been actually an open and shut 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Let's see if Group C is going to have a couple more twists and turns. I'm very excited to see Big Clan return to a German-speaking roster, see the influence that has on the rest of them.
Yeah, I think one of the keys here is the fact that everybody, in lieu of not having that Zantara sharp tool, is going to have to lift their individual ability, which boils down to getting more kills. Now, 1xBet odds were favouring the Big Clan, and so does the opening kill. Saracen will combine with Tizian's flash. Breeze will find one in response here, so it's falling apart at the seams.
Yeah, it's even trades. Keto's done very well to actually open up ramp. It keeps them competitive at least. And if they wanted to send to the lower site, it would be the right call.
Oh, they're going to get the bomb down safe here towards the single door. Keto will be defending that, and the 3-on-3 can really kick off now. No defuse kit for this retake. Let's see, when can Daps get his first kill in Counter-Strike?
Ooh, Sisson, a bit of a mess of that one. Keto's done well with his USP, got another to contend with. Would need 3, and 3 is the magic number. Don't forget, Tamsin's very, very low. He lives on. You might want to take first contact here. Daps to come up clutch, and Keto playing with him, toying with him. Crosshairs in the right place. It's a Keto world, though. That's 4. Does look like we've lost Tizian, so a timeout going to have to be called. But Big Clan converting off their T-pistol.
Do they have any doors in Valorant? I know they've got teleporters. I don't think they have any doors.
Don't swing open doors, you're right.
No, that new map Breeze, there was a thing that you could like drop down in and appear in, I don't know if it's middle. I think I played it once. So there's no door.
Yes, the little droppy door.
Yeah.
Yeah,
but I don't think there's any doors in the same as a nuke.
It's like their version of drop-down cobble.
Yeah.
You know, like there's a sound queue. It's a one-way entrance and exit. Good to see Daps back on our screens.
Was that gentleman in the background there?
Yeah.
I think his... Hold up a second.
You want to see that again?
Well, he could be. I took a glance from an angle at distance. Now, it looks like the gentleman whose name is Rob, who used to be the media guy for Renegades when I was in the team back in 2015. So
been around
it could be him.
Yeah, it could be. We'll check
maybe
it.
I'm wrong.
Well, don't forget, I think I've thought I've recognized many people in the background. And
it's never the people we think.
No, completely different human beings. So wall of smoke's caused by Big. Let's see if they can hold on to this, because, Chad, these rounds are pesky. Can be very hard to hold on to when we get to see Gade flying down the vents and already taking a lot of space. If he swings open the door, yeah, okay, so he's made a very clear sound cue as to his position. That'll get Ramp a little aware. I imagine who's going to be... Oh my god, if he gets flanked, this is going to be brutal. They're pushing him ramp. He's going to run straight into Gade.
Hello.
Oh, that's lovely. The low side should be open for business now.
Oh, Daps has already been peppered away here. This CZ not going to get a chance to do too much damage, but Breeze through the smoke, making it look way too easy there. Another great find from Keto, continuing to farm up some frags. And, well, now it will just be 3 of these pesky upgrades. Scout, CZ, Deagle to find. And if you're EG at this point, maybe you're thinking you should save. So it gets a kill on the Scout.
That means there's an AK to be retrieved. You can see that Obo is surging forward to retrieve it as a team. So this is actually going to work out, like, not terribly. You keep your Kevlar, your MAC-10, your Scout, and an AK. Everyone's got a sidearm and a primary to bring into your next attempt to at least keep these boys from Big Clan honest. Admittedly, it's 2 MAC-10s on Searson and Gade, so they're not too dissatisfied either.
Yeah, this AK is great to carry through the next round, right? So it's looking good for EG to be competitive in the next. And I think the thing here is having Big decide they want to start on the T side. I guess that means they can, it's their first game, it's their first official with Gade. They get to set and dictate the pace a little bit more. If you start on the CT side, it's very quick to start in that 5-0 hole, right? You lose pistol, you lose the force buy, you take an eco, you lose the first gun round, you lose another half buy. Well, it's already 5-0, right? At least here they get to determine how they want to approach these rounds.
And some super interesting context. It was a Dexerto interview, I believe, I don't want to butcher his name, Louise Mira?
Yes.
Louise Mira, who's recently joined Dexerto with a great piece highlighting Gade and his move to Big Clan, with the insight that he's actually been considering it for a long time. It's been in the works in the sense that it was an offer that he didn't take in 2017 during that Optic conversation. And to have that, you know, that seat kept warm to the point when Zantara did want to depart for his pursuit of Eternal Fire, Gade has been called upon. And, I mean, just school German. The fact that this dude is... You know, I mean, a lot of people can say they learn a language in school. Not many can say that they can use it in a professional environment. I mean, that's a different, that's a different kettle of fish. So shout outs to Gade one time. And if he can do this, I think it's only going to help the other 4 significantly. Like, I do think it was a bit of a debuff just by having Zentaras in their roster.
Well, it's just like a filter, right? There was always that filter having to come through to Zentaras, but there's an opening from Obo. Getting interesting now. Molly top heart pressure towards the upper bomb site here, and the cavalry of Cirque has arrived up the ladder.
Ooh.
They're allowing them to get that bomb down, and in this kind of situation, you will go for the retake. This would be a great find here from Breeze, not able to connect. Gade gets his first kill, dispels the lobby presence, and now they just have 4 more to find to get their 3rd round.
Yeah, but is it just going to be like, you've got no util? Normally util is the catalyst to a retake on this top side. A little one-way smoke, a little pressure. Daps is going walking for this, and Gade has been bodyguarding it nicely. It's the rifle lost by Tabson. And Obo continues to at least be a threat in yard. They'd love to take him down. Good damage out of Kito's AK, and he does finish the job, so Sark doesn't get to keep hold of his scout. And actually, they don't get to keep hold of anything. That's worked out lovely for Big Clan. They stop any of that save and keep hold of rifles themselves.
Yeah, that feeling right there is like they've gotten out of bed in the morning and they made their bed. So now that they're going to they've returned home from work right now, getting into the first gun rounds, and it's a clean room. So that's nice. It's a nice feeling. You don't have to worry too far down the road about any of those. You didn't leave the towel on the bed. We've all done it. You know, you've had a shower, you've been in a bit of a rush, you leave the damp towel on the bed, and you come home at night and you've left the window open. So not only is the bed a little bit wet, it's bloody cold too. It hasn't dried out.
I do love a good cold sheet though on a hot summer's eve.
Okay. Turn the pillow over.
Yeah, man.
Get that freshness.
Obo. Previously very successful in his yard campaign, now dispatched for main and top side defense.
You can see that Molly, just while we have a little bit of time here, towards the vent, is to deny the vent rotation to buy the buffer for these secret cross smokes, so they don't have to worry, or at least if they do, they'll hear a sound cue, make the life difficult of these rotators. But now they can just clamp on down. Can be a lower sight pincer, and with Tabson towards that lower sight, will they swing open a door to mask the sound? Orb shot picks up the ramp control, and Cirque picks back in. He's actually lost Gade here. He can creep around, get the kill, and away we go.
Big find. It's kept level. Looks like they've lost Hito in the process. Tabson yet to make a sound cue. He has to break the glass eventually. And he's rejoining his teammates. Mihu's got a lot to contend with here. He's going to get very hot. Mihu has to depart dark, and it's up to the boys here to trade evenly. It does seem like they've managed to at least take the site, but they haven't got the bomb. Breeze confirms it, and that makes it very uncomfortable for Tabson. Breeze should have him booked here. Now, he's looking the wrong way currently, but he's going to have his head on a swivel, as you can see.
Ooh, it's timing. It's going to be on timing.
God, he looked away the second. Oh, okay, that's the end of Tabson. It should be.
Jeez Louise.
Long-range connections with the spray. Okay, bomb down secret. Obo can still play spoiler here if they cross main, and he's lost the bomb again. 18 seconds. Tizian will scoop it up, descend the vents. He knows where Obo is. A head-to-head between the two of them.
I don't think Obo's going to know until he hears that door getting swung open. Actually, he wasn't close enough. He played passive here, and now he should have a very good idea of where this one resides. Down towards the lowest site. Second guesses himself here. Is he just going to try and save this AWP? I'm not sure if he's aware. I thought that he worked it out. And there it is. It's just the AWP save. Okay, well, a round that could have gotten interesting just turns into an Obo AWP save. And Big, they put another one on the board here. Got messy for a moment.
I will say, I think Tabson's completely saved them. Like, you can't sweep that frag under the rug. Breeze should have had that day in, day out. Just a question of timing. Looked away at the wrong time. Tabson gets that first bullet pressure.
If we're going to talk about Breeze and Cirque, two of those names, right? And I think the Des touched on it a little bit. If you're newer to Counter-Strike, then maybe you're not used to the Daps with NRG, which is where we had Ethan, where we had, obviously, Daps, we had Breeze, we had Cirque, and, well, we had Tarek in play over there as well. And within that team, when they were good, Breeze, Cirque, Ethan, they were the workhorses. They were the stars of the team. Now, Breeze, he hasn't been a consistent fragging presence, let's just put it that way, for EG in recent times.
Oh, the punch saved him, yeah.
If we can get Breeze returning himself to that level, Cirque popping off, then combine that with Mihu and Obo, now we can have a bit of a conversation, but that's the ifs and buts.
It's the ifs and buts, but it's like, I don't know if I'm just overhyping it. That's a great find, an aggressive angle as well from Cirque. I mean, he knows he's got the hero pressure with the AWP, the biggest weapon for his squad, and now he's rotated into the stack. This is a great call. The smoke has deterred the commit. But what was that?
You like those? You take those?
All right. Well, Big, very, very limpy now. And it should. For EG, if they can hold their nerve here, they've got everything covered. Look at that. That's a real luxury. As we cut through the EG defense, you can see that Big's options are so limited. This spells trouble.
They even have a kit right now as well on Breeze. So worst case, they could mop this up, but it would be nice for Daps to get a kill here too. And the... Oh, okay, I was going to say the 3 Deagle bullets necessary. Gets it done in 4. Nice stuff there from Daps. And that's EG on the board. So a saved AWP from Obo turned into a round, right? Whereas the 1v1, that's a 50-50. This one, I guess they've made it look a bit more like a 70-30 there. And they've actually put some questions over in the big column for the future purchase. Now, this is reminding you all at home that smokes are just smokes. They're not a wall. You just can't see through them.
Yeah, doesn't stop me respecting them like a wall the entire time.
Wow, they are pretty scary. Now, look at this purchase here from Big. They've been able to get a little bit of a hodgepodge buy going. 2 rifles, a Galil and an AK. Some upgraded pistols and enough util to get them across to Secret again. A late wall. Now, you can see teams go for the later walls so that they can't get disrupted by any pesky Molotovs. There's one of them.
Ah.
And the smokes will land quite deep. That's going to be called clear from Cirque. There's literally nobody outside. It's looking like they're setting up for a top pop here. Out Squeaky with 3.
Oh, this is going to be a bloodbath. I can feel it. Obo is going to be Molotov'd out. He will find a safe haven, I think. As I say that, they just get dominated. Breeze and Obo already depart the round. And, oh, EG, so well equipped, but they fall foul to the opening entries of Quito. Searson with 1 as well.
Yeah, if you don't do anything on the top pop like that, if you're not trading, if you're not even making it with a bit of damage for your teammates to come on in and mop up the mess, you may as well save. And I think that's what's being called. We can see already starting to recede the EG trio.
I mean, this is brave from Searson. He wouldn't mind the AWP. He knows where it's going to be likely saved. It's actually not towards CT spawn, so hiding in plain sight in the vents. But Big Clan have responded immediately. You know, I just started visualizing a full 4-4 there. EG had a real opportunity to start twisting the knife. A single rifle. Big Clan make it look easy with a little top pop action. We'll see how those frags came about. So it was Obo and I believe Breeze. And yeah, there they are. Both bodies dropped, and it's just too much to overcome and to retake. You can see frustrations mounting a little bit there for Obo. And there you get to see a glimpse of Gade. Some great content out of Big as well, if you want to see how their boot camp and his arrival went. A Danish flag flying for Big Clan.
Yeah, it is odd. I guess...
it was odd when it was a Turkish flag as well.
But they're both red flags.
Yeah.
So they've just traded one for the other. And here we go, a bit more pace, straight in towards top. Big, keeping their foot on that gas pedal.
Oh my God, they're in. Obo's got a lot to contend with here. And Breeze and him this time past their test. Quito continues to try and press the issue here, but there's so many players. He's booked off the flash. And as the dust settles and the round has met its 1:20 mark, Searson has lost everyone.
Yeah, well, they went for the pace change. They went much quicker, right? Previous round, they did a smoke wall to fake and then popped in late. You see the difference a couple of opening kills can make out of your defenders here. Searson's all will find 1. That's Mihu down.
Searson's a gamer, Chad.
Yeah, it would be some classic Searson action here. And I think with Cirque's AWP pointed in his direction, it's going to be unlikely to get much more out of him, especially when you consider Daps up on the rafters as well. Searson falls, 5-2, the scoreline reads, and Big, they've fallen flat with the faster maneuver. So it's going to be back down to one of those more odd-looking buys, where you'll see maybe some pistols, maybe some Galils. They have enough to get at least 3 AKs out if they want to forego utility.
Really good confidence booster for the top defense as well. Like for EG, they had to prove that they can defend your top pop. So Big Clan are not going to be bullying you. They're not going to keep abusing Obo and Breeze. You know, the first taste of that top pop, it definitely felt like Big Clan were going to try and keep abusing you, and now already you've deterred it. It's like, you basically told them, communicated professionally, try something else. And Mihu already dealing with ramp. That was Gade just going for a contact walk, and it's not gone well for him.
Tabson's found something towards Yard, though, and not a bad find by any means. Operating very low HP, and look at the peak from Cirque, being hugely active over towards the secret area.
Yeah, Daps even flashing for him just to cover his mark. Oh, bit lackadaisical around the corner. Breeze looking very sharp on the M4. Good God, is he expecting another? He will now. Tizian's dealt with him. Breeze nearly took him all the way down. Big chunk out of Tizian, operating with just 30 HP for the 1v2.
The plant would be nice here, and he has a bit of room to do so if he acts right now, but he is looking for a frag before he descends into the site, and every second that he waits, well, Obo's coming around heaven. Cirque's going to be able to pop his head up that vent, and I think this one will fall away from Tizian as he does exactly that.
Yeah, he'd have to manage his angles so well. He's no idea Obo's right behind him, and there's a third for the Evil Geniuses. It's nearly a perfectly even kill distribution. It was Breeze's double on ramp. They're maintaining that advantage.
Yeah, so it's going to be interesting, right? So just so everybody's aware, maybe you don't know what happened with EG, but Daps came back to be the coach. Stan has opted to take a little bit of extra time. Didn't feel that he got the most out of the tournament break. I think that's due to quarantine restrictions in his part of the world as well. So, look, you can understand it. If he doesn't feel ready to come back, he may have come back and be more of a detriment to the team, right, and himself.
It takes a lot of maturity to, you know, and I'm sure, don't forget, Stan's been playing this game a long time. It takes a lot of maturity and awareness of yourself to be able to say, hey, boys, I think I would be a detriment to us and myself if I committed to this. Yeah,
so with that, Daps, who, if you guys have missed the Daps storyline, used to be a professional Counter-Strike player. We've had him on desks, majors before.
And he was categorized as a wise and one of the best of the NA bunch, with the caveat of sometimes being a bit volatile in the fragging department. Like, I'd put him as like North America's Carrigan. He's like everyone, he's a lovable teddy bear, but he can have those games where he is a detriment to his squad, and that was why coaching seemed like a lovely little balance of the two. Yeah, his strong suits and covering his weakness.
He was like a classic in-game leader of, you know, the 2015, 2016, right?
Yeah,
you know, like you were a smart cookie, but you maybe didn't help your team out in the fragging capacity,
or
right?
he gets so wrapped up in what the team is doing, he can't focus or doesn't prioritize his own game.
Yeah, micromanaging your little pawns around the board here. But as well as that, he went to Valorant. Okay, so that's the big headline here. He went to Valorant, but he's come back. He's come back to us within that coaching role for EG. Now, being called upon to be an active player within the squad again. Now, that's something which I'm sure he didn't take lightly. I'm sure he had a bit of a thought process about that. But to be a professional in Valorant, mechanically, Daps should still have been playing.
Oh, he'll be hot.
Yeah.
I've even seen tweets from some of the NA pros saying that they like to warm up in CS for their Valorant games and warm up in Valorant for their CS games.
I guess that's probably because they just can't find enough pracs in either. But,
yeah, I mean, it does feel like, you know, Daps has gone to a fancy private school for a second. He went to a private school and now he's come back, and as the head teacher, I want us all on our best behavior, okay, guys? Like, let's make him feel welcome. Let's welcome him back with open arms.
Keto could knife him, though, and that's not going to be very welcoming, is it?
Oh, that isn't very welcoming.
Welcome back, Daps.
Blade to the spine, and Keto might get another hit.
Just like the knife you put in the Counter-Strike community's back, Daps, when you left us. How could you?
We don't have to be those people, by the way. Anyone watching, like, join the gang where we're not just reflexively projecting our fears and insecurities about Counter-Strike's lifespan onto Valorant. We don't hate Valorant. We don't hate it. It's good. It's competition. This is an FPS game, and we like.
And it's its own thing.
It's completely its own thing.
Yeah, they got
thing.
all their own roles and all those things, and we got
bibblies.
Yeah, and we've got grenades and AWPs, right?
Yeah, precisely.
Everyone's got their pros and their cons.
It's not exactly the same game.
You want to play both? Go for it. You want to play neither? That's good too.
Like, let's just stop being so divisive. Why does everything have to be a binary 1 or a 0?
Things are better for people, Alex, when they can
just
stay out of the grey.
Yeah.
But this is good from EG, getting back into the CT side here and finding themselves only one round off the pace.
Testing the reaction speed of Cirque there. That was a brave one. Jumping across, and at least confirms that the AWP's not Yard. I mean, I don't know if that's going to inspire anything out of the Keto Tabson project, but they have already got Tabson across. Tizian monitoring lobby side, and this is the aforementioned Yard presence of Big. So they got about 60 seconds to piece this one together. Bomb still lingering a lobby. We could be seeing, well, I was going to say smokes. No way, Jose. Tizian's got one. That's it. So where's that going?
Yeah, it's going to make this difficult to operate with. This could...
oh, is that lockers?
Yeah, and I think right now, when we look where Tabson is towards the lower site, maybe they just want to try and keep eyes away for the rotation. Where's that one going to fly out to? We'll see it pop up on your radar any second. There you go. Nice little jump throw. But they have to turn the screws here. 25 seconds, a 5v5. knocking on the door atop. It's about to get hot.
It's very hot. Obo, 1 for 1. Not bad considering the molly. They're coming in. Daps just wants to play his live play. There's time and more than enough. Double out of Daps. Another miss out of Cirque. The bomb will go down uncontested. They've just about got enough time to make a round out of this big clan. And not the most favorable of retakes. Don't forget Cirque with the orbit does put a lot of pressure on Mihu. He's got a full kit of util, a flash from Cirque to set him up. All right, Mihu, let's see what you're made of. Big Clan not caught by the flash, but he full commits. Down he goes, waiting for the peak of Tabs and the molly great.
Might be deep.
Tizian hiding that close corner. Cirque would have to find him right now with a no-scope. And it's just too much to ask of him. Tizian with 3.
He'll grab that AWP as well. Thank you very much. Sirison will be using that in the next round of play. And Big have already given themselves more than enough rounds to work with here on this T half. I think it's going to be not easy for EG to be operating on the T side of a technical map like Nuke. Now, look, they are over in Katowice, Poland. I could tell because I think Obo put a picture up and he was, I could tell from the curtains. I can even tell you what hotel they're boot camping in.
Nerd.
So we've spent many stays in Katowice, Poland in that exact hotel. And what are we going to get out of the team here? Smoke wall not deployed, but enough to usher them behind main and to be threatening from that T-red container. Now, they're actually going to park multiple members here, so hoping when you do something like this that there's a late CT... Never mind, they're being active. I was going to say late CT clear Keto.
Daps
okay.
is good for 1 in this angle. It's a very, very potent and can't really be flashed off either, so... Oh, lovely. 2 in the feed for EG. And I don't know if Tabson's going to have to change his plans completely because he had the bomb. I think he wanted to go top with that through main, but Daps' position alone is kind of rumpled them. Oh, what a reaction out of Tizian. A little bit of tracer fire, but he does react in time to put 1 into Mihu. That's the end of that. Breeze fills the gap, and Tabson at least getting a plan.
Need it.
That's going to put an extra 800 bucks in every member of Big Clan's pockets. Oh, he hears them stampeding towards him. He'll take 1 more for his troubles. A solid haul, all things considered. But EG closing that gap. And I mean, they need to, right? If they want to have a competitive nuke here, want to see them close that gap and then some. Big Clan, as you already highlighted, going to be happy with their haul and just going weapon hunting, getting all the upgrades they can.
Look, that plant is going to allow Big to go again with a purchase if they'd like, but it's going to be skimp. And operating light on nades on a map like Nuke, it's not an in-game leader's dream, but maybe a half buy could also suffice. It is more of a less bending the knee and more just kind of playing the numbers. So it looks like the half buy is on the docket here. The order's in from Chef Tabson.
Biding his time.
So they've gone with a couple of smokes, couple of flashes, HE. And a ramp maneuver here. Mihu to be tested. He is definitely not passing this one.
Wow, and Keita took no damage for that as well. This could get really uncomfortable for the CTs. Obo's going to have to find a large amount of frags and a quick execution of the gate prior to that smoke going down. He can't really contest, though, as they play with the doors. Breeze, prime position, does deny.
Look at this.
That's perfect. And a different response out of Keto. It's something, but man, well handled. Really well handled. EG just laugh it off.
Got saucy there for a second, but Breeze bailed them out. He denied the plant, and well, that was one of the key components of a round like that for Big. The half buy with the bomb down would have been a great conclusion. But that got messy, didn't it? Denying the door, swinging open. Keto makes it just, but the bomb unable to get planted, mopped up by Obo. And away we go, tied up 6-6. Now it's about extending this CT half for EG. Yard smokes sail through the sky while Cirque takes a pot shot. He's completely blind. They know where the AWP is isolated. They've already thrust him back.
Ooh, Daps with a big win.
Huge fight.
Yeah.
Huge fight for Daps to take.
And Sirison, one of the quickest in the game. Daps! Ooh, Aggie boy! Adjusts into Keto. And he'll make it 3. Let's go. Daps is warm today. Never mind warm, he's hot.
Okay, Daps. He's got something to say here. Now, coming in, look, if your expectations were high that Daps was going to drop bombs and hit some massive shots and be a fragger, you're probably off the mark. But the fact that that is the case, right, he is playing with no pressure.
Nah, he's been DMing on split, bro. You're all dead.
But this is the thing, right? Like, I actually think with the way that Counter-Strike plays against certain teams where it's more chess-based, it's actually better, right? Like, when you think about it, super fast Counter-Strike where it's momentum-based and you're not necessarily a heads-up player, life's a little bit more difficult. But if you're able to just isolate these fights like Daps did just there, a couple of clean shots, huge stuff for him, and it's forced out a timeout here from Big Clan.
Now, don't forget, I mean, that was Big, like, cobbling together something quite threatening, and then Daps just completely repels it. I think Searson really was getting caught out by it. He just didn't expect a CT to wide swing red container.
The shot on top of Silo was brilliant too.
Yeah.
Great stuff out of him. He's actually got 11 kills, third highest for his team right now, and Breeze is having a great game. That's what you needed to see, right? I was talking and alluding to the fact that if we get a reinvigorated Breeze and Cirque with the potency that we've already seen out of Mihu, and that Urbo get schlattered blunt object, as a recipe for success. Nice nade.
Bit deep. They are on the way down the vents. Nova should hear this. He should hear this in a very big way. Is anyone down there? It's all onto Cirque Orb. And perfect incendiary. It costs him his life.
Entries, man.
Yeah, he's done it twice now. Tech9 and Deagle respectively, and it's going to result in a plant. Could he result in a round? Oh dear. Now the bomb's ticking. Keto's already doubled up. If Gade could just find Daps, Big Clan could make this armored pistol round a very, very threatening. They're coming in from ramp. Daps is the only exception to the rule. And to contest it, it's not ideal for Gade. Yeah, he's trying to find a long-range angle. They know where he is, and Searson in a prime position to lock down this round. The smoke is compulsory. They're running out of time, though, Chad. They're really running out of time. They need to be defusing now, and they are. Yeah, just needs one bullet. Searson to deny. Daps got the defuse! Just in time.
Stole it away!
Just in time. EG will steal it. All of that hard work from Keto. All of that hard work from Big Clan, and it doesn't translate.
Oh, Daps right under the nose, just there behind the smoke, trusting in Breeze. And huge stuff, because this is just Cirque getting wrecked. Absolutely wrecked here. Great shot from Keto. He's keeping up the impact into the lower side, and only just. I know we say that a lot, but that was tiniest of margins.
And I see Breeze, you killed him with a USP. He must have run out of bullets. So it was that window. Searson did have the opportunity, just didn't quite get that double click quick enough. Last round of our first half then. Let's see if Big Clan can handle the Daps yard hold. He's already pretty good for it.
It's such a difficult role, isn't it? Look at this lobby push as well. A real mix-up here. Oh, you've been caught in the act, haven't you? Breeze trying to climb up the ladder, but Mihu's filling that gap, and oh no. Searson's found one too.
Yeah, it's not over yet. Obo. Oh, caught on the way out. And Tizian ready for Mihu's aggression as well. So this one has fallen completely dead or in the water. We'll call it 8-7. Still a lead on the half for the Evil Geniuses. They will take that. And we'll see how they handle the transition to the attack. T-side next for the EG boys. Big to receive.
Being able to now play against top tier teams in the top leagues and tournaments is definitely, it means a lot, because I think when you're playing these smaller teams, you really, I have the thought that every team is like really good and putting in a lot of hours. So when you can beat the teams, that gives you a little more, what's the word, like, maybe like credit. I think it just means not more, because I put in the effort for every match, but I think when you're playing the teams that you know are better because they are ranked higher or whatever, I think it just gives you a little more, I can't say satisfaction because I like winning every time, but it definitely means a lot to be able to play against the top tier teams. That's all I can say. I think that's what matters most to me, and just competing in general is really what I love.
I think that's an interesting conversation, Chad. You know, Gade talked about it in the interview prior, as well as the one given here to ESL Pro League, about just how he said it, patience pays off. You know, he's been very patiently waiting to return to Tier 1, and after having a taste of it, I can imagine it's not easy as a player to just sit there and kind of trust the process that you'll eventually end up back where you feel like you belong.
Yeah, and I think here when you look at the team that he's coming into, it wouldn't have been a natural fit for many people either, right? So returning to the level in for a different language, with a whole different group of players,
and top
it's a curious one.
Like, that's such an ambitious goal. You want to be top 5 in the world, you better make mincemeat out of oppositions like EG.
It's just a star player that you're replacing, right? And in the conversation with Tabson on HTV Confirmed the other night, everybody in this team is going to need to frag a bit harder. Well, Kito's already doing that, and we'll need to do some more right now because he's paired up with Gade. Oh, and they've been completely run out of town. Tizian, you've got 2, but is it enough?
It could and is enough. Tizian with 3 for the ramp hold, and Daps just slinking out of top site with nothing to report. Don't forget, he probably dropped some stuff as well as buying nades. So an armorless Glock up against 3 members of Big with the bomb. This would be the Daps moment where we all start talking about his return to Counter-Strike with the 1v3, no armor. I'm not so convinced, and I'm not sure Big Clan are either.
Look at this angle from Tizian here. He's the one who's looking towards ladder base for the hell wrap. Spots up 1. The dink is good. Daps, okay.
Oh, take your time, brother. 60 seconds. You know what 1 is. You weren't ready for the Tizian angle. And it does result in 4. Valiant attempt. Looking good. But EG do take the pistol and close that gap.
Well, so far we are...
EG? Let me try again. Big Clan.
Big Clan, EG. G2,
I forgot it was an 8-7 half. It was that, I mean, I don't know why. I doubted that EG won the first half, but they did. They did.
Just the slimmest of margins. But yeah, taking a little bit of a look at it, so far the biggest contributors to the scoreboard for EG, for Big, I've got
you're
both too, yeah, is Kito and then Tizian. Sirison with 10, 6 for Gade and 4 for Tabson. Well, they get a chance to farm up a couple here. Sirison's scout connects, and more bodies to be found towards yard. They're on a pretty much full eco here.
Yeah, I saw that nade did 99 damage to Cirque, and that's looking great. In fact, the Daps Glock is back. Go on. Not to be.
Okay, well, they took an eco for a reason, and that reason means they'll get the AK-47s out now. So didn't go for the classic force, didn't want to press the issue in that regard, and well, we get to see what type of smoke variation EG are going to be working with here. Is it going to be something pace steady, a bit more top aggressive? You'd hope not, knowing that there are a lot of SMGs in their side, 3 of which MP9s for Tizian, Kito, and Tabson. This is a classic bonus round coming into play for number 3.
Yeah, and Big Clan 1400 should be enough to get them all well equipped should this go awry, but it is quite the bonus. 3 SMGs, FAMAS, Scout.
Tabson's pushing ramp already here, so they're taking a lot of lobby space early, Big Clan.
Yeah, and a nasty gap for Sirison to at least get info through, so Tabson already through the lobby. He's got surely someone's responsibility to hold that, and just in the gap, Mihu eats a scout bullet. Gade, perfect timing on his contact, and he's had the bomb slip down the ramp. It's on him. down the secret stairs. That'll slow them down in a big way. EG, this was up against the bonus round, and they've lost so much territory.
Yeah, here's the thing as well. Gade still has a smoke, or he did. He used that to help obscure the vision. So this is going to force EG to wait it out, and while that happens, Big can set up their defense, right? What if we got covered? Where can they slip the net? Where are we containing them to? Well, so far, not a whole lot. They get yard and nothing else. Obo has to crack open main here. This is an essential kill, but a hard one.
Hard clear.
Oh!
Snappy from him, and I think the missed scout shot will enable Obo to try and take a little bit of space away from Cirque here. He's loud about it, managing his angles well. And clearing back through main. Now Tabson has taken the space of Keto, and Obo controls his aim and has pulled us right back into a level 3v3. Good catch from Searson on that scout.
He's given them something to work with here, but I think it might just be the save. You can see Daps, he's still very, very passive outside lobby. Cirque now being called off like one of the hounds, and they'll hold on to these 2 AKs, because in the next round of play, they will not have enough for a buy. This can keep them somewhat threatening, but the loss bonus does not build for the 2 surviving Ts. And, well, 2 AKs taken. Let's see if Searson can get his grubby mitts on anything before the round ends, and that'll be the 3rd AK picked up. So that is great. Big went in with a bonus. There's a scout, 3 MP9s and a Famous, and they walk away with the round win, 3 AK-47s, and plenty of money to go for the purchase. Great shot there from Obo, but it just was not enough. And now, operating with just these AKs, it'll have to be some light upgrades to give EG the best shot into round 19. Searson has his AWP. Tabson has purchased into a silenced M4. But this is going to be a very, very difficult round for EG to win.
Oh, and Tizian wants to make it really complicated from the start. He's just holding the cross. Anyone that dares challenge this is a free frag, and combines nicely with the flash of actually it was Dabs. Caught Obo temporarily, just guarantees that frag, and opening frag for Big Clan in hot pursuit of 11th in the early stages of this half. Gade good for it on ramp as well. So the remaining 3 of this EGT side, they do have both of the AKs with them.
Yeah, they don't have a smoke though, right? It's just this flash on Mihu to try and get into the bomb site. Normally a smoke can guarantee the plant.
Yeah, what are you supposed to do with this?
I guess one of the positives is nobody's lower just yet. And I say that, Gade starts to make his way down to check what's going underneath. So the head there, confirmed now. They don't actually have to play in the site. They can allow EG to breach and then come in for the retake. Gade, I don't know if he wants to concede the plan here. He's happy to stand and fight.
Yeah, and Tabson's arrived at the perfect time. Wow, absolutely nothing for EG to celebrate there. Big Clan have made that as painful as possible.
And it's a good start for them here on this CT side. That's 4 on the trot. They haven't had too many dramas whatsoever. Let's have a look at just how many kills that they have sustained within the first few rounds of play. So in the first 4 rounds of play, only 5 kills for EG, 3 on the pistol and 2 on their first gun round, which were on the way out the door type kills. So not a lot of impact here on the T-half just yet. We will see another buy in Daps and Cirque because they saved those AKs. We'll have to operate with some Mac 10s. A bit faster, it's a ramp rush, a bit of a classic.
Let's see what you got, Gade. They're knocking on your door. And he's gone and snatched
we got 2.
1 straight through the smoke. It's some hard hitters as well of EG. Don't think he's going to be complaining with the double, nor will his squad. You want to go down that lower side. They've already set up Tizian in response. Oh dear. Obo doesn't even get a chance to voice his concerns. He's been eliminated around that smoke. You can see Tizian's dropped another one. That's becoming more and more of a feature within CT setups.
Yeah, he's even going to peek around. This is huge from Tizian.
Oh, it's horrible for Mihu. And as the door slams shut, Daps is handed a sandwich and it's not full of succulent meats.
These are the wraparounds that you'd want to have Stan in your team for, because you know he comes in late and he goes for the clutches. Now, maybe not the 1-on-4, but the 1-on-3s that we've seen a little bit earlier here. For Daps, any damage he can get done here is good. The money for Big is not out of control just yet, but we're starting to end up in that direction now. Fight's won. The fight not converted. Keto stands tall and call that 12 big. Running away with this one now. 5 in a row. And we'll keep the kill count on. 6 kills in the first 5 rounds of play of the T-half for EG. So just getting kills at this juncture, not looking easy. can see in the top right corner, we have Dust 2 next. That's Big's pick. And Overpass as the third if required. Now, a curious note with Nuke, that does mean that Big opted to start on the T side and managed a decent bag of 7 if you are just joining us here. But a half buy from EG. Some Deagles, 4, a CZ for Dabs, and oh, he's not going to get the room he was hoping for. Another kill conceded early.
Yeah, starting to get a bit repetitive for EG in that sense. Conceding these opening kills and then having to overcome that man disadvantage. His bullets weren't far off. Obo was really close to finding Tabson. If that nade had somehow made its way down the vents, but Tabson's safe and sound. And what is that? It's 2 smokes. So Breeze and Obo, they could choose to deploy them to lock Searson out of this info.
Yeah, well, I guess it's lucky that they don't have a clean route across red. They have to pass Searson, but because he doesn't fire, they get a chance. All 4 of them making it across to red, but that info is now with Big. Oh, that's a gap. That's a big gap.
They've had a couple of those, and for a team that's picking Nuke, I imagine that's something they looked to iron out quite quickly.
Yeah, you can't be having holes in your smoke balls. I did my HLTV confirmed fantasy, HLTV.org fantasy team for Group C and D.
Okay, who's? Let me guess.
No one from either of these teams.
No, but you've definitely grabbed a Navi boy. Have you?
I grabbed 2.
You grabbed Electronic and Simple.
I went Bit and Boom. Well, because you only get $1 million to spend.
Budget. Okay.
Simple costs like he's the most expensive player.
So you got Bit and Electronic?
I went Bit and Boomich.
What are you up to?
Well, yeah, because everybody in this group is really, between these groups is pretty expensive. Like, there's also Gambit players, and they're really expensive as well. Right, like Axel, Hobber, Shiro.
Andy.
Yeah. So
okay, I'll have to think about it.
I got Shiro, Inters, Bit, Boomich, and Crims is a bit of a sleeper purchase. He's very cheap.
And I can imagine that, there's a world where Crims...
He's still a world-class player.
I mean, don't forget, he sold all his skins.
Yeah, he did sell his skins.
He did all his...
Oh, we didn't talk about that storyline. Crims, guys, sold all of his skins.
He sold all of his skins.
All of his skins. One of the key storylines with Fnatic.
Yeah, leading into today's game. Bloody hell, Searson. I know things are going well. I understand things are going well. But he's definitely feeling himself a little too much. He got put back on his bottom for the aggression, and Tabson's got some of his own. Now ramps open. Getting a bit pushy here, Big Clan, in pursuit of their 14th. It could result in an EG 9th. Gade, he's been having a lot of impact these last 2 rounds. Multi-kills back-to-back. Will he be able to make it thrice?
2 players towards low is the problem right now for Big. They need to get some territory back and fast. Keto's going to need help.
Yeah, I mean, he's snappy today, and if he takes down Obo... Ooh, good clear. Nerdy clear from Obo. You can see how aware he was.
Oof. Okay, Breeze ready as well. Do you think Obo's the most mechanically skilled player in the server right now?
Ooh, I haven't seen enough of it yet. No, I'd argue Tabson is a head and shoulders above him.
Okay.
But I mean, you're saying mechanically. So I mean, in terms of just putting his crosshair on people and being a snappy teenager.
Yeah, that's where I'm at.
Yeah, sure. I agree. Okay, snappy teenagers.
Like, Tabson is the full package.
Yeah, like if you put them in a 1v1 environment, maybe Obo dominates Tabson in the little mechanics ramps silliness.
Well, Mihu is a low sense abuser, so we can't include him in the discussion. He's a low sense abuser. He's bloody low sense abuser.
I don't know, man. There's a great counter to low sense abusers, and that's shooting them in the back.
Ah, yes.
You should see Henry G do a full arm workout every time.
Normally, when you get shot in the back, it's normally met with the jump. You jump spin, right, to try and avoid the shots. But you can't avoid Searson's AWP. That's a great start. And Obo Bobo, he's been popped off early here. So after a round, EG are already down a man and almost 2 if the trigger was pulled. Mihu gets across towards T-Red. Back again.
Obo Bobo. Oh, Breezy. Lovely stuff from him. He strings together, creeps out of the hut for a double. And if Tabson can't handle that push, he could, though. Damage into Tabson. Daps has softened him up for Cirque, but I think he's got a bit too much on his plate here. So 1 up towards that heaven position. He knows there's a low HP on Daps, and I don't think Searson's got any reason to flinch or move. So it's time to play a game of Counter-Strike statues. And
you moves, you're
first.
out. Yeah, well, the song started playing, apparently. Bit of the Spice Girls. You could see Cirque getting some pep in his step right there, but 14-9, and this one feels like it's destined for a big opener. Great way for them in what will be a highly volatile and hopefully highly contested group of Group C to get their Gade campaign off the ground. Let's see, does Daps have any master plans? Breeze onto a Galil. You never love to see it, especially when he's fragging up a Storm. Smokes are pending.
Very ambitious from Tabs, taking a big risk there. And where did Breeze's health just go? I think that's the lobby pressure from the CTs. It's left him very wounded.
7 points of health to operate for 1 minute and 35 seconds. You don't love to see that, but they've delayed the smoke wall this time. Make sure it doesn't get disrupted. But here's Tabson.
He's throwing his own one way.
Boy.
I don't know if EG are ready for that.
You have to respect it. Why you wouldn't be picking it in 2021?
Oh, he's done well with that. Obo has jumping through the smoke, and it's too easy for Tabson. He's got one.
Oh, they thought he ran away.
They didn't call it.
He's going to get, I was going to say more, but he's gone for the reload instead. He's pinned on in. They might need a flash or something here. Well, there's the flash. There's the swing. Mihu does get the kill, but it's way too late.
You can't leave. Like, you're just trapped here. You'd have to fight your way out. You'd have to AKV AWP and win it cleanly if you want to convince us that there's more to be said about this round. Keto's even got your main covered. Citizen will slap another into the feed. We'll call it 15. Big Clan got 6 opportunities now to close out EG's pick in regulation. And yeah, nasty, methodical conversion so far on this defense. It just hasn't looked like EG could have enough to offer.
It's
to
just been fragging.
Make them sweat. Yeah, exactly. I mean, we've just been witnessing 2 members of EG going down a little early into a lot of these pieces.
Yeah, so the T side just not getting what they're looking for, and Breeze has been playing well. 24 kills for him, 17 for Obo. Daps has had his moments, especially on the CT side. It's been Mihu and Cirque who have been a bit quieter here, but one more time, they try ramp. Gade gonna pass the test again with the opener.
Yeah, and did a good bit of chunk of damage to Obo, who's trying to take a lot of space back. He wants that hell punish. Peeking onto that as they descend the ramp. I say that. It's only Daps testing the water. Oh, and as he mantles in, it's a head-to-head with Tizian. Oh, magnificent spray from him. 2 from Tizian. And we'll just stick a fork in this one. It is done. Convincing stuff out of Big Clan. Berlin International Gaming, first official with Gade. And they're 1-0 up, starting Group C off as convincingly as possible.
Why is he just like the player everyone wants to be? Like the flicky, stylish AWPer and the aggressive rifler? Like, what's going on? Why is he just like the player everyone wants to be? Like the flicky, stylish AWPer and the aggressive rifler? Like, what's going on?
Now for Searson, he's got his work cut out for him. Ooh, bit of noise made, but there's Searson, nails the shot.
Searson, he's already on a double on this round. No one's watching it. Searson. Oh, the follow-up. Searson is on for the ace.
Searson in the window is smoked off. This is for the map. This is for the game. And he's waiting in the window. They have no idea. The smoke phase, a missed shot. He gets the kill. He gets him off the bomb. The pistol's out. The P250 might just save Big once again. And he's done it all on his own.
Finally go goes down, it will fall to CSGO, and he's hit some good shots. Very good shots. A double. Nork on ramp, he taps away. It's a good duel. He double up, and he hits them both.
CSGO here with the AWP, but he's putting on a bit of a show. A fast wrapping long is Hunter. The only man left, CSGO.
Why is he just like...
Easy breezy for the side of Big. They pick up 16-9 here on the opening map in their opening game of Pro League Season 14. This is Group C. We just witnessed a little bit of nuke action that did have Evil Geniuses winning the first half, but ultimately they only got one more round, all things considered. Yanko here on the job with me to kind of lasso this one back in. So Yanko, where do you want to start?
I think at the beginning, Trace probably the best one. Start of both halves. EG losing pistol, slow start, 4-0 in the first half, 5-0 in the second half. It's not just a matter of, you know, you're playing with a coach as you're standing, really. It's just that as a team, some of these players, right, you want to have not necessarily even a buffer, but just like with some momentum early on, you could start playing a little bit more loose. I think that's the plan for this team right now, playing under depths. It's not to be super rigid and be next level in terms of strategies. Just run simple strats which create space for individual players that they can make plays, right? The problem is if you don't win pistol, then you lose the first gun round against, you know, a couple of MP9s as well. It's hard to get to that point really, because when you're down 4-5-0, well, your opponents, they're the ones having all the advantage. They're the ones with all the confidence to make plays, and you don't. It's much more difficult for you to create that space, to make that room for your players.
Yeah, and you don't want to, you know, you want to work smarter, not harder. We tried that one yesterday, me and Jason. I don't think it went the same way. Nonetheless, we could talk about Breeze. This is a guy that we've had our eyes on for a while. This guy has played at the top level for a good amount of time at this point. Should be showing up on the server, and he does for the Evil Geniuses. He goes 24-19. He's 1-4 in opening duels, so that's not like ideal, but also, you know, what he was able to put down range goes a long way, especially in comparison to some of the weaker links in this map.
Yeah, that's what you want to see if you're an EG fan, like Breezy putting up high numbers, because it's not just, it's the way he plays, right? I remember playing them back then, right? He would just have so much impact. Like, he's in impactful positions. He gets a lot of frags, but also those frags are most impactful in the mid-round. He gets that one key kill that turns the round back into your favor. He's just an excellent player, so you really... He is the one player that needs to be put in a position to succeed. Yeah. Right? Like, even if you talk about Obo, like, he's younger, right? Maybe has like higher potential, could be that star one day. It's like, for now, if your goal is to win as many games as possible, like, Breezy is your star player, and he has to be accommodated in such a way.
And that's because, or at least in my mind, he has a mechanical ability in the game. We saw him come out swinging when the Krieg meta was the way to go. This guy was running around like he was playing COD of some sorts. Pretty nuts to consider. There was a little bit of a downtime. Breeze ultimately turning back up here. Then Keto on the other side. What can we say about, you know, his performance in Big overall?
Yeah, I think he's had ups and downs during his time in Big. We saw at times, for example, proficient in that secondary op role. You know, Mirage comes to mind, and that CT side, picking it up sometimes on the A bomb side. But yeah, I think he's done maybe even a little bit more initially than being Big expected of him, but I'm not exactly sure how much he's grown as a player, right? Because it's been a while now. It's like a year and a half, right? I think that he's been in the lineup. So I think slowly, if you're Big, you want to see maybe some more, you know, some consistently better performances, like we saw recently happening for Misuta, right, in Vitality. Something along those lines, because you look at him, okay, Searson is there as the primary opera and had a lot of impact, so it's mostly going to be down, I feel like, to Keto and Tabson to fill up some of that gap that's being left by Xantares leaving.
Yeah, and Searson also doing his best to plug the holes. Now, I can say this just out front, Yanko, I don't think this series gets any easier for Evil Geniuses on Dust 2.
It does not, but you have to think if they are in a position where they can, you know, win a pistol round, get some momentum, where the players can start running around a little bit, which is also a bit easier to do on Dust 2. I think that could give them a chance, right? The problem is they were getting shut down from the beginning, and Big is a really, really good team playing from ahead, right? If they get a lead, even on T side, they have different ways that they can, you know, take advantage of what they did earlier in the half to set you up for things that happen later.
They start dictating where the fights are.
Exactly.
It goes a long way.
And they're a team that's dependent a little bit on gun rounds, right? Big is one of those teams that if they don't feel, you know, if they don't have all the utility, they're probably going to just go for a half buy with a lot of nades. So if you get control of the economy against them, you're going to get maybe a couple of more free rounds, quote unquote, than you do against some of the other teams.
Yeah, and for EG, they obviously they can look at Nuke, and they can probably take away from that being their map pick. Great, cool, you wanted to play Nuke. You went on the T side, you got one round to start. That's not really going to set you up for success going forward. They've got to put more T rounds on the board going into Dust 2.
Yeah, absolutely. I think they will get to start CT again because they had the choice of it, and since it was Big's pick, so that would make the most sense. And maybe that's better for them, but I think just whether it's a good start or not winning pistol but winning second round, or just, you know, just giving yourself some room to work with and making sure that on the T side you can do a better job, you can utilize those players, just let them loose a little bit more, right? Some simple explosive plays. If you don't get a long spawn, try to do just a couple of seconds delayed long take, right? Or just do the standard take cat, do a full cat execute, so at least you get into the site, even if it's a 3v4, right? Or that at least gives your players some room to maneuver and maybe try to time a play, you know, where they're gonna swing and get like those 2 kills, right?
Yeah, I mean, that's something to look out for too. We're going to Dust 2 next. We're gonna see if EG can put up a better fight. This is the ESL Pro League Season 14. We'll be right back.
Yes, nice shot, my friend.
Cheaters ruining your plays?
I have eyes on the enemy.
Bad servers stopping your shots? What you need is ESEA. Advanced anti-cheat to stop cheaters. And the best servers around, all with 128 tick rate. ESEA, the best way to play CSGO.
If there's one thing we've learned, Chad Burchill, over the course of Groups A and B here for Season 14 of Pro League, it's that every single head-to-head matters, and it can come down to the nitty-gritty of that final day of play. You need the wins when you got them, and it's in the palm of Big's hands. They've taken EG's map pick away from them. Nuke, kind of easy breezy in the second half, a competitive first. But we're headed into our second map, Chad, and it's Dust 2.
Yeah, and we're already into the pistol round here as well.
my
Some
God.
damage is being exchanged. Breeze, he's been gooshed on up early here over towards mid, and is a three-man B lean as cat control is being established. The 1x bet on heavily over the German side. And Breeze has kicked this one off in style.
Yeah, but they're still rotating off. Mihu and Cirque have both abandoned Daps, the 10 HP in-game leader now with it all to do, and his team is smoked off.
Breeze's flank is fast.
If he finds Tapson, I'll get excited. If he doesn't, I'll start believing this one's just fallen apart for EG. And it was just because Searson existed.
Yeah.
Like, all he had to do was he fired a single bullet with a single strafe.
And he also died, so it's curious that it forced so much of a rotation here, biting down a little bit too hard, EG, and now they're going to get punished. Only 2 more to find. Mihu now low, and the Crab walk in. The P250 of Gade will get it done, and that right there is the pistol round. So this is either going to be one of those games where EG are able to keep it competitive and we're going to have a close affair, or Big are just going to run all over them. I don't see this being a dominant EG game. It just doesn't seem likely, and we've already painted all those win conditions or conditions for EG of why they're sitting in this, let's say, sticky scenario. Searson on his scout. He's pretty deadly with that one. Out long, Tizian goes. He was great on Nuke with a couple of entries here. Not to be the same.
Whoa, this is a bit brave out of the boys with Big.
Get that AK in your hands real quick.
Yeah, and 2 boosted up, but Cirque's scout to be tested here, and
Nice
he's
shot.
not going to miss that any day of the week. Cirque already making it costly for Big Clan. He does fall down on the repeat. It's Searson scout on scout action. Now the bomb to get across, it's a weird smoke. The Oboe Deagle will be activated. They could try run boosting. They could try the double smoke from Gade and Searson.
They got 3 of them. They should smoke.
They'll opt for the wall.
Yeah, definitely do the wall here, boys. Don't take any chances right now, especially in a 3-on-3. The smokes land, the bullets don't.
Yeah, Breeze is Gandalf. Daps has a flash. I imagine that'll be for the bomb plant. Oboe flirting with the aggression on ramp, and as it's re-smoked again, they continue to slowly, methodically try and peel their way into this A site. EG are here to receive them. Daps getting a bit paranoid with all this cut of noise, and there's the frags they were waiting for. Big Clan, he parks the bus. Poor old Daps has been a bit hard done by there. 2 bullets from his Deagle connected, but they're into the fingertips of Keto, and so 4 HP remaining on him.
Yeah, good to see Big not get flustered in that 3-on-3. The fake plant to draw them out, right, so they could take the fights together. Searson also playing closer to the site. He could have just stayed long with the scout and go, yeah, you guys get the bomb down. I will lock down this.
Yeah,
and
plant for me.
Yeah, exactly, right? But he got involved. He used the elevation of that car position, and they'll get their second round here. So a little bit of damage done, but like on Nuke, EG, they got a couple of kills. They saved a couple of guns. This time it will just be Daps surviving here, so not as threatening as what they had to go through in map number 1. Should be a pretty clean 3rd round for Big coming up.
You wouldn't believe who I played Dust 2 with yesterday.
Was it Daps?
Natu.
Wow.
And Vendetta.
Oh, okay.
Now that's a throwback for
a
you.
Finn, a Norwegian.
Yeah, and a Brit.
And a Brit walk into a bar.
Walk into a long.
It was Dust 2.
It was Dust 2, yeah.
How did it go?
Really well. Everyone was communicating. We were doing really... It's like they've been retaking A for 10 years.
Yeah. Yeah. They have.
They have.
They have. They definitely have.
Like I was just listening to them doing it. I was like, oh, so this is what it's like to be in a functional team. Yeah. Oh, lovely. Well, it is a full... I can't say the word full. Why has it come out of my mouth twice?
Fool.
Foolish, Alex. Economical for the CTs, and Big Clan is sending Searson into a 4-man short stack. Good luck, have fun, my boy.
It's seen at least 3.
It's only the MAC-10. It's fallen into enemy hands, and at least Cirque's going to be able to, like, at least get some info. Daps is going to call tons clear, and, well, with the bomb down A, that's the end of Oboe.
Yeah, so they mopped this one up relatively quickly. That's one of the classic situations when you send one player out and you get all the info you need. Didn't lose an AK. I think you've been spotted there, my friend. It's only a matter of time. Tapson around the box. Galil. Oh, Tapson.
Thank you.
And it's just this saved Daps Deagle from round number 2. Can't profit. Down to 29, and well, that Deagle will be scavenged as well. So 3-0, good start here from Big, and well, Sirrison's going to get himself the AWP right now, so things are about to get turned up a notch. Bit of friendly banter between Cirque and Tabson in the all chat. And here we go, both teams with the AWP. Cirque's been able to equip one as well here for this first gun round. There's a kit in play, it is on Cirque as well. Galils are the only problems, I would say, for Big, but they got plenty of money for a buy in the next round if they do forego round number 4. And here we are. Sirrison aggressive down mid and immediately strikes. Obo, you gotta be careful about those.
It's gonna leave such a huge gap. Like, unless Daps has a hero moment here, call it a save. Call it a 3-man save. Like, Mi's gonna try, and he is potentially just gonna walk straight in. Oh, he looked away. An advantage now for the CTs. Mihu will have a chance to at least voice concerns. Oh, and Sirrison far too wise to his tricks. Daps has been pulled out as well. Zirson's picks have pulled CTs like moths to the flame to this double doors position.
How many more is he going to get?
I mean, his crosshair seems set for another if they go looking. Oh, dear. Just feeding the beast. Sirrison handed a third. And there's more to come. Finally, Cirque will claw one back, but the round is lost. The site is lost.
Also getting a bit horny there, going for a peek. He's been pushed. Has to survive, has to lock this down. Tabson will deny it. Both final frags on the save. Breeze and Cirque go down. AWP scavenged. And the 4th for Big. So that one was over before it really got started. The action was all in the tail end, but Sirrison giving them a bit of the James treatment, right? Like if the AWPer can establish mid-door presence and you have to get back across because they're pressuring either bomb site, that's exactly what your AWPer can do. Just pick you apart, knock you down a peg and put you back on pistols. So we're talking about a hole you can find yourself in on the CT side. It's played out exactly as it can. Pistol, lost, force, lost, eco, lost, first gun round, lost, back to the half buy. If you want to go in the right direction, this needs to be a big 5th. And they've really bought themselves a buffer here on this T side. I hope we get the interview with, you know, Tabson post-mortem. And we go, so Tabson, you didn't have to communicate in English at all in this game. How'd you feel, you know?
Yeah.
And just see if he starts with the interview in German.
Well, I do. I mean, I find it such an interesting topic. Oh, and that's interesting indeed. Daps has made this very costly.
On his own?
Yeah, a solo long hold.
Okay.
And it does enable a bit of a stack, not only on the site, but they might get a double flank here.
They can't fall back, really, can they?
No, far from it. And it does mean that, I mean, maybe not Cirque with the CZ, it's not the perfect weapon for it, but Breeze's deal could be potent on this late A crunch.
Oh, well-placed nades as well.
Yeah, the nades are actually setting us up for success here. Big, as you highlighted, should be converting this one, but Daps has actually just thrown a real wrench into the system. Now, Sirrison looking away from long, averts his gaze, and that enables the Breeze. Flank controls the Galil, tames it, gets info on the ramp as well. Mihu will finish it, and that's Breeze's double. Bam! EG set for success. Daps starts, EG finish.
Selfless death from Cirque there as well, right? That's a maneuver that you will see T's pulling out, where if you're going to do like a late lurk long where you're executing from cat, you send one player out as a martyr to force that AWPer or that long anchor who will now go and help his teammates.
Like, he's going to say lock down.
Exactly, right?
Yeah.
Because you'd be expecting if they're going to go for that type of a play that they would at least try and trade. Well, there was no trade potential. Breeze has kind of hung Cirque out there on a hook, and he's caught the biggest fish of Sirrison and the round. So EG profit off of Daps' double. Daps had a couple of good moments on the CT side so far between these two maps. Nuke had some moments towards Yard as that swingman.
But yeah, the topic we were on was that of language.
And what's yours?
Yeah. Obo's got far too much on his plate without one. And that was actually 2 scoped rifles head-to-head. So kept on the goose egg. Obo's been very, very neutralized so far in our opening 5.
There's going to be a lot of pressure on Obo as the B-side defender here today with Daps as his sidearm, or side man, or side piece.
Side piece, for sure. Little bit of fun to be had here on Dust 2. I don't know if we're going to be seeing a third, like EG, if this doesn't buck the trend, if all of that hard work on your force by, wow, Cirque, that is very quick, and don't see the wallbang icon, so that's just a quick flick onto Keto as he did emerge. You've got to convert this one, EG. If you want to be competitive on Dust 2, I need to be convinced in the full gun-on-gun. Tamsin this time winning his duel, and now the AWP is gone. Long's a problem for Big. That's the bomb on Searson, so if Breeze doesn't win his duel, that's a very risky maneuver.
He's locked in, he's locked in. Searson's dead.
Yeah, well, maybe not. Tamsin's actually just bailed him out completely. His exit has been open, a green light given. Run. Searson responsible now for Long, and Big have handled this gracefully. Really nice. Oh, that is a big recovery. Pun absolutely unintended. I just need to find more adjectives.
A big, yeah, well, we've had this before. I think Phil sent us like a whole word montage. Monumental.
Monumental, large.
Humongous. Gargantuan.
Magnanimous. No, that's something else.
But this round right here, yeah, it literally just came down to that Tabson kill and to breeze over towards Pit. One of the keys that I've always liked with EG, or maybe not liked, let's say a strength, is the fact that they have Breeze as their long defender. You know, if you get him in Pit, that turret is always going to seem good for one. Unfortunately, he didn't get the second there. Just too many angles to worry about.
Wow, there's a fun one for you. You want to play the vocab game, Chad? Magnanimous. The definition is generous or forgiving, especially towards a rival or less powerful person.
Oh,
yeah, very flexible.
Well, that's not me at all then.
Chad has been working towards a more magnanimous stance.
Another cobbled together scenario here for EG. And, well, Breeze, Deagle in hand.
He gets one here. Oh, not quite. Took a chunk out of them, but they aren't going to slow down, and that chunk has been converted. Unfortunately, that's the only positive to report. Oh, and Obo was very hot on the heels of Gade, the bomb carrier.
Hasn't been heard, though.
Didn't make any sound cues, and yeah, well, catching one on the aggressor doors.
Whoop, whoop, whoop. Oh, the CZ. It seems good.
I can't handle it.
It seems good in concept, in practice, and in functionality. Not sure. I think it's got a couple of places that I'd like it used. I think Nuke it can be good in a couple of places. I think Apartments on Inferno, it can be pretty good on pistol rounds.
Do you think reverting the CZ pull-out time, but keeping the kill reward at 100 would be a balanced response? Or do you think it would return to its old, funky, overpowered ways?
For me, I just think it because you can easily get a kill with it.
Yeah.
I think you just need to make the kill reward 300, right? The pull-out...
The draw time does,
yeah, but you don't use it as a sidearm. You only use it.
Yeah.
You only use it on these type of rounds.
I was watching that JW video Fnatic released, and it just reminded me of like how it was a pocket AK-47.
It was crazy.
Like he literally just had two primary weapons.
Yeah. So for those of you who missed it, back when the CZ was in its most powerful form, a player like JW, who's already hyper aggressive, could go aggressive with the AWP. And let's say that he missed the shot, which let's just say even 50-50 he did or he didn't.
Yeah.
He then could pull out the CZ, and if they tried to run him down and punish the AWP for going aggressive, which is what you meant to do, he could get multiple kills with the CZ because it whipped out so quick and was just an absolute hand cannon. So nothing like that these days.
It's criminally underwatched and under-upvoted, by the way. So a lot of hard work went into that. I'd recommend it. Zodiac, one of Counter-Strike's best editors. Nice opener as well from Searson. But if you wanted to find that video that I was referencing, JW breaking down his most iconic CS plays, you'll find that on Fnatic's YouTube. Beautiful edit. And as someone that attempted to edit videos back in the day, I can tell you how hard it is to make them look that pretty. Bloody hell.
This has already gotten away from EG, I think.
It has. I mean, look at the way Daps is holding B. He's basically just playing
conceding
retake.
Already.
Oh.
Okay. Needs two.
Yeah, he does. And I'm not convinced.
Save. Definitely save.
They're being bullied a little here, Chaddy.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? This group, in terms of name value, is the flashiest. It's like you're walking down the promenade in Vegas and the flashy lights are everywhere and there's a big name headlining each of the casinos,
what's the fancy circus that does all the backflips?
Cirque du Soleil.
Yeah, this is the Cirque du Soleil.
Yeah, so with that in play, right, this group has all the huge names, but it also had a lot of question marks. We all know the EG circumstance. We've spoken about it. Fnatic. How are you meant to know what that team's going to offer? It's brand new. It's been thrown together. We don't know if Mezzy and Alex are going to mesh with Brolin, Jackinho, and Crims. We also have FaZe, as Yanko was touching on the desk, had a great land performance, but now they're back online. Do they believe?
And I'll add the Na'Vi caveat of just notoriously, you get them about 70% capacity when you're online.
Yeah, it does feel that way, doesn't it? I think I think now that they have Bit instead of Flamey, right? Bit's going to be hungry no matter what the environment is. So I think that that's going to make up for maybe them lacking in that department.
And surely the fact that Pro League could be their Grand Slam.
That's true as well. So you'd be taking this one serious for $1 million.
I mean, $1 million Pro League. Yeah, oh no, we're at home. I think you're going to give it your all.
Yeah, and I believe they were boot camping before the event, and now they've gone home.
Oh, that's looking very crispy. Tabson with a two-piece meal deal on short.
Well, we haven't even discussed his affinity for the Krieg on this T-half either. He's been purchasing it a lot. He's been profiting with it a lot.
And a one-man A-fake.
Yeah, this is just really starting to hurt for EG now.
They have to respect it. They have to acknowledge that he's there.
How many more is he going to get?
He's managing his angles. Oh, Mihu, good find, but the round is lost all the same. Tabson's kept 2 bodies busy. Big don't know it yet, but the sight is theirs, and likely the 8th round as well.
They're going to have to start going for some of these rounds. The fact that Daps has an AWP is very telling to me that they won't.
Not a 2v4.
For this one, no. But as we start to get further and further down the hole that is this CT side for EG, they will need to start contesting. Daps using the operator here at range.
Okay. He's opping.
Yep, he's opping.
Oh! All right, well, he's a dead man in about 4, 3, 2.
People at home, maybe if you are an EG fan or a Daps fan, or you're maybe a Valorant fan and you saw Daps playing, what type of characters or agents, I believe they call them, was Daps playing? Was he like a Killjoy main? Was he...
I reckon
he's on a Reyna.
He's rocking that Brimstone, isn't he?
You reckon he's a Brimstone?
He's the old
Smoky
man
boy?
of the group, just dropping the smokes.
Okay.
Dropping the XX.
I think he would have had to have had at least 3 characters he would have played. So
yeah.
Let's find out. If someone knows,
let
me
know. That would be interesting, I suppose. We see if we can find some parallels. Ooh, no fun to be had for Cirque, I'm afraid, as he's the only one whipping out the scout and already catching all bullets. I would be hesitant if I noticed a full 5-man long play here, just because the chances are these boys are going to get pushy and will have info for this stack. Okay, they're doing it.
Yeah, look, as soon as they deal with Cirque, who's already shown that he likes to continue to swing and fight this line, that's when this is over. If Cirque can be pesky, get a tag and a kill, then survive, maybe there is a chance, because Daps, while this long control is just being held by Big, he's working on upper dark info, and I think they already have a really good inkling it will be this A play. The confirmation about to come in with the smokes.
Yeah. So now Big can walk across, and it's going to be Keto, Gade, and Tizzy in this gruesome threesome. First contact is taken, and it's a 2-for-1 in favor of that T side. Only going from bad to worse for EG. This looks like 9. Conservative buy and not too much resistance. Big Clan not getting punished at all for that commit to long, and it's, I mean, even in full gun rounds, people don't get punished for it, so there's a reason for it.
You can see there those mollies as well, how stifling it can be. A molly towards Gandalf, a molly towards short, where are you meant to stand, where are you meant to peek.
Just in Chad's Counter-Strike lessons, while he runs off and saves, for my own benefit, let's say you've got that info again. Let's say Daps, it's a full gunny, and our B-Tons players call him B-Tons clear. We presume mid's quiet, it's the all-in Na'Vi long play. Is the play then you kind of concede and sit on your nades and it becomes more of a case of making that ramp and plant really awkward? Or do you fully kind of start closing the gap behind them, like a little kind of split up short, long?
I think there's multiple different ways that you can definitely deal with it. One of the more favored ways for me would be holding onto your nades, but that would mean you need to start the round knowing that if we lose long, I want everybody to hold on to their HEs and mollies, the ones that are going to do damage. And then when they do throw out the smokes, you need somebody prob top side to call the actual commit, but then everybody from CT and short can keep the site mollied, nade the ramp, and try and do damage that way.
You have your AWPer, like do the simple underhand, like a Gandalf smoke.
That right there can get super, super dicey, so that's like the limbo. If you want to play in limbo where you're going to contest it, you want to save your smokes for like the top site, for the simple smoke you're talking about there as well, and make those fights more favorable for you. Or the other method is, if you're lower on util and maybe scrappier in weapons, when the smokes land on the cross, you commit through their smokes with a couple of well-placed flashes. You can even underhand a smoke your own in front of their wall to give you the buffer. Yeah, and that's the riskiest. That's the most highly in flux option out of the bunch, but it also is the one that could catch them the most off guard, right? It's the least orthodox. It's the one that is going to rely on timings and hitting some big shots and them lining up, right? The Counter-Strike madness. But here we go, 9-1. Likely going to be double digits at least for Big here. Now, maybe not in this round, but it's hard to see them getting stalled out here into a 9-6 fashion. Just going through their paces now. No more all-in gambits towards long. Strolling through with the default, and they will have to go towards Breeze, who I spoke about before as a good player to be a long anchor. Normally, you're putting a more supportive element there. And they're walking into Cirque's AWP and the Breeze blue bin play. Bombs here, Alex. This could be the round done. As soon as they go down, the bomb could just be stuck.
Oh,
that's a nice find.
Yeah, he's been very patient on B as well, so rewarded eventually. And looks like Cirque's patience is also going to net him a frag. Ouch. Tabson swallowing nades, looking very good for an EG second here. Very good indeed. Just Keto all up against the world, and it is going to be a spotless one from EG.
This sounds mean. It's not meant to be mean, but if you're going to go late, like, again, I'll point out Breeze. If you're going to go late into Breeze at long, you're going to have a hard time. So, you know Daps in the server. Try and punish the mid to Bs. Try and punish the short plays, right? Try and keep them moving.
Little bunny hop amongst his teammates there.
We saw from Fours when they played against VP the other day and they were going out late long, they were walking into James AWP in the same fashion as Cirque was just sitting there. So here we go, the all-in long. Need some well-timed flashes. Now they go.
Yeah, Gade. Oh, Gade. Very bouncy, very aggressive. Takes contact. He spotted a couple, a fair few. He awaits for the flash, and a uncharacteristic miss from Cirque results in a lot of space up long. And they're going quick here.
Oh, another miss.
Very, very aggressive. They're ahead of the smokes just as they pop. So do Big. Dabs is looking for survival here, and Dabs is taking names, taking dog tags, ripping them off the neck. Dabs does well for one. They're on the car. He's unprepared for it, and this just looks like a double digits wrap-up. Big Clan accelerating into A. The pace that Gade brought there, you've got to give him a shout-out for just not slowing down.
Yeah, they caught them all like in limbo there on long corner, right? And as soon as Gade gets that information, as he peeks around and sees 2 to 3 players, knows that it's going to take them a while to set up. Now, previously, Big took long control and they waited. Well, here, that's a pace shift. They went, okay, well, if you think you're going to start looking for info elsewhere, if you think you're going to start assembling this A defense, we're in your face. We're not going to give you a moment to feel comfortable. And it could be a very, very quick debut for the new Big Clan.
Back in German.
Yeah, and if you're able to have a new player come in and you can play as few maps as possible, you can play as few rounds as possible, keep as much unknown so that people just can't start downloading all of your demos and watching into your new tendencies or even just defaults of who's holding where.
Yeah.
It's nice.
And I know it is unquantifiable and it's a nuanced conversation in terms of how much communicating in a second language impacts your gameplay. And I understand how people suggest that, you know, speaking English and having English serviceable for comms is different. And Tabson's double has managed to completely null Mihu's hard work. Cirque's here on long and he will collect. There should be a trade and there it is.
Tabson Krieg!
He got a fresh mag for his Krieg now, and he is a bit of a threat, bit of a problem. Oh my God, I'm scared if I'm Daps. Those bullets are scary, and the nade right on top of him.
He's having a good time here, Tabson, today.
Yeah, he's here for a long time and a good time, I'm afraid.
I can't believe how much he's getting out of that Krieg. It feels like he's almost a Krieg main on this T side. Well, a 2-on-2 now.
And it's going to have to be the ace. There you go. Sit down. Tabson's here. Class is in session. 11 for Big, but Tabson just takes the whole squad.
Oh, he's making it look like the old Krieg. He's just absolutely dismantling here. Now, this transition with Mihu getting 2, I'm sitting there going, is this really happening? Do they just allow them to dry swing out Cirque for another? And here's Tabson having to convert it all. 22 kills for him now, and a great round for Tabson, the in-game leader of Big, with 22 frags already, only 13 rounds played, and this one kicks off horribly for Cirque as well. Tagged on down through the doors, 30 HP remaining.
They're coming into the long stack. I don't know how much difference that's going to make. Tizzy and Quick. Flashes are there, but the body's dropping. Here it comes again. The Tabson Krieg for revenge.
He's just locking on.
I reckon Daps wins this.
He's just locking. All right. Give it to me.
Okay. The Daps Deeg. 2 to 5. And it starts with Tabson getting hit by that beautiful, graceful 1D out of Daps, right?
Okay.
Like, he's got 4 HP. Getting getting less convinced the longer he sits still.
You never know. That molly not helping.
Not helping my case.
Because now we're going to be, what, over 10 seconds after this molly subsides. So the bomb's been down for, at this point, 10, 11, 12 seconds.
Well, Tabson really doesn't seem threatened by his low HP. He goes looking, and he's on 25 and 7.
I'm going to see how many of these kills have been with the Krieg. Let me start counting up. Well, I'll tell you when we get back from the break, but I'll start counting now. You do this last round.
Get your shoes off.
Get my abacus out.
Your gloves off and your shoes off. I think you're going to require a few more than just the 10. But yeah, 25 total. Lovely stuff. Doesn't leave Tizian hanging either, who is his second in command at the moment with that fragging chart. And they're going straight into B. What is this? The AWP entering B? Oh, this is fruity. Searson's in. He's a big box. He's holding really odd angles too, but it's got the whole, the squad, the entire EG squad is here. Searson's just walked through the lurk smoke and is saying, come and get me. And it's working, one by one. Channeled in, this T-side AWP is working wonders. The only response has been Cirque's AWP, but it leaves all onto the Searson 1v3, they're so close. How is he supposed to get a multi-kill here? Yeah, Cirque denies. A solid shutdown. And that's the end of the half. Well, EG, they find the closer. It's a meager 3 in defense of their honor in their opening game here. Big Clan just looking to finish it off on the CT side.
Hey Future Pros! Took the private jet to Nuke today to give you a flash for the A site. This flash will help your team greatly. First, make sure you shoot out this window. To do this flash, get into this corner just outside of T-spawn. Aim above the third window in the middle of the white metal cladding. Then run forwards and jump throw the flash as you get into the center of the window. A site is a complex site, so this flash won't blind everybody, but it certainly will help. Good luck, as you're gonna need it.
Zwolf
or 12 for the Germans. So far an Amiga 3 for the EG boys. It's a return to form for both as we get to start off Group C, get to see what EG have been cooking up in their player break. Unfortunately, no Stanislaw. Decided he wanted to take a break, skip the Pro League, puts Coach Daps into the driving seat and that in-game leadership role once again. However, Big Clan, and specifically Tabson, are making short work of them here on our second map.
Yeah, Tabson was really enjoying the Krieg in that first half. 17 kills out of his 25 in the first half with the Krieg. So was also an ace in the mix there with it. So a lot of impact from him. And that's one of the things that we were looking for, right, is Tabson returning to beast mode form in lieu of Xantares. Everybody else in Big Clan, with Xantares gone, is going to need to find more impact, and that just comes within the kill department. So here we go. Let's see. Does EG have anything to say? That's scuttled on down. The 1x bet on seemed to think not. Obo with the opener here is giving them a real chance in this pistol round, though.
Yeah, these CTs are going to be so quick on the heels. Like, this is a 3-man short flank before Mihu can have any voice on that. Gade peppering the cross. Searson reveals himself, and oh, Cirque's block is as sharp as ever. That's 2 out of him. Poor Gade, disconnected from the packets. Keto has connected a bullet. If this one goes awry, careful now. Mihu from behind to confirm it. A nice conversion. EG started off thanks to Obo.
Yeah, that right there, timing was just off on the flank of Sirius. And if he was a couple seconds earlier, catches them in transition, a couple seconds later, then maybe catches as they're trying to transition into different post-plant positions. But EG, to keep anything of a conversation alive for Dust 2, you felt like that was necessary. They're able to get themselves up some AK-47s, Daps into a MAC-10. Obo going to do the same, and it looks like they're going for a bit of a default spread. Cirque to contend with the mid doors, and well, there's 2 scouts over there. Keto in towards lower dark. Sirison helping to peek as well and push straight up middle. Tizian's cheeky maneuver silenced early. Didn't even really give the scouts too much of a chance to tag here. I think they were hoping for an all-in long.
Oh, and another scout down. Great catch out of Obo. Doesn't cost him anything other than the bullet now residing within his belt loops.
They're going to get A for free here. Daps crossing on over. Breeze is just behind. Cirque coming in as well. And yeah, I'd really try and hold on to these 2 scouts to have a crack again in the next round. I wouldn't be wanting to give away any of these upgraded weapons. Make sure you save them, hold on to them for the next. Daps starting to have a hunt. Obo trying to deal with tunnels, but he is low, remember, and more damage being done. Got to be careful here, EG. You don't want to give up these AKs.
Yeah, I think that might be enough to call the pause on the hunt. Daps still flirting with the idea.
The worst case would be lose the AKs, and they get picked up by Big, and they upgrade from... Oh, well, there's one of the AKs.
Keto, I can't believe he's getting that pushy. Oh, and he's that snappy as well.
He's looking sharp today.
I mean, why not just get Tabson running to retrieve?
Yeah, see if he can find something better than this scout. Look, it's going to be fine to have the scout.
He's not committing to it. He'll take the scout instead. Okay, I'm surprised he hasn't tried it.
Maybe he goes now. Here we go. Can't flub the movement. Up, over, around, and magnificent. So they can give the scout back to Sirison. They have 2 AKs, 1 for Tabs and 1 for Keto, who already have armor. Gade still had a deagle left over, and Tizian can be dropped the pistol as well here. So this is going to be quite the juicy round here for Big.
Threatening. Yeah, Tabson actually opted to drop an MP9, so Tizian will have more threatening
like a half bar.
presence. Yeah,
oh, wait, they're going all in. They just went all in.
It is all in.
All right, they shoved all in. Big round now from Big.
Whoo-wee. Okay, well, we're not going to be seeing any crazy pushes up mid like Tizian's previous. They've put a lot of their eggs into this basket. And I say crazy pushes. Sirson fancies his chances, and he does take a big chunk out of Obo. Confirms the lethality with the second bullet. And EG already on the back foot. Will it be a trip? Or will it be a stumble down, suicide, and die? He will. Cirque's gone. Breeze going for a solo contact peek in. And Keto was just holding the off angle. That really has fallen apart for EG here.
Yeah, this one is not looking good whatsoever. They gave away way too much on their hunt in the previous, and they're just going to fall like flies now. 1 man to find. Mihu in a 1-on-5 will be able to scoop up the bomb, but has a minute to work with. And
low sense gang. He's behind him. Mihu's friction burns, but he has adjusted in time.
If he keeps taking a couple of scalps here, Big don't need to give away too many, right? They just need to tighten up and play this one sensibly. The timing there on the smoke pull out, so they get the kill. They get another AK-47 to carry forward, and Oh, the runway is open right now for Big. Because of all the casualties that EG sustained in the previous, with this round loss compounding, they don't have a lot of money. I think they will just have to opt on in for the force buy, and that one right there is a horrible death.
I can't believe that's a headshot. It looks like almost Cirque's jumping at the
He jumped into the bullet.
I don't know.
Thank you very much. And Daps has dropped an AK. They've been able to get a Galil for Mihu. And there's a couple of Deagles in the mix here as well, but this is really the last-ditch attempt. So if they fall flat here, it's 1900 into the next round. We may as well just start packing things up for series number 1. You can all draw your attention to Na'Vi versus the brand new Spankin' Fnatic coming up next. That'll be 4:45 that one kicks off today.
Brolin took to social media as well, saying he thinks they can do some damage in their group. It's good to see confidence out of him. It's been a while since we saw a confident tweet out of Brolin. Good flash from Captain. It should set him up for only the one. Mihu's Galil wins out the duel. And so that leaves us in actually just a slight state of unpredictability. Searson's parked on the mid doors cross, which does mean that Gay's got a lot on his plate for this A defense.
Well, they get the smokes down for the cross at least. How pushy does Gabe want to get?
Does anyone have a flash for him? Oh, just some random bullets from Gabe, but it costs him his life. He tagged up Obo significantly.
They shouldn't have had a chance in this round. They've been able to work a lot here, EG. They've already forced Big to save. That's crazy. Just with the trading officially along, that's all it took. Really good stuff there from EG. And look, they are on the back foot, but they're not giving up just yet. And look, yeah, didn't see that one coming at all. So EG will get their 6th. Just a little bit of a slip up there from Big Clan.
It's been a while since Counter-Strike had some drama.
Yeah, we've been dry of it for a little while.
We had a bit of a drought. I mean, we're usually pretty good for it.
Yeah, and then I think we do drama better than any other esport. we're the best esport for drama for sure.
Oh, yes. No argument there.
It's all kind of kicked off this week. I think at the start of the week, we had stuff with the match fixing. Then we had a female tournament discussion kick off again. We always love that one. We do that one at least once a year. And now we're back into the Hunden Chronicles, Chapter 6.
I don't know if it's just my eye test or I'm just like really good at ignoring like the bad takes. But it feels like a lot of people in the Counter-Strike community are starting to actually have nuanced opinions.
It's crazy that.
Like they realize that there's like complexities and nothing's cut and dry.
Especially when we don't have all the information, right? It just makes it really difficult. But this is a good start. Tabson's silenced them 4 strikes, and surely for EG, it's not the rifles out and then they lose the round again. They got it done with much less in the previous. Come on now, boys. Give us something convincing here. The 4-on-5, a bit of map control.
I just don't want to mess... Oh, I nearly swore. Don't want to mess with Searson. Now he's posted up on long. Like it's quite a good deterrent. I don't know if EG are willing and brave enough, but they have got 2 smokes. So technically, they've got all the ingredients they need, but the pick onto the AWPer isn't going to become easy. Obo steps up to the plate and he delivers. That's at least going to give him a chance. A bit of a wobbly smoke wall. I fear there's going to be a gap there. Looks like they've handled it well. They can get across unscathed. So this now man disadvantage becomes a 2-man disadvantage. It seems Tabson is finding frags regardless of what's in his hands. He's used the silenced M4 now for a double. And with the bomb going down, it's a short side plant. Or rather safe plant from Daps. So they'll be able to hold it from that long plateau. If he could take 2 with him, he can set Obo up for success.
Big take too long on this. They might overcook it here. Daps has got 1. Obo's gone down. That's all she's going to write right there. And the round's picked up. Call that 14. Well, things are going... I don't know. I don't know what everybody's expectations were for EG. Mine were quite low. This morning, I tried to do some predictions. I put Na'Vi for first in the group, and I put EG for last, and the other 4 slots in the middle, I didn't know what to put. So it's kind of hard to call, right? It's really hard to call this group. You have no idea what to expect. You can only go off of speculation, right? Both of these teams have a different player than we saw before the player break. So if you want to go off of recent form and recent history, it's hard to use that to your favor as well. But here you go. It's another one of these weaker buys. Some AKs MAC-10, light util, scout, and it looks like a B pounce as Tabson's called this one pretty rightly. He's in CT spawn ready to rotate over. We've got Gade and Keto to be tested on this B site.
Bloody hell. There's the commit. Keto, he's got full vision. He's got the support of Gade. Not anymore. Neutralized now, and that's the frag that breaks them. They should have access to the site now. Only 2 members of Big make it 1. EG say play on. All the AKs recovered. A tart of Chad's tongue.
It's just too late for this, right?
Yeah.
If they keep going round for round, their Big will just win, right? Big will win in 4 rounds time or 3 rounds time or whatever it's going to be, right?
Well, you don't know they're going to go round for round.
Yeah, but like so far, what are we looking at here? They've only been able to put 2 consecutive rounds in the entire game. And that was off the T-side pistol in the 2nd round. So, right, like, we don't have a great sample size of them stringing round together. So they need this next one.
Yeah, he's looking to hold on to his AWP, and something deep inside of me tells me he is going to hold on to his AWP.
Okay.
Track is his shadow. That was lovely. Oh, all right. Mihu's got smoke vision. Well, picked up that extra buff.
That is going to help them convert consecutive rounds. Because if you're big and you're doing things by the book, you would just take a partial or a save here, right? Like in the next round of play, you get 1900, and that's going to be enough for Gade to buy. Tabs, they'll all have enough to buy, right? It's all going to be good. They can drop an AWP like Gade can in the next round of play. So it's fine for now. Yeah. Let's see if this has any more twists and turns as out long we go. Corner smoke dropped, flashes over, and nobody home.
You notice how, like, the Danes don't get angry that we don't say Gade like a Danish person?
Which would be Gil.
Gil.
Yeah.
Whereas, like, the French are like, it's Zihu, actually. Oh, that's an AK-47. You take those.
Imagine?
Nah. I don't even want to imagine.
Nah, this one, it shouldn't. They have a molly and a flash. Tizian would have to do something out of this world, and I think they might just play for punishment here. So, gonna opt for the exits. It's me who's already having a little bit of a looky-loo. I'm gonna creep over towards this B bomb side. He'll actually beat them towards B. So if Big want to push the issue and go into the tunnels.
Protect the president. Tizian hanging out with the trash.
If I'm EG, I'm just not wanting to give away any more AKs. We already saw what happened earlier when they gave away 2. So just hold on to your goodies. Keep your weapons in hand. And that's their 8. So 2 more rounds for the double digits. Not out of the realms of possibility here, but we will get to see the return to the weapons from Big. Now, important that they did save that. Gade will be dropped across a rifle, but he won't be operating with much utility, just able to get 1 smoke. Sirison has been given the AWP, and he's been looking all right. 18 kills for him.
Jeez. A Face-It game went 202 rounds.
Yeah.
202?
Crazy. Why would you keep going after 100 rounds? The fact that you just kept going, that's absolutely nuts.
I just can't believe that. I just feel sorry for whoever's played 200 rounds of Counter-Strike and then lost.
That's perseverance, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's a deep smoke, so... Oh, okay. Tizian, you have to stay at that blue bin. You don't want to cross any further here. You can see just how much Breeze can see through the smoke. So he's going to know nobody's on the left side of the door. That's all right. One less thing to clear here if they ever want to end long. The jiggles. Who's quicker? Down. Your trigger pulled. Breeze dead. Entry kill now in the favor of the Germans. This is going to force EG to take a different path of aggression, looking likely to end Catwalk. Mihu's in lower dark with the bomb, so maybe they want to go for a B split after feigning some presence. They've drawn Tabson across towards the mid doors. That's going to leave Sirison and Tizian, the 2 lone defenders of the A bomb site. And this is a great call from Tabson. If they do finish B, he'll be able to help Keto and Gade lock down this side of the map. And with 41 seconds, it's still not a full A commit, right? They could still pivot back.
Yeah, they're not sure what they want. Obo's going to look for info here. I'd say more than info. He's got himself straight down to CT, but that might spur them into a mid to B as he walking in. Searson's AWP is still a problem in here. They come, tabseN's call, about to pay dividends. Mihu not looking, and a free frag for Gade. He goes unchecked, which enables a double out of nowhere. That's lovely from Big Clan. And tabseN, yeah, cerebral calling out of the in-game leader.
31 kills for him as well, being quite the game. He had 25 of those, I do believe, within the first half. As I said, 17 of them with the Krieg. Now just one more round here for Big to lock in the opening W. Important win. For most, I'm sure this one here, if you want to get through the groups, is a must win against the hamstrung, haunted EG maybe as well, as looks like an all-in B rush here. So that's going to be a fast end to the game. Through the smoke they go. Kiddo with the AUG, he gets 1.5. Gade gets nothing, and okay, maybe it's not done just yet.
tabseN disagrees. Oh, God, they're quick. The nade looks good for Obo as well. Damn, that's a big chunk. He goes from 60 to 9. tabseN getting himself extra close to the screen to finish the job, and he will tap away at another head. It's just coming to him so easy. Very, very solid fragging presence. 34 looking comfortable. To finish it all off is tabseN. Solid multi-kill round. 35, comfortable in regulation. And that's looking strong from the German side, communicating back in their native tongue and doing it with ease. 2-0 converted. Big Clan with the win in their opening game.
heart stay flat. Open road and nomadic plans.
Well, there you have it. Easy as that for Big. Berlin International Gaming come out triumphant in their opener here of Group C for ESL Pro League Season 14. And we welcome you back to the Analyst Desk featuring Yanko and myself. I'm Trace. Nice to meet you all. Rude introduction here for EG. Rude wake-up call.
Yeah, they didn't have a fun time in this series. Big just completely dismantled them on map 2 as well. I mean, again, winning the pistol round, starting on that T side, winning 12 rounds, getting a reset every single time. EG just couldn't string rounds consecutively, but it wasn't even that. The majority of those rounds just weren't even really that close.
Yeah.
Big would manage to get some early entry kills or a really, really favorable trade, and it just kept forcing EG to try and save, try to fight for the next round, but they just couldn't do anything. I mean, there was a round, Tapson just is running up shores to create space, distract the opposition, while the rest of the team is supposed to do a B-pop, and he just kills 2 guys straight up who got boosted cat. He kills them with the Krieg and just draws like 2 more defenders towards that side of the map. You know, when one guy can create that amount of space and just get so many kills, you really can't expect to win too many rounds. This is the round I was referencing. He just gets 2 kills here. Cirque is there with the op too, and just round over, really dead and there.
Yeah, done and dusted. I mean, Tapson running around making it look easy, and of course, that's nothing new to us, right? He has been a guy that's been able to create space over here at the big side.
I mean, this is like Tapson highlights. We already saw 6 rounds on T side, right? All gun rounds. So just consistently, constantly, he's having huge impact, getting multi-kills, where it's opening kills, where it's closing out rounds, when there is actually a retake happening from the side of EG, and yeah, that game was over after that first half.
Yeah, that's a rough way to go about it.
He ends up with, what, 35 in 24 rounds, 150 ADR. That's impressive. Impressive performance from Tapson. Picks up right where he left off in Cologne, and, you know, it's cool to see. I think a lot of people forgot during the last 2 years, maybe, that he was the star player for a very long time, the standout German player too, right? So he took a step back to in-game lead after Gobi retired and so forth. So it's great to see him putting up some big numbers individually again.
Big numbers, big impact. It's Big Tapson. We're going to bring him in right now and talk to him because they did win the match. Victors get to tell the story. I think that's how things work. But then again, I'm not entirely sure. Tapson, are you with us?
Yeah. Do you hear me?
Yes, sir. Congratulations on an opening dub here.
Appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Hey, first and foremost, I just want to go ahead and get out in front of this. Is the Krieg back? Is that what we're doing here?
To me personally, it was never gone. Like, it's still very, very strong, and yeah, I'm just playing it from time to time.
So if we go a little bit further down the road of trying to understand Big Clan, obviously you guys brought in Gade. That kind of caught some people off guard. I think, you know, just the communication is something that people are talking about because he's coming in German. Is that correct?
Yeah, it's correct. We are talking in German, and he's also speaking German. Obviously, it's not 100% fluently, but he's doing it very, very good. We understand him perfectly, just fine, and he understands us, which is just very nice.
All right, so you would say that there's no really barrier for him that much. Maybe a little bit just delayed in some situations, but really there's no big issues in communication. He's pretty fluid, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, obviously, I think also he says something if he doesn't understand something, which when we talk too fast, but he's just doing very fine. And I am also pretty impressed by him that he speaks it very good and also that he understands pretty much everything.
Cool. Obviously, you had a great game here. You had a great performance in Cologne as well. Could you tell us a little bit? Did you guys switch up some things now with Xantares leaving the team and Gade coming in? Are you going to have a bigger role now in terms of just fragging and taking up space? Or is it just like, you know, you just had some good games, but not much has changed in terms of setting things up?
At this point, we didn't really change so much. We just put Gate into the position of Xantares, and at the moment, it just works very, very good. I mean, obviously, I had a really good game. I had also a good tournament, I would say, in Cologne, as you said. But I would say it's just a team effort. People are just listening to my voice. People are just doing what I need them to do, and it just works really, really well. And I'm really glad that it works this way. And obviously, if you need to change something, if you are lack of firepower or something, we consider maybe doing some in-game setups changes or whatever. But at this point, we are just doing very good.
So in your immediate future, Tapson, you've got Fnatic, Navi, and Mousesports. Which one are you most concerned about, and why is it Navi?
Yeah, it's a good question. But obviously, Navi is not as good as they are online, I would say. Obviously, they are wall, but I think we can break walls. But to me personally, it's always very nice to play against Mousesports. It's like kind of a rivalry, and obviously, they are a very good team. I'm looking forward to play against Mousesports the most. But I'm also actually, I'm looking forward to Fnatic as well. I'm looking forward how they will perform with the new lineup, and I think it's a very, very interesting group.
Can you draw any comparisons there between what's going on in Fnatic and like their situation with having to comment English now?
Well, I don't know actually how well they speak English, to be honest. I think obviously people from Sweden, Denmark, and stuff like that, they obviously speak English very well. But I believe that it will be a little bit hectic and stuff like that. So I believe also that Alex is a good in-game leader. He will make it work, and they have all the, I think, good pieces that they can also shine and play good Counter-Strike.
Outstanding. Tapson, we'll get you out of here, man. Thanks so much. Go enjoy the rest of your day.
Appreciate it, and have a good day as well.
See you later. That's Tapson. And if there's one thing we know about him, you're going to put some respect on his name.
Yeah, he's a great guy. Very loyal to the team as well, to the org. I know we considered him for a while when we were looking at, want to get an in-game leader for the team and so on, but it just felt like he doesn't want to leave no matter what, and I know he has the respect of a lot of the players too. A great guy, great personality, and also became a great in-game leader, really, turning from star player into having to do that as well. It's not easy, even sometimes having to, it's much easier worrying just about yourself and your own game in a round than, also having to think about what all your teammates need to do, having to think about your opponents, what they're doing in the round, and what is the best call to outposition them, to outplay them, and not everyone is willing to take that to make that change, really.
So what you're saying is we have some Quake 3 players, whereas we have some team players in Counter-Strike, sort of.
Yeah, something like that.
Give or take. Look, we got a pretty extended break coming up because next will be Navi versus Fnatic, and then it will be FaZe versus Mousesports. Group C is going to be one to keep your eye on. We're going to see how things turn out when we return in quite some time.
Yes, nice shot, my friend.
Cheaters ruining your plays?
I have eyes on the enemy.
Bad servers stopping your shots? What you need is ESEA. Advanced anti-cheat to stop cheaters. And the best servers around, all with 128 tick rate. ESEA, the best way to play CSGO.
Hey Future Pros, back with a more complex pro tip today which will help you establish presence at long on Dust 2. For this execute you will need 2 Future Pros. The utility required will be 2 smokes and 1 optional flash for this take. Future Pro number 1. To throw your smoke you will need to line up with this metal bracket. Then find this corner and aim your crosshair so it lines up with the satellite antenna. Then throw. Future Pro number 2. You will need to line yourself up with this dark spot in the shadow of the car. Aim upwards and find the gap in the palm trees. Then position your crosshair so you're aiming just above that gap and throw. Optional Future Pro number 3. If you want to feel like a part of the team, you can stand at the back of the car and line up this flash towards the top of the doors, which will help your teammates get out of long. If the smokes have been thrown correctly, this will help you segment long and fully take control of pit. Hey Future Pros! Today I'll show you a quick and easy way to smoke CT spawn from short as a terrorist. Your long players will love you for this one. To do the smoke, get in this corner next to this crate. Aim at the corner of this window and throw the smoke. As with all deep CT smokes, there can always be a slight top gap for the CTs to abuse, so be cautious with this one. Hey Future Pros! For this episode, I'll show you a neat little smoke that would help you when retaking B. This smoke will completely block off the B tunnels. To do the smoke, run into this corner next to the truck. Aim as shown, then jump throw the smoke. If done correctly, the entrance to B tunnels will be completely obscured. Make sure you don't have a teammate planning on going through tunnels, as he is going to be one angry retaker if that is the case. Hey Future Pros! Having a good A exec on Dust 2 can make your life so much easier. So today I'll show you the Na'Vi A exec, which they pulled off perfectly on a force buy. To do this exec, you'll need 4 Future Pros, 4 smokes, 3 flashes, and a molly. Future Pro number 1. You'll be throwing the Xbox smoke to help your team get short control. To throw the smoke, get into this back corner. Crouch down and aim at this shadow. Then stand up and jump throw the smoke. Now get your team to get short control, but be careful as there could be a pesky CT chillin'. Future Pro number 2. You'll be throwing the one-way smoke, 2 flashes, and a short molly. To throw your smoke, get into this corner. Aim at the bottom right corner of this window and throw your smoke. Then put your back against the wall and aim just to the left of this part of the box while crouched. While still crouched, jump throw your 2 flashes. These flashes will destroy a close long player. Once you have thrown the flashes, quickly lob a molly back towards short, as you could be getting fast flanked. Future Pro number 3. You'll be throwing a CT smoke, a sight molly, and a flash to get you down to the CT ramp. To throw your smoke, get into this doorway. Aim to the top corner of this building and throw the smoke. Then throw your molly from behind the closed smoke just to the right of the palm tree and it should molly sight. After that, underhand a flash into CT and hop down with it. Try very hard not to blind yourself or your team with this one. Then sprint towards long and get a free kill onto the long CT who is hopefully playing close. Keep advancing and take full long control as this will allow your team to plan for long if you succeed. Finally, Future Pro number 4, or FP4 as I like to call it. You'll be throwing the closed short smoke along with the flash for sight. To throw your smoke, aim just in between these two boxes above the barrels. Then get close to the box and underhand throw the smoke. It looks like a moving throw, but I assure you it's not. You can throw this smoke more safely, but if Bit lives on the edge, then you should too. Throw your flash off this wall, which shouldn't blind your teammates, but will flash a CT trying to advance on the smokes, and then take the site. Give this one a crack offline, but I'm sure all you future pros will be able to nail it down after at most 20 attempts.
roads to back streets. I see you foes trying to trap me, but I don't run like a track meet, even though I'm #1 like an athlete. And the way I maneuver around you and through you, I'm coming and I'm bound to pursue you. I'm everything that you knew of, plus more. What's in store is I'm about to get to you. Sleepless nights, better think this twice before you step to me and come and speak with strife. There's a lesson when you breach my life. It'll be chin checking and I'll teach you right. Plenty tried, plenty failed. Too many times I've seen plenty bail. And there will be no surprise what I'm about to do when you are looking through my eyes. See many go, see many come. See that they won't bring it to me, son. Try me if you want, but won't be any fun. I'll take the challenge, I'll beat anyone. I'm the one, I'll be quite clear. Bow down to no one, I'm right here. I get it in, I don't fight fair. And guess what? I'm your worst nightmare. Cause I ain't taking no losses, and I don't even care what the cost is. Are you prepared for the forces I'm about to bring? Cause I'm the boss of all bosses. I penetrate your thoughts and fill them with doubt. You gon' feel where I'm coming and feel what I'm about. If they come in with the drama, I'm wheeling them out. Cause I ain't about to have somebody here stealing my clout. I keep my friends close, enemies closer, cause that's the way it is and the way it's supposed to be. Anybody can see there's only room for one, and that one is me. Plenty tried, plenty failed. Too many times I've seen plenty bail. And there will be no surprise what I'm about to do when you are looking through my eyes. See many go, see many come. See that they won't bring it to me, son. Try me if you want, but won't be any fun. I'll take the challenge, I'll beat anyone. I'm the one, I'll be quite clear. Bow down to no one, I'm right here. I get it in, I don't fight fair. And guess what? I'm your worst nightmare. I'm your worst nightmare. Are you prepared? I'm your worst nightmare. I know you're scared. I'm your worst nightmare. Are you prepared? I'm your worst nightmare. I know you're scared. trophy. It's why they all been on me. No guts, no glory. There's no need to go begin. I don't comprehend and I do not pretend, cause when I'm coming it's to win. You either got it or you don't. You either bought it or you won't. You either wanna give it everything or you wanna cry about a soul. I'ma say it from the jump. Mama ain't raised a chump. Mama raised me to persevere if I'm ever here in a slum. Cause nobody starts at the top. You do your part and you better buy. Working hard each and every day, even though some days it get hard to watch. But you gotta trust the process. Grind hard, don't you ever quit. It's a must, you see the progress. Gotta ball till you get a hit. They can never do what I could do, cause they on the same stuff. If you doubt me, then I'm coming to show them what I'm made of. Yeah, always showing your integrity. Yeah, if you want it, I'ma let them see. No guts, no glory, not a part of my story. I'm going hard for that trophy. It's why they all been on me. No guts, no glory. There's no need to go begin. I don't comprehend and I do not pretend, cause when I'm coming it's to win. No guts, no glory, not a part of my story. I'm going hard for that trophy. It's why they all been on me. No guts, no glory. There's no need to go begin. I don't comprehend and I do not pretend, cause when I'm coming it's to win.
Wake up, put the work in, that's the only way it's gonna work out. Hard work and dedication, no time for procrastination. Takes a lot of time, a lot of patience, a lot of heart mixed with motivation. On the days that you're feeling down, look in the mirror for your inspiration. Like, woo, just notice, never stop, never quit. People wanna see you doing good, but never better than them. Gotta push yourself to the limits. You cannot lose if you are not in it. You gotta lose sometimes just to win it. Don't get discouraged, it's just the beginning. Yeah, turn up. Don't end up a Timmy Turner. Don't get caught up in the streets. Don't get caught up with a burner. Don't be a slow learner. Oh no, you only get one shot, one chance. Talking March Madness at the big dance. Talking big man on campus. Like
no guts, no glory, not a part of my story. I'm going hard for that trophy. It's why they all been on me. No guts, no glory. There's no need to go begin. I don't comprehend and I do not pretend, cause when I'm coming it's to win. No guts, no glory, not a part of my story. I'm going hard for that trophy. It's why they all been on me. No guts, no glory. There's no need to go begin. I don't comprehend and I do not pretend, cause when I'm coming it's to win.
Subdivide. I'll show you how it's done. There's no sight, we go inside. The man, he is the one. You build your walls with faith in God. They never come around. Then wonder why we all defy the burden to be born. We're coming home with a mission to bring an end to a terrible land. We are here to your antidote. It's an answer to silence. The future is here to revolt.
Hey Future Pros! Today I'll be showing you how to take B stairs control on Vertigo. I would avoid doing this execute early in the round as a T-rush could definitely catch you off guard. So instead use this sometimes in the mid-round to keep the Ts away from B. To do this execute you will need 2 Future Pros along with 2 smokes, 2 incendiaries and a flash. Future Pro number 1. You'll be throwing the initial smoke followed by an incendiary and a flash. To throw your smoke, take a quick peek to see if any Ts are on the stairs. Then position yourself so the corner of the back wall lines up with the edge of the metal block next to you. Then aim along the bottom of the window off to the left side and throw the smoke. This will block off the B entrance entirely. After this, move back a few steps, aim about 10% up the girder on the left side and walking throw your incendiary immediately. This will deny access to the area below the stairs. Finally, your flash. This time aim to the middle of the girders and simply walk through the flash. In this example, the flash lands a bit too high, but you can solve this by aiming just a bit lower than the one shown here. This flash should blind anyone who is foolish enough to stick around. Future Pro number 2. You'll be throwing the stairs incendiary along with a delayed smoke. To throw your incendiary, step back from the edge of this wall, aim loosely below the line across the back wall, and running throw the incendiary. This will land at the box and also cover some of the stairs too. Couple with Future Pro 1's incendiary and almost all the ground will be covered in fire. After you have cleared stairs with your teammate, head back to where Future Pro 1 threw their nades from and throw this same smoke that was thrown at the start of the execute. This smoke will block up the Ts for even longer and will allow you to take a more advanced position down the stairs. This should buy you some time if the Ts were planning a B attack and possibly grant you a frag if any Ts stick around to fight your execute. Hey Future Pros, do you hate it when those CTs push B short? Me too. That's why we have a molly for you today that will stop that exact scenario. First things first, buy a molly. Then line up with the middle of this wall. Aim halfway up on the right side of this radio tower. Then run forward for about 2 steps and throw. Voila, no more CTB pushes. Hey Future Pros, back on Mirage, this time with a flash. This flash should help you when taking the B site. To do this flash, get into this corner. Aim at the top part of this wall in the center. Run forward and throw the flash just before you collide with the edge of the wall. With practice, you should be able to do this one quickly and on the fly. Hey Future Pros, are those pesky T's rushing banana literally every round? Well, if your teammates really are Future Pros, then this nade combo should help shut down your rushing counterparts. For this, you'll need a total of 3 Future Pros, 2 Incendiaries, 2 Smokes, and 2 HEs and a Flash. Let's break this down. Future Pro number 1. Your job is to throw the Deep Smoke and Incendiary the close push. Do this by lining up with this point and then run through your smoke. The close Incendiary doesn't really have a specific lineup, just bank it off the wall and make sure it's close to the choke. Future Pro number 2. Your job is to throw the Deep Molly. To do this, simply run to the corner of this wall, crouch down, and throw the Incendiary while aiming at the top left side of the wall. Future Pro number 3. Your role is mainly just a backup player. You can sit in this spot holding a flash. If you aim along this line of the antenna, you can flash the whole of Banana without affecting your teammates. However, be ready to sprint to A if your teammates call any T aggression on that side of the map. Now that Banana has been blanketed in flames, both Future Pro number 1 and number 2 can throw their HEs. You can choose to double nade tree or double nade the entrance to Banana. That choice is yours. Once the HEs have been thrown, Future Pro 2 can throw their smoke at the entrance to Banana, locking the Ts out for even longer. From here, you can send one of you to push down Banana while your teammates rotate over to A. There are many options at this point depending on the situation, so don't make the wrong call.
The reigning champions of Intel Extreme Masters Cologne Na'Vi go up against the new boys of Fnatic, and it feels weird to say the new boys, but you know what? Fnatic are looking like a completely different team right now, but the question comes down to what team will show up and how much time have they really been able to prepare for the Pro League Season 14 here in Group C. Jason Kappen joined by Moses, and that's the question I'm going to start off the bat. What kind of Fnatic do we expect to see here? I think there's a lot of questions in the air about how strong they're actually going to be at the moment.
Yeah, I think if you're coming into this expectations of some kind, you're probably doing it wrong. You know, this is first glimpse of this team, you know. I personally don't have any expectations whatsoever, and I have no idea what kind of Fnatic we're going to see. To answer your question, I think I've seen in interviews Alex gave over to HLTV, they did come back a little bit earlier than most other teams to get some practice, to get started a week or two earlier, just because they simply knew how much work they had to do.
Yeah, we can see there as well the progression over time and how the ranking has just kind of fallen. And, of course, the recent results as well. This team is looking like a shade of the former Fnatic that you knew back in the day, winning major after major, the dominating team from Sweden. And my question will now become, will this be the roster that can kind of bring that light back to the Fnatic name?
Yeah, certainly you'd hope so, especially if you're Fnatic. I mean, this brand, this logo, this is Counter-Strike royalty. They have been in the game for decades, and then obviously losing JW, losing Golden, I mean, that JW one especially hurts. What a franchise player he's been for Fnatic's entire run in CSGO, and you know, one of the big name legends that we have. But bring in Alex, bring in Mezzi, dedicating yourself to an international lineup, and more than anything, I think it just sends the signal that this is a Fnatic organization that wants to stay in Counter-Strike and make sure they're refreshing the lineup and trying to stay competitive when things obviously weren't working. Now, that is going to change the communication over to English. I know we've heard a few words on like kind of, we've always talked about the struggles of that. I know Krim said he was relatively surprised and impressed with himself that he's able to manage communicating in English as well. He thought he would have a lot more difficulties, but he said in practice it's decent enough. He still, you know, slides some Swedish in there once in a while, but for the most part, he says he's felt like he's done a great job with that communication.
Okay, well, that's actually really good to hear. I was actually kind of surprised because typically in Sweden, most people speak English extremely well, but obviously when it comes to a game like CS, we need to think and communicate extremely quickly and precise. Obviously, it's a little bit of a different story.
I got a buddy who moved to Sweden who wanted to learn the language, and he said it's actually difficult to get Swedes to speak Swedish. They just all speak English to him, and he's like, no, I would like to learn your language. Please let me speak Swedish. And having been there, they speak fluent English.
Yeah, well, the question is, can this be the roster that can bring a dynasty back to Fnatic? And it's definitely different to see, right? Because typically we expect a full Swedish roster out of like them, out of NIP, and obviously moving away from that shows, like you said, trying to stay in CS. They want to be competitive. I'm just curious to see what Fnatic will get today, and I guess that kind of makes us turn our attention over to a couple of key players on not only Fnatic, but obviously on Na'Vi as well, as we take a look at our Epics.GG players to watch here between the two teams. And the first one off the bat we're going to have to talk about, you already mentioned him here coming in for Fnatic, it's going to have to be Krims. It has to be Krims. He sold off his skins. He scared the hell out of me. I thought he was quitting right there, but maybe he plays better with the vanilla skins.
Not our boy Krims. Yeah, and I mean, one of the great things about him, and one of the reasons why I selected him as a player to watch for Fnatic in this matchup, is even throughout Fnatic's struggles, even through this kind of drop that they've had, their lowest ranking historically, Krims is someone who's been consistent. Krims is someone we've looked at and had big games even through all the struggles and adversity. And even when they were at their best, Krims was a rock for this team. He's incredibly talented, incredibly gifted, incredibly skilled, and a very smart player as well. So for me, it's him not only in those regards, but also when you're bringing in Alex and Mezzi, when you still have some question marks around Giacchino, when you're going to have question marks around Mezzi trying to get experience and pick up to this level. Krims has to be a little bit of a rock in terms of the leadership side of things as well. Emotional, making sure the team is staying focused, making sure no one's going crazy and tilting. Alex is going to have some of that responsibility as well. But Krims is going to be the guy within the franchise and within the organization that you have to look to as one of the younger and new players into the roster.
Yeah, he's got to be the experienced one to kind of lead them for what they need. But we're talking about Krims. We're going to learn a little bit more about him as well here in a second, and also see who he's up against in our Epics.GG players to watch. We'll be back in a second here to talk more about these two players.
Na'Vi and Fnatic have been rivals for over a decade, but you need no better example of change in that time than glancing at the two players in our head-to-head. Krims is a two-time major winner with Fnatic and a member of their roster since 2014. His consistent and often game-defining defensive stoicism has constantly been paramount to the team's success. That team, however, has seen a massive overhaul. Krims has had over 15 different teammates throughout his time with the Swedish org, and as one of the most experienced players in all of CSGO, they will be looking to him for leadership in their efforts during the latest rebuild. On the other side, Bit enters Na'Vi as their newest addition in their ever-long quest for glory. Formerly a roster reluctant to change, Na'Vi now find themselves as one of the youngest rosters in all of the game, with Bit nearly 10 years younger than Crims. You would be foolish to think, however, that age equals contribution, as Bit's been putting up monster numbers over the last month, and his addition might be exactly what Na'Vi needs.
Well, we've seen it's been exactly what Navi's needed. Look at Cologne. They've taken first place and absolutely dominating G2 when it came to the finals. This might be the Na'Vi that can finally get Simple his major.
Yeah, and that's why I selected Bit on the other side for Na'Vi over names like Simple and Electronic, which might be a little bit easier to kind of grasp. But Bit obviously has shown when he's gotten more comfortable in this team and he's had more time and he's found some consistent role and performances to give them. We saw in Cologne, it turns this Na'Vi team into a very dangerous beast. They've been waiting for a player like Bit who's going to be able to not only do good individually, but elevate the rest of the team. And it seems like he found some ability to unlock this Na'Vi roster to make them like finally on the verge of how many times we've said Navi's about to enter into an era. And Bit has delivered once again that question, can Na'Vi actually convert how dominant they are now into a long-term era?
Well, let's actually bring in Sadicus here for a second. You heard his lovely little voice there in that last video for Epic.GG players to watch. But I want to hear his thoughts in particular when it comes to these two teams, to this group.
I do too, Matt.
Why is little always the word used to describe me, okay? You know what I mean? Look, great to see you, Jasons. No, look, this is going to be a great group, and thanks for having me on, because I do think this is an interesting look at Fnatic and what we're going to see from them. Obviously, JW is still signed. He's been tweeting saying, let's go Crims. Going to support the boys through this one. But Jason, you touched on it. Which Jason Moses that was? Na'Vi. This could be their era. Yeah, I should probably clarify that. This could be their era, and I think they're the team that is the most deprived during this online era, in this COVID era, and this pandemic era that we're in, because I think they were setting up for it. And I think Bit coming in, I talked to Blade a little bit earlier on, which hopefully we'll see in a second. He's saying, you know, they're just letting him frag. They don't want to put pressure on him too much. He's making room for guys like Electronic and Simple, who are now playing a more mature game. So overall, though, yeah, tough group. Group C's got some interesting storylines in it. I think Na'Vi has to come out on top in this one, though. So watch for that to be the case, guys, I think.
I want to say knock on wood, right? Because what we saw out of Group A with Astralis not in Group B as well, who knows what's going to happen in Group C?
Nah, calm down, everybody. Navi's going to bang these guys out. It's going to be a nice, quick 2-0. Everyone chill.
Some confidence. All right, well, Sadicus, real quickly, what about your thoughts on the rest of the group here? I'm not sure if you're able to give your thoughts on that earlier today.
No, we can, absolutely. I think FaZe is due for some redemption to continue to perform. I think seeing G2 go out last in their group certainly may even be motivation for some of those guys, with obviously the Nico storyline. And I think Twists is definitely the one to watch in that game. I think he's still got something to prove since leaving Liquid. Sure, he was on the chopping block over at Liquid, but I also think in his peaks, he was their best player. So it goes both ways, and I think he's looking on that consistency. EG, obviously coming off a loss already in the group, that's not going to bode well for them. I was a bit surprised by that. I think Mouse Sports is the team that finishes in second in this group overall, and I think it's just due to consistency that they've had in that lineup. And already a few titles this year, Flashpoint comes to mind, then a very disappointing disappointing a few events after that. Even at Gamers Without Borders, sure, it was a charity event, but they were saying, you know, we're using this to try and find that form again, and this is another exact example of that, to try and do so. Keep in mind, guys, I want to go back to just really quickly. Na'Vi, you touched on it. This could be their time to win a major. It's been 2 years almost to the day since we were in the middle of the last major. And if you look at it that way, it's also a Grand Slam on the line, and they might be at home to win it, which is kind of crazy.
That would be honestly ridiculous for them. I think that'd be obviously the most ideal major to win, especially after a 2-year drought. But Sadicus, we got to actually get into our match here. So really quick, thanks again for coming on, man. It's
Peace.
See your face, love your voice, looking handsome. Go get that car outside and go race a little bit if you still can in the weather. I'm not sure.
Don't do that. He's going to break more bones.
Yeah, we don't need that.
Give him a chance to heal.
I remember seeing his video of him like wrecking one time. It wasn't like really a wreck. It was someone like cut him off or something like that. He was very angry. A lot of bleeps came into that one. Love the video though. Love his content. Let's take a look at our videos though. Coming into this series here, we do have Ancient being taken away by Fnatic and Na'Vi taking away Vertigo. Now, you already mentioned a little bit before, Moses, that Fnatic came back a little bit early in the break because they knew they had a lot of work to do. I almost kind of want to look at them similar to Complexity, but obviously not to the same extent, with obviously Natasafix coming in and Config coming out. I wonder, in terms of map pool, how deep can they really be in so far? Yeah,
that'll be interesting. I think it's not going to be super deep as well. It isn't just like, you know, the guys slotting into Complexity and you kind of have a core of the team already there. This is more you're changing in-game leader. you're going to be changing style, that Swedish style, the freewheeling, a lot of loose gameplay, a lot of individual loose gameplay is probably going to get lessened with Alex at the helm as well. You're also speaking English now, so there's a lot of things to go over. There's a lot of things to perfect. So the map pool certainly can't be deep, and I think they've just kind of done the standard pick. That Overpass is maybe one map that you could highlight across Navi's map pool where you think that there might be an advantage. 33% win rate in the last 3 months. They've only played it 3 times. They're still going to be very proficient at it, but I mean, if you're going to take them anywhere, yeah, why not take them to Overpass? All the other maps seem a little bit more intimidating.
Yeah, that nuke 100% win rate across 6 maps.
It's a bit wild.
It's a little bit wild. I think, again, for Fnatic, they have really no tape on them for people to see how are they playing now, how are they adapting their style, what are they doing exactly. Whereas Na'Vi, obviously, you have that tape to look at. So I wonder for Fnatic, knowing they're up against Na'Vi for quite a bit of time here, have they been able to prepare something special? Because for them to take Na'Vi down would be a massive confidence boost.
I think they're in the same. I think both teams are sort of in a similar situation. Fnatic has so much moving parts coming in and out and so many things that they have to work on. I don't think they even have the capability to really look over at Na'Vi and say, we want to counter something directly. They need to figure out their own gameplay and how they want to play in their style. And same thing for Na'Vi. If you look at this Fnatic roster and you want to try and look at the old way the old Fnatic played certain maps, there's no point. You have a new in-game leader coming in. You have 2 new players. It's going to be a completely new Fnatic. So both these teams, I would imagine, came into this game mostly just focusing on themselves, mostly just making sure they're all on the same page and figuring out how they want to play the game.
And I wonder, obviously, with the new coach for Fnatic coming in as well, Kaita, like what kind of work he's been able to do with the team. I mean, we obviously had quite a few of them together when it came to Cloud9. I wonder if they're bringing anything they were doing originally, because we remember talking to Esatag saying from Astralis to Cloud9, he tried to bring what he learned within Astralis into the core of Cloud9 in terms of like the work ethic, how they go about, you know, thinking of things. I wonder if they kind of brought the same thing over. And again, Krim's long-standing player for so many years, right? How willing to change is he going to be when coming to adapt to the style they want to bring into the roster?
Well, he mentioned that and he touched on it, and he said it actually was pretty exciting for him because he's going to have a few new roles that he hasn't had in the past. He's changed positions on a few maps, and he said it's actually been kind of refreshing to get some new challenges under his belt now that there's this new roster. So for that, I think will be intriguing to watch where Krims is playing. I think a lot of the conversation on this Fnatic team and where they're going to go and head, remember, I think this is another big challenge for Alex as an in-game leader, just like Cloud9 was. It's essentially the same thing. When he's in Cloud9, he comes into that roster that's put together. He's the in-game leader that's helping to select players, build this team, and he had to be the one to marshal them to figure out how to get them all to play together as a group and play together efficiently. He's going to have the same problem here in Fnatic. And Cloud9 didn't go well. And I'm not going to put that all on his shoulders. I'm not going to put everything on Alex, but you have another essentially building up from the bottom project for Alex as an in-game leader. So yeah, this is 2 big back-to-back tests in his career between these 2 teams, Fnatic and Cloud9.
So in that sense, I'm imagining you're kind of leaning towards the fact this is going to be like a long-term project, right? This could take some time to get things going. It has to be. Yeah. Just like Kerrigan with FaZe Clan issue when he went over there, some time to get things going back again with the new firepower he had on the team.
It has to be a long-term project because it's going to take some time to build, and maybe something goes wrong, maybe you don't like something, and you're going to have to kind of look at which pieces you're enjoying and are developing in the right area and which way they aren't. And if you're that organization, yeah, this kind of a move, this kind of a switch up to an international roster, bringing in 2 guys from the UK, you've got to look at this and just say this isn't just like something that we expect right out of the gates to be successful. And hopefully they get a chance, and a chance that they didn't have at Cloud9 to be a long-term and see where it could go over the course of a year. And yeah, that's just kind of I hope the opportunity that they get.
So then what about Na'Vi a little bit here? And I know we're talking a ton about Fnatic. I feel like there's a lot of room to talk about Fnatic with the changes. But for me, Na'Vi, I feel like in this online era, they haven't been as dominating as we maybe would have expected. I think it's still kind of a surprise to some people out there that Gambit actually rose to be the top CIS team. They had their bout on LAN. They showed what they can do on LAN. We know Na'Vi are good on LAN. But going now back to the online environment, do you think we're going to still see a similar enough Na'Vi that they can dominate this group? Or do you think they're going to have some struggles yet again?
I think they should dominate this group. Maybe dropping one, I guess, potentially they could lose one to Big. I don't think they're so inconsistent online that they used to be. I think towards the end of towards the middle portion of this year, it felt like they kind of settled things down a little bit, especially heading into that CIS RMR. But I'm not sure there's enough teams to present a challenge to them online to where we'd see that kind of an inconsistency. And you have to mention as well, the only thing you need to know about Na'Vi, because we know everything about these players from previous tournaments, the only thing you need to keep your mind wrapped around is if they win ESL Pro League, they win the Intel Grand Slam.
Sure.
So So if you ever needed any kind of a motivation to treat an online tournament like it's an on-LAN event, like it's a stadium event, it's that. It's the gold bars, it's the cash money, it's the prestige of winning the 3rd Grand Slam. They have the ability to do it right here, right now, and that has to be the focal point for the team and the focal point for all those players.
Makes me think about this Na'Vi era that you've been kind of talking about, right? What a perfect way to start things off with Cologne, into winning the Grand Slam, into a major as well later on in the year. Like, this could be the start of an era for them.
They have a long way to go before we can really call it an era. It's just, it's funny because Na'Vi, whenever they have found any success, because ever since they've had Simple on the roster, because he's the best player, everyone's ready to anoint like just one victory as the era. And then it always
they're back. It's their time.
Collapses the next event. It's gone. It just gets wiped out of memory. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see how long they can carry this success up. I think if they really want to establish an era, I think for me it'd be really hard to say this team has an era during an online portion of Counter-Strike. I think we need to get returning to LAN events, returning to tournaments, returning to stadium events before we can really start anointing them as a new era. I
feel like all the teams are going to be struggling, or not struggling, more fighting, like a rat race of who can be the first one to create that era when we do fully get back to that LAN phase. In the meantime, right now, we are waiting for a team or two to get into the server. So in the meantime, we're going to head to a short little break with a lovely pro tip yet again from my favorite observer we got, Rushley. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Hey Future Pros, over on Overpass today, to show y'all a smoke I saw Furia throw to help get out of the monster position on B. To throw the smoke, get your back against the ladder. Aim where the line meets the base of the arrow. Then walk forward and jump throw the smoke once you get to the middle line of the A. Then optionally, you can throw some deep flashes over monster as shown. This smoke makes pushing at a monster a bit less scary as you can play around it and get a bit of a one-way to clear out a lot of close angles. You can also boost over it if you're feeling extra spicy. Good luck and Rash B.
Definitely feeling a little bit of extra spicy to get things going for today. And as we're about to head into the match, I quickly want to, I guess, check in with Hugo and Harry, who just randomly appeared on the screen, but I love to have them here. Maybe we're not going to check in. Maybe it's just a little bit of a tease.
Picking their nose, hanging out, having a good time.
To be fair, it could have been way worse. It could have been doing way worse things on camera. If you don't know, don't worry. You don't want to
know what happens to those caster desks.
Just going to leave it there. Yeah, it's very true. Let people think about it. What about the rest of the group here while we have a quick second? I think we're almost ready to get things underway. We obviously have Big, like we mentioned before, got a 1-0 with Gade coming into the team speaking German, which is so odd to me. FaZe Clan as well, meeting up against Mouse Sports. I can't wait to see like the reunion of Kerrigan versus X Team as well after this match.
Yeah, I'm not even really focused on the matchup that FaZe will have. That'll be cool later on today, but certainly I think what's more is the difference between, you talk about Na'Vi online versus on LAN, FaZe online versus on LAN is completely different as well. I have Big and Na'Vi as the two teams I expect to go out of this group, and FaZe and Mouse Sports fighting for that 3rd slot.
Okay, well you can hear the music and know exactly what that means. The match is about to kick off here with our second of the day. Na'Vi taking on Fnatic. We're going to find out if Na'Vi can keep that magic going here while we get into back the online phase for them. We'll kick things off on Overpass with the two gentlemen you saw for a split second on your screens. It's Harry and it's Hugo.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah,
Jacob.
that was a big surprise for everyone involved. It was pretty cool.
You know we're here. And yeah, some British boys joined by more British boys. And it couldn't be a better time, Harry, to be British. We've got the full Fnatic roster in the server. And so many questions on Na'Vi, post-break, post-victory. Right, G2 may have hit that Cologne final, but they bombed here in Pro League. And now Na'Vi can't afford to do the same in this online series. Fnatic not looking favored on the odds, but like Jason said, like we don't know what to expect from this team. Perfecto has just torn them a new one. Well, not the best debut for Fnatic, but there's still time. Oh dear.
Are they about to get aced as their first round? Come on now, Perfecto, don't do this to him. Don't do him like this.
Electronic's got a flash.
Oh, he's dinked. Na'Vi, come on. Figure out a way to get Perfecto this kill. Hatch a plan. Just Chiquinho left.
Soften him up.
Yeah. Soften him. Soften the blow. Make it easy for Perfecto.
Oh no, Simple's charging in at the front, and Electronic's going to steal it away. It's not quite getting aced as your first round, but still, you know, 4 from Perfecto lays it to rest pretty convincingly there to open up.
No one's complaining after that one. No one except Fnatic, right? That's not the round they wanted to begin Pro League with, but it's not how you start, Harry. It's how you go on. It's how you finish. No one remembers the first round, but they'll certainly remember the last. Let's see if Fnatic can bounce back with a force buy. They don't like that, right? They didn't even get to run their execute or do what they wanted on that pistol round, so they're going to give it another go. Tech9's out. No Deagles, so speed is expected. Fnatic and the Tech9, this is, you know, side by side expected. Fast out short, mollies are down. Fnatic moving in with a flashbang. Electronics up close though, and he makes that quick contact. Brolin gone, and he gets out alive, dodges the flash on the retreat as well. And Na'Vi tried to jump out. Crims takes one with him. Mezzi another entry, but the flank is in from Combit on the big wrap, and he's got a double on his plate, chowing down to find a second for Na'Vi. And man, I mean, we've had no time to warm in, Harry, but there's so many things we want to talk about. There's so many cool things about this series, and it's already starting off exciting.
Yeah, you know, I mean, this Fnatic squad, I think the desk also did a good job of like highlighting how there is just a crazy amount to discuss with this, right? And like in that same vein, you also don't really know where to measure your expectations at all, right?
From either side.
For Na'Vi, it's going to be interesting to see, right? Because we got them back online, and oh man, it looked like 2020 never even ended, mate, or like
2019.
2019 never even ended.
2020, never heard of it, mate. Did not happen.
Yeah, man, you get them back in Cologne. They make another, you know, Katowice-esque run. Oh, it was looking so good. And now the question is, you know, how is it going to hold up online for this team post-player break?
Oh, one of the hot prospects of the UK, Mezzi, gets a couple of kills off the P250, taking down Simple, got to feel good. And now Fnatic buying in full.
Yeah, I saw Alex call Mezzi an IGL dream, if I'm not mistaken, right? He said he's like the glue that helps hold everything together.
He said he doesn't know what he's going to be good at because he's good at everything. And hell, there are worse problems to have. That's like a job interview. What's your biggest flaw? Oh, I'm a perfectionist. I'm too good. What's your biggest flaw?
Oh, I'm like so good at everything that I don't find things challenging.
Well, this is certainly a challenge up against Simple and Friends. He's got the AWP in the first gun round. Fnatic, they love this water area. They've taken it yet again. Met with nades of Na'Vi. The door going off gives Simple an avenue to respond. They smoke him. They haven't cleared Con. They don't know what lurks inside, and they won't like it if they find. Brolin's lining up nades towards Monster, but no one will get hit by these. Safe positions for Na'Vi. It's worth a shot for Fnatic. I wonder if Boomich will spam as he hears these nades go out. The Molly's good timing. It's going to mean Fnatic need to move, and they will, into B.
Oh, Alex with the opener. Brolin trying to find more, and he gets away with a double. Now, there is still this Conrad coming in from Simple and Bit. A 2-on-3, and they're going to try and assemble this boost quickly, hoping that this tips the scales in the retake. If nothing comes in, might just be a save out of Na'Vi. Nothing given over. Now they hear Simple drop. They know that boost was just assembled, and Fnatic, by not over-peaking here, by not getting caught by that boost, they have secured the safety of this round. They're going to get there first when the guns come out. Great entries there from Brolin, right? It was very, very important that he trades Alex, and then he goes on to really, you know, lock down that B-bomb site.
Yeah, it's cool because, you know, obviously there's a lot of big names on this Fnatic team, but I think the one thing they have alongside firepower is so much entry potential. So many of these players have proven to be able to fit in that role in the past and, you know, provide the opener. So I'm excited to see where the roles lie for Fnatic. When we saw that interview from Alex with HLTV, great interview, recommend you read it. He talked about how, you know, they're trying to find this mix of tactical style that he likes to bring to his teams, and then combine that with the fact that, you know, Fnatic have always been very loose, like the Swedes and Fnatic have always been very loose, and trying to find a balance there to hit their peak, hit their stride.
I think it's even exciting when you look at this squad, you know, for any Swedes who love the old Fnatic organization, it's important to remember the talar engelska nu, you know? They're speaking English now.
We like that. Yeah. Quick pick for Simple. They charge in. That's a nice trade for Brolin. He looks away, and Boomich grabs the frag as Perfecto pushes in. Alex knows, and he does deal with him, but so does Simple. Responding from Heaven, leaving just Chiquinho. He'd love it all, but he can't take Simple's out of his hands. 3 kills for Simple. The opener and the closer for that man. And no better man for the job. Talking of AWPs, I know we always reroute back to Fnatic. It's mainly because they are the question mark.
Yeah, just because there's so much. Yeah, man.
Yeah, we know
this is
Na'Vi
everyone's
the best.
first time looking at them.
Nothing new there. But,
you know what to expect out of Na'Vi.
I think there are big questions on that AWP and Fnatic, right? Like, you know, I don't want to start doom and gloom, so I won't. So Chiquinho, you know, he's been on this team a while. We've really not seen his AWPing. Sometimes second, even then, not really that much. So I can't wait to see, you know, if he can be that AWP that he's been touted to be on the primary role. Because it's been a while since his former teams where he was running that AWP, and Fnatic have a lot of faith in him. Simple, meanwhile...
Oh, no!
That's an AWP.
The stars align for Simple. Mate, the game just runs different for this guy.
Yeah.
I don't know what it is. Whenever he's playing it, it looks like a Call of Duty single-player campaign with how things happen, mate.
It's on rails.
Yeah. And now Bit waiting here in Con. I think Bit's been such a great addition, man. Yeah. Look at this, he's holding down the connector, and he plays it smart. He gets away with one, and he knows just his presence is enough to cause problems. He doesn't want to give away this con control, open up a potential route down to that B-bomb site. You know, that would let Fnatic complicate things. Instead, he's just holding this real estate, not giving it away. And it's leaving Fnatic with very little to do. The way I'm looking at this, they kind of have no choice but to try and deal with this con player.
Yeah.
They're also getting wrapped by Electronic through B, because Na'Vi have got the info as to where both of these players are, and so they are taking real estate all across the board. This should be undoable for Fnatic now.
Yeah, they've got loads of nades, and they are still holding on for these flanks, but just missing timings right now. They were hoping they could force Bits rotate up Con by peeking the A site with Bomb, but it didn't work, and now Simple posted and ready for Mezzi. Chiquinho dead to Bit on the flank. The Bomb's lost. I mean, it was already an impossible round, and now it gets harder. Electronic with a flank, and 5 alive for Fnatic, or for Na'Vi. The names elude me. Boomich may get tagged up on A, but he dodges death, and Simple starts strong. Oh, mama. Fnatic. Little eco before things get back to normal. They try the Tech 9s. Now let's see what their Deagles can do.
Oh, I like the molly mid. If they didn't extinguish it, you know Bit's taking that real estate, right? At the very, very least, it's still info gained for Na'Vi. They know that there's players out here in middle on the back of extinguishing that Molotov. So it's helped give them a bit of a better idea as to how this is looking. You'll look that, you know, while they give with one hand, they let you take this park and party area, they will take with the other. Electronic has pushed up to short water. And this is such a key area of the map to hold on to. It's going to allow for one of these 3 players at B to be a little more loose, rotate between either site. And that's kind of, you know, where we see Boomich right now. He's going to be that guy over in Heaven for the time being. But I imagine, you know, if contact is made over here at A, we see him move up right away.
Yeah, Simple sets Bit up in toilets, and now we've got a smoke down. Simple holding short side gives Bit just that smoke to worry about, and so he will. Walking through is Brolin, and Bit chews him up. Many more to be found, though. Fnatic might want to slow down. They don't want to walk a smoke again. Didn't work the first time. Why not the AWP? Let's try that. No, dead is Bit as well, as Mezzi does find his opening Deeg shot. And 3 on 4 for Fnatic. They grab a gun, but what can they really do with it? One flash for Alex to try and get them in. He's going to lob it over. Now Mezzi making a move, forget the rifle, he wants D shots, and he's got Simple fully flashed, now upgraded, and looking for these 2 players on the bomb site. Perfecto tucked in, Mezzi can't clear him, but he tries, and Perfecto doubles up. NT for Fnatic. One more bullet landing, and suddenly, that's a scary round, but instead it's Na'Vi dealing with the eco as they should. And now we get to see the AWP Chiquinho in full force.
God, I feel kind of relieved, right? After we saw, you know, G2 also have a good run back in Cologne on land, and they come back post-player break, and you know, I don't want to mince words here. They really do shit the bed in their group, right? 0-5. I was a little worried that we could see Na'Vi have a slow start post-player break online.
Been known to do that.
Yeah, but right now I think we're getting a very good game out of them. Simple is just looking unhinged, as he so often does. Then you've got this really nice supporting cast of players around him. It looks unreal. When you look at this squad and you go, mate, Simple actually has help for a change. Like, oh.
Yeah.
I'll be damned.
This Rifle and Buddy and Electronic got wall banged out by Mezzi, who has just been finding opening kills left and right. Perfecto looking to close out the B play. How does that hit for Simple? He will finally get hounded down, but I'm not worried yet. Brolin 1v2. Quick shot up heaven. Can't connect, and Boomich keeps the round in Na'Vi's hands. 7-1. And right now, it's a bit of a beating. Fnatic, they may be finding close rounds. They may be getting into these 3v3s, but Na'Vi are closing every single buy. And like you said, unhinged is Simple is no surprise. 12-3. No one rivaling that for Fnatic, not yet. The two Swedes two of the three Swedes pretty silent. But it is cool to have this UK-Swedish mix. Obviously, Fnatic a UK org, going back to their roots here. It's been a while, but we all enjoy it.
Yeah, they've even got that cool little London-based HQ.
Yeah.
We've been there.
Yeah, saw the Cologne trophy there. Yoink. Bit of a techie. Before we get back into things, called out by Na'Vi.
Well, you know, if you want to talk about something as well, you know, go on ride in that international thought train with this Fnatic squad. When we had Golden back at CS Summit, he was talking about how, you know, one thing that Sweden wasn't very good at was like kind of teeing up the up-and-comers, right? To replace the big names once they stepped away. And in a way, you know, maybe this Fnatic squad is almost like an admission of that, right? Like, you do have these young players in Brolin and Jaquinho. To call Brolin like inexperienced is just a lie. This guy's got loads now, but like, you know what I mean? He's still pretty young. Jaquinho on that grind as well. Crims is like the real OG in the squad.
Yeah, what's super exciting to jump off that point as well is while I definitely see that's true, and maybe that's part of the reason why Fnatic wanted to go international and look elsewhere. But on top of that, we do see people like Brolin, like Golden rather, and even Samuelson and other pieces of Fnatic training up this Fnatic Academy team, this Fnatic Rising roster, which does include two Swedes in there as well. One of which, Pepsor, who was originally on the 6th man roster for Fnatic. Now it's Regali. Who, if you did catch the Academy League, you know, this guy's a beast. This guy's an AWP player, Romanian player, and I rep Jaquinho. I want to see what he can do this season.
But I also really rep Regali. It's a hard one.
In the back of your mind, you're thinking, if Jaquinho doesn't perform, with Regali now swapped onto that 6th man spot, that's scary, right? So, you know, he's definitely you know, one of those up-and-comers, one of those inexperienced, 18, 19 years old. And yeah, maybe that's some flame below you if you're Fnatic or if you're Jaquinho in this position.
One of like the wildest, you know, if while we're on like the topic of these like academy players, right, is looking at Na'Vi. Obviously, like the academy player is Monacy, right? And it feels like he's in like a really weird spot because obviously he's this star AWP player and he's incredible at what he does.
Na'Vi don't need one of those.
But the only issue, right, with Na'Vi, you can see where I'm going with this. You can see this train of thought. The one thing they don't need is a star AWP player.
So you don't want to ask Simple to put down the AWP. Not again. Not after last time. So yeah, here we go. Pause relieved and buy-in for Fnatic. They've put an AK in the hands of Mezzi. Surrounded by pistols. Alex is going to flash them party. Try and clear out an aggressive player. There's no one here. Bit is roaming around long, and Simple, who started with a 4-man B stack, has moved up CT as well. With toilet smoke coming down, Bit's calling for support, and Electronic will also be drawn in. Fnatic walk this smoke. Bit doesn't know. No one does. Simple does. Quick pick yet again. Opening onto Alex. And these are going to be hard shots to hit for Fnatic up against this AWP. They've got Deagles to do it. Let's see if anyone can find him. He hit that.
Oh, Brolin's up in their face. This Deagle, oh, needed the second now. Electronic will get stifled by Crims. And that's given room to Fnatic. However, Bit is prepared to take it all away. He's even got a man alongside him. Him and Boomich pushed up through these toilets, coming in on a fast flank. Sure, Boomich is toppled, but low HP on both these players now for Fnatic, and they need to find this CT player. They've got to try and deal With this rotation, nowhere is safe to plant in this site while both toilets and CT are occupied. A swing on either side would not be hard-pressed to deny that bomb plant. So it's a waiting game right now. And I can assure you, Fnatic, you are not going to get given these peaks that you're waiting for. They have to go looking for them. And that's only dug the hole deeper. Mezzi tapping the bomb. Hasn't baited a peek out of Perfecto. He's done it again to try and force the peek. And this time, he's sandwiched as they both push up on either side. This is a very well-drilled looking Na'Vi.
Na'Vi could not have played that better. They really couldn't. Even at the end, right? Perfecto doesn't fall for the fake, firstly, but then as he goes for the second tap, Bit is the one running, and Perfecto's playing second. Bit's got the cover of the boxes. As soon as, you know, he hears Bit running, that's when Perfecto peeks out. So, yeah, just manipulating with the minds of Fnatic. Good round out of Na'Vi. You know, again, Deagles, they get close. There's been a lot of close rounds here, a lot of 2v2s, 3v3s, but at the end of the day, it's all coming up yellow.
Mate, the beautiful thing about this Na'Vi squad, and in comparison to Na'Vi squads of old, is like whenever Na'Vi of old have ever made a run, you go, yeah, that was good. I hope they can keep it up, because realistically, like, maybe it gets worse from here. Whereas with this Na'Vi, because you have so many fresh faces, I feel like they're on a path where it can only get better in a way, right? Like, you hope that Bit only grows as a player. You hope that Perfecto only grows as a player. I mean, even if you compare when Perfecto first joined this team to where he's at now, he feels so much more established, right? He's like one of the core pillars of this squad. And he's proven time and time again to be like a great crunch time player.
Yeah, and you know, bringing in someone like Bit, I mean, we've been talking about academy teams and up and coming players, younger guys, and I mean, this year and the last 12 months for CIS has been no surprise in that, right? Seeing teams like VP, Spirit, Gambit, all these guys rise up in form and hit those top 10 spots, while Bit deserves to be there along with the rest of them. Oh, gone now, though, through the smoke. Fnatic keep going through that. Crims has been in connector all around, and Boomich has not been giving him the time of day. You want short, you got to take it from me. Simple takes Alex, and a 4-on-3 for Na'Vi. Close smoke lets Fnatic move up without the threat of the AWP, but they don't want it. It's all a bit of a bait, and it's worked well. 3 on A. Boomich has to stop this play. He's got to get something done here, and there's one. Lovely work. Still up on Na'Vi as Fnatic charge into B.
Oh, it's been tapered off with that flash, though, and so many rotates have come in that Mezzi knows he can't win this round. As sad as it is to admit defeat, it's really the only option they leave him with. He sees, you know, or his teammate, I guess, sees not one, but 3 players there on the push.
Yeah, and also because Fnatic are running that rotate, Boomich is hearing it the entire time. So even though he only gets 1 kill, that doesn't feel like a lot with 3 on A, but because he's cooling, yeah, they're coming down connector. Perfecto's already so deep in position. So Na'Vi were never going to give away that bomb plant. Fresh fade for Boomich. Looking good, my man.
He is looking good, isn't he, man? Yeah. Oh, Boomich is such a stylish guy.
Double molly almost every round as well for Na'Vi in these mid takes. Fnatic, you'll expel a smoke just to get some semblance of mid control, but you're never going to use 2. Unless you're really doing something fast, it's just going to limit your util. And in this round, Fnatic do not have a lot to play with.
Yeah, I love that that's what so much of this Na'Vi CT side is almost based around, is like slowing this mid-take and therefore kind of giving yourself a bit more room elsewhere to pressure, right? Yeah. Whether that be with these double setups over in mid or with Electronic taking short water all across the board, Na'Vi are looking to get aggressive. And it's a beautiful sight because famously, Hugo, Na'Vi were not like this super aggressive in-your-face team there. You would have had guys like Simple taking some aggression, you know, going through the motions with the orb. But a CT side that's this oppressive, not something I'm incredibly used to seeing out of them. It's a beautiful sight. Look at this, Electronic has him trapped at the nightclub, mate. But Alex is friends with the bouncer, and he gets him sent away. Jaquinho nails a shot onto Bit as well. And so finally, this aggressive, oppressive stance that Na'Vi have taken is being used against them. It's taken a lot of time for Fnatic to be in this position, and it's still not a guarantee yet. But with 3 players stacked up for Na'Vi on this B site, if Fnatic go away, the round is theirs.
Yeah, Na'Vi should be realizing now they've just peeked deep in Monster. They've seen nothing. Boomich is going to start to hit steps as Fnatic throw in util. They're surprisingly, you know, welcomed into this A site, and Fnatic have been given nothing, as you were just saying. So They hesitate, but they will get that plant in. Grenades land, but not enough to do damage, and Na'Vi might have to save. And that comes back to these close rounds, right? The damage Fnatic have been doing. Na'Vi make a gamble, it's not the right one, and they get kept down on B. Yeah, nice aggressive round, though. Right, Electronic, that's just a bit weird. He fires off by accident. Maybe he thinks he sees someone. Maybe it's a misclick. And at that point, they know he's pushed in through. And you could see him, like, jiggling. And the reason he got caught there is because while he's trying to safe jiggle barrels and check spawn, he also knows there could be a player on the nightclub, right? And so he doesn't want to not go wide enough and then get walked up on. That forces him into this weird limbo of, okay, I've got to peek, but I've got to also get lucky. And he doesn't get lucky. Alex hits the headshot. And Fnatic regroup on that A site. Nice try for Na'Vi. But yeah, they were hitting 2 bomb sites at the same time on this CT side, right? The flash here for Bit with that aggressive play was timed with Electronic making this jiggle. So yeah, trying to do everything they can. And fair enough, Na'Vi have been able to do whatever they want in the CT side. Finally punished. Let's see how things change.
But you know, that's almost, that round there is like the psychology of like the idea behind growing up, right? Yeah. You're constantly pushing the limits and seeing actually what you're allowed to get away with. That's what Na'Vi are doing there.
Ooh.
A B-rush for Fnatic. Is this going to go well? Perfecto is blinded. He's not able to take that peek that he wanted to, and Electronic needs to help him out here. The Famas will get one. Oh, make it a double. 180s apiece for Electronic. And he even damage dealt to Jaquinho. A 3-on-2, this B-rush. It slows to a crawl now as we get into the minutiae of clearing these sight angles. Boomich is playing an aggressive line. Flash to try and set up this short peek as well. Na'Vi are really trying to make you uncomfortable, Fnatic. Are you going to let them? Crims ain't. He takes the head off of Boomich. And that's a lot of pressure alleviated now.
Yeah, the inertia of just waiting, no one wanting to give these kills over. Crims will have to go and steal them. Jaquinho leaves the angle as Simple dons it. Flick needed, and Simple almost hits it, man. Terrified. Simple has that cross on lock. Crims can jump up and plant sandbags. He's got the short cover, but he doesn't know. Bit's tucked in behind the sandbags. He won't go until it's too late. Crims backstabbed, thought he was covered, and Jaquinho didn't have that realization. And now he's locked in into a fight that Bit won't give away. Simple's waiting. He'll eventually have to move, maybe drop in. That's when Bit will activate. Unless Jaquinho comes to them.
Yeah, this is such a mind game of a round. Jaquinho wants to keep Bit trapped here, but the whole time he's paranoid that Simple is getting closer, and that's because Simple's getting closer. Here he is, over in the water. Jaquinho first shot misses. It's all getting a bit wild around the smoke. Simple on the receiving end. Bit will trade it, but the round is still Fnatic's. Jaquinho winning a 1v2.
My goodness.
And Na'Vi, you know, it's a bit of a shame. I think they're hoping that Jaquinho kind of outbrains himself, that the panic gets to him and he gives away a fight that he shouldn't. But Jaquinho's got steely nerves, mate. He just keeps himself scoped up on Bit's angle at short for so long. And ultimately, you know, he kind of gives like Na'Vi enough rope to hang themselves, as it were, right?
That smoke gives him a lot of room as well, even though it's not intended to. He's just able to dance around it and only fight on one side of the pillar. Na'Vi, a lost round. A couple in a row now. They've still got a bit of money, but this, I mean, losing this gives Fnatic a way in, right? It gives them the chance for 9-6 half. Simple. How does he hit these shots? I don't know. Tagging Crims on the cross to long, and you've got a lot of information if you're Na'Vi. You know, Fnatic are heavy A out of the gate. Is that going to cause a rotate? Not for now. Electronic has taken water, and at a certain point, Boomich just needs to move. Yeah, there he goes, back up A, leaving Perfecto to hold alone at B. Simple re-aggressing into Jaquinho's orb, but he won't go too far. Oh, nice duck shot. Jaquinho grabs it. Bit catches Alex going through the smoke, and as we've said, that's been a consistent factor of this T side for Fnatic. Bit's catching on. 4-on-4. Fnatic deep up long, and that's a good Molotov for Boomich. They were ready to go through, and now they've got to wait. Giving time for rotates. Fnatic are still going to pummel in this A site.
Yeah, it's bought you a bit of time. Oh, Bit can't find a thing. Boomich cleared as well. Brolin, once again, fast and loose with the entries, and Jaquinho closes the round. The man to open it is the one to put another on the board for Fnatic, and they're well on their way to recovering this half.
Chiquinho's looking good.
Yeah, he's started to come alive since bringing the AWP out.
Kill Simple there, that's a very hard kill, considering not only Simple's just waiting on the angle, but he's been having a great day today, rolling with the entries, rounds after rounds. I'm liking what I'm getting out of Fnatic. Na'Vi may start strong, but Fnatic won't give up or go down without a fight. Now, that 9-6 half that we're talking about, it's predicated on the back of one rifle round for Na'Vi. That's the question. For now, I'm not expecting the eco win. Some normalcy to return here, I hope. Electronic going through, though.
Mate, he does this every round. It's kind of spooky.
And Mezzi's selling the fake, but he's used all his grenades towards B. He's thinking, yeah, mate, they're faked out hard. They're scared B.
Yeah,
nope.
they don't know.
They know everything. So now we can see Na'Vi pad this A bomb site. It's still pistols, again, but these can always get out of control.
Yeah, now you have to see if you're... just big fish in a little pond as you move into Shrimple's waters over here in Con. He's ready to dig you down.
Yeah, man, when Simple sees food, he eats it. But he's not been given much of an opportunity. Molotov on the side, nice trade for Perfecto's Deagle. 1 of 3 in the round, and Bits P250 has found an AK.
Oh, another toilet player though. He's not ready for the trade out of Mezzi. This could still get weird. Simple's rotating up through CT. Electronic is 50 kilometers away, mate. Like, he's a long way from playing in just yet, especially as he takes the long flank. Called that because of the position, but also because of the time it's going to take. Now, Mezzi's going to hear this run up, and Electronic never even gets to play into the round.
Yeah, Mezzi looking versatile still, and Simple not going to get given away back in here. Truck plant, Fnatic just get to hang on. And Simple, yeah, saving some armor, saving some face here, as Na'Vi will just be looking for that final round buy, get whatever they can with it. Fnatic, a very worrying start to this series, right? With them almost getting aced in the pistol, them going 9-1 down. Well, they've now found some form here in the last 4, and Na'Vi have to piece together this buy. It could have an AWP. Bit, if he buys body armor and drops the AWP, Simple will be wielding that. Means Bit doesn't have a utility, but he has just been sitting in toilets a lot of the time. A smoke would be nice. Maybe Simple can do that for him, but it's not like Bit needs the util. He's been getting flashed into a lot of aggressive angles as well. All right, Fnatic heading into the last round of the half, and this means everything to them.
Oh, Simple up here on the boost. Chiquinho.
Oh, he saw him.
Oh, it's awkward.
Didn't shoot.
No one gonna win that. Mezzi's up short, and the nade timed with Electronic spray. That looked crazy calculated. Chiquinho's repelled out as short, and so this real estate that Fnatic had just moments ago has been taken away.
Yeah, back to the drawing board.
I think this round's really going to come down to, how much a guy like Brolin can get away with. He's been great at getting these openers, and with him and Mezzi both out of the round, I think you're in a bit of a rough spot now.
Yeah, that's the power duo that's been getting so many of these picks, right? Chiquinho, maybe a big AWP round from him needed. Meanwhile, Na'Vi have 2 tagged up players. Electronic's got the AWP, a rare case, but he is only on 20, and Simple's more than notable with a rifle. Got flashes to get you out B here. And Na'Vi, they're not going to be making any aggro moves in this round now. They just re-smoke Monster. They delay the clock by another 15. They still have 3 on A, leaning heavily on that top side, where many of these rounds have ended up for Fnatic. Really, all the 1 rounds for Fnatic have been on A, the majority of. Perfecto, spamming smokes. They've got to be careful. Molotov ready as well. More and more of the clock getting burned, as well as the opportunities for Fnatic. And here come these Swedes and Brits as they sneak through the tunnel.
Oh, Electronic on that AWP says farewell to Alex, and Chiquinho, much the same fate. Electronic gonna close it with a little double, and so Na'Vi get that 10-5 half after all. Fnatic, though, they have stumbled back to their feet. Can they pick it up on the CT side? Let's find out in just a moment.
now that we have signed Alex, Messi, and Keita, the communication has been pretty good, I would say. I thought it would be really strange and weird and hard to like talk English all the time, but the transition has been really good actually. I'm really impressed by myself, to be honest. Like to be in like under pressure situations, could like call out fast English words, even though like I'm always used to talking Swedish, but it's been fairly good.
So changing strats between like LANs or online, we understand like a lot of teams will watch our last demos because we have a lot of official matches, and of course you should change something new and like surprise. And of course, if you're talking about the LAN, it's really important to do some individual moves if you're a really experienced player, because like not all players are really experienced, and some new young guys, new young stars, and maybe they feel some pressure and didn't do some risking moves like they can do in online.
In a quiet town, bodies fall upon sacred ground. Burning flag and a king is crowned. Coming to get you. I'm coming.
It's exciting, isn't it, Hugo? The debut of this Fnatic squad and a Na'Vi that are looking fired up. Ooh, right in the height of a big win all the way back in Cologne. Now, that was the return to LAN. Here online, we did have questions about how Na'Vi would look, but at least from this first half, it feels like they're standing up pretty well.
Yeah, I think we got good things off both sides right now to you know, look at coming into the second half, and now we've just got to see Na'Vi's typical slow T-side rounds and whether that's been changed over the player break. What more is there to see? Simple posted on B. Often see this guy with a P250 in these opening rounds, but Boomich has just brought nades with the electronic, and we've got Glocks all out and about. Double nade for Fnatic. Maybe you're looking to deny a bomb plant on either bomb site. They're actually playing very safe towards B as well, even though these nades are up on top. Alex is starting to move down. You don't know, yeah, both the nade players are just running in tandem together, knowing that wherever it is, as long as we're together, we can dunk this plant. Na'Vi are trying to fake them out on that top site, though.
I love the double nade play. This is like real old school Fnatic. This is what they used to do when Golden was in the team. So, you know, you talk about how Alex is trying to accommodate. You don't get more accommodating than running their old classic pistol strat. We need these nades to come over now, boys. Come on. They're a little late. They're a little late, but it's fine. The kill still locked in as Electronic was trapped in the bomb site. Now the retake is well and truly afoot.
Flashed in, you're just trying to take fights. Everyone's here, though, and no one's getting opening shots for Na'Vi. It's left Boomich on his laurels, 1v4, and he's deleted by Mezzi. Fnatic with a stylish retake in that 5-on-3. The boost up on top to start, the nades to follow up, and everything goes well for Fnatic. I like the retake setup. We see teams like Gambit do that as well in gun rounds sometimes, so that's, yeah, that's lovely stuff. But yeah, I mean, it was always like...
it always used to be Golden Flusher
on
together.
B, Infernos,
Yeah.
like retaking B, playing Coffins and CT, nading Coffins.
So many pistol rounds out of that Golden Love Fnatic squad featured the double nade onto bomb plant.
Hey, we got Keita on the cam as well. Old Cole coach, if you know him.
Yep.
Lovely guy.
Big pickup for this this squad.
Yes, absolutely. Another British boy. We still have, you know, Alex talked about in that interview I was mentioning that how Samuelson is still there. You know, he's outside of the bubble, so he can give a different perspective. And, you know, Fnatic have a lot of support in that sense from the start, from the org.
Yeah, it's kind of cool. They've like completely restructured the whole thing. You know, like Samuelson is like a much more top-down approach to both teams now, like the Fnatic Academy and the main Fnatic squad, from what I can tell.
Yeah.
And then you've got Keita as like this very hands-on coach to the main team.
Yeah, and one of the credits of Keita as well, the blame often gave him in Cole was, oh, this guy like does so much work. We always go through demos. You know, these guys had like the most ESEA refrag demos on the website, you know, trawled through. And so in terms of preparing for a team like Na'Vi, well, those are great things to have in your repertoire. Fnatic with a pistol, looking for a comeback, but Na'Vi want to flip the script immediately. They've read the screenplay. And Simple, looking to play dirty, moving up with this AK, surrounded by armorless Deegs on the most part. Boomich was the one to drop this over. Oh, only Simple hits those. Any more? Yes.
Oh, it's a thing of beauty. This AK good for the openers. Just Brolin left to get past Simple and Boomich. They come together to find that kill. And now Crims and Alex are throwing into this retake. This AK on Simple at 12 points of health. And look at the position he's playing, bro. Like,
Turret, man.
He's just like crashed in the middle of this site. Oh, Simple. Another. Just Crims left to beat. 12 points of health. Crims will bring Simple to his knees, and he's still in with a chance of winning this round.
Bomb's bad.
Electronic will catch it on the swing, but yeah, I agree, Hugo. That could have got out of hand with the truck plant. It's always a little bit scary.
Yeah, it was wider as well, so you wouldn't have to like fully commit. When you see people plant like mid-truck, that's when the situation gets dangerous. It's not for bank, it's not for long, it's not for short, but it's wider. However, Electronic knew he had to peek before Crims gets on that bomb. There was a kit nearby as well.
Electronic was also the guy to plant the bomb, which definitely helps, you know, like, because he knows where he put it.
Great round out of Simple, though. 1 AK, and Na'Vi were planning for failure as well. They had 4 guys with nothing. So they were saving. They would be buying up here even if they lost that round, but that's a perfect way to flip it on its head in this second half, putting Fnatic on Deagles. We often say this, and it holds true with how the money is in Counter-Strike right now. Winning that second round after losing Pistol is, in essence, better than winning Pistol. It digs your opponents a very deep, economical hole without that extra loss bonus at the start of the half. Fnatic, $1,400, and they've spent it wisely.
Oh, Electronics being flashed to the 9s. That AK can get thrown over onto someone like, you know, Crims or Brolin, someone with some HP behind this armor. So Crims is going to be the guy to get it. A triple rotate fast up towards A. Jaquinho tries to cross with the flashes. Brolin's at least traded that kill out. Not comfy yet for Na'Vi by any stretch of the imagination. I think once again we're going to have to eye up Simple, see what he can get away with around this smoke. Brolin Deegs him out of the round. And so Boomich has made the call. We're getting out of A. I don't like what we've just seen. They're going to try and move down Con, but Alex is here ahead of time. Very low on HP. Nadon Perfecto hasn't gone out, and they haven't even accounted for this pillar position. Alex, they're right here. And he's dropped the bomb. 20 seconds now for Boomich. Not enough time, not enough chances. I love that from Alex. Like, you're not going to win that on an aim duel. You're not going to win that swinging out with the Deeg at 15 points of health. He goes, no, I'm going to use the element of surprise, baby.
It was very risky, mate. It was 10 health. I thought he would stay at the headshot angle, right, knowing you also can't cross in that deep, but he hit the perfect timing to pillar and the last place they expected. I mean, Boomich is going deep as well. That round was pretty screwed. Even if Perfecto gets the plant or kills Alex, Boomich, the bomb's not for him. So, yeah, there were ways for that to go wrong anyway for Na'Vi, and Fnatic win a deco. So Forced by Wars are on. They really should not have won that, far more than how Na'Vi shouldn't have won their second, but that's how these games start, or rather these halves. Natus, Vincia, now with their one gun again.
I mean, I think already you should be pretty impressed with how Fnatic are remaining, you know, so competitive in this, especially with that, what, I think it was 7-1 scoreline touted by Na'Vi at one point in time. $8-1, rather. So not even giving them enough credit. Brolin waiting in the toilets, Boomich and Bit. Oh, no, Brolin. Oh, no.
Glocked.
Yeah, that's a little bit brutal. It's not the Glock to get the kill, but he does do the bulk of the damage. Now, Boomich, give that AK over. Good boy.
Yeah, not armored, right? So he again drops simple. Like, you know, I just to draw back parallels to the whole Zeus thing when we had that time where it was like, you know, you'd see Zeus with an AK over simple and the logic of, oh, Simple can do more with a Deagle and I can do less with an AK, and that weird justification. Boomich, that's not the argument, I know. But, Boomich never does that, and I like that. You know, always setting simple up for success. And we see that second round. He did it with it, and now they look to do it again.
Boomich is just a sweetheart. He's like, yeah, simple is the best, so of course I give him the AK.
Simping for simple, I can barely blame you. Flicks left and right, Messi good night. Simple's in the site, and Alex has to stop them. He can't. Oh my goodness, Simple, give us a break. He's even going back for the flank, but the bomb's not covered. Crims doubles up. 4 seconds, he's won the round. Oh my goodness. Crims with a 1-on-3 out of absolutely nowhere. Na'Vi could not cover, or did not rather. And Fnatic, by the skin of their teeth.
That's kind of now both of these attempted bomb plants where Na'Vi are almost getting ahead of themselves somewhat, right? The player in the site with Boomich, I think it was Simple.
Yeah, he got lined up, mate. He turned around instantly.
Very awkward.
Look at that lineup.
Yeah.
He, you know, he just gets hit as Crims is trying to kill the bomb planter. Simple accidentally takes the bullet, and you think maybe the body block is enough. All they need is the plant, and then there's a 1v1 that you can convert.
That's crazy.
That's so unlucky, really, more than anything, because they were just considering that time.
That's what I was about to say, right? You saw like the penny drop as the bomb is getting tapped in. Simple goes, wait, they could be short. Turns, and as he makes that decision to turn, that's when he's already getting limed up by Crims. So
limed up, man.
Limed up,
Tequila
mate, by the
in there as well.
Yeah, dude.
Salt in the wound. And Fnatic, maybe some drinks at the bar after this one, if they can convert it.
I didn't notice I said limed up, but of course you did.
I went somewhere with it, Harry. I wouldn't have done it if I didn't have a joke. Don't worry. You got to make light heart of the darkest of moments. It's lime time, baby, and Na'Vi, they've got a sour taste in their mouth.
Yeah, right now it's Bit in the limelight, right? He's got that AK, so let's see what he can do with it.
Yeah, slow down now for Na'Vi. Fnatic 4 strong on that lower site. Jaquinho 5-14, but you know, his impact has got to be noted. 4 of those 5 kills, extremely high impact. I guess 3 actually, because he only killed 1 in the 1v2 that he won, and he had a massive, you know, opener closer round, taking down Simple and getting Fnatic one of their first rifle rounds on the board as well. So it was that little streak of 4-5-4 it was, if you remember, in the first half, right at the end. And Jaquinho was at the forefront of the first 2. Now we go into B. Na'Vi, not much util to get it done. Bit needs some entries.
Okay, there's the trade to Crims, but he's brought down very low in the process, and there's no one else armored here. So you give it to Simple and you say, look, I know this isn't ideal, but if anyone could get the Na'Vi squad believing, it's this guy.
This is such a botched round, though, with 1 flash. At least with Bit giving the gun over, he can now line them up with util.
Oh, Alex swinging in. Simple's traded it. And everyone else is going to act like big, fleshy decoys. They are Simple's armor, essentially. They get ahead of that, and the Famas just chunks them all down. No hope for Na'Vi in that round there. 9 on the board for Fnatic, and a weird monetary situation to find yourself in. You can get 4 rifles here, right? The reason it's a little bit weird is because of Bit obviously saving in that Crims 1v3.
Yeah, we've had like loads of, you know, people
forced by walls, right? So it's all a bit odd.
People ecoing and giving Simple guns, so Boomich having like $0 when everyone else is saving. Yeah, it's a bit all over the place, and you actually can't blame Na'Vi for, you know, any of these economical investments. They've been good calls, I would say, especially with the fact that they've, you know, they won the first force, and then really they should have won the second force after Fnatic decoded them, but it was Crims who got that massive 1-on-3 that you all remember. And so this game is now, as a result of that Crim's clutch, closed up 11-9. And Na'Vi are going for it. It's a very mishmash buy. You'll see.
Something I want to draw attention to, right? Two players that have attempted the most opening duels right now for Na'Vi, Simple and Bit. Right now, Bit is 7-0 in opening duels.
What about Simple?
4-2.
Not bad.
Of course, the ones where he fell short were to Chiquinho.
Yeah. Got a little rivalry there already, perhaps. Electronic, a late short look. Brolin, with the door off, he's got to worry about both Con and his behind, and even the top side that is being watched right now for Chiquinho. But that won't remain forever if Rifles were to push him back, and it's only Bit on A anyway. Na'Vi are leaning B, Bit selling a bit of a fake through Connector. Perfecto baits Brolin, but he goes right up behind the smoke, and you can see there's no one clearing Connector. This is what I talked about. He's still scared of top Con. Chiquinho's got to rotate down lower. It looks like a B play, and that's because it is.
Oh, Boomich. Coming out ahead there. Alex with the flank is cancelled out by Bit. I wonder if that puts change in the wind of Na'Vi. No, they still want to follow through with this B commitment. See, after removing the con play, you know the rotations are on their way, and yet they still want to fight for this B control. They lock out the one player in the site. It's leaving Fnatic with very few options. This boost has suddenly provided a world of opportunity. The two big hitters, Simple and Bit, knocked out of the round, and it's low HP Boomich, the guy who opened it up, now has to close it in a 1v2.
That kit is stuck. I don't know if they can even grab it. It looks like it's behind the sandbags. We'll have to see, as time is going to be the biggest problem for Fnatic. Like you said, only one shot onto Boomich will do it. Yeah, they can't find a kit.
Cursed,
it's cursed as hell. We need a stick right here, right now. Messi's going to go for it. Chiquinho with a cover. Should be fine. Should be fine. But Boomich running in with the entry. Doesn't believe it. It's a 10-second stick. Boomich thinks he's won the round. And it's anything but. Bye-bye. Kit not needed. Messi with a double kill off the boost and then closes it with a defuse.
You know what's weird? I think if they have the kit there, maybe they even outbrain themselves somewhat. Because, you know, like, when it's the 10 seconds and he doesn't hear it tapped again after 5, you know, Boomich is kind of going like, maybe they've gone off and they're holding for me right now. They're holding for the trade.
Hell, all we can speak about is the result, and it comes up for Fnatic. What a way back in. After all of that goes down, yeah, Simple. After he clears out Alex from the pit, he opened up the red carpet for that B bomb site, and then immediately stained with his and Electronic's blood from the boost. Oh my goodness, this game's got everything. And at the forefront of it all, it's not Simple we're just talking about, it's Messi. 20-13, British talent, and top of his team right now. You can't not be loving what you're getting out of Fnatic. To think this is their debut. Even Alex said, and again, I'm going to go back to that interview because it is chock full of information. You know, he said, yeah, if we want to get playoffs. If we run through the playoffs, if we have a great tournament, we're not going to get ahead of ourselves. We're not going to think this is our peak. We're going to keep working harder and harder. And so the motivation looks there for Fnatic. And how can it not be with results like this? Chiquinho flashed out a mid, finding it on AWP on the CT side. This is one of the best halves to run that AWP in the game. And so, safe to say, with an expensive investment, he's got to make it worthwhile.
Brolin and Bit, they face each other there. These are the two players that have attempted the most opening duels for their team. Bit is wrecking Brolin in the stats department there, but finally, Brolin's able to not just win one of these opening fights, but critically, it's versus that you know, can opener for Na'Vi.
Yeah. Is that his first fielded failure on the opening duels now? Maybe. You said 7-0 a few rounds ago, so there is a chance.
Yeah, I believe it is.
Okay. Brolin back for more, but Chiquinho's got the cover by his side. Brolin can now tuck in. Chiquinho could even back up if he wants. They don't know that Brolin sits here still. And there's even a third man on A, as if matters weren't already hard enough for Na'Vi. Reaggression. Hello, Brolin. He wants to get involved right into the smoke, looking through the divider. They're going to start to try and clear these corners. Brolin's completely swapped sides, and he hears everything. He knows numbers are about in middle. Na'Vi might be saving here. 20 seconds. It's actually a good call. It's not the call you want to make, but what else can you really do?
Good call, you know, it's really the only call, right?
You're patching your wound.
And this is huge. Fnatic now tying this game up at 11-11 with, most importantly here, a flawless round. Like, they are so thrilled with the outcome of this one that they essentially removed 2 players, and Na'Vi went, all right, boys, throw in the towel. We'll do it next time.
Yeah.
Like, this is great. This is great for Fnatic because now they have some staying power in this map, right? They're not just going to lose a round, get reset, everything starts going to pot, and you know, it becomes a real big worry with Na'Vi getting some freebies. No, they're going to have to grind their way back through this one now on the Na'Vi side.
Coinbase chart shows you the stonks exactly as they are for Fnatic in blue. And so, wow, all right, okay. This game's heating up.
Once again, reminder, 8-1 to Na'Vi. When you look at it through that lens, it suddenly makes this 11-11 feel like Fnatic leaps and bounds ahead almost.
Well, there would be a reason you feel that way. And that's because, well, the numbers speak for themselves. Alex, Electronic did a lot of this in this CT side, right? Pushing through this tunnel, taking monster control. The spray is close. Alex won't go through, and maybe luckily so, because Electronic is tucked in by Monster in a very hard corner to clear from the short pipe. Bit moving out long. He's been here alone in a lot of these rounds, but he will be met once again with steer resistance.
Yeah, you talk about the short pipe. Chiquinho's trying to give him the long pipe right now over here. Look at this. Scoped up bit, waiting.
Ooh.
He just heard that drop down. That's info. You know someone was here. But the bomb is still outside of B. Bit and Perfecto set up for Con and Toilets. I'm curious if the plan is just to rotate Bit through Con with Perfecto holding it, or if they want him to maybe commit to this A play a little, try to put the fear in Fnatic.
No more nades to fake it.
So he would just have to throw his body at the problem, and he's going to get out of there, rejoin his teammates at B. That is the right call. Little did Na'Vi know it. Only 2 strong in the site, but Alex is held on. He's bought time. That's the most important thing here. Dropping the bomb out in Monster, and now this smoke down at Barrels. He's just looking to waste time off the clock for Na'Vi, something that has been a reoccurring problem. He knocks out a third. Brolin's now going to have his go at denying this bomb, but Bit is so damn ready. Just Perfecto left. But we said this guy is a good crunch time player. Well, boy, oh boy, is it crunch time. All right, Chiquinho to go up against. Bottom of the board for Fnatic, but looking to win another clutch for the squad. He's faking it. He scopes to give the illusion. The stick! Oh my god, 6 HP on Chiquinho. 6 HP the difference.
Perfecto ran out of ammo. The final bullet, Harry. One more shot and the gun would have done it. It was on the mark. It was on the money. And Chiquinho doesn't need to frag to close these rounds.
This is insane. So many of these rounds that Na'Vi look like they are destined to get are being won in the most ludicrous of clutches out of Fnatic, but it's enough to keep them in the lead.
I wonder if Perfecto makes the call there with that weird bridge smoke down. Maybe he says to Bit, like, yeah, watch above you, bro. Like, I can cover everything. I can cover headshot, but I can't cover the top of the smoke, and I've got to go back to short eventually to play this bomb. And Bit, what awareness. Even if the call doesn't come in, that's even more credit. But it still doesn't matter, Harry. More smoke sticks on B. Find Fnatic CT rounds. Now they're in the lead. They have not been in the lead all game. But a near flawless CT side, 1 round to Na'Vi, and that 1 round was simple with the AK. In round 2, surrounded by Deagles, tripling up in the A site. That's the only thing Na'Vi have. Ever since Crims won that clutch, the momentum has come in for Fnatic. Wow. Rule Britannia, man. 12 to 11. No bias here. I just want a great game, and we're getting exactly that. Na'Vi, do they have a second wind in them? Because right now, it's a lights-out storm for Fnatic. Mezzi in the connector doesn't have the same gap that was here earlier. Na'Vi can move into B short without worry. Or at least for the next few seconds until this fades, and then Mezzi can activate. Alex at B alongside Crims. What a deadly duo. Alex and Crims anchoring the B-bomb site. What world are we in? There's Mezzi finding his first, again taking down Bit, who was often, as you said, been that opening guy. Not today, Brolin's got another. Oh, Alex is even reaggressing, the pressure's on. Na'Vi don't know what's about to hit them, and Alex, even though he's traded, there's more where that came from, but it's all for simple. 2 frags, and this round is still in limbo.
Yeah, the bomb is in a very awkward position. You're going to have to go all the way back to T-spawn to even get it. no one's really in a position to do that. This might be one of these rounds where you find yourself having a frag or else it all falls apart. Simple is trying to be the man to go back and get the bomb, but it's on a bit of a knife's edge because he's so low and he knows about this comm player. He's managed to get back and get it. 30 seconds, Electronic is holding down this B bomb site. Simple will live this crossing at short, and Electronic is even making the heads-up play of going, you know what, Simple, I've cleared it, it's fine, you don't have to worry about this crossing. That's because Mezzi is wrapping all the way through middle. Right now, Fnatic are giving Na'Vi a good deal of respect, and that's going to let them get this bomb planted. Still a 3-on-2 in the retake, and so Fnatic are relying on the numbers being enough.
Yeah, great util for Na'Vi there. The molly, the smoke, it all gets them into the site, and now they're out. They've got to worry about that stick. We've seen it let them down a couple of times. Info's good. Simple taking fights. It's dangerous. They're going to double wrap Mezzi. He thinks he's on the flank. Not exactly. He's being flanked, and he still turns around and domes Electronic. 1v3. 10 health to do it, and Simple fully flashed out in the site. They're on the bomb, they're sticking it. You need body blocks, you need more than that. Simple can't stand a test of time, and Fnatic, time is all they got. Another defuse to lock in 13. And you got to feel like just nothing is working for you if you're Na'Vi. The respect that Fnatic give to get you that bomb plant, they take it all away at the retake.
It disappears real quick with the retake, so I'm done it.
And they're waiting for Mezzi. That's why they're giving away the plant. They know they're more than favored taking fights, but the only way Na'Vi win that with Simple and Electronic, deadly duo. What a read. Where does that come from? Nothing to give him that information.
Mezzi just built different.
He's like, mate, site's clear.
No wonder Alex is bigging this guy up so much. He's so good.
Man for the job.
And, you know, I know the Swedes and the Brits are on the same team, but Brolin and Mezzi are like having this little private fight for #1 on the squad. And all I'm going to say is, what up now, Swedes? Woo!
Oh, my goodness. What a wild, wild ride. Okay, T-side AWP. Let's see what it can do. Simple. He still had a great game. Say what you want, right? That clutch, if you're expecting it from him, I don't know what more you want. But this is a round that needs to come through for Na'Vi, or things are suddenly going to hit hot water. Chiquinho putting his AWP in the front line, flashed out. Doesn't take a shot, but they don't even look at him. Boomich does not look at the AWP that's blinded in front. Instead, it's Brolin who comes out clutch in the toilet, saving Chiquinho, although he didn't know, and a double push through B. Fnatic have all the info.
Yeah, mate, they're starting to take liberties now. They're starting to feel confident about this position they're in. They know how much the scales are tipped. Now, Electronic, it's like a pantomime. Alex, he's behind you! And there he is, getting the drop on the IGL of Fnatic and doubling down. Electronic has pried this B-bomb site wide open. The bomb's going all the way back through T-spawn. Simple is lost to the hands of time over here in toilets. He's going to have to fight his way back down that connector. And I don't think Chiquinho's ready for this. No way in hell. The barrel's been spotted. Simple will snuff him out of the round, out of a chance. And even spotting this comm player in Brolin, but Brolin's keen for the fight, and he's going to knock Simple to his knees. Mezzi and Brolin, the two top performers for Fnatic. Sweden and UK, baby, coming together for a 2-on-2 retake. Electronic and Perfecto, they need this one. Na'Vi need this round. So many of these situations have gone in favor of Fnatic. This cannot afford to be that case. And Electronic, he might be the man to deliver. 3 kills now, looking for #4. Brolin will knock him out, but Perfecto is there to save it all.
Hey, that's a bad plant, and so that's the exact reason Brolin's not ready for that position, right? It's default. Perfecto, there was actually a molly down. Maybe he's thinking about crossing and grabbing that if Brolin gets on the bomb, but it's the mind game. It's the fact they're finally not playing for the plant that means Brolin won't expect that spot. Nice round for Brolin, but even better for Electronic. These opening kills, right? Catching Alex on short gave him all the room in B, and he doesn't just get 1, he gets 3. Great round out of Na'Vi. It had to happen. That was an A play, and they didn't know that the double monster flank was boxing them in. But Na'Vi brought box cutters to the party and sawed their way out. Now a full eco. Now this game hangs in the balance. Fnatic have not won this one yet, and Na'Vi coming in late. Well, that's what they're known best for. This should be a near guaranteed 30, even with the eco wins we've seen in this map already. I'm not expecting it here or now, and Electronic is crafting a path to the B side. There's Chiquinho dead. Still a short player. Crims has given that up to no success, so Electronic knows what to expect. more for Electronic. And it's like a late activation, man. He's not had a bad game, but he's been fairly quiet. It has been Simple and Bit doing everything, and now Electronic finding back-to-back 3K rounds to put Na'Vi equal with Fnatic. A third man stepping up to the plate. And now, Fnatic's mishmash buy. They've got everything. They've got an AWP if they want it. And even if we just get a kill or two out of Chiquinho here, it could make all the difference. He's still being quiet. Clutches galore, don't get me wrong. But opening kills would go a long way right now. Simple chooses not to AWP. He could have, but he didn't.
Na'Vi have taken this short control away. And they've got connector. That's nice. It opens up a lot of opportunities. I like as well that as Electronic has really started to find his footing, he's kind of just seeing what he can get away with on these monster creeps, right? Not offering up any hints as to whether or not he's pushing, just walking it. Now, he did get spotted there. That should be commed across. Fnatic are ready for this. Crims has opened up with a kill onto Boomich. And once again, these smokes that they're dropping, it's kind of similar to that like Electronic smoke near to the barrels, but it's a little further back, and it means they get to like peek over the pit position here. And it's just slowing down these B takes every single time.
On top of that, the flashbang assault the Fnatic threw in that round was insane. Like popping Alex into shore, popping him back into pit, like just constant prodding and poking into Na'Vi as they try and take the bomb site. Now they're going back to A. Chiquinho's here, he's playing retake. Now they don't have a kit currently, and so that could be a problem here, but Fnatic, oh, they just run through with a flashbang. Blinds at both, Bit doubles up Chiquinho, a massive kill, and they know Bit's trapped out with the truck, he could have gone long. That's what they're coming, but Chiquinho has to check the close corner. Crim's going to swing with him, and they line up, but Bit gets one. Crim's trades, and another clutch needed for Crim's. Him v Simple, low HP both sides. He takes the AWP. A rifle would do him far better, you would think, but he doesn't know the health. Quick tap, needs the peek, needs the shot, and Crims has got it!
No way! Out AWP Simple! It's going to be close, but I believe in Crims, mate. If he thinks he's got it in the bag. Fnatic, they steal that round, and Crims, one shot from death, flicks onto Simple.
Oh my God.
And never even breaks a sweat. Fnatic, they must be pumped right now. They must be pumped up.
They're the clutch kings at the moment. Crown on their head, flag in the sky high, and every 1vx comes in for Fnatic in this game, it feels like. Impressive stuff. My goodness. And that's the thing, when you look at the scoreboard, it really doesn't tell a full story. Like, you look at some of these slow players for Fnatic, and you go, oh, how much impact are they really having? A monstrous amount. 2 clutches for Chiquinho, 2 clutches for Crims. And these are some of the bottom performers. Alex has been doing a great job as well. Back down, anchoring at that B bomb site. The re-aggro there to take down Electronic was not bad. And Fnatic, here they go. Na'Vi can do it with whatever money you give them. That's to say for sure. So they're not going to be deterred by this score. But full buy. AWP is out for Simple. If you wanted to save face, this is a round to win for Na'Vi. And this game has got everything. It's delivered. And it's only the first map.
Electronic is doing this little walkout again.
Last time their flashes were sick. This time, they don't have them.
Oh, that flash is a little shallow, and so Alex overestimates how much Electronic has been stifled by it. Oh, Perfecto saves Electronic there. Catching the player attempting the trade, and that is a Na'Vi round all damn day. That's the idea behind these Electronic walkouts, when you don't telegraph the push, when you don't give them hints, you're hoping to just catch them on timings like this.
Yeah, I mean, we were hoping for a good game out of Fnatic to start, but when we had Perfecto 4K'ing the pistol, when we had the, 8-1 lead, I wasn't expecting this kind of matchup.
I'm smiling like a moron right now. This is so exciting. Like,
Yeah.
Oh, the fact that it was 8-1, I was like, oh no, it's a dead matchup.
Yeah.
Like,
Na'Vi destroying, great. More Na'Vi supremacy.
Yeah.
But this is a competitive series, and Chiquinho, it might get hard. He does take down Simple, big kill.
Oh, it's getting hard, all right.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Electronics, that's another 3K, Harry, as well. He's every B round that he's entered, he's 3K'd. It's actually insane. Chiquinho's going to get away with this. It does seem like it. Unless they throw themselves into the bank looking to make a deposit or more a withdrawal of this orb. Chiquinho can't afford to lose this gun. It's the one weapon they would have in that follow-up. Stay tucked. Oh my goodness! They try and knife him. The trade will come in instead. Bye-bye orb. That's gone, along with your pride, along with your sanity. The right click came through.
How devastating is this, though, right? On the back of losing that orb, that was like your only big-ticket item to bring forward into 14-14. You are fully broke, and I'm talking like $1,400 a player, bro.
Yeah, what a horrible way that would be.
You're forcing now, and if you don't win the force buy, you're forcing again. If you don't win that, it's GG.
Bit going for knife kills. He's got Na'Vi blood in him already. 14-14, my goodness. I mean, yeah, they won the second round with it, or their third round. Can't even speak. Their second round being the third round with this buy, but Na'Vi are far better armed for the job. Electronic, he knows they're going to push B, and so they shout.
Okay, so finally Electronic hasn't multi-killed the B-bomb site. Like, is that enough? Is that enough for Fnatic? Even though they only have these Deagles. Simple. Creeping up. Yeah. You don't miss those, Brolin. Unfortunate place to find yourself. Uh-oh. Chiquinho dead at long as well. Crimson Mezzi. 2-on-4. This AK on Crims might not even want to hang about if Mezzi can't stay alive here. Yeah. And it's not an easy spot to stay alive in either. No one's looking at this going, easy for Mezzi, but oh, maybe it is. The Deeg shot connects for the first. And now, if Crims wasn't invested before, you better believe he is. Mezzi with this Deagle. Crims spots a bit. Simple trades, and they know about this Deeg. Mezzi v Simple, and Simple comes out ahead, securing his 30th kill, and most importantly, 15 on the board for Na'Vi.
30th kill going into the 30th round. It's poetic justice right now for Fnatic, and what a way to fall. If they were to, this would be where it happens. Na'Vi, I cannot believe, not only do they botch the 8-1 lead, but then they come back off the back of Fnatic's clutch rounds with Electronic finding his footing in the second half. And this is where we stand. On Fnatic's map pick, they are the ones with the world against them.
You know, it's very impressive that they have pushed Na'Vi to their very limits like this, especially when you consider how this started. But Fnatic don't want people, you know, they don't want the stories to be told of this game. Damn, it was a good try. Yeah. You know, it was impressive that they almost won it. No, mate, they want a victory here. Maybe they weren't believing originally, but now your hearts and minds are fully invested in this map.
But to compare these teams, Fnatic, a new squad, Na'Vi more than experienced. Safe to say, Nata's been here, done that, and they're about to get the T-shirt. A quick shop and drop to close out the first map of the series. Let's see if Na'Vi can do it. This should be the easiest round yet, but it holds the hardest consequences. Triple toilet for Fnatic. The smoke is down, and they hang around.
Yeah, that's the issue with this round, is it's like if there ever was a time to try and gamble and you know, maybe take a bit of a coin flip, it's in a round like this, where everyone's playing nervous. Everyone is scared about the potential of an OT on the Na'Vi side. So they stack heavy in toilets, leaving Alex to anchor the B-bomb site alone. We know Electronic has been doing these walkouts down towards B, but this round he's in con. Na'Vi are setting up towards this site, but the flank from Brolin has hit a stellar timing. Oh, the Deagles of Fnatic into a 5-on-2. This is where Alex alone at the B-bomb site. His whole job now is just to not die immediately, not give up this bomb plant. He's spotted at the barrels, Electronic moving in, Simple alongside him. It's this terrifying Na'Vi duo, but Alex has gotten rid of one of them. Simple gotta come up in the 1-on-5 or else this game is going to overtime. Are the Deagles enough? Simple, 2 out of the 5 kills needed, and now he's on a Deeg of his own. He's gonna try and beat them at their own game. Flash does not find Simple, and in fact, Oh, it's Brolin to find him. We're going to overtime. 15-15. The Deagles of Fnatic get us there. And this game is not over yet.
When I joined Fnatic, it was a child's dream come true, like playing Counter-Strike as a job.
When you think of Fnatic, and I'll always think of that original Fnatic, the superstar team winning 3 majors, and I always think about them being these trendsetters. If you asked me back in 2015, 2014, Jason, what's your thoughts on the Swedish scene? I would say the most dominant country when it comes to FPS, when it comes to CSGO, winning so many different titles, having so many strong teams about them. But when you ask me about them now, it's fallen from grace from then, unfortunately. This team, or this region in particular, we're always seen as the best teams, the best country when it comes to FPS. That, unfortunately, is identity they've lost over time. As JW now departing the team, he was the last remaining member from that original superstar team.
Fnatic bringing in the ex-Cloud9 players of Mezzi and Alex. I'm excited to see if these guys will mesh well with the current Swedish legends inside of this roster.
It's good to see the UK flag being flown by Fnatic. I mean, this is their kind of almost a coming home for Alex and Mezzi. And I think when you take a look at Alex, he's got more to prove. You know, he never had a Brolin. He definitely never had a Crims, and now he's got both of those in his roster to try and work his magic. And then you throw Mezzi into the mix. This is another young star that I'm very excited to see if he can bloom and blossom.
I don't think anyone's wanting this project to fail, so give them time, give Alex some room to breathe, and maybe this roster can get through the group and show us what they got in the playoffs.
My expectations is that we bring back Fnatic to the top, where we belong.
Oh, and with the addition of Mezzi and Alex into this squad, Fnatic are looking to make their first of many colossal comebacks, perhaps. 15-15, and we're into overtime. Jaquinho and Simple both donning these AWPs. For guys like Simple, the gloves are well and truly off. Electronic hits a blinder, and Simple has also opened the round with a kill. This B-bomb site getting bullied, and Na'Vi are ready to move in on the back of it. Alex is once again the lone defender. Mezzi has now moved in, actually, to supplement this B-hold. Na'Vi ain't feeling the pressure just yet. They can slow it right down, Hugo.
It's poetic seeing Alex throwing Vitality utility there.
The Apex flash.
Pop flash. Well, a different one towards Short, not the monster one that you know and love, but also Vital util. And even taking the AWP, we saw that on the tail end of Cloud9. He's picked it up off of Jaquinho's body. I think it was run-boosted monster. Audacious stuff for Fnatic, but Na'Vi have slowed down. They are cool right now. They are not stressed. 5-on-3, and it's not up to them to make the play. Not yet, at least. Na'Vi will bleed the clock. Alex wanting to get involved, bits in the toilet, tucked in tight. double push on this A site, and Bit has no idea. Wall Brolin from long gone. There's still 2 more CTs to worry about. A lineup there. Bit's going to trade the AWP, but do they know about Mezzi? He just got a frag, and he's sitting on the bomb. They take the site. They're waiting for the flank up connector, and Mezzi just trying to get involved. This would be 30 kills, but he can't do it. Bit waiting in the wings, and Na'Vi find their first of overtime.
Yeah, got a bit weird with Mezzi getting that frag. I thought Bit would have honed in more, but he comes back around to it.
Two kills in sync for Alex and Mezzi as well on short side. Like Fnatic, they timed that crunch perfectly as far as Brolin coming back from long toilets and both A players pushing in. But we always see those timings elude teams, right? Where you walk down toilets to come up banana, you walk down banana to come up toilets, right? It's so infuriating, and Bit does the best at that as he has been doing all game long. Na'Vi maybe want to ramp up the pace a bit towards B, send Electronic out Monster. But Fnatic do have the utility. Here in overtime, money is no problem. And so, nades, mollies, smokes, you name it, they got it. That will force a bit of respect out of Electronic for the time being. Whoa. Careful. Even taking the orb now out of the gate.
That's what I was about to say. Alex donning the secondary orb, getting some real C9 flashbacks, and Mezzi going for the jump peek. You don't want to do that against Simple.
Yeah, he's cool. I hit that.
It slows down again. Since hitting own teammate Na'Vi, it does look like the gloves are off, right? Like, everything's looking very, very clean.
What?
Simple kills Electronic, but Boomich has at least gotten into this site. That was a collateral to Simple through his teammate, but it's all good. It's opened up the B bomb site. Brolin dead on rotation, and Chiquinho still sat bottom of the board, 10 kills. This is a 1v4. He could only fathom of winning.
Yeah, that was a Simple faking out on the A site as well, I think. We need to see that back. Chiquinho, an impossible clutch, especially with a Heaven player now to worry about. Now, Bit's not here, but I'm not getting worried yet. Chiquinho moving in, and now they double face. Simple to close, and yeah, let's run that one right back as Na'Vi, they flash Boomich into play, and Simple, meanwhile, does dirty things on A. Hopefully we'll have that replay in a bit, but for now...
Pull that one up, Jamie.
Oh, here's just the tag onto Mezzi.
Yep.
Oh, was down on lower then? Rather.
Yeah, it was over here. Oh, there we go.
Yeah, okay. That's, hey, it works. It's one way to do it. I'll tell you that much. Kills the monster player, kills Electronic. But hey, 2 for 1.
That's how bloodthirsty they are right now. They want this win.
Ooh.
As far as Na'Vi are concerned, it never should have even got to this point.
Oh, if he shot there, he still can. Mezzi doesn't know how close he's coming to death. He almost died last time to this same play. Why would you risk it? It's not even down to you at that point. Na'Vi, though, what a return to form, right? Even though they couldn't close in regulation. Even though the Deagles proved to be just too much for Fnatic. Once everything's out of there, Na'Vi, they're feeling feisty, looking for a clean sweep on the T side.
And if you want to look for why this has happened, look no further than Electronic, really. Like, having this late game activation, like you say. Oh, well, finally he's been stifled down here towards B. That's a big name to have removed. The reason I highlight him was earlier on, we were saying how it was Bit and Simple taking the majority of these opening fights, while Electronic has since caught up. Think about how many multi-kill B entries this guy had. Now they've got to try and do it without him.
Everyone's here. Everyone is here. Simple. Smoke is still down. Chiquinho waiting. Contact shot. Simple with the orb. Good to trade. There's still a divider man. Brolin, he's often been in this position. Baited in by Mezzi, and Brolin grabs Boomich as well. Fnatic looking like they're going to lock it around, at least on this CT side, unless Bit can go nuclear. He knows about that toilet player, but he can't finish the job. 16 found for Fnatic. That's a sigh of relief, a breath of fresh air, as it felt like Na'Vi were ready to go 3-0 up in overtime. And with their CT side being where they started, being their stronger half in this game, finding 10-5 in the first half, that would be worrying. Fnatic at least have a bit of room to breathe.
Yeah, it's only a little bit of breathing room, but man, it can't feel so worth it. So let's see if that's enough.
Ooh, lots of space taken. Na'Vi love to do this in reg, right? Throwing Bit over party with flashes. But Fnatic are ready for it.
Yeah, I think it's also important to look at Electronic here because if you remember, he was constantly pushing this short water. Even when he wasn't getting kills out of it, he was getting a lot of information.
Yeah.
So I'm curious to see if that keeps up now that we've hit overtime and the stakes feel that much higher. He's already looking pretty fast and loose over here towards short, pushed up to the sandbags. And Crim's never spotted that. So eventually, this path will be carved for Electronic to once again be that forward scout, get the early B info on the back of this position.
You know, despite Electronic having good info on water right now, we're still 3B, and I think part of that is Fnatic threw double nades and monsters to start the round. That's kept Na'Vi scared of this lower site. Eventually, the penny will drop and they'll have to move up, but right now, the timing for Fnatic is looking really good. Simple, on long, is going to be that forefront man to take the first contact, but Alex won't give it to him. Doubling back as he walks through toilets. Still 3 strong on B, and with Mezzi outside of Monster, maybe they go back down connector. Maybe it is always going to end down on this lower site. If that's the case, you've got to worry about Electronic tucked in close. Crims needs this entry, and he's back walking in. Electronic grabs one, Roland trades, and the round is on.
Yeah, that trade frag from Brolin is everything. Also, Alex is about to hit the mother load of timings. Now, it does rely on his teammates actually getting into B, but if they do, and Alex can activate late in the round, that's huge. Brolin's picked off by the comp rotation. The bomb plant has got to come in, and the kills just aren't getting found for Fnatic. Alex here just a second too late.
Oh my goodness.
2 out of 3, but Bit wins it to time. It's devastating for Alex. It's devastating for Fnatic. They put all the faith in that flank, but with the B entries not coming in, with that bomb plant not getting found, the flank isn't able to play into the round how they wanted it to.
5 seconds difference, and that's a totally different round. Especially if that bomb went default, I think they would have won it. They would have got the plant in, but it was bit to stop. And as Simple hit his 30th frag to find the first match point of this map. Oh, it was Boomich dropping the bomb. Disregard that point. But as Simple hit 30, on 30, Bit hit 30 to find another match point. That's 18 for Na'Vi. It's their second chance to close it out, and this time they have 2 opportunities. It's not the Eagles on the other side, though. It's Fnatic full bought, raring to go. And what a debut for Fnatic here. But they don't want to fall, like you said earlier. They don't want to be the guys who almost beat Na'Vi, and so Mezzi catches that aggression out B that's been prolific in Electronic CT side. Out Monster in the T rounds contact, and doing the same here in the second half, but it means nothing.
That kill is huge, though. For all intents and purposes, like, you're very, very happy at finding a 4-on-5 in that way. It's untradeable. It also means that now Na'Vi have to commit to this double B setup, right? You're a lot less fluid with the rotations. And it's going to give you more room to take space up here on A because the numbers just aren't there for Na'Vi. Boomich has now come up from this B-bomb site, but Fnatic are already in the site. Boomich is not aware. He's screwed here. Alex runs him down. Simple at long with a missed shot. Brolin leaps over the top of it, and Alex is in there down spawn. Perfecto, never ready for that.
Oh my god, Alex has so much room in this T side, man.
Double overtime maybe on the cards.
I mean, I'm not against it.
Maybe on the cards after all.
I got nothing against that, Harry. This is only map 1. We got Nuke up next. We got Dust 2 to close, and I hope we get all 3 with overtime sprinkled in on top. Flashes for Fnatic have been impeccable in this game. The CT flashes to take water control, to stop Monster players were great, and now on the T side, full whiting Boomich there. Nothing he can do about it. We've got players nearing 40 kills. Here we go. Nades stack, and look who's on the other side.
Oh no! The artillery! Simple and Electronic are both brought to their knees, never even seeing an opponent.
It's funny, you talk about how Bit and Brolin have been at the guys of the forefront of these opening kills. They are also the 2 highest effective flash players in the server, 21 and 22 respectively.
Yeah, I just flashed myself for the entries.
It's one way to do it, Pug style. But this is Tier 1 CS through and through. This is the best of the best.
This nade stack to have opened up this round, that could be everything.
Yeah,
right?
Look at who you've destroyed.
The 2 big hitters outside of Bit, right, who's obviously another name in contention, but he's now like the only guy with a leg to stand on here.
He's got to stand tall. They're coming his way. Alex hesitates again, but it's up to Chiquinho, and if Bit goes aggressive here, if there's a flash behind it, that's fine, but he catches the timing, and Chiquinho dodges death. It goes both ways. He knows about Bit. Meanwhile, Fnatic, if they hit this A site, they now know that Long is corrupted, and they've got to clear that out.
It could kind of be misinfo. You've just seen the bomb running away from Long. Like, now you are hearing flashes up 3 short, but look, Na'Vi aren't sold on the idea of this being an A play. And I imagine a lot of it is because Bit's just said, well, the AWP just left, mate. He's not on Long anymore. These sound like fake smokes, fake execs, but in reality, this push is coming in. Boomich gotta hold the line, only good for one, and Bit is toppled without a kill to his name. Those nades now, they matter a hell of a lot, because Simple and Electronic are the walking wounded in this retake. Perfecto's got to do a lot of the heavy lifting.
Yeah, crippled by utility now, need to make the impossible happen, a man down, and it's coming to them. Simple headshot in the stairwell. Connector flank activated, does find one. Chiquinho's dead. Maybe Perfecto can whip out a clutch, but it's Electronic with the kit who can't afford to die in this position, and he does. Time could be the problem now. Perfecto's picked up a kit, 1v3. Fnatic don't need to face, don't need to move, and they'll peek him together to close the round. Overtime 2. Na'Vi just can't close these map points. And Mezzi hits his 30th as well as we run it right back.
And as we head into a second overtime, mate, this is one of these rare situations where the sequel might be better than the original.
We've not had many overtimes this season of Pro League, Carry. We had our first over in Group B. That felt like a shocker. That felt like a delayed start. Well, maybe it's because we've been saving them all for the real group, for Group C, for where things seriously heat up. Nades again, they know the impact it had last time with assists coming through off of that, but you're not going to catch them by surprise twice. Boomich just spamming safe. So seized spam and short seized as well. Electronic gets into position, and he's been so good at getting this, but I would say Electronic has definitely gone cold in the overtime. He's gone quiet. He was the hero. He's part of the reason Na'Vi even found 50. And now we need him more than ever. Bit is even walking the spawn. But which side does he go to? Fnatic is showing face on both halves of the map. If Bit goes up the ladder, he's got to pick a side. And so he may never will. Just hearing the steps of the rotate. Does he know? Alex running. Let's see if that adjusts Na'Vi's rotations. Yes, 2 players on top. Run down to B. Bits grab the info that might win Na'Vi the round. You don't fall for a fake now.
Yeah, not after hearing that, right? Bit might have been the man to find this first in double OT. He's at least enabled them to put their pieces in the right place. Electronic, good for a double. Don't know how he gets his second there. And Boomich traded after 1. Simple's rotated in up in the heavens. They know about him. They know he's here. Flash is raining through, but that bomb plant can't get stopped anytime soon. Bit is now wrapping Monster. Are Fnatic ready for this? They never spotted him, so it's going to be a shot in the back for Brolin. Crims is now the guy who's got a clutch. It was his clutch in that second half that spurred on this whole Fnatic retake, but the bomb not planted for him. That could work in his favor. They were not ready for this position, but now, as it's the 1v1 on Simple,
he's got it.
Simple can just hop on the bomb and stick that defuse. Crims is
easy.
2. Heads up! Lands the no-scope and still wins the round. Simple does it with flair.
Mate, he probably would have had that, Harry. He probably would have had that defuse, but the style points for Simple. It's always a delight to see. A no-scope, you're just leaving that down to chance, but Simple's scope, he doesn't need it. It works different. The game runs on rails. And 19 rounds to Na'Vi. I mean, score means nothing at this point. Match points mean nothing.
He did have it, by the way, so I think he had to get off of this.
It's pretty close, but hey, Simple doesn't want to trifle with it anyway. I don't know, it was over halfway, man. It was pretty scary, regardless. High intensity rounds now. Crims, nice try, but it's Na'Vi finding the first yet again.
Oh, are they assembling the boost in Playground? It looks like they could be. Nah, they're just going to use it to throw that molly over instead. Simple on the other side. They were getting up on this slide. I thought it was to try and remove this AWP. But instead, Simple has locked them out of middle.
40.
If you're Fnatic, it's got to feel kind of good knowing that you're, like, in a game where Simple is 40 kills deep, for crying out loud. Bit is 30. Electronic's almost 30 bombing as well. You're still in this one.
Yeah, but so are Na'Vi, looking to, again, take a convincing lead. They went 2-1 in their first half of OT on the T side. And now they look to find another in the defense. Simple picks off the long player, and it's Mezzi out Monster.
That was the bomb as well,
Yeah,
so this is unwinnable.
Mezzi's just on damage control, make those stats look good, and he can't. Perfecto takes him down, and a flawless round for Na'Vi. Now they look for the clean sweep, and safe to say it's often the first team to go 3-0 in a half of overtime to close. But Na'Vi, I don't want to get ahead of myself. They have had 2 match points, Harry. And both times, Fnatic have clawed back. Once behind, and the other twice. Yeah,
that
lips at the prospect of victory.
Simple smiling, that's always scary.
Yeah, he smells blood in the water.
Maybe a B rush, maybe something a little bit faster, bit of a quicker round out of Fnatic. Electronic, is he ready? He's gonna dance with the devil, but eventually that music's gotta stop. Electronic, there's the mowdown, 2 in it for him. Mezzi brushed aside by Perfecto, and Na'Vi looking to go flawless in this second overtime. They've managed it on the CT side with 3 in a row. Now 1 away from stealing Fnatic's map pick off of them.
Should be easy, right? 1 round, 3 chances, all the money in the world, 10-5 T-side in regulation. What could go wrong, Harry? What could possibly be difficult?
As we've gone through each of these OTs, every time Na'Vi come into it, mate, it feels like they're just going all out from the start, and they've only gotten more aggressive, more oppressive, more in your face. Fnatic starting to get worried that they were already giving this all they've got, and maybe there's not anything left in the tank anymore. They need 3 in a row themselves to get this one to a 3rd overtime.
Hell, Na'Vi have faith in their T-side. It's Fnatic's map pick. Na'Vi picked T-side to start, Harry. They wanted to run their executes. They wanted to tear apart maybe this inexperienced Fnatic defense. But they have held on through thick and thin. And now, this is the hardest round of all. Alex making a move. They have no idea. Backstab, potentially, but which side do you look? Simple throwing nades. Oh, is he going to check the corner? Alex going for him. And he's, oh no! Just about gets the leg shot in. Mezzi holds strong on B, and Crims with the crossfire takes a second. Fnatic, they won't go down without a fight.
And with the bomb lost outside of Monster, like, you've got to go recover that before you can even begin to attempt the 2-on-4.
Forget it, let's just frag.
Oh, this little gap angle out of Alex, mate, is dirty. They also don't know if anyone's playing around that bomb. Fnatic have fully given it over. But this is why. They know they could just play a numbers game now, and we're just a bit left standing. While he's had an incredible map, this is a 1v4 that should be unwinnable for the guy. And there's Alex to make it so. That's 1 out of 3 needed to get this to a triple overtime.
You really can't doubt this double hold of Alex and Crims in the B site. It has just been wrecking right now. I like that variation on the electronic smoke that you mentioned earlier that they keep using towards the pit. Dropping it just that little bit lower almost gives you a one-way and a way to actually fight towards Monster. And right there again, it's the B hold that holds strong for Fnatic.
Yeah, and you know, it feels like it kind of deals with like one of the issues, and that's that your other side at pillar and short is still open with the standard electronic smoke. Whereas when you're dropping it here, yeah, you're giving them a couple more feet of ground, right? But it feels worth it, at least with how Fnatic are playing this B site. They're able to make it work.
Oh, a bit.
Bit's gone deep.
We've not seen any of this for Fnatic, right? Like, Na'Vi have loved to challenge mid-CT, but look at Brolin. Dude, he has never played here.
Simple was about to molly this and then decides against it. I wonder if that's because Bit's like, no, mate, I'm all the way up, it's fine.
Yeah, they're not peeking me. They won't possibly still be here, standing on the corner, defended by the Orc.
As you say, this isn't something we've really seen them do in regulation or once we hit OT. So can that be the surprise that helps get Fnatic closer?
Oh, that's massive, though. Now the backstab can come in. Brolin had to activate with con open. He could be shot in the back of the head. Instead, he might do that to the best. Simple. Oh, he looks for 2, and it's Bit who covers his teammate. Brolin, 1 wouldn't cut it. It wasn't satisfactory enough, and it might be the undoing. The desperation, the greed. And Na'Vi 3 away from a lock-in, make that 2. Electronic here to close, and Na'Vi might just have showed up at the right time. In Fnatic's map pick, Alex holds on B, but they're split, 1 per site.
Yeah, Chiquinho still on the receiving end of a very quiet game. If there was ever a time for him to try and show what he can do, it would have been right now. But Simple is up through toilets, brushes him aside. 42 frags on Simple, 13 for his AWPing counterpart on the other side, and Alex is now left in the roughest of situations. He's got the reality starting to set in that while this was a damn good try, it's a Na'Vi map after all at 22-19.
Wow.
42 frags from Simple needed to get them there, but they do get it over the line. And now as we cast our minds forward to Nuke, ooh, this is gonna be one hell of a series.
Advantage of that, but ends up leaving it all on the back of Fallen. The taps. Oh, what a
high flashes in response, but Flamey's closed the gap.
Oh, what's up from Shiro? A blind no scope into the smoke, and he's got another. Just Simple. And the flick on there as well.
To stretch his legs now and very uncomfortable for Gambit. Inters doesn't get checked and he can get the bomb. Oh, the block disc is chaos. Na'Vi in trouble. Only Perfecto. He's already hit the first two on the 1v4. Another one. Oh, Perfecto to save the day. He could very well do it as only Inters and Perfecto does the most ridiculous clutch. There's no way, KD, you can't win Pro League like this! You can't win Pro League like this! No way! Exile's left, 40 seconds and the bomb's on A. Take your time, son, you're about to make the play of your career.
What a game, what a game, what a damn game here. Na'Vi, they take the first map here, but Fnatic did not go down easy. Jason Kaplan here joined by Moses, and I have to say, that was not the Fnatic that I expected to show up here in map 1 of the series.
Yeah, I certainly didn't either. Especially, I mean, even with the kind of weakness of this being probably the weakest map in Navi's pool, I didn't expect this level of competition, this level of fight back from Fnatic, especially to last it into double overtime, recover from a very, very horrendous start. Actually watching the start of this game and the way Navi opened up on the CT side, very disruptive, very aggressive towards Fountain, pushing in towards short, finding kills downstairs. Like they were doing a really good job of disrupting Fnatic before they could get anything going. And for a new team, that can be difficult to handle. And I honestly thought it was just going to be over after that when I saw the way that Navi was playing. Yeah, and a great recovery. Just eking out enough rounds, 4 right at the end to kind of get to 5. And then the second half, I mean, it's all about those clutches. I think Fnatic won 3 1v1 clutches in the second half.
I mean, just looking at, for instance, like the opening duels for Fnatic, if we can kind of give context to things, no one on the team had positive opening duels. You had 5 and 10 for Brolin, so 5 out of 15, a third of the opening duels he took, he was able to win out on. But we'll get back to the second as we take a look at Simple up against Mezzi in our US Air Force aim high head-to-head. And I mean, Mezzi, again, another player I would not have expected to be the one to come into the roster and be able to put up the numbers he's been able to, but he was honestly firing all cylinders. He ended up with 33 kills in the map.
Yeah, he's a beast, and you could see why Henry and Cloud9 were so big on him when they picked him up. You could see why Alex has been, you know, singing his praises in interviews as well, saying he's a IGL's dream, doing a very, very good job in this game. And yeah, you're right, just to carry on your point, no one from Fnatic positive in opening kills. So this is a very tough game in the sense they were playing a man down quite frequently, and the only thing that allowed them to recover is those 3 clutches that came down to those scenarios. So that made the second half very difficult. Navi was very disjointed in their rounds winning, and in fact they had to mount their own little mini comeback right at the end. And man, I mean, it's just tough for Fnatic going into double overtime with this little experience together to be able to overcome the best team in the world.
Yeah, and like you were saying before, this obviously is a map that Navi's not really known for, as we still have Nuke to come up next, which will make things a lot more difficult. Shout out to Brolin. He had 12 2+ kill rounds in this one. But of course, Simple, he had 13. He finished off at 43 kills. Insane stuff coming out of him, and obviously the player break wasn't too harsh on him in particular. He's been grinding things out, because if you're dropping 43 kills here in the first map of Group C, the first match for you guys here in Pro League, that's pretty insane.
Even better than I think Simple's stat line, which is incredible, is I'm just happy. This is kind of why I picked Bit as one of the players to watch for our Epic segment. Was I wanted to see if Bit was going to carry on that success from Cologne and from the Starlighter RMR that allowed Navi to look so dangerous. I wanted to see if that was like a one-off or a two-off, or if this was actually something that Navi has found consistency in. And at least in this map, the answer so far is yes. Bit 34 and 25, a lot of impactful rounds, and just doing a great job of filling in as like that second star of this team, which is a weird thing to say considering Electronics in the lineup, but that's obviously been an often discussed kind of theory crafting that Navi's pulling off there. Regardless, I mean, a good win for Navi, outlasting Fnatic on Overpass, and now it gets easier going into Nuke.
Yeah, I mean, ideally it should be when they have a 100% win rate across the last 3 months. Oh, they've only played it 6 times.
And it's 89% in the last 6 months.
Oh, like, oh my God.
Yeah, they've just been very good on it for a very long time. And obviously, this guy's a big reason why. See his stats here on Overpass. When we switch over to Nuke and he's going to play that hyper-centralized position, he's going to be everywhere. And he's obviously feeling real confident right now. So this map is going to be much more difficult for Fnatic.
So to roll things over to Fnatic's side, just go back a little bit here. We're obviously talking about Alex coming to the team, kind of the new in-game leader for the roster. I just want to get your thoughts on, as you're mentioning, when you're going up against double overtime, when you're going up against Navi, who's getting so aggressive against you on that CT side, how do you feel like Alex did leading his team here overall? Obviously, I would say pretty well considering they got this far, right?
Yeah, I mean, just fine. I mean, the fact that he's able to scrape together 4 of the last 5 rounds to give themselves some breathing room and a chance, like that sometimes is where I think in-game leaders can get stuck, especially within new teams when you haven't developed kind of a deep playbook and haven't developed a deep sense of what your players like to do, what fights they enjoy, how good you are taking certain parts of the map. The ability to kind of figure it out after going down 1-9 and feeling like nothing's working, and then find a way to get 4 straight is huge. And that's exactly what, you know, that role requires of you, is sometimes you may not know the right answer, but you do somehow find a way to give your team just a fighting chance in the second half. And for me, that's great from Alex.
And I think a lot of it starts with the in-game leader to have a comeback, right? You're down 9-1. It's obviously very tough to lead your team out of that kind of slump that you're in. And I want to give credit to the mental fortitude of him and his entire team, especially Mezzi, who was able to rise up. Again, a couple of key clutches that came through. I think you mentioned there was like 3 diffuses that happened.
2 in smoke, and I think 1 clutch later on. And I mean, remember as well, well. I think Fnatic even won that Deagle round as the final round of the second half to force overtime. So 3 clutches, and you had to win a round in which you only had upgraded pistols and armor against a fully kitted Na'Vi. So yeah, that second half was not easy for Fnatic, and they just barely managed to eke it out to force OT.
And I think the best thing about this result we've had, obviously not great for Fnatic, is that I think there's always a lot of questions about teams when they come after a player break, like, are they going to perform well? I asked you a couple times, is this team, was it just Na'Vi not playing well? And the other team was playing well. I think for what we saw here, Na'Vi was playing well. They're still playing extremely strong. And I think this is a true testament to how good Fnatic have been able to come into this so far.
Yeah, I think overall, I think Na'Vi played a good game. I think there was a few things I saw that might have just be a little bit of rust, but I mean, it's nothing major and it's pretty nitpicky. But yeah, certainly you can say Fnatic as well just rose to the occasion. Good individual performance.
Yeah.
Like we kind of touched on with Alex, a good enough calling to get you an opportunity, a chance, and then obviously bailed out by a little bit of luck going your way, winning 3 1-on-1s, the Deagle round. Like, it takes that sometimes, and this is an admirable performance from a brand new Fnatic team that I expected to get wiped out of this map, to be quite frank.
Well, you know what? I have high hopes for them coming into Nuke, though it is extremely strong for Na'Vi. I want to give the viewers something to look forward to. But we are going to head to a short break here. When we come back, we'll be diving into our second map of our second series of the day. So make sure you guys don't go anywhere.
Yes, nice shot, my friend.
Cheaters ruining your plays?
I have eyes on the enemy.
Bad servers stopping your shots? What you need is ESEA. Advanced anti-cheat to stop cheaters. And the best servers around, all with 128 tick rate. ESEA, the best way to play CSGO.
Yo, Alex, you almost done?
Yeah, nearly. I just started a control point. Would be
I'll take a seat.
5 minutes or something.
Wait, are you playing Mech Arena?
Yeah, you heard about it, the team-based tactical shooter 5v5 online.
You're telling me the one that mixes that perfect blend of pick up and play fun with skill-based matchmaking?
Yeah. Have you been customizing your mechs at all?
I've been loving it in that bloody hangar. You should see it. It's decked out.
That's the one. Yeah. You want to pick it up? You want to have a game?
No, let's do it.
I just won.
MVP!
MVP!
Hey!
5 games?
5 games.
We start on Mech Arena.
Yeah, the classic control point clash.
That's the Badger.
Let's do it.
Okay, different game modes?
Yeah.
All right, may the best mech win.
3, 2, 1, go. Let's get things started.
I'm so slow.
If you hold, I'm giving you like, you know, if you put the joystick like all the way forward,
yeah,
you get a little bit of movement speed.
Oh? Bungie's eating some serious rockets.
What is going on, man?
Bot 1 just unloaded on you, bro.
What is going on? Oh, what are you doing here?
Just chilling, man. Just chilling. Just chilling, killing. You know me.
That shield's going to run out soon.
It is.
This is the angle management you were talking about.
I'm managing my angles really well. Oh, dear. Down goes Sponge A. Oh, he's angry about it. I love how quickly you capture the control points.
Well, that's not good. That's not good.
Oh, that is stylish. I'm farming him. Laser beam.
No. So am I going to sit on the sideline here and watch? I feel like that's what's going to happen. So if you could leave me alone.
It's just you versus 5 of a 1v5 situation.
If you could leave me alone.
You're about to get headbutted, bro. I'm bringing the headbutt straight here. No. Bot free, my job. Oh, my kill. We talked about this.
I've lost.
Yeah.
You got 100 points.
I'm just headbutting my teammates.
That's GG.
Yes.
I'm really disappointed.
MVP, no
less. Of course you did.
Most valuable.
I didn't even get on the podium.
I got 6 frags, dude. Get on HLTV.
That's ridiculous.
Anyway, good game.
Good game.
Oh my god. What an incredible series this could end up being. That first map was incredible. Nuke is going to be hard-pressed to top it, but hell, you weren't expecting much when Na'Vi started 8-1 up back on Overpass. Fnatic have shown that they've got some fight in them here with this first official for this squad. And now we get ready to head to Na'Vi's map pick of Nuke.
Yeah, this was supposed to be the trial by fire. This is supposed to be the lock-in easy win for Na'Vi. Maybe we see Fnatic build into the group. Well, not today. They have built in on day one on map one. But Na'Vi looking to bring a bit of a pace into the T side. They show Hut. Simple pokes that bomb into the A site, but it's all a ramp play. It's all a ruse. Double setup. Even a third at hell. This is going to get messy. Mezzi with the nade ready, and Na'Vi won't commit. They're just playing with the hearts and minds of Fnatic. Electronics outdoor. They're going to drop down vent, meet the man who has already sent himself down lower. Boomish with a lot of room. Fnatic grouping a ramp for the retake. And they've seen that bomb cross. They know what's up.
Yeah, bomb's being stuck, and it's a full 5 retake over at ramp. Let's see the cavalry moving in. But oh, the Lancers, the spearmen of Na'Vi, wait on the other side. And yeah, it is an absolute slaughter like there.
That, yeah. Oh, Simple getting hyped as well. Yeah, now we got to be feeling good, right? You got to wonder where their heads would have been at if they lost that first map after not only the lead, but the 2 map points. And even so, Na'Vi come out on top. And now on their map pick, and such a good map for them, this is going to be a really hard game for Fnatic. They have that buffer of the CT side, but it's already coming down to 4 spies, many of which were won in the first game. It's even what got us out of regulation. Deagles like this. Simple's got an AK, found 3 in the pistol. Everyone else, Khalil or Mac. Alex Cross secret. This is a one-and-done spot you would expect, but Mezzi could try and bait for him. Will Electronic check? Not if he dies immediately, but there's a trade instead. That works wonders for Fnatic, arming Alex down lower. Na'Vi, where do they want to go now? Group to ramp side. And another double setup. Wherever Na'Vi go, Fnatic have got the reads. That's if Na'Vi go, and it's a big if. Bits going back out to the lineup. This is a hell smoke, gonna land in front of those windows. It's all a bit of a fake to sell Boomich's position outside. Maybe they want to split A after all, with Boomich coming in through main. Util getting dumped every which way, but it is ramp after all. You never know where they're gonna come until they're right in your face. Chiquinho dead, and now it's Brolin on the corner.
Yeah, man, yeah, the age-old saying, here's Brolin with that deagle. Good for one, traded after that.
Dirty mind, Harry.
No, man, I just think you were right on. You never know when they're going to come till they're right in your face. And look, Boomich gonna wrap onto Alex. He's spurted all over him there with the MAC-10. And now Crims all alone with just a deagle and a MAC-10.
Oh. Nice shots. Clean as can be. And, well, cleaner than Harry. Get back in the bin. Na'Vi go 2-0 up, and Fnatic have to eco, don't they, Harry?
Yeah, they do, and, you know, that's fine. You can still, you know, bring out some pistols here, look for maybe a bit of a lobby crunch. We all love them.
Yep. Some Zeus, maybe?
I wouldn't mind a Zeus right about now.
Yeah.
Plus, it's always poetic seeing Na'Vi get Zeused.
Yeah, true, true.
Also, prolifically, Boomich is a big-time Zeuser on the Na'Vi squad.
We'll have to see if that happens in maybe the second half, because right now he's just getting entry kills outside. The pistols push into their death. Tip taps. Mezzi's P250. It looked good in the first map, but don't think it's going to be winning a round here for Fnatic. Something would have to go very, very wrong.
Any Mezzi fans? Oh, yeah. Electronic ain't. He's wrecked him here. Just Chiquinho left, and he's got to do the honourable thing, and that's give this round over. Electronic is just going to wait to collect this kill for free, but now this is where the real game is afoot, right? The gun's going to come back through for Fnatic. If you remember, it took them a little while to really find their footing back on Overpass. Let's see if we get a more immediate start out of them here and now.
I would say that's a necessity now. Like, Na'Vi aren't going to give you the room to come back in this one. They know what they're up against. There's a little more expectation. And I think that is shown as well by the fact that Na'Vi even picked T-side overpass to begin. Like, having a lot of faith mostly in their style and what they've been working on, but also maybe not having faith that Fnatic can keep things together when things get wild on that CT side. You don't have the experience. You know, even Alex was saying in that interview that, yeah, I mean, practice is one thing, but it doesn't really matter until you try officials and you see what's up. Boomich just one smoke's all he needs. Electronic, quick shot into main. Mezzi in the corner that worked out for Alex. He'll get another kill. Boomich going to check that from now on, I expect. Crims in the open and got to be very careful with his timing. Caught by Simple. There's an AWP dropped in, but Simple is smoking himself off, making sure he has an exit route. Chiquino, nowhere to go but the grave. 3 on 2, and then catching rotates out Heaven. Mezzi alone on B, looking to save.
Yeah, more of this dominant start out of Na'Vi.
Yeah, flexing.
Good to see, right? Moving on to their map pick, that we have them looking nice and fired up here. And I think, honestly, if you're someone like Simple, right? I think in a way, you know, you like the challenge. You know, you like that Fnatic are pushing you a little bit, but you still want to show that you're the dominant force at the end of the day. So this is a 4th for Na'Vi, and the first rifle round brushed aside without really breaking a sweat. Mezzi might not get away with this. Oh, he will. Manages to hold on to the AK, gets it out of there. He is being hunted down through the lobby, but they won't get to him in time. And so Mezzi gets out. A head-to-head of Mezzi and Simple, by the way, is not like a comparison I thought would get drawn too many times, or like really ever, but man, like, this guy's got it. This guy's got the goods, Hugo.
That he does. Here's a bit of an eco around that save gun. And you want to talk about head-to-head? Well, Mezzi won it out in the first map, 6-4 against Simple in his favor. In terms of the AWPers, Simple was 11-3 over Chiquino. And 15-3 over Alex. So, I mean, Simple's stats are nasty. The only guys to beat him were Mezzi and Brolin, but, you know, head-to-head, it's lacking a lot of context. Anyway, nice nade. Mezzi dunking Electronic outside. This is still a winnable round. We've seen even Na'Vi come out clutch with 1 gun buys. Simple, again, it's a double wrap setup, and Bit's been picked off. Crims, they don't know about. Simple will surely check this, but his attention is first on Brolin. And Mezzi, who's coming from hell. 3 ramp players once more. Surely Na'Vi are scared out. They only know about 2. That might tempt them into their own death. But really, you're waiting on Boomich, who can clear up the ramp. And you know this rifle ain't far away either. Mezzi's jumping on the back of the site. That gets heard by Boomich back in spawn. So he goes up, setting up for the hell play. Trying to wrap A. The bomb now needs to be retrieved by Perfecto. This means Crims plays no part of the round, not yet. But Mezzi's considering it.
Oh, and he doesn't miss those, does Mezzi. Okay, Fnatic, they're always managing to get away with something in rounds like this, where they've got, you know, a hero rifle, they're partial bought on the rest of the gang. Mezzi, the man to make it happen.
All him as well, like 3 kills. I love it. You know, you have that one gun, you're everywhere. First kill, nade outside. Second kill, ramp kill. Third kill, heaven wrap from A. Like, he's everywhere. You're trying to avoid the rifle. You're just walking in. Perfecto, 10 seconds, mate. Is this a save? Surely you're just getting an exit and giving it up. You can't plant, you can't win, and so he will save his dignity and his gun.
Mezzi, spam him. Do it. You won't. Oh, yeah, okay. So the AK manages to get out of there. You can still reinvest here if you're Na'Vi. For Fnatic, you're very happy with this, right? Beautiful dig from Brolin, but it's the AK work of Mezzi. As you mentioned, so mobile that whole time. They are just trying to outposition him.
It's hilarious. You're drawing these comparisons and you're talking about him v Simple. Well, that's what Simple does best on this CT side. Like, when he has that AWP, man, he is absolutely everywhere. It feels like this guy, like, has, you know, no clip. So, watching demos, maybe. Right now, Fnatic are looking to build off the back of that 1-round win. Can't be a one and done. Lobby's taken. Bit knows. And Some of Na'Vi have even made their way down B. Electronic on the cross again. Simple opening up outside, kills Alex in the garage. Shakino goes in front of the Molotov, trying to keep the secret info, and it's worked well. He's realized that they've gone back up, or at least so that seems. And so now Mezzi and co play for A as Na'Vi set up utility on the roof. It certainly does look like that top hit, but Na'Vi is so great at faking it out and rotating late. Electronic lining up util 4A and everyone in the lobby getting suited and booted.
Oh, and Chiquinho's just dropped down B. That's because, you know, there was this outside contact made earlier. Electronic is still down here. And so Chiquinho is kind of lost to the sands of time on this one, right?
Still AAA though.
They're relying on this A-hole coming up big, and Crims is going to break the silence first. Now, Mezzi spotted up on the rafters. Crims and Brolin both toppled by this split out of Perfecto and Electronic. Chiquinho with this orb up the vent, sidelined by Simple. Yeah. That's the round for Na'Vi, and he doesn't even grab the AWP. He's very, very keen to run that rifle right now, is Simple.
It hurts for Chiquinho as well, right? Like, he was beefing the entire round, and he realized Electronic was faking after that molly came in, and he pushed past, and he even rotated up A, Harry. Went up vent, he stacked with 4 strong on A, and at a certain point, when it goes quiet there for Na'Vi, you're wondering, like, are they actually committing? Na'Vi didn't actually throw the nades off of roof. They just came back down ladder. They were just trying to fake that they weren't in lobby because Fnatic took it earlier. And then Chiquinho doubts himself. He goes back lower. You know, fair enough. Needs that info. And then he's just left on his own. And everyone in A falls. 2 players for Na'Vi keep it going and find a 5th. But this orb is back out.
That's a nice opener. It's often hard to deal with Electronic outside. Some of the things that this guy does here, flat out disgusted. So removing him early makes this outside aggression kind of taper off. It's left to Boomich, and he's going to play more of like a sentinel role, like holding the area, keeping a watch over it. Ooh, nice. There's the flick for Chiquinho. Perfecto on the receiving end of that.
Yeah, I think Na'Vi going to be scared away from ramp this entire game. Like, every time they've gone, it's been a stack.
I didn't think this is what we were going to get out of Boomich. He's seizing an opportunity right now that could tear this round away. All these efforts could be in vain because Boomich has come up into Heaven. Crims with the lobby aggro. That is a perfect response to losing Heaven, and it's left Boomich in a 1v2. He's had to concede Heaven, concede the A-bomb site, and so he's got to look for solutions elsewhere. He's grabbed the bomb from Hut. He's got 35 seconds to play with. Boomich, big brain on his shoulders. What's he going to hatch up in this clutch attempt?
Ramp to B is free, and Boomich is starting to work that one out, unless he wants to double flank Heaven, which would be audacious. Boomich will drop down lower. He's got util to cut off choke points here. Molly deep covers double from the inside, and a smoke can go on the door if he wants. Instead, it's the plant. Boomich gets it in. He's going to get that at least. But now they are already ready to react. Boomich faking his escape. But it's only that, a fake. Boomich sits and even tries to move into Decon, trying to take the 1v1, and Mezzi's ready. Won't be working out for Boomich. Nice try in the clutch there. And great round out of Crims. Like you said, perfect play to push lobby, and he even finds 2 kills before Boomich trades him on that Heaven flank. He knew there was a timer on his position in the hut. Is he going to close? So Fnatic finding 2, keeping us interested.
Yeah, I mean, it's this response out of Crims that like saves the round, really. Right? If he tried to hang around, even if he directed his efforts towards stopping that Heaven wrap, would have been a Boomich frag all day, and then you wouldn't have dealt with that bomb rotation through the lobby. So good stuff from Crims. That's a bit of the experience shining through. Knowing, you know, weighing up what's maybe the better play, the more realistic option there as well. Brolin's going to try and get cute with it on the outside cross.
Awesome, by the way. They, you know, usually the only player who can stop you from getting secret, or at least spot you, is that silo spawn. And Boomich got the spawn. He would have seen Brolin, but Fnatic threw a nade that not only like hit him, but a bloom of smoke, and suddenly Boomich can't see. They should know from the one way, but Brolin doesn't care. He spams through it, taking down Simple and dropping below with 20 health. Perfect play out of Fnatic. Set up Brolin, rather. And now Na'Vi have got to pick up the pieces of this round in a 4-on-5 with Fnatic ready to aggress lobby at a moment's notice. Electronic again tasked with selling B, but with no grenades, got to win a fight via an AUG with a Galil. And it's easy. Just do it like that. No helmet for Brolin. He was low anyway. And the rest of Na'Vi are lobby bound.
Yeah, you know, right now, Electronic is just trying to put that seed of doubt in your mind that, oh, maybe there's more folks down on B. Now with the vent drop coming through, it will be that lower rotation. Alex already out at ramp, and he's going to put up a really nice hold. All the kills.
Wow.
For Alex on the B hold. Jaquinho crunches the lobby. He disrupts that. He goes, yeah, right, they're soaring through right now. They're dropping down the vent, and Alex knows he's on a timer, right? Especially with Electronic already in that B site. It was pretty ballsy to commit to such a deep hold angle, and yet he still manages to make it work.
I just don't think Na'Vi expected that, right? Like, they've been given a lot of respect. Think about the pistol round, for example, where they go B and they play 5-on-5. Like, Fnatic want to group in together for retakes, and that's a 3v3. You know, Alex dies there, and you're screwed in that round. So it's a massive risk-reward play, and it comes out clutch for Fnatic. Now Na'Vi on an eco, been broken. It almost went the other way round. Could have been Fnatic getting rolled. Instead, they are storming the board. Simple, he's a dead man. Surely. And yes, Crims makes it so. He's been up against Simple more than enough. 4-5. Fnatic showing us stuff on this CT side to love. Na'Vi, though, another full rifle round, even without the AWP. Gotta watch out.
Already, this is giving off like similar vibes to Overpass in that it was a storming start for Na'Vi. Then it took, you know, Fnatic breaking that streak, starting to establish themselves. The only difference here is they've done it way faster, right? Overpass, I think when you first go into it, you know, it's your first official. The nerves are maybe getting to you a bit. Na'Vi are brimming with confidence, but now that you've both had time to adjust to the ebbs and flows of this series, ooh! They never even uncovered the close player.
Yeah, 3 outside, strong for Fnatic.
They don't know about Mezzi because Electronic died through the smoke. Mezzi never needed to give up his position here. And so that comes as a real nasty surprise to Boomich.
Simple ran outside to grab the gun, but as soon as he realized Mezzi had taken that kill, he had to go back for it. He couldn't trade. What a weird round. What a read out of Fnatic that Na'Vi were going to take yard control as well. They even had Alex close red. He wasn't needed. He was evicted eventually. 3-on-5, and these are rounds that, you know, if the time was lower, Na'Vi would even consider saving. But you can't at this point. You've actually got some real estate, but only by design. Fnatic have given up ramp. Alex has now gone down secret to B through vent, so he's got lower. And that's why Jaquinho can afford to just stick around CT hell, watch outside, flash for his team, make sure he's not being heaven wrapped, which Na'Vi have tried more than once. Broden's about to get all the info in the world. Quick shot traded by Simple. Jaquinho not again timed, but luckily Mezzi's in the behind. A bit still gets that frag. And now Na'Vi, knowing the AWP went up, are going to drop down into the depths below.
Yeah, Alex and Crims both here. Jaquinho moving in through ramp as well to try and pincer this. Crims with the swing, and Simple, as his attention is peeled away to look for that trade, that's when Alex hits him from the other side. I've got to say, I love some of these synergies. Like the Alex Crims synergy seems really there, man. They play off of each other well. That was even the case back on Overpass. Here, their little A-site holds together have been beautiful. And that was so nice, man. Crims is like, look, I'll get the bomb planter, Alex, you do the rest. Once I get that first, my fate is in your hands.
Yeah, it's cool to see both teams boot camping as well, right? Like a lot of these rosters we've seen, for example, G2, everyone was at home, everyone split up, and you know, makes all the difference. Considering the later we get, Harry, the later groups that we get, C and D, these guys have not only had the player break, but they've had the entirety of Pro League so far to not only watch the competition, but prepare for it. And so, everyone together, everyone begging for results. Fnatic are giving them right now. Na'Vi a map up. This is their pick. This is their chance to close the series with no sweat. Fnatic are making them work for it. Alex, ooh, the timing, they actually chase him down. He escapes to the B bomb site, but they're hot on his heel. Ramp orb, Chiquinho hits the shots. He has to, but the second one gets through. Can Chiquinho stop the drop down towards B? He's getting walked on right now. Alex does get one on low, but he's very low, and he'll be finished off. Close player, Chiquinho missed shot, and with every missed shot, Simple gets closer. Mezzi will come in to save the day, and they've lost track of Electronic down lower. But he's lost the bomb.
And with the bomb in hell, with this crossfire between, you know, main at ramp and also this hell orb, I don't see a way that Electronic can do this. Every fight you're taking is a chance to get shot in the back, a chance to get double peeked, and so that's what's going to happen. Brolin gives him one to the back of the dome, and would you look at that? Fnatic are now in the lead. 6-5.
Harry, you were drawing parallels to Overpass. It was 8-1 there. This was 5-1 to Na'Vi. You know, this is not quite the same comeback, but it's still Fnatic being down, but not being out.
Yeah, and I can imagine, you know, it's probably no secret that Chiquinho is not happy with how that last map went, right? I imagine, like, we know Chiquinho is a very, very competitive guy, someone who's also like a big realist when it comes to his performance. And he knows that if there was a bit more out of him there, that could have been a very different game. So I hope we're getting him coming into this really keen to make a difference. And I think already he's had more impact on this orb than what we got in that entire overtime affair.
Yeah, he's been doing this ramp push a lot. It was, you know, with two other teammates, a push through the lobby for Crims and another ramp player of Brolin alongside him. Now they lose Crims, so they opt against it. Brolin, careful, mate. Peeking in deep with a nade. It will do a lot of damage, my goodness. But Brolin's tagged up as well. Chiquinho's gone back to this A site. He might need help. Mezzi is trying to do that in the hut, dropping Perfecto and escaping. But now Chiquinho hits his shot. Mezzi follows up. These two boys providing on the A site. And Simple gets down lower, but he's now in a clutch of the ages.
And these ramp rotates have been so far Simple. You might be screwed, but he manages to get out of there. Ooh, chance at this, but Alex isn't going to give it over.
Like that, just deal with the threat instantly. Don't even let him get the room.
Yeah,
Don't even let him pick up one.
That is the danger
the game.
of being against Simple, isn't it? It's like the idea of you look at the scoreboard, you go, oh my God, it's this guy. And maybe you start to give him too much room, you give him too much respect. Fnatic had no intention to do that. Everyone at ramp was swinging, everyone's rotating loud, no one's taking their time. It's all about trying to make Simple feel uncomfortable, and it doesn't get more uncomfortable than that.
Exactly, and you know, great clutch, great shots for Chiquinho as well. You're just hyping him up. He really hit the shots he had to there. He took down 2 on the A site, Mezzi the same. And so, yeah, Fnatic one step closer to victory lane, to Dust 2, which is our third deciding map. We've still got a long way to go. And hey, if Overpass was anything to base this map off, maybe there's more than just reg to be played. Another heavy outside round. Chiquinho going to push with the AWP. He's taking his spawn.
We see you, Chiquinho.
Na'Vi don't. It's an A execute. Look at them lining up. We've got a double boost on top. No, I was going to say, is there some brand spanking new utility coming in from Na'Vi? Some mind-bending grenades? Probably not. Just the normal lineups. Getting a backside molly in there for good measure. Chiquinho still hasn't seen outside control, but we've got Electronic climbing on top of the silo, and there's so many angles to watch for this sniper in such a dangerous position where you're going to be hard-pressed to leave. You don't even have a smoke if they molly you. So with a util ready, will Na'Vi just pump and dump this top site?
Well, Electronic's going to try and do a bit of a signature move here on this fast main wrap. Oh, he's actually just going to go back and rejoin them late, so there's no split from main. That gives Alex a lot more room to work with here. Admittedly traded after a double, but still it's tipped the scales to Fnatic. They deal with Mezzi up on top of the hut. It's another one of these vent drops. Fnatic have been dealt their fair share of these.
Yeah, they even smoked out Heaven this time around, Harry, as well, so Chiquinho couldn't get that double that he did last time when they tried this exact same play.
Now, are they going to be ready for this lobby lurk out of Perfecto? It's not uncommon, and so Crims will check for it. Electronic's going to try and make a big boy play. up close to the ramp, wanting to remove the Fnatic players before they even launch this retake. Simple, playing trigger discipline.
Hello.
He's playing with his food. Crims, he's literally shut the door on him. But there's Simple swinging it back open. Bomb time is ticking away. Jaquinho, Simple's out of ammo. This is getting weird. This is getting wild. He takes them off the bomb, and that shot might have done it. It's going to be close. And sadly, I think that one stray bullet has sealed the fate of Fnatic. Oh, Na'Vi up on a 6. Simple, on a hope and a prayer, locks in that round.
What a play to just let Crims sneak down the vent to welcome him into B. I thought the final bullet not connecting would have been enough to give Fnatic the defuse, even though Brolin domes him. Lined up, and Simple with a clutch. That's more like it. That's the star power, the X factor for Na'Vi. Oh my God, I thought the ramp players saw him coming down. They were looking right his way, but that's the last thing you expect, right? A position your teammate just cleared, now back out. Not seen Na'Vi do a lot in the yard this game. They've crossed secret a couple of times. Alex dropping, was that her? No, Electronic shot in the side of the head, and Alex trying to get out of dodge, back to safekeeping behind red. Alex has been very proactive in the CT side as well.
Yeah, no, that was a wonderful little outside play. Fnatic seemed very, very keen to meet Na'Vi here. It was Jaquinho trying it last time. This time, this time it's Alex dropping bars outside. Fire track from him. Can't believe the audacity on this guy. And now he's over here in secret. It's a bit of a guessing game as to where he's ended up.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, but as he goes back outside, well, they just saw him here. Still, he's good for a double. He'll get traded out eventually, but it keeps Fnatic in this one in a 4-on-3.
Yeah, that's 2 rounds Alex has started, just going 2 for 1. That's impressive. It really sets your team up to close.
Is it going to be another vent drop attempt at an RV? This has really been what they've been left with in a lot of these situations. Oh.
A bit. And only a bit of room behind the vent. There's a flash ready for Mezzi, and so he uses it, but Fnatic, they get met with utility from Na'Vi at the same time. Mezzi's dropped, it's just Crims at the back of the bomb site, having to anchor down strong with a double. He's read the third, Simple trades, 2 health and 10 seconds with the bomb at the feet of Brolin. Simple tries to grab it, but he's gonna get shot in the back, surely. Quick tap, faked out, and Brolin won't fall for it. It's gonna be Fnatic finding an 8th. What a neck and neck game. Na'Vi, it may be their map pick, they may be up in this series, but they're having to seriously work for these rounds. 6 is fine, 7 is good, but there's no guarantees here. Not in this hood.
Yeah, this is a bit of a treat to see, right? Because now we've third man stepping up in Alex alongside that Brolin-Mezzi duo that was so good. Crims anchor work at this A bomb site can't be understated. And Jaquinho's looking fired up. On the flip side, Simple and Electronic looking clean for Na'Vi. But it's a bit of a quiet one for Perfecto to open up. And with Simple struck down right away, CZ out on Alex. He's so hungry for more.
How does he keep doing it? And this time he's not even traded.
It's just another double.
Yeah, just having B here is a door shut in the face of Na'Vi. They can't go lower. They've got to fight him for it. Okay, yeah, sure, it is essentially 2 for 1. Jaquinho gets traded in heaven, but Fnatic are no complainers here. They can boost up Mezzi. Crims is calling for it, and that might be the perfect play. Got to worry about getting spammed on the bottom, but if Mezzi can take down Electronic, that threat is gone. That's the one, right? Mezzi sees it, and now you both move out of position. Avoid that spam.
Yeah, downside now, you don't get that kill. You know that there's 2 players stuck behind default. They are so ready for Crims here. They've even got util that could have been used to burn him out, but instead, they try to run him down. And there's no getting past Crims' stranglehold on this A bomb site for Na'Vi. Just Perfecto left, and while he does have the bomb, he's all alone in a very scary world, dropping down to B. This is where Alex has been all damn round. He might be low on health, but he swings and wins 9-6. Fnatic win out that first half. 3 rounds to the advantage of the Swedish UK mixed boys. And they're looking for a bit of revenge after that long old overpass.
Hi, it's Simple from Team Navi, and this is my Prime 6. I would start with IGL. I think the best IGL of all time is Glaive, because Astralis with a lot of achievements, a lot of tournaments in a row, with really great result and really consistent result. As a coach for this IGL, I would take Blade, because he's not only greatest coach that I personally think, but he made a lot of talents from 2013, 2014, and now all of them is playing in Tier 1, Tier 2 teams. You know how to create stars and tell them what is right to do, upgrade their skills and to progress more. As Opera, I think I would pick Zaiwu, because first of all, he's a great player and he knows how to play with Op. He's playing that really smart, he changed his position, he knows how enemy plays against him. He can play aggressive if his team needs, he can play passive as well, so I would take him. With support player, I wanna pick Hiko, because this player, we had a lot of memory with him, the one that helped me so much with Liquid team, and he was always ready to help to any player, he could take any spot. I think he's one of the greatest teammates, and I think he's one of the smartest guys. Entry is the hardest one. I enjoyed how Rain played. When he played in FaZe, he had this entry role and he was doing a great job. For the dream team, I would say I would probably pick Rain, yeah. I think he's a really good guy. I know him a lot from outside of CS and he's doing a good job. And as a star player, I would pick Electronic, because this guy he's on another level. Me, Electronic and Blade, I think we have a same mindset. Like Electronic can easily be a star player in any team.
Oh, right now, Fnatic blazing this trail at 9-6 on the half. They're now beginning their T side on Na'Vi's map pick, and they're out for blood, they're out for revenge, Hugo. After Overpass was so cruelly snatched away from them by the CIS legends on the other side.
That was a banging game. This one is delivering as well, but little more favorable for Fnatic, and that was never really the case. If you think about that Overpass game, Harry, it was an 8-1 lead to Na'Vi. Fnatic got in the lead for the first time at 13-12, and so they've been leading the board ever since in this map. It was 5-1 for Na'Vi, and then Fnatic ran away with their CT side. We saw a lot of nice variance plays out of the CT side. Every time Na'Vi went ramp, there were 2, sometimes 3 players there. Jaquinho looks better on the AWP as well, playing that heaven rotate role. Outside control locked in for Alex, beating Electronic in his 1v1s out there as well. There's a lot of good things for Fnatic in this map. And against a team like Na'Vi on Nuke, easier said than done.
Yeah, I think this is where, you want to look towards like their preparation angle. If there is one thing that Fnatic have got going for them, it's that there's a lot of Na'Vi on this map to go back and look at, whereas they don't really know what you're going to want to do on this T side, right? And in situations like that, it's really not uncommon. This is where these interview answers come from, for teams to just play to their strengths, right? And play their own game, as it were. And that means you might lean into these tendencies that guys like Keita have definitely gone and looked at and researched for this game. So I'm really curious what kind of problem solving Fnatic have done, because the CT side Na'Vi on Nuke, ooh, it can be scary.
Yeah, and we have seen some similarities out of Na'Vi, like a pre-player break. You're going to change some things, but you're not really going to be changing like spots massively. That's something that Fnatic had to go through. Hawker even put out a really good tweet about how Mezzi, his entire career, has played this like A site on Overpass, and now he's more leaning towards B as a rotator, letting Brolin play A, and he's still top fragged or near about in that one as well. So while there have been changes for the individuals for Fnatic, Na'Vi, I'm expecting to see the same usual suspects in the same positions. And so, yeah, definitely angles to exploit there if you are Keita and co. If you're wondering about the delay, 2 Na'Vi players are not in the server. We're waiting for more information before we can go live with this second half. But we want everything to be in tip-top shape, and so we'll give these legends their time.
Yeah, it's Simple and Boomich, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, you're calling them out by name, Harry. What else would you say to them?
Well, it's not really calling them out, you know. They're just DC. Like, that's not, not on them.
No one wants
this.
this.
Like they're late. You know, the game's already started, so...
No one wants this.
But no, I mean, I was really, really impressed with this, like, miniature Fnatic comeback, right? Like, especially because I really do just think this kind of comes with the territory of that first map. You're able to give Na'Vi a run for their money, you know? Like, maybe going into it when you're 8-1 down, you're in your own head a little because you're going... Oh, no, boys, like, you know, we don't want another kind of colossal failure here, right, where it all starts to fall down in the debut. But then they push Na'Vi to their very limits. And I think now you have a much better feeling for the ebbs and flows of this game, the ebbs and flows of this series. And you realize that actually, we're pretty damn good after all. So... I imagine they're keen for the revenge storyline here.
Yeah, and you mentioned, like, you know, in terms of doing preparation, knowing what Na'Vi are doing. I mean, on CT side now, Fnatic moving to T attack, right? Like, they're going to be... I can't wait to see what not only they've done over the player break, but also over these, you know, 2 weeks of Pro League we've already had, or 10 days of Pro League, where, you know, Fnatic have had more time to prepare. They even talked about, again, I'm going back to that interview because you know, there's a lot of unknowns, but the one quantity we do know is when the in-game leader speaks out. And Alex talked about how, yeah, they started Prac really early because Mezzi had a bit of a break before joining Endpoint, and there was more room there. So, yeah, Fnatic were keen to get back involved, get back to playing, especially after even Krim said in that Swedish interview, yeah, you know, I took a long while off Counter-Strike, and I'm sure that's refreshing for a lot of reasons, especially because Fnatic, you know, the Swedish team at the tail end of their roster, dropped out of the first 50 for the first time in history with this Fnatic name. So that was kind of ridiculous. That was unexpected, but I'm just so glad that Fnatic have come in on the right foot, stepping in strong into day one of Group C. And there's so many more matches to be played, Harry. We haven't even talked about half the teams here in this group. Oh my goodness. But good news, guys. The game is starting right here, right now. Second half, teams ready, players in the server. Let's get it going.
Right, Alex fist bumped everyone else. Me and Hugo fist bumped. We're ready to get this one started. It's the second half of Na'Vi taking on Fnatic. And as we've preluded in this one, Fnatic, they've got that little 3-round advantage coming into this T side. Let's see what they've got up their sleeve. Already in towards lobby. Silent as they go. Moving as a flock.
Wings fluttering.
A flock of Swede goals here. And they ride. Here we go, in towards ramp, Hugo. They're picking up the pace.
Sweet goals coming for the chips. They'll nick them right out of your hands, but Bit, quick headshot. Mezzi gone, bomb dropped. You've got to commit at this point, and so they shall. The devastating results, Na'Vi down 2. Simple's still here, though. Oh, back of the head. No problem. Simple's ahead. And Brolin will trade him. This round still up in the clutches of Na'Vi, as is the bomb. But Boomich stink down. He has util to use before he falls.
Oh, the CZ. It's so unforgiving. And that's the headshot onto Perfecto. Now both of these players for Na'Vi brought down low. And Perfecto is out of there like a light. Bomb retrieved for Crims. Him and Brolin now, the 2 Swedes on deck. And this round, they're hoping it's a sitter. Now it really is just Boomich left to beat, 12 points of health. This has either got to be one hell of a clutch, or Fnatic are really establishing this lead.
Yeah, there was really nothing to do once those dinks came in, right? Boomich just had to use all his grenades to at least try and find value. Fake flash, quick tap at 10 seconds. They won't give him anything. Crims wins the round, and great job out of Brolin as well. Swedes keep it together in that 2vx, and Fnatic pick it up 10-6. Now, this is the start of something new. This is the start of, you know, Fnatic trying to run away with this game, Harry. It's certainly attainable. Could happen. It's just got to be on the back of beating Na'Vi's force. And hell, if you saw Overpass, both teams consistently winning force buys on either half. So no easy feat here for Fnatic.
Yeah, Simple with the scout out as well. That's hearing that rally out is enough to put the fear in you if you're Fnatic. This tag team of Simple and Electronic outside is really like the left and right hook of this Na'Vi CT side. It can be so oppressive, and they're already looking to bring that heat to open up this force. But Simple, oh, he missed the timing, does readjust in time and spots that close player. In comes some of these outside smokes. It's a pretty labored outside take as far as they go. Fnatic aren't looking to jump the gun on this one, right? They're playing it pretty slow right now. They don't want to fall to these pistols. You don't want to have that opening kill go against you. The longer they take, though, the more a guy like Electronic can get away with. Brolin's gaming the system here. And is still trying to hold on outside, but he's now brushed aside. 2 players left for Fnatic. This is going very, very wrong. Crim's left in this 1-on-3, and he's wrapped by Perfecto's ump, who locks in the round with a hop, skip, and a jump. It's 7 on the board for Na'Vi.
Oh, that's like some of the rounds. Sorry, complexity on this map, right? Just Deagle's spam, close to the hut, close to the door. Everyone dropping off roof and just shooting into the chest. Couple of shots well placed, and they steal the round away. Yeah, Electronic, you know, he knows the timings there. When he saw that Brolin crossed behind red, and then he checked it, he knew that Brolin could not have made it secret without running. So very aware he was inside of that smoke as well. Fnatic forced up now, going straight into A.
Oh, but Perfecto, that could have been the lineup instead. As he's tag, taps them out, and oh, another, this time from the Mac. Not a done deal yet, it's never over till it's over, as the old saying goes. He will smoke off this point and rotation through heaven. Messi, they leap onto him.
They were not expecting that play.
No, that is one of the last things going through your mind. Oh, they're just going to run through the smoke and jump down into the site. Well, that's what they do.
Smoked. Let's watch main for a second. Oh, okay, round's over. And yeah, this is why I mentioned the fear of the Na'Vi Deags and the fear of the Force. I feel like this is the hardest round in Counter-Strike right now. It's not even the guns. It's when you're up against nothing. Deagle's body armor and close positions, and now Na'Vi have started to steal away rounds on the CT side.
Yeah, and it's like the trepidation that comes with that, right? Like the knowledge that your opponent has very little to lose in those rounds. They're playing it fast and loose, and so it kind of makes you slow it down.
That's a bomb.
That was the bomb, yeah, outside. I mean,
trying to run Glocks. Ramp.
You know, I doubt if you're Fnatic, you're ever sat here going, all right, boys, this is our bomb plant.
Yeah, that would be optimistic if Alex, like, what's the hope? You get mowed down ramp and then he runs secret and plants B. Not going to happen. Backwards jumping, and
hey,
what a
nailed
lineup.
the mow down ramp part,
yeah,
though.
That was true. All right. Cleans house before the feds arrive. 9 to 10. Na'Vi, never a team to count out. Fnatic know that from Overpass. But now the buy comes in, right? Now they've got everything. At least the second round, it had the caveat of, you know, not only being against Deagles, but not having full rifles yourself. Now Fnatic have everything they need but rounds.
Now, if they win this, though, this is where they can look to slingshot themselves back into pole position. This is a bonus round attempt as well. And look at Simple. I love this position on top of the garage. It is so slimy, so grimy, and so simple. He's tapped out the first man. Not even feeling the pressure yet. He knows he's kept them at bay outside. They're going to try and peek him from silo. But Simple, one step ahead, has now dropped the bomb as well. This AUG tearing through Fnatic. I think it's important to note that Alex has hit a bit of a gnarly timing on the secret cross.
Yeah. They saw that. Oh, just hide behind the smoke, shoot through it. Simple will. That's through the vent, for crying out loud. From Garage, the 2 players on the A side don't kill Crims, but Simple does. Set up for success, and yeah, even with Alex at B, the door's off upper. You can't time the door together, can you? Usually you'd break a window, but you just gotta hope for the best here. Messi trying to get down the vent right now. He's made it alongside Alex, who's deeper than maybe they're ready for, but Na'Vi don't run in gung-ho. They check it, and they see Alex taking space. Now they know what's going on, but Alex still delivers death to the first.
Oh, he's a dead man. Oh, hang on a sec, the door closed again. They both pushed E on it at the exact same time. And so that has actually kept Alex alive. Now, It shouldn't be the thing that wins you the round, but imagine if it does, Alex! He might be kept alive here. Finally, Electronic comes in and takes that round back. But imagine if that was your key to winning that 2-on-5.
Oh, yeah. My goodness. Nice try. You got to give it to him. 2-on-5, no pickup, but that was all down on the lower site, and Na'Vi had the info the entire time. Nice shot out of Simple as well. He had a hell of a round. That's the vent spam, by the way. And look at these tippity taps from Alex, performing individually, right? He was no weak player on Overpass. I can't think of any rounds where he, let the team down in a massive way. He had great rounds on B, but he really took the cake in the CT side of Nuke here, right? A lot of secret control, beating Electronic at his own game, his outside play, and now doing things like that. It's not enough for a round. It's back to pistols for Fnatic. It's Na'Vi finding their second wind. There's still things to rely on. Ooh, saw the cross and hit the shot. Alex legged. Everyone else makes it down, though. And, well, talk of Electronic and Secret, here he is.
Yeah, mate, this is the horrible thing about Na'Vi's outside, is it's like, even if you manage to get past Simple, well, then you end up facing Electronic. And so it really is like a rock and a hard place on this map.
It's like the worst would you rather in the world.
Yeah, exactly. You either get to fight Simple at range with an AWP, or surprise attack from Electronic, holding on to this lower site.
Yeah, and it's super effective. He's got Molly ready. He's going to let them cross in. Against pistols, the aim is for Electronic, just take shots, back up, don't give them guns, don't let them arm into B. Just farm instead. Electronic laying the seeds in the ground, climbing up just in time. Boomich is ready in the vent to drop at a moment's notice. Not letting them up. Oh, he's going down. Boomich. Oh, they're right there.
Manage this?
Bombs dropped. No one was watching it with 5 in secret. No one in vent, and Boomich makes them regret it. Lurked on out upper. He's dancing. But still Crims with a shot. Perfecto spams him through hut. This round is a mess. No plant today. Perfection from Perfecto. And Boomich is here to play. It's Na'Vi now in the lead. Forget Fnatic comebacks. I don't know how no one's watching vent.
No, that is a little bit sloppy. I thought the Boomich was a dead man when he's going down vent. I was looking at that and I was going, well, that could be the point of rotation back to the A-bomb side.
What a crazy play.
Yeah. That's why we love Boomich, man.
Yeah. Makes them
fresh haircut as well. It just makes you feel better when you've got one. We're all just NPCs in a Boomich world. And here he is again, holding on to this attempt at a fast A play. They're going to try and main split. Oh, that's a nice flash to relegate Electronic back to the doldrums. Brolin in the sight now.
They know.
Perfecto in the hut. They're going to trade him. Here's Boomich arriving back in main. A bit is dropped out of heaven at an alarming pace. They just gotten past these site players. They just gotten in. And suddenly Na'Vi have replenished the ranks up on A.
Hello.
Simple don't. Crims will cut him down. Simple trying to get cocky with it. Well, Crims has cock blocked him. And now we're into a 2-on-2.
Oh, no trades. Not today. Not a bit in the A site. Lovely shots. I mean, that's optimistic at best. Flashing Simple out of the vent when you have 2 players already top and the bomb. That's just Simple making it cool and you respecting him. But hey, Crims doesn't. Even so, doesn't matter, does it? When Bit picks up the pieces of the round. Pretty bonkers round, all things said and done. But I love the AA, commit. Very quick for Fnatic. They've done a lot of slow rounds and executes, yard smokes. That time, perfect flash onto Boomich outside, getting into main. It's just a shame the kills don't go their way. Even though they clear out hut, that was really the only opener Fnatic had in that top site until it gets weird. And by that point, Bit's already dropped in, who's also having a really good game alongside Simple, is Bit. And when your top performer is Alex, that's good, but we need more from the other members of Fnatic. Especially as we're starting to hit crunch time now. 1 eco, then you buy, and that buy has to yield tangible results.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a fake outside fast A play. That's the vibe given by this utility, right? They've already expelled a bunch of it towards outside, throwing those set smokes. forcing a rotation out of Electronic, but in reality, it's this A play. You got a smoke to rain in and block off main. You got mollies for the backside position. That's making Perfecto get uncomfortable. Electronic is rubbing shoulders with Jaquinho. Finally shut out. Simple up in heaven with this AWP. Does not want to give them a reason to win this round, so he's kind of tapering off, waiting for Bit to get set up over in main. And this means waiting for the smoke to fade. It's now been spotted, tagged on the first peak from that tech. And Simple, you know, he knows that when he swings this, the trade should be immediate. And so this round is likely undoable for him. He's going to get out of there. Fnatic steal it away with a fast A play, fake outside smokes, and they lock in 11.
You know Fnatic are commanding some respect when Simple, in a 1v2 with a kit smoke with plenty of time, gives it up to a save. Like, it's a good call from Simple, don't get me wrong. Like, that's a very hard clutch. And as you said, Mezzi was set up to swing on Crim's contact, but man, those are the rounds Simple goes for and often surprises you with.
Yeah, I think, you know, a lot of that decision comes off the back of, like, when he peeks over, he saw a player run back to Hut, right? And then as he peeks, he hears, I think it was Crim shooting up at him from under heaven, and he's like, well, you know, he's a very smart guy. We all know that about Simple. He just plays that out in his head, and he goes, the moment I get even one of these, the other guy is in a position to trade me. And so it would just be losing the AWP, flat out guaranteed.
Yeah. Nothing wrong with the play, just surprising to see. Simple, though. He wants to surprise them outside. He unscoped at the wrong time, and they might have seen him there as well. If you see Simple scoped on you, Silo, you don't re-peek. So Mezzi resets back in the lobby. Simple's got to go elsewhere, looking for kills. Electronic climbing up, and Simple going wide outside. Okay. They're holding, but they have nades out right now. Simple. Oh, lightning fast. And he grabs Bolin as well. Barely an arm or a leg. Smoke on red, can get him back out into safekeeping. Fnatic aren't interested outside now, it's just one man, and they don't even know about Electronic on tippity top of the garage. They try and go wide, Electronic's got Alex, and now this A attack has stalled out to a halt. Crims does get it going again, but with no main smoke, that's open season. Jaquinho trading, and again dropping down the vents is what worked for Na'Vi so many times. Fnatic will give it a go.
Oh mate, Simple's giving chase, and Bit is already down in this B bomb site. The Simple Bit combo, it might be the new thing, mate. It might be the new Simple Electronic. This is beautiful. And Simple is now wrapping Jaquinho. He wants to disrespect him. Jaquinho!
Yeah.
Would have been on his way to getting knifed, and Simple's like, look, I'll just steal the round. I'll just lock it in. Can't have fun today. 13-11. Na'Vi still building. And with that round going their way once more, there's money problems on the horizon for Fnatic.
The fact that he's even trying to go for that play shows the mindset of Na'Vi right now.
Man, you know, I made that comment about like the Bit Simple wombo combo. Yeah. In reality, like, they don't really lean into playing on the same site here, right? I mean,
it might be
right now, this Simple Electronic outside hold is incredible. Like, it's so terrifying. It's so oppressive. Just there, you saw like that synergy between the top garage position with Simple going aggressive, and then, like, still able to pull through and help out on the actual A assault from Fnatic.
The danger is here, as I think it's obvious, to just go ramp off the back of that round, right? You've done a couple of yard takes and fast A splits as well, and they've not gone your way. So, you know, Na'Vi might even start out with 2 ramp on this round, or at least have their Heaven player ready to rotate. So that's the fear for Fnatic. It's like, where do you go here on the T side? Might have to default, slow it down, let Jaquinho work this AWP yet again. We'll have to see what the call is from Alex. Is sneaking into the lobby slow and steady. And yeah, like I said, Simple's now ramp. First time he's been there, perfect round for it. He's going to drop lower, letting Bit take the mantle now. So they are playing not far apart, and this boost on ramp will find nothing but sound for Bit. He hears the scope, he knows they're trying, and he might even call for Simple to come back up, although he's too far. It's just Bit on his own, but he's a man for the job. First kill. He's got to clear the corner, and he's got a dink with him. That's a good hold for Bit. You can be happy with that. A frag and a half. Bolin still holds the lobby.
Especially because, like, if you're Fnatic, you don't know where Simple is. And so you're very, very paranoid about a hell rotation to hold this ramp push. that alone, like combined with the dink, might just send you away from ramp and now into this A bomb site.
Na'Vi gambling B as well, so this is dangerous. Perfecto needs some incredible hold here. Do they have a Molotov? It's not in Brolin's hands. Alex and Mezzy are in the wrong position to throw it. It finally comes in. Perfecto forced out into the open, and like said, with Na'Vi leaning B, it's only the Heaven player smoked off, mollied off rather. Electronic out of the round. Boomich on a big flank right now, and the timing is good. He could spam out. Alex dead in the water. Mezzy going for the stick. Full faith in that plant, but now the retake is on for Na'Vi.
Mezzy is not in a nice spot either. Like, with the retake smoking up in Heaven and him having to just fight for his life with this AWP, he should be dead. Yeah. And there's Electronic dropping onto him. This round was teed up for Brolin to try and win it from main. It's down with the first, but can he follow up? Jump across, he spots Simple, but Simple's seen him too. And when you're up against that guy, you've got maybe one shot to make it count.
Yeah, nice try. Even, you know, gets the information out with that little fake jump. If he peeks it, he's dead, but the jump at least gives him, you know, a second chance. But Simple wins it on the first. And he's nearing 30 as well, as are Na'Vi, looking for this 16-11. And not far away from it, another buy comes in off the back of the bomb plant. Fnatic made the best of a bad situation, right? With ramp not going their way and no commitment down lower. I think that Simple Hell Orb you're talking about is definitely a factor there, but they could never find him until it's already too late. Na'Vi, this could be a dominant 2, well, not a dominant 2-0 rather, but a statement 2-0. With the form we've seen from Fnatic today, if Na'Vi 2-0, I think that gives them even more credit. Say new team all you want. I think Fnatic have more to show us in this tournament and maybe still in this series. Brolin taking down Electronic outside. Perfecto in a smoke in lobby. This is going to come down to timing and maybe even a bit of luck. Crims is in a great angle for it though.
Yeah, but Crims also has to... Oh my god. Oh my god. Chiquinho can't catch a break. Yeah. It feels like... He's like, yeah, man, no one could be hot, right?
Says, and the smoke fades as he's coming to the ladder. Like,
okay, Alex. Okay.
Right. Yeah, okay, yeah. And look who's ramp. No one. They're down B, mate. If Brolin can just keep up the attention of the lower players, all a bit of noise for Brolin would sell this a long way. Bits watching it, but not always. And Alex has hit a sneaky beaky timing. He's seen the legs. Knife out. Alex wants to get there fast. Brolin playing with the door, playing with the mines and hearts, but Alex is here for the round.
This could still get weird, though. That kill's coming, but don't forget that Simple's been waiting here the whole damn time. Brolin will surprise him on the swing. And so the round looks to be Fnatic's after all.
It's like overpass, man. Alex's space, the positions he's able to get himself into on these T-sides is incredible. I don't know how he does it so often, right? Like, Boomich was doing that T-side here by wrapping Heaven and stuff like that, but Fnatic, they use that hell control to go down lower. Even think of the round where Alex walks through the A site off the back of the B execute on overpass and flanks Heaven. They lost the round, but it came very close. It is exciting seeing Alex leading a team with this kind of firepower as well. And the roles seem refined. Fnatic seem fine. Up to 12 still in this matchup. But Na'Vi still with money.
Yeah, I almost wonder if we see Simple go for one of these audacious, you know, like really pushing the envelope kind of plays back towards outside again. Because in these last few rounds where it's been, you know, him being that first guy to drop down B, it feels like he's kind of not getting the impact we want out of him. Plus, Electronic's been having a bit of a mare outside. So yeah, we have Simple back at it again, trying to put this AWP to use right away. Had a chance to find Chiquinho, but the shot does not connect. He's still on this angle. And with him anchoring this position, Boomich is actually going to try and take real estate. Flash dodged for Mezzy, but Boomich can get out of there with a kill and be perfectly happy with it. There's Simple helping him out.
And you know they're going ramp. They saw them grouping radio. Even though Mezzy dodged the flash, he couldn't hit the shot in time. And so Fnatic, they get ramped for free, but it's only by design. Na'Vi give it away. Gambling again, or stacking rather, on that lower site. It's not even a gamble. You still have 3 on top. You are fine. You have everything. And even Electronic in the back of the garage, you can't clear this from hell. You have to clear it from main, and there's too many angles to watch at that point. Crims is going to go hunting for this. Electronic just peeks out and takes the freebie. They're going to dedicate a lot of time to clearing this position, and in that time, Perfecto can come in from heaven. Electronic's trying to bait shots. Good flash. Brolin capitalizes, but a 2-on-5 needs to be won here to keep Fnatic away from map point.
Chiquinho's going heaven with the bomb. Oh my goodness. If this gets dropped up here, the round is done.
What?
Oh no! Chiquinho!
Two shots.
Oh no! Yeah, that is...
No, there's no buttering that one up, Harry.
Yeah.
That had to happen. He had to hit one. And I wasn't even watching.
No,
Didn't even realize.
That's just pressure, mate. Like, the dude isn't even looking at you. You had all the time you needed to make that shot happen. And as we were saying, you know, taking the bomb heaven, that was the risk. Like, if you went main with Brolin, don't get me wrong, I'm not saying you would have been in a better spot, right? Because then they've only got to watch this one angle. That should have been the kill.
It's even a waste of time criticizing the play, because the play is fine.
Just a whip.
The shots are not. The shots are not, Harry, and that might cost you the map and even the series. That's such a shame, because at least on the first map, we had that caveat of like, okay, yeah, Chiquinho, he's not performing, he's missing, but he is winning clutches, and he still won 2 1vx's in the first map. There's no justifying that one. Commiserations to Fnatic fans around the world, but Na'Vi are poised and ready to close in a 2-0. Devastating.
Yeah. And like you say, Hugo, you know the reality is likely that has just cost you the game.
Yeah, I mean, it was a 2v4. You're not in a good position, but it's winnable up until that. But we got to move on. So to Fnatic, forget it. Wrap your heads around it another time. Do it in the demo. You are still fighting for the series. You're still fighting for Dust 2. However, Na'Vi, they're bringing punches left and right. Simple. Hit 30 in that round. Of course he did. Run boosted onto Garage. Oh, he can't get there.
That would have been
very
so
close.
silent.
Doesn't matter, they're not outside anyway. Flashed off the shot. Crims gets down vent, and this round starts weird.
Yeah, Bit has been dispatched to try and deal with this one vent drop player. I like what Crims is doing here. A lot of players would dedicate time towards working this B site. Instead, Crims is coming outside to try and serve a bit of purpose at helping his teammates nullify some of these angles and assist in the outside take. He can now call, like, no one's pushed up red. We don't have to worry about Simple getting aggressive here with that AWP. The only place they could be is Garage, and so now we have those outside smokes going in to cut off Electronic's angle. But it's not the outside play. Instead, Fnatic have grouped up back in the lobby. And into Simple at ramp, there you go. Oh, this could be it. Simple, a shooting gallery, a chance to show off with the AWP, and show off he shall. It's a flawless closer for Na'Vi. They 2-0 Fnatic, and yeah, they were put through their paces back on Overpass. Their map pick and nuke is a more comfortable finish where they stick the landing, and they debut here in Group C in a nice Na'Vi fashion.
Patching the wound.
There's one guy who can help lock this whole thing down.
They have no idea he's here. He's found the gap. But this would be a huge round to win. This is just Glocks and a few little deagles. So this is definitely doable for Electronic. No armor, though. They've got the kits. They can do this, but they need to get on it now. He gets closer, and they have no idea he's in the back.
Device wasn't ready. He could knock S tag off the plant. A double, a triple.
Here comes Electronic. Into the bomb site, taking 2 heads and coming in big.
A close match, but still it ended the way we mostly expected. Na'Vi taking the 2-0 up against Fnatic, though Nuke did prove to be a little bit tougher than maybe they expected themselves. However, Fnatic looking pretty decent here in our Group C of the ESL Pro League Season 14, and Na'Vi as well, starting things off strong here. Again, a lot of great individual plays across the board, as we heard Hair and Hugo talking about. Maybe it's the Simple and Bit show now for Na'Vi.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of why I wanted to watch Bit in this matchup, and yeah, maybe it's starting to form that way. I think when you mention Simple and Bit as a combination, though, I mean, you have to kind of give a little bit of a shout out to Electronic for someone as good as him, who was a second star on this team for a long time, to, like, you know, decide to take that kind of step away from, like, being a star player and play, like, use your strengths in other areas where you feel like it's needed. That's a pretty admirable thing for Electronic to do, but yeah, definitely Bit is now looking like he can deliver this with consistency.
Yeah, it was 3-0 in opening duels, finished off 22 and 17 overall in this map. Again, Simple, 32. He dropped over 40 on map 1, drops over 30 on map 2. He's still in form. He's still damn strong.
70-some kills in 2 maps.
Yeah, and it's obviously hard to rival that, but Bit is definitely trying. 56 and 42 overall within the series with 81 ADR. And again, it's nice to see, you know, as we heard in the, I guess, the pre-match, right? He's like 10 years younger than
Crims.
It's like, it's rough to be that young, but hey, I mean, we talk about the new young blood all the time, and he's proven to be extremely formidable.
Yeah, he's really good, and I mean, this is as you said, pretty early on, so I mean, it'll be fun to watch. This is a guy who, at the moment, at the very least, watching him, looks like he's going to have a long and happy and potentially very successful career within this Na'Vi organization. So that's going to be a cool thing to keep track of, and it's obviously elevated Na'Vi to a new level with that big trophy that they got in Cologne, and potentially the Grand Slam by the end of this tournament as well. And we'll just have to see how that progresses. But certainly, I think this was I don't know. I'm not worried at all by Na'Vi by having a double overtime victory and a 16-12 victory. I'm not worried at all by the closeness of the victory. Na'Vi just got the job done today.
Right.
Doesn't really matter. Fnatic, on the other hand, pretty impressed with the fight that they were able to put up, especially considering on Overpass had to come back from that huge deficit at 9-1. Here on Nuke had a couple of rough patches as well that they're able to recover from. So that's all positive signs.
I think I was talking to you while watching the match here, and I'm kind of look at this as something similar to what we saw in Group B with Sinners, where they came out day one, they beat G2, and it was really surprising to everyone out there, though, G2 to end out last place. But you wanted to point something out here for us, Moses, where we're watching.
Yeah, I just think this is like kind of the area where I think Na'Vi was getting a little cocky and a little bit rusty. That's Electronic pushing through a smoke that was unnecessary, in my opinion. Simple as well. He's going to get that first kill, and then he can easily close the door, but you could see they're having a good time taking fights. And I think that's kind of a little bit of, I don't know, I don't want to call it sloppiness. I think they were just playing a little bit loose and a little confident, but we didn't see that at Cologne. They were on point with everything. So, you know, in my mind, when Brolin gets those 2 kills, it's kind of like he's done his job. You can let him die. If he gets one more, great. If not, then you have a 4-on-3. You have, you know, Simple on one side. You have Electronic and Decon. They're ready to just kind of control the bomb site. And Fnatic would have had to commit all 3 members to secure the bomb site. You know where they all are. It's a relatively simple situation. Not a huge deal. I just wanted to point out, because on the first map, I said it looked like Na'Vi was a little bit of rusty in some certain scenarios, and that was just one of them where they caught my eye.
Yeah, and you know, looking forward to obviously Na'Vi, they still have obviously a lot of tough opponents when it comes to the group. Expect them to warm up a little bit more when it comes into the series, but I kind of just want to ask you point blank, and hopefully when we get to talk to a certain someone from Fnatic in just a few minutes, do you think this team might be able to pull off an upset? I mean, we've seen some good things out of them. I'm wondering if they can maintain that momentum and obviously take some victories in the next coming days, but there's so many damn difficult teams in this group for Fnatic.
Can Fnatic look, I think Evil Geniuses is beatable for him. I think Mouse Sports is an opponent that, depending on the day and depending on the Mouse Sports, you're going to get that's a beatable game. I would even maybe put the online version of FaZe in that group. They were atrocious heading into Cologne, and we kind of forget about that because they had such a nice, fun, exciting run in Cologne. But prior to Cologne being online, FaZe wasn't really, you know, much of an obstacle for anyone to overcome.
Right.
So there's certainly some opportunities for Fnatic to cause some damage, ruin a group stage for some of these teams. And hell, if they get multiple of those upsets, you never know if they might be in contention to maybe fight for the 3rd slot, you know, later on in the group stage in the last day.
I do kind of hope that, at least for Fnatic's sake, I mean, obviously they're a little bit disappointed they didn't take Overpass with how close it was.
Yeah.
Nuke didn't go their way. That was still extremely well performed by them. I hope they come out of this with their heads held high and they kind of look forward to the future and they look back on this match. Okay, what could we have improved on? A couple different things. We could have potentially taken Na'Vi to a 3rd, maybe somehow taken the series. Like, I hope this is a big learning experience, and I feel like for Fnatic, obviously with the changes, they have to take match to match to match and use every single one as that learning
experience. I think if Fnatic is like ultra disappointed in themselves or upset at the moment, I think they're doing it a little bit wrong. Just with the new lineup, best team in the world, I think they played a pretty good game, like you said, and I mean, still in this early lifeline, you have a new coach, new in-game leader, new player. You've dropped like consistent rock players in your core that you've had for a long time. It's more about just kind of, you know, continuing with the process of building and growing this team.
All right, well, we'll continue with the process of this show as well. We're going to put a nice little bow at the top of the end of our Na'Vi Fnatic match because we have another exciting one to come up next. I honestly cannot wait to see what's going to happen here because it's going to be FaZe Clan up against Mouse Sports here in a few minutes' time. So don't go anywhere. You're not going to want to miss this.
Yes, nice shot, my friend.
Cheaters ruining your plays?
I have eyes on the enemy.
Bad servers stopping your shots? What you need is ESEA. Advanced anti-cheat to stop cheaters. And the best servers around, all with 128 tick rate. ESEA, the best way to play CSGO.
I love it. Not much downtime here between match 2 and match 3 as we now have Mousesports take it on FaZe Clan as our final match of the day here for our first day of Group C at the ESL Pro League Season 14. Jason Kaplan still joined by Moses as we start to dive into this one and start to break some things down because this one is going to be an interesting one. Just off the fact that we saw FaZe Clan perform so well at IM Cologne, and unfortunately for Mousesports, they finished 13th to 16th place, not having as great a performance as they would like to. But also, there's a little bit of a teaser in there of Kerrigan versus Old Team. I know it's a little bit, worn out and been used many, many times, but I'm always a fan of seeing this play up against his previous team.
Yeah, why not? Yeah, that'll be certainly cool to watch. Yeah. I got nothing on that one.
Okay, well, that's cool.
Not to throw you under the bus or anything.
That's fine. I'll be the analyst today. You can be the host. No, it's totally cool. And the thing is, obviously, there's a lot of different things we can talk about when it comes to this matchup, but there's 2 players in particular that we do want to talk about, and that's Twist and Rops. And Moses, I want you to give a quick little tidbit why.
Well, I mean, obviously, just the star riflers of both teams, they just match up really, really well. Rops is absolutely an incredible talent. He was incredible performance at Cologne for his team. Single-handedly was doing damage for them, even in a disappointing effort. Twist as well, coming over. The big story of him, obviously, is wanting a bit more responsibility, wanting to be a bit more of a star player, and he's got it in FaZe. So those are the 2 guys that are going to be delivering for their squads.
All right, well, let's just take a listen in our epics.gg players to watch here for a final match of the day. We'll be back in just a second.
Holding the highest average headshot percentage at Tier 1 events, Twists is an explosive talent who can single-handedly turn rounds, halves, and take control of entire games with his incredible skill. Leaving the Liquid roster for FaZe has not been an easy challenge, but perhaps that comes with a point to prove. Criticized for inconsistency, the Canuck will want to showcase that he is not only a star player, but one of the absolute best on the entire planet as he carves out his future in Europe. The elite Estonian Rops has quickly shifted from flashy fragger with jaw-dropping accuracy to a bona fide leader within Mousesports. Holding a remarkable 1.2 rating on HLTV over the first half of 2021, Rops will want to continue that form as they kick off the second half of their year. A Pro League title would be a statement to the rest of the world.
Yeah, a massive statement to everyone else around the world as well. And I want to go back to what you talked about before here about Twist wanting to be that star player position yet again. Goes over to FaZe Clan. He starts to rise up to the occasion, but I kind of wonder, will he be able to maintain the momentum that they had in Cologne? Obviously, Lan, online, we already talked a little bit about how different this team can be when it comes to it. But I think for him in particular, it's important for him and his team to have a strong start here on day 1.
Yeah, certainly. You want to get some confidence under your belt and just kind of run with it coming right out of the break as well. But also, more than anything, you want to put those demons of online play kind of behind you and maybe put them keep them at the back of your mind. You don't want them to start creeping up. Just for some context, last 6 months of online play, FaZe went 17-26 in maps. They lost 8 of their last 10 series online as well. They just don't play well online for whatever reason. And you'd hope that good performance in Cologne would get them to like slingshot and boomerang game a little bit more confidence and be able to use that and kind of run with it and get back to some form online that they can, that they can rely on that they had in Cologne.
Yeah, we'll obviously see if the player break's going to work out in their favor of getting that practice in when they did come back and that relaxation time that every player desperately wanted. But Rops, again, another player on the side of Mousesports that we're going to have to focus on a little bit, maybe dive further into his stats as well, because he has a pretty damn good rating, pretty damn KD as well, considering the teams they've been playing. But again, I kind of wonder what form of him will show up today.
I mean, I think at this point we can rely on Rops to bring his A game, that he's going to have very, very good form. I think at this point you just kind of expect that to come in. And if you're Mousesports, you certainly better hope so, because at times it feels like he is somewhat of a one-man army. Not entirely. There's still some very dangerous pieces, obviously, in this Mousesports team, but he's the one that always jumps out. And I don't know. It's an interesting, just an interesting lineup, I guess, at the moment, because there's not just Rops. You still have this progression of Dexter as an in-game leader coming over from Australia and getting acclimated in Europe. And then outside of that, it still feels like this team has so many question marks in terms of it seems like outside of Rops, this team is built around potential. The potential of Dexter as an in-game leader. The potential of Acor as an AWPer stepping up to this level from Mad Lions. The potential of Bimas. The potential of Frozen as well. Like, it is still just unrealized potential where if it all comes to fruition, yeah, this can be a dangerous team, but you're still, I don't know, this team still makes me feel uneasy where I'm just like, if. Everything with Mousesports is like an if at the moment.
Yeah, I think it's kind of hard to see them, at least internally, feeling like they're going to beat this team or beat that team confidently. But we'll see the picks here. The vetoes coming through as well. Overpass, they're going to be treated by that yet again, picked by Mousesports.
That's a bit of a change up in the veto process as well, because Overpass is a map that Mousesports was banning. They picked it first here without banning it, so maybe trying to catch FaZe off guard. Ancient pick out of FaZe, so that'll be exciting. Right out of the gates, map 2, going to be a good time. I
think I saw Sponge tweet earlier today saying there's only been 3 Ancients played out so far within the Pro League. We're going to have number 4 coming up here in just a few moments, but we're going to be starting things on off Overpass between these two teams. And you're talking about, obviously, the Star Operas, talking about Mousesports and how they have not really played it too much in the last 3 months, only 2 maps played, whereas FaZe Clan, 25% win rate across 4 maps. I think it's an interesting one, and again, I feel like this is a time with that player break and the lead up into Pro League that you've had the ability to maybe revamp your maps a little bit here and throw something into the mix that teams don't expect of you to get that little bit of an advantage.
Yeah, a bit of a break time to be able to do something like this, pull a fast one on you and maybe just sneak a map win out really quick in a series. So we'll see if it pans out. It's a big gamble.
Well, speaking about sneaking things in, Harry and Hugo do a lot of that when it comes to their jokes, and we're probably going to get another one treated so kindly in this series. Let's throw over to them as they bring us FaZe Clan up against Mousesports.
I was really worried with where JCap was taking that, but it's fine. We're right into this. Mousesports taking on FaZe. Ooh, I'm excited. We've been treated to 2 banging games today, Hugo.
I mean,
we've done well here, haven't we?
Absolutely. How did we do that? Yeah, that's the good thing about this group, Harry. Every matchup is a banger. And so let's find out where this one's going. We'll talk soon. We'll start with a pistol. Level-headed, Carrigan baiting for Rain, but not for long. He is cleared out by Dexter. A heavy con setup for Mouse, and they're walking up. Twist, backstabbing the door, gets swung. Dexter hears it, and Twist disappears. Carrigan also does, thanks to the headshot from BMAS. Him and Dexter laying down death, and Brokey does respond from the toilets. A-Core gone and charging into B as Robs. This is such a weird, wacky round, and Dexter's trying to evade capture. He goes the right way, and he still dodges death a second time. Dangerous decision from Dexter, and Robs doubles back for another kill. This is all over the place, and now it's in the hands of Brokey.
Yeah, what can Brokey do here? Even though he's oftentimes good in these clutches, can he get out the clutches of Rops? No, he's going to blindside him. 3 in the round for Rops there. The guy to really make it all happen, catching Olaf on that aggression outside of Monster as he doubles back through B, opened up a world of possibilities. Let's just address the weirdness that is Carrigan playing versus his old team. It's, you know, very, very exciting. Yeah. It's one as well since we had Olaf back in. We haven't actually seen, right? The last time we did, DreamHack Masters Spring, that was when Cold Zero was still in play. And I mean, there, you know, it was Mousesports that knocked FaZe out of that event.
Ooh. Interesting. Well, they'd love to come into this group with a bang as well. Pistol is a good start. FaZe are forcing with Deagles. FaZe, Deagles, whoo! Good lord. Twist, Deagle, Rain, Deagle, what's not to love? So let's keep our eyes on the prize.
FaZe and Mouse just seem destined as 2 organizations to have like a very deep intertwined relationship with one another, right? Sure. It's always been the case. Even back when Carrigan was the guy on Mouse, the story always used to be, oh, it's him v Nico versus his old team. Well, he's swapped sides back and forth more times than I can count now.
Always trying to find the greener grass, Harry, and it is always on the other side, but we'll have to see if FaZe can run with it. We're back online, and we were worried if that would be a problem for teams like Na'Vi. It wasn't, or at least it hasn't been today. For FaZe, they love to land top 4 at Cologne, but this is Pro League, baby. Mouse, they're ready to meet you right there. BMAS trying to entry into B. Dexter as well. He's dead to the Deagle, and this is how they get out of control. Harry first kill, and the trades are coming in for FaZe. Uh-oh, it's Twist pushing up close, and he's taking Frozen. Just a scout, and they're shooting him from all sides, even the flank out Monster as well. FaZe lock in the force buy, and it's almost an expectation at this point. It's almost what we know. I don't know if it's what we love, though, Harry. It's a weird time we're in Counter-Strike with the economy, and with the Deagle as well. Gotta wonder if a nerf is coming. Hearing the whispers in the winds.
What what have you heard in the
Absolutely nothing.
Yeah,
Just a lot of crying on Twitter about
Yeah,
Eagles.
you can't just throw that out.
Yeah,
there.
exactly. I like debate. You know, what's the problem with that? Do it in the pugs, do it in the casts. It's all good fun. Think Valve are telling me stuff? No.
Me, on the other hand,
Yeah, I mean,
we
yeah,
tight. So here we go, look. The Eagles back out for Mouse Sports.
You're the sole reason they won't nerf it, Harry. They don't want to deactivate you or BMAS for that matter. Oh, Dexter!
Oh, Dexter, as it turns out, you know. Oh, just the Eagle as a whole.
I'm fine with that. Those are 1-deeks, mate. Those are balanced as hell. It's the body shot spam where things get weird and wacky. Karrigan looking to do exactly that. Molotov on the truck means they just can't default anyway. Oh, well. They don't mind. Karrigan's getting closer, and so is Robs. How do they keep doing it? Doubling back for another D ground. Olaf doubles up, and he's found by Dexter, leaving Twists with no kit in a clutch.
He was elected to lead, not to D, Hugo. But Dexter's coming big in this round, as the Twists might get blindsided by him. Bye-bye. Oh,
hey,
get out of my head.
No.
2-1, and the Eagles bounce right back. Now, these forced by wards well and truly underway. Reinvestment for FaZe. And we're going to see them even toting an M4 on Karrigan.
Totes, mate. Yeah, all right. I'm not against the two scrappy international rosters at the top of CS. Like to fight back and forth, battle a bit with pistols. This could be fun. It's not a one-sided fight. Everyone's bringing Deegs to the table. Now rifle in middle for Karrigan, trying to put himself in the front line. Trying to get involved. CZ only looks good in pro's hands. When you use it yourself, you'll find out what that means. But Twists, capable hands. Indeed, Rops is looking to get up close, and that's where things get scary. So instead they hold off, wait for FaZe's aggression. You know there's not much in this round for FaZe, but that still scares you.
All in B stack right now, right? So hopefully Maus do their due diligence here in clearing out the toilets over in mid. And eventually, FaZe will have to bring someone back up towards that A-bomb site. Karrigan's going to go there now with the M4. That's the one rifle up here. Over towards A. They walk into this double short side setup, but giving away that kill isn't all it's struck up to be, right? Don't get me wrong, the 5-on-4 is big, but it might now tempt Mouse Sports into this stacked bomb site. And so with them moving in through the tunnel out towards Monster, it is looking destined to be this B play with only 15 seconds left. Time could be a problem. The Deagle finds the first. The rotation's coming in for Karrigan, and Olaf doesn't want to give up this site. There is 8 seconds. Karrigan hoping to deny a bomb plant, and a denial there. Frozen, dead, but Rops is going to trade it out. And he narrowly keeps that round belonging to Mouse Sports.
Yeah, that's the best he could have done there, right? He delays the shot until the final second, gets the kill, and he would have just dropped in water if they let him, but Robs is very quick to trade. Also, I talked about that CZ fight. We didn't see it, but Robs killed Twist pushing up on sandbags, and, you know, Twist dinked in there, so if he was closer, there would have been a kill. Robs low and late activates to win the round for Mouse. That kill had to come through from Robs, or there was no way in. 3-1, and the Deagle's devastated for now, but we'll see more later in this series. It's just USPs. Al's ready to start running away with the freebies, take the 4-1. Just gotta kick it up in their goal hole. There's not many keepers on this A site. They're stacked down towards B. Twist even boosting up Karrigan for this kill, but I wouldn't be surprised if BMAS checks it. He's got a good mind, this guy. Good brain for the game.
Plus, if there was anyone to just spray and turn and 180 you, it's this guy. And he's just going to check it straight up.
Too smart.
Yeah. Oh,
bye-bye.
That's free. And that's free too for Dexter.
I gotta say, this Dexter's a cool talking point because when he came to Mouse, even though like we were all excited, everyone except this kid was excited to see him here in this team and in Europe.
Except this kid,
yeah,
obviously.
except this kid, obviously crying at the airport. But For Dexter, it's like it felt like initially, while he was destroying locally, he was having trouble individually against EU teams, against tier 1 teams that Mal's often play. He has gotten better and better individually, and he is in tip-top form. Like, this guy is definitely a capable fragging in-game leader, and like coming off the back of losing Carrigan, who fills into that exact mantle, can be inconsistent, but lately has been really, really good. Dexter can frag against the best, and that's cool.
Yeah, and mate, I think, you know, like a victory in this would only, in this series in particular, would only serve to increase those Dexter stonks, you know, like
to the moon. So yeah, I'm super excited for these rosters in this group, especially. I think arguably, would you agree, the best group in Pro League?
Yeah, I think this is the group, mate.
The group. All right. Definitely the one with the most question marks, the most new rosters. Big with Gay taking their win, EG with a new in-game leader for the time being.
Yeah, the DAPS 900 IQ.
Yeah, the old switcheroo.
Finally, DAPS' revenge.
Back better than ever. He looked good in that series earlier. Dexter, walking smokes, mate. Call him Alex. He was doing that all last series, but Dexter does it and delivers a kill to Brokey. All right. Mal's 5-on-4, and they slow it down. The group on A with the bomb. Rops is late B. Is he going to lurk through Monster, or does he just want to sell this? Maybe even provide a path back down lower if Mal's don't like what they see, and they might not. Carrigan's tucked in close.
Oh, he's going to swing ahead of it. But BMAS will trade that out. The A-bomb site now getting teed up for the site take. Twists with the turn, head on a swivel. Can't quite mop up Frozen at long, but the second player at Truck certainly can. Rops is a long way away, so far away that this is unwinnable for him. The bomb dropped just outside of that A site, and he can't find a thing. Rops is left saving here.
Yeah, I was wondering how that was going to go, right? Like, I think you're just hoping for success, and then Rops is there, if you do get success, to walk in the back line, to lurk up, either kill saving players or backstab an A player if you have time for it. Also, you know, Mouse can drop back down connector if A goes badly. And boy, it went so badly, so quickly. Twist, I don't know how he gets that kill. Acor should have definitely had that trade, and yeah, the disappointed face as Twist flicks back and takes a double in that round. FaZe on the board with guns. So, not getting rolled just yet. I say just yet like they were going to get rolled. That's not what I'm thinking. But could have been a really strong start to Mal's if they break that buy and put them on eco. Instead, it's competitive, and that's what we like.
Acor's done in that AWP. I think there are some, you know, question marks around what we're going to get out of him in this Pro League.
Yeah.
I really hope we can see him look to kind of establish himself. I think if you were going to look at anyone that's still maybe going through that, like, adjustment period, it would be this guy. Let's see what he can deliver. He's got Brokey to go up against, but no AWP in sight for FaZe just yet. The money's not established enough. Rob's keen to keep this pressure up on the B-bomb site, on these lurks. Might get a bit of an earlier activation out of him this time around, although with the positioning gained here at long, you know, Maus know that they're deep in this A-bomb site, and so as they start to move in, the rotation should get drawn up quickly. That's an upgrade for Carrigan. Once again, this delayed lurk through B might not find a damn thing, because the A-bomb site take falls apart. And, you know, you can see the idea behind it, right? Get into A, catch those players either as they're all scrambling to rotate up or come in on a backstab. But that's twice now where Rops is just kind of left on an island with really no meaningful impact or way to play into the round. It really hinges on everything at A going 100% right.
Yeah.
And when that's the kind of, you know, plan that you're leaning into, yeah, it shows confidence. But it also leaves you with no get-out clause.
Yes, exactly, right? Like, it's one thing if Robson's selling that and keeping rotates, but actually he's just been listening to the steps right up CT. He's been hearing players running up the metal. And so that's information, but yeah, you know, we expect a lot of impact from Robson. Maybe that's soon to come. Rain getting aggressive. He's taken Frozen down in the playground. He's not playing around. Smoke down, and they're coming from both sides. Rain's read it. One, and maybe more. Careful with that smoke. Certainly not a wall. Rain, the longer he lives here, I mean, there's only, you know, pistols at the end of the day, but the longer he lives, the more problematic that is for Mouse. They have to dedicate so much time to clearing him out. And we need more support. Yeah, Carrigan's coming in to try and help out, draw some attention away, get a frag while the back is turned, and so he takes down Rops with ease. Rain follows up, and looking for 4. BMAS does have a deagle. 2 shots, though. Needs to be precision, and Rain won't allow it. 4 frags from Rain. All back to normal. 4-4, and a buy from Mouse. But first, attack.
Yeah, kind of taking stock of the inventory right now. You know, you're able to bring another one of these AWPs out on A-Core. That might feel quite nice, especially with Brokey, you know, getting his feet wet and bringing that AWP out. This was beautiful from Rain, man. It can very, very quickly, you know, feel like a bit of a rough spot to be in, like you're caged in the park, but he makes it look so damn easy. And so, yeah, we will have that up. Maybe a look at that head-to-head, although I'm seeing Brokey eyeing up that B spawn. He's going to go head down towards the B bomb site, so maybe we don't get those AWPs clashing just yet. Both AWPers looking to be proactive and take these opening duels, but right now it's Brokey in the right place. A-Core on a bit of a wild goose chase in middle as this time FaZe have really leaned off of that aggression. Instead, it is a almost full B stack with a comm player in Rain. No one up on that A bomb site right now.
Yeah, still no one dead.
It's tense, isn't it?
Yeah, very tense. Oh, the regroup, the re-aggro. FaZe moving into water. They even check Con. They missed the timing. BMAS, though, they know he's there. Smoke down. Rain waiting for the time to strike. And with a flashbang from B-Shot, it's perfect from Twist. Rain's going to get the kill. Now Carrigan in the toilet, a sole A player calling for Brokey's AWP to rotate up, and it will. But Carrigan, for the time being, catches A-Core looking the wrong way. It goes both ways. Frozen, by surprise, walking up Divider. 3-on-3. It's only Brokey here.
Yeah, at the truck with the AWP, looking to drive away with a round. Brokey drops that bomb. That's now rotations being called for. And just by dropping this smoke, it's given him so much more room to work with. He doesn't feel as trapped in. Can he deny the bomb plant? Olaf can. Oh, it's a little late, little messy. And so the bomb plant comes in. Now Rops has got to see this round through to the end. If you were going to put your faith in anyone, you'd put it in this guy. Wants to try and avenge the death of Frozen. Olaf. Oh, brings him down low, but we'll have to finish the job the second time around. Rops caught looking for that second player, caught waiting for a CT fight that was never given over by Twists.
Nice delay for Twist as well. As Rops is like baiting shots onto Olaf in Divider, he's hoping that Twist makes the mistakes of getting aggressive, right, of trying to shoot Rops in the back, but he just wants Olaf to get closer and closer. And it's great to see Olaf in the server. You know, the man who just won't retire, we won't let him. FaZe won't let him, they keep needing him, and he keeps doing the good work, fighting the good fight. So that's lovely. That's good stuff. Another round for FaZe. They take the lead right back out of Mousesport's hand. And A-Core's left with a scout now. Leading B. Rob setting his team up to take shorts. Oh, good spam. Frozen gets tagged up very well by Carrigan's Org. Big Org user is Carrigan. He's been there since the beginning. Every moment and every frag.
And it is important to remember, you know, he wasn't your typical nerdy computer in school, right?
Yeah, I think he was one of the first to get a girlfriend.
That's my understanding of the situation as well.
Fair enough, beat me.
But, you know, while he was one of the first to get a girlfriend, Dexter, one of the first to have a kid. So, you know, there's a lot on the line here.
Just a meme. for clarification.
Also, it's Rain's birthday today.
Happy birthday, Rain.
I swear, every game we cast, it's someone's birthday.
Yeah. Well,
was this intentional? Did they schedule all the games on birthdays?
Yeah, Rain's...
plays once a year.
Yeah.
He's like the Jeepers Creepers of FaZe, you know? Only comes around on a half moon or whatever the plot of that film is.
I don't know what you're referencing, but is it Scooby-Doo, Jeepers Creepers? That's what it
nah,
sounds
he's like
to
this
me.
dude who cuts people's eyes out. So here we go.
Oh, that's Scooby-Doo After Dark, past the watershed, and this is where the blood-curdling screams start, Harry.
The watershed, you know, aka Shrek's palace. Here's Twists.
In the hole.
Holding on. Get out of his swamp, boys. It's all Ogre now. Rops with a double. Olaf Meister feeling the pressure. Ooh, they're in the sight. Frozen's going to delete him. Brokey and Rain left to hold on to this one in a 2-on-3. That bomb is going down whether you like it or not.
Yeah, can't stop that. Rain's going to try and go in off the flash. Yes, he looks into it. Not by design, not ideal. Far from it, in fact. It's Mal's finding 5 unless Brokey can just sneak in at the last second. Maybe a kill would tempt him, but he's already running back for the save, and they're right below him. Done deal, dead in the water. Brokey's even being lurked on by Frozen. Aware of that possibility. And long is the common save position in this map, so Frozen's just going to wait, move up, close this net second by second on Brokey. I still have faith. Brokey should be fine, right? Yeah. Probably.
It's so good, baby. Brokey holds on to that up.
Whew.
Just about.
Not an easy shot, but it's fine. Nice execute for Malsports, right? Coming in with some big entries. Rops, he's far more active this time. We've been talking about how Mal's have been leaning A with Rops on late lurks out B. They haven't really done much. Well, this time he just gung-ho, right in through Monster, double entry, cracks open the site. Double AWP, though. Twists joining Brokey in that.
Okay, Twists. All right, this guy's a bit of a headshot guru, so interesting to see.
Yeah.
BMAS serping his way down to Monster. It put him in the mouth of Monster very, very quickly. That was some clean movement there. And now the B rush going to come in on the back of it. Oh, they are deep. What? They are in your face. Twists. Oh, no.
Everyone's whiffing.
Oh, it's ugly. Oh, it's gross. And there's Dexter to make it happen. Oh, num. Rain's out of there.
That was a mess. Olaf wasn't ready for that, and then Twist wasn't ready for that.
Seemingly no one was actually ready for what just happened.
Definitely wasn't ready for that until he was, and he doubles up. That was just a calamity, a clash of crosshairs. And Mal's come out on top. B executes working well, right? Just no information, no execute smokes, no full util setup. They just pop through Monster 2 rounds in a row and get double openers. That's poor Twist, just stuck out in the open on short, misses his shot up close to trade Olaf on the barrels. And even if he got it, he would have gone down as well, but would have loved to take someone with him, tempt his team back in for a retake. Instead, it's Rain saving.
Terrorists win.
And save he shall, but not the score. Mal's now continuing to build into this T side, looking like a very good T side after all. It's only just started. Don't worry, that wasn't you. Fine. No one's messaging you anyway, guys.
Yeah.
Just keep watching.
Right. Oh, a chance of that AWP duel, but it never gets to come our way. Rob's waiting with this little B-exec again.
Yeah.
Holding on outside of the B-bomb site.
But Mal's have just moved away from these A plays with Rops left like dead in the water. Now they're just going to go again as a unit.
Yeah, up in the face of the B players. This time Twists not on that AWP. Instead on with the Deagle. Puts it to good use right away. Rain's even holding for the swing back on the short side, and BMAS is on the receiving end of that one there. Acor and Frozen going to be hard pressed to carve a path back into this round, especially with that connector control loss. They're really left with no other option but to follow through on this B play. Following through can always get messy. Oh, Brokey with the swing. The timing on that is brutal for Acor. He's having a bit of a rough time right now. Frozen. 1 on 4 turned 1 on 3, and he's going bang all the way up to the A-bomb site to give himself a chance at this clutch.
Yeah, the issue is he ran on wood, so they know they are right behind him, coming in from connector. He's got a nice plant for it, right? But low health, no utility. It's an ace 1v3 needed from Frozen. On this top site, back to CT spawn he goes. FaZe, they've been good at timing these retakes together. The late player is Rain walking up, and Frozen's missed the timings. He's got to deal with Twist. Smoke coming in and knife out. Frozen walks in. Oh, Twist turns back last second, almost looked away. And it's going to be a defuse coming in for FaZe Clan. Oh, Lord. That's one way of changing it up, right? I like the call out of Karrigan. All right, guys, just all play B. Everyone play B this round. 4 in the site, and Rain was connected. Now, that still gives you ways back out. Like, if Mouse do go back to the default mid and take long, you're going to have Rain, who might be able to get you info in con and stay alive. And instead, you know, if it is B, Rain, door off, flanking the short player, and obviously able to rotate up very quickly through CT with that, or sorry, through con with that control in that 3-on-1. So, yeah, FaZe, they stack B. I don't know if they'll do it again, but I also don't know if Mousesports would really want to run out Monster for a 4th round in a row. It worked 2 out of 3 times. Now back to your default. Oh! That's one way to start.
Man, Acor's getting ruined in this head-to-head.
Dead to dead. Bread to bed. Brokey's not done, mate. He's doubling down. He is going all the way in. Now, the issue is you need an A player. Karrigan's coming on rotate. Oh, Ray, tip tap. Oh, and he fires back drops. Does kill the orb, but you don't care at this point. You know exactly where that bomb is.
Give me more, Rain. Give me more. It's your birthday. Make it rain, baby. Come on. 2 to his name. 2 nice taps, but he can't quite find number 3. Turns out when they're looking at you, it's a lot harder.
Who knew?
Twists, though, on this T-spawn wraparound. It's a little awkward for Twist because he doesn't want to like overcommit to this and find himself so far away from B that, you know, it opens up a con rotate. His position's useless if like you're so far away from that B site you can't even be the B player, right? And even now, like with where he is, Olof is having to go supplement that B bomb site. Now the bomb still down here in middle, and Karrigan. Oh no, he might. Nice. Oh, that's a nice readjustment. Yeah, baby. Rops, even though he's dealt with his old friend and leader, he's now left in a 1v2 sandwich between Olof and Twist. He's going to try and hit this con timing, but that's what Twist was counting on. That's what Twist was waiting for, and he'll deliver round number 7 to FaZe.
Yeah, Twist is an overpass player through and through. This is nothing new for this guy after his time on Liquid. And yeah, FaZe now up in the lead. I'm loving how competitive this game is. If you think back to the game we just casted of Na'Vi Fnatic, it was a story of one-sided starts, comebacks in both halves and overtimes. Well, this is just trading rounds right now. Everyone getting 2 apiece, swapping back and forth. It's never clear where this matchup is going, and that's even more exciting. Now Mousesports, though, they're in a hot water. They have a bit of a broken bank, and so might have to eco to play for 7. That's fine. That's a good T side. 6 is fine. We would love more, but you don't want to buy up here fully and then get relegated to 2 weak buys and go out 9-6 with a whimper. So a breather first. Eagles out, and a chance for FaZe to keep performing. Right now, really no weak players apart from Acor, 2 and 9. Everyone else sitting pretty. It's been a troubling day for Orpers. Oh, not for Simple.
Oh. Okay. Oh my god, and then he almost burned in the molly.
Star points.
Karrigan's going to get pulled away from the B bomb site. Brokey does need some kind of assistance now that Rain is worm food over in middle. No HP on Dexter from that earlier fight. But while this attention is peeled towards short, the Deagles get out long.
Okay.
Karrigan dead after 1, and this is a good spot for Mouse to be in. Guns are retrievable, and not just any guns. I'm talking AWPs. Acor's going to go get his hands on that.
Yeah. The fact that you're still walking this as well, like look at Miles' positions, they're all in toilets, you're walking, you're wasting your own time. They know you're coming from here, they have connector, there's no question about it, and you have so much to clear because you don't know where they are. You're expecting pistols, and obviously they know the guns have been gifted, but Miles are playing this perfectly. The clock alone might decide this round. You have a smoke kit. If you're going to go for it, that is your means to an end. That is your necessary move. And the smoke misses on top of the boxes. Just save. Get out of there. Tail between your legs. Humiliated by your own utility. And Miles find an eco win. That's a way to win the half. Not the way I expected, though.
Look at that little monument to the failure of FaZe in that round assembled over on the A-bomb site. Yeah, that's rough. Great stuff from Mouse, right? That they get those kills, they sandwich the toilet players. You saw that FaZe were finally like warming up to the idea of that timing being hit, but something was just a little off. And I think, you know, it all gets a bit weird when you lose Rain over in middle like that. Because Brokey, he's in a spot where like, if he goes back to site, he can get caught by players aggroing mid, he can get caught on that long flank. So he calls like, Carrigan, come help me out, bud. They end up leaving a huge gap in that A-bomb site, and it comes back to haunt them.
It's a good round to go B though, right? Like Miles have had a great success here on this lower site. The issue is FaZe know it just as well. They've got 3 here, Rain and Con, waiting for that smoke timing, and no one's watching it anymore. This could be good for him. Robs gets spammed as he goes through the smoke. Rain will catch one. And even though BMAS trades, there was an angle open for Rain to kill the in-game leader, so that's not really what Miles wanted here. Not only that, but guns now picked up by FaZe, and while we had Miles win an eco, it's only fair if FaZe do it right back. Obviously, they put everything they can here into the last round of the half. This is a cool new boost. Oh, not new, but a better way to boost without having to crouch and tell your teammate to uncrouch. I keep jumping. No, Carrigan just stands a little lower. Twist can jump up safe without having to worry about crouching. And he can check out short. With that information, the rotate needs to happen. And Twist is eventually making that move. Brokey's conceding A. We have 2 kits. We have the smokes this time. Luckily in Brokey's hands. Maybe he can hit this one. And FaZe, while 2 players are a long way away, Malice have a temporary 3-on-2 in A. Oops.
All right, Brokey's Deagle looking to be that first point of contact, but instead it's Twist. You're sniping away at one. Hey! The Deagle to close it on Brokey. So it will be FaZe narrowly winning out that first half of play at 8-7. But this series, much like the last, it's still heating up. It's still got room to grow. You don't want to miss the second half between FaZe and Mouse Sports coming up in just a moment.
Oh, I'm so fucking dead,
oh
dude.
my god, I'm fighting. Oh, get him.
Yo! Yeah, baby!
All again, dude. I'm not going for anymore. Oh, you're next. No, that was insane. Oh my lord. Because you're insane.
Go again, dude.
Why are you so good, Bell? What the?
I just won you. No, Will!
Bell! You're bloodthirsty.
No, Will, why? Let's go, Justin.
Oh, man, we gotta fucking go.
They wanted to kill me, man.
Yeah.
Ah, man, I'm gonna win it. No!
Oh my god, he fucking took my ankles out.
Oh!
I've died 4 times going for the gun, dude. That's fucking Neo, dude.
Oh!
Oh my god, he pre-fired it.
Hey, you're so
It's like a pre-fire. You gotta pre-fire that thing.
No.
Oh my god. No,
Oh my.
They're covering it, dude. Oh. Yes! Oh my god. Oh, 1 by 2. Oh my god.
Ah, you got him. Yes!
Well, we're damn near neck and neck here between Carrigan's FaZe Clan and Dexter's Mouse Sports. Things are heating up here on Overpass, Hugo. It's pretty even Stevens as we head into this second half of play. Neither one yet really pulling ahead in any meaningful way in this map.
Yeah, Con stacked for Mouse. FaZe will meet them right there with numbers as well. The bomb's here, gotta be careful. Olaf charging him down. Brokey with a kill. Frozen, last bullet tap, and he goes into the Lion's Den. Guess what, mate? It's full of Lions. They'll maul him 2-on-3 now. Mouse move out. Staying stuck on B is BMAS not wanting to activate too early or too late. Gotta find that sweet spot. Dexter, alone in the site.
Oh my goodness.
Hello.
Oh my goodness. Oh, Rain
poor guy.
spots him. Dexter's trying to play the trigger discipline, and BMAS now, they know about him out through Con. They know where these fights are coming, and Carrigan swings him, taking his head off with the P2 Fiddy.
That's why we get P2 Fiddies in the pistol, Harry. That's why we don't use Glocks, because they are not fun. And Rain and Carrigan show us why very quickly. But if you remember that first half, it went with a pistol for Mouse, and FaZe forced up with the Eagles, and they won it. And yeah, it didn't mean much in the long run, but Mouse going to do their best at repeating history.
Yeah, as we get deeper into this CT side, we really need more out of A-Core here.
Yeah, definitely. CT overpass, AWP, like he can't go cold on us. Not now. Not when everyone else is showing up as well. And this game is so close. Plus Brokey besting him in head-to-heads, getting opening kills with the AWP in middle and that T side alone, CT side rather.
This could still get weird though, Hugo. I don't want to count our chickens before they hatch.
No, they'd just be eggs at that point, mate. Sometimes you get 2 chickens out of 1 egg. How crazy is that? Nature's weird.
Wait, really?
Yeah, it's like how you have, you know, triplets or whatever. You know, you can just give birth to as many creatures as you want at the end of the day. It's not up to you. It's up to nature. Nature's brutal, man. I've seen an egg with two chickens out of it.
What?
Not personally,
okay,
but it has happened.
Okay, I'm sure it has actually, now that I think about it. Well, look at this, Carrigan. Oh, like double egg surprise. He's good. It's actually triplets for him in this one. And Rops is brushed aside as well. The Galils tear through this stacked B-bomb site. Mouse had everybody there, and they had that early advantage because of Rops, you know, dealing with Rain over in Con. But that is the only kill, the only ground gained in that round.
FaZe aren't yoking around, mate. That's safe to say, right? Like, Deagles can get terrifying, and Mals don't manage to pick up the round. Despite starting 5-on-4, untraded as well, they get reamed on the B-bomb site.
Yeah, mate, Shramble down there, and now, you know, A-Core's getting poached.
Yeah, they're hunting for him. All right, that's poached. I'm going to start using that. I like that. Egg terminology, definitely one of my favorites.
It's like the, you know, chicken fruit almost. You know?
Doesn't grow on trees, bro.
No. Is that what makes a fruit a fruit?
I don't know. Don't ask me. What do I look like? The fruit man? 10-7. And fruits and veg aside, Harry, we're getting into the meat and the potatoes.
Ah, there it is.
Everyone's favorite course.
Yeah, let's see if, you know, the Mouse guys can come out of their shell a little bit here with this pop flash set up in towards Monster. Ooh, the flash actually hits Carrigan in the chin. And Rops will still, oh my god, Frozen has also found another with a deagle. A USP is just dink twists. Oh, okay. Rops is dead. A little tag because they're in the car. And now he's dead. Broky's trying to help Twist to get into the site. Oh, Twists down to the 1v1. It's bottom frag at Acor left to beat. He nailed that little no-scope smoke shot, headshot onto, who was it? Was it Brokey just moments ago?
Yeah.
But now he's got Twists to beat. Twists, who has hit the ground running here, is now wrapping him over at short. Eventually, Acor's got to consider this timing. And as he works his way into the site, the penny should drop soon. However, Twists is considering that Acor is considering what Twists was doing. So now he's doing something different.
Mind games, yes, yes. And Acor thinks he's coming short. He just went, oh, I cleared Monster. He's not Monster. Or is he? He is. Twists. Will he really read this position? It looks like he's about to check it. Oh my goodness. Twists with the clutch. 1v3. Wallbang to start.
So clean, mate. He had full faith in his read on that. Like, that was stylish. Dude looks up to the barrels. He's like, look at this. I'm about to end this man's whole career.
Yeah. Oh my god, that was a wild round, right? Check the kill feed. I'm pretty sure it was a no-scope wallbang smoke shot from the scout.
Look at this. Yeah.
Yeah, Brokey was trying to throw the short molly. I'm like, Brokey, he's behind you. He shut the door on him. It didn't matter. Look at this from Twist. Clean as can be. And you love the headshots. You love them. And Acor wears them. His face worn out after that one. Full of holes and not the one that he was born with. Or ones. Oh, the tuck didn't get right. Hold on. He realizes, good reaction on the flick. And this is Miles' map pick, remember. FaZe right now are beating them, and it looks pretty concise at the moment. A 5-on-4 in a gun round. If they can convert, they're going to be, well, safe to say one step closer, but you know how numbers work. But with one, Harry, often comes a second, as Miles will be put down on pistols, even though they made last round close, unable to convert. They're running out of room, is what I'm trying to say. Do we have a hero?
Well, normally we look to Rops to be that hero. Frozen is just as good a candidate, waiting in this long smoke for the fade. And while he gets the first, Brokey has nailed the trade, so it's a very fleeting feeling of success there for Maus. Smoke's raining in now. Molly's actually left a big gap in that smoke from where it plumed instantly, but Rain's pushing up around it, now holding for this swing. It's not a standard plant either, so Acor can't spam that out. It's a little left of the normal position. Timing missed. Acor having a bit of a mare. It just feels like every time you look away, you miss a timing that could have affected the outcome of the round, and now you would have loved that opener. Well, someone was going to provide it, and that man's BMAS. Accelerating this one from a 4-on-3 in favor of FaZe to a 3-on-3 retake that now Maus are moving in for the kill. Brokey, ooh, goes back for more. The trades are even, and as mentioned, the bomb was planted wide, so it's only coverable from this front toilet position. But for Rops, there's just not enough time, and he's surely dead to the bomb here.
Yeah. Oh, wow, that's super risky, right? Like you said with the bomb plant. It was actually nice. Maybe they were trying to play, Carrigan was trying to play against nades, right? Like when you get the site for free, you worry that maybe you're getting nades stacked. And actually the AWP was spamming default and it wasn't hitting him because, well, it wasn't default. Dangerous for Olaf, but the time was good. FaZe are very keen to flash back in and take fights. They didn't really need to, but I admire it. They're feeling confident, man. And yeah, the results are speaking for themselves. Broken by again for Mousesports. FaZe 5 up now, and a flawless T-side as well. Think about how, you know, the Force by Wars affected that first half. FaZe have not let anything stop them in their tracks. And Carrigan is at the forefront of all of this, by the way. Top fragging in the server against his former team certainly feels good.
I mean, mate, we often see, right, there's kind of no motivation like it. And facing the guys you used to call friends. We all remember that little Snappy affair, I'm sure, right? Snappy v Heroic.
Yeah, he just had a lights-out first map in that series. It didn't hold on, but he must have been.
He didn't, but he played the best map of CS he's ever played to open up.
Exactly. So that's good. I'm sure Carrigan's had better maps, but this certainly is not bad. 20 and 13, and 12 to 7. There's a long player to worry about. Frozen. Ooh, wiggle, jiggle. Olaf playing the dance with him. It's loosey-goosey, and it's a shot to the back of the head. Carrigan keeps it up with the opening kills.
Oh, Rob Stiegel, always scary, always worrying, and that's why Carrigan knows it better than most. Deeged out of the round. Twist will trade for one. Oh, make it a double.
Twist, how does he headshot every kill he gets? I just don't understand.
See, Twist is just someone who gets it, right?
He gets
the headshot is actually, and this is something that not many people know, Hugo. It's the fastest way to dispatch of an opponent.
No way.
Right? Because it does the most damage. You can actually kill them in one headshot.
Yeah, that's actually good advice, Harry. Something to take home.
And so that's Twist's whole philosophy.
Without looking, you want to know who has the highest headshot percentage in the server. It's 90%. Good luck is all I'll say. And it's not a call with 4 kills. There's your heads up.
Is it? Is it?
90%.
Is it Olaf Meister?
No, it's Dexter. 11 and 15,
Dexter
90%.
with the headshot.
BMAS, 81 at 11 and 17. Rop, 65 at 20 and 13.
Right, Twist ain't even come up yet.
53%. But, you know,
slacking.
FaZe are winning, so who's the real loser? Also, Twist has had AWP. I can't think how many kills he's had with it, but
from what I remember, it was none.
Maybe none. Maybe I'll take that comment back. Either way, Twist, I'm not complaining. He's having a great game, and so are FaZe as they get ready to explode into this B-bomb site.
All right, Rain, that is an ugly flash. Peeking ahead of it. Rain's been very unfortunate with the team flashes in this game. But it's not Brokey doing it, it's Carrigan. But the result is always the same. Rain fully blind on these peaks. It's crawling to a bit of an awkward halt here on the B play, and it gets ugly real quick for FaZe Clan. That's a 5 alive round there out of the Mousesports crew. You know, you do get the feeling that if the timing on that peak was a little better, maybe the result would have been drastically different.
Yeah, first
kill,
kill,
you know,
right?
it's a pump and dump B play, you know. Exactly. It was always kind of hinging on getting the first and then just steamrolling them down on the back of it.
You've made 2 good points, and both of them are right and, well, I was going to say right and wrong. Not really. Like, they both counteract each other. It's a bump and dump. It depends on the first kill. The flash, Team Flash was the first kill, so who knows what would have happened there if Rain waited 1 second. But you all want to get involved, man. I get it. That's your first conceded round on the T side now for FaZe. Acor, he needs something here. He's got an AWP. He's in the perfect position. There are 3 players here. Brokey's also around. Frozen's baiting for Acor, and oh, nice as well. Brokey drops him. Still got to worry about that AWP in play. Rain's got it locked in. Did he get Team Flash? Almost. Rain gets out. Phew. They don't know about Acor. At this point, they think it's clear. There's no way they don't. So he has the element of surprise, not much else. Oh, no.
Oh my God, another timing
Twist!
missed. Ah!
Twist!
I don't like it.
Twist will turn. Twist will turn. It's fine.
Please.
Twist will turn.
Twist. What? No! Jaquinho, eat your heart out. Acor's missed the sitter. And now, that's a very awkward series of events.
He could have waited. That's the saddest
If you wanted to sum up the kind of game that Acor is having, just look at that round there. Like, oh.
Yeah.
Lot of weirdness, lot of weirdness. I actually fell over a box. It was so weird during that one.
Oh, now Rops has to shoot from behind one. Alone on the bomb site right now. Dexter's just got here to truck. Smoke is good. It cuts off any chance to peek on either side of these boxes, and Rain goes over the truck. Dexter holding strong, ruining his headshot percentage, but if he can save the round, it's worthwhile. No, it's not. BMAS alone and walking up CT so far out. I mean, at this point in the game, Harry, everything in you is telling you to save, but really, you need to win a round. You need to do something. This is going to be FaZe resetting Mousesports after their first CT win. So BMAS just wants to get involved. Kit and Smoke are the things tempting him in.
That first CT win was a flawless round.
I was going to say, it's transfers, who knows?
They've at least got something still to fall back on here, right? Because that B play ended in
That's why you can risk the gun as well.
Also, look at this timing, mate.
I guess he thought Twist was watching him, and so he just shot so fast, he didn't even... He could have waited just 1 second.
That's the worst thing, like...
But he panicked, he's panicking. No, yeah, no surprise. Look, he's 4 and 15, he's not having fun. That was so scary.
Like, the one thing that is really screwed there is, like, so when we had that Chiquinho whiff earlier, you know, when he scopes in, he knows they've heard the scope, so that's why he's panicking, whereas like, Acor's been scoped the whole damn time, so they have no idea. Yeah. But it's such a weird situation that I can fully understand the panic of going, oh my, there's someone there.
Twist is killing him, and he's going, how the hell is he that Rain? Did you even look at Party, or is it Rain? I held it for like 15 seconds, man. Trust me, that guy was hiding out. Either way, FaZe break it back. And now they get ready to try and close this first map of the series. Boost up for Rain. Can he see any little heads, flashy faces? Let's try and yoink. Oh, there's a lurk smoke. BMAS is... Oh, he just turned. Oh, no, he's just turned. Carrigan's walked through. BMAS looked away at the wrong time. I guess trying to play anti-flash.
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness. It's still on this boost.
Yeah, man, that is such a cursed timing.
Oh, Dexter, don't jump.
Sataris is the flip phone out right now, recording that. Look at this, right? Rain peeking over the top of the boost. Oh, Acor's going to snipe him down from the top of it.
Oh, good meme. Very good meme.
Topical.
Yeah, be using that one. Right, back up con they go. Rops has decided, right, Acor, sorry bud, but you're not doing enough. I need to AWP. I need to get involved in the action, and so he shall. But problem is, they're walking right by you, Rops. 20 seconds. Now, you know B's very quiet. It's clearly an A play. Rops is calling that over. Frozen walking, aware that they could already be in the bomb site, so he's not running. And Rops backstabs Olaf, lining up utility. Now you know you've got to go forward, but you've also got to worry about the back. You're under attack in all directions.
Yeah, Brokey is the bomb, and he ran towards toilets. There's no stock. Yeah,
I'm pretty sure he would have.
Yeah, I think he would have time, but they just know that was a screwed situation. He went back to go and try and trade Rops, and I was looking, I'm like...
Rops ain't giving you that.
He has the bomb. I don't know if that's going to work on the timing.
I think he could have stuck it. We know these, HUD timers can be off by, just milliseconds, which does make all the difference. But it felt like that's the only way to win the round. So would like to see the stick there. Twist actually had to cover and killed the first guy out bank, or Dumpster. So, yeah, whatever. We'll get over it. You could botch a round or two, but you can't botch the map. Not at this lead. Oh, Acor, run. Yeah. If you miss that shot, no reason to hang around and offer up your life. Just get away. Just flashed off the angle. Don't be... even if you're having a bad game, and this feels almost like counterintuitive, but you don't want to be that guy, even if it means you play scared, you don't want to be that guy giving away 4v5s, because then you really are just kind of throwing rounds at that point. So Acor's not doing that hilariously. Like, it's not like he's dying first, he just can't hit his shots. Frozen can, though, and Acor comes in clutch.
Come on!
But it's boosting, and that's more like it for Acor. Double down in middle, and these pistols are getting prodded and poked. Dexter... It's all under control.
Okay, Acor's starting to remember what it means to be, the apex predator of the server again. He's still a little ways away from completing his transition to the top of the food chain, but anything's better than where he was at a couple of rounds ago. And you never know, right? Like, we've seen examples of these late-game activations of key players coming back and turning it around for teams. I think, the trials and tribulations of a team like Complexity from the previous group, where we would have guys like JKS dead silent in a map, only to then come alive and completely salvage it. We could still have that kind of performance out of Acor here, especially with another eco round teed up for FaZe.
Yeah, for sure. And, you know, Cole, they lost their first series. We were all going, oh, you know, they're probably not going to make it. That's fine. They went 0-1. They still got out of the group, 3-2. Oh, weren't ready for that, but Frozen reacts very well, spraying down 2 on long. Now the toilets play. Acor, there's the first. Dinked, but it's only a Glock. Oh, it's only a Glock, he says. 2, 3 for Acor. And they're only eco kills, but they boost your confidence at a bare minimum. Even shoots Rops the rifle to get that AK upgrade. Team player is Acor. And suddenly, at 10 and 16, it doesn't really look like you're having such a bad game. Well, Sports are still in this one, Harry. Dare I say it.
Mate, I really hope we can get a late game activation of him, mate. And like, you know, these last few rounds have kind of spurred you on to believe it's possible. Now, the stakes on them have been lower, right? They've been these kind of weak economy rounds out of FaZe Clan. But if he's even able to give us, you know, 50% of what he just did there, maybe. Now's... Yes, maybe.
Oh, the flashes are so good.
They're getting up to him, but Acor not giving up. Middle, and that's more like it. Acor with the double.
Yes. Very good. Third would have been the cherry on top, but you can't turn down a 2-for-1. Never in this game. Not at this level. Lovely shots out of Acor. You got to give it to FaZe. FaZe, their flashes have been immense. Double peek and instant death. Poor Rain. Rops blows out his birthday candles. And now 2-on-4 for FaZe to somehow mangle their way back through. And I say mangle because it's going to be a mess. Regrouping, Rops hears this rotate. He now knows it's a B play. Doesn't even need to flank. Brokey's considering it, but he just doesn't have the time to sneak the entire way. He's got to run at some point, and so he shall. Now everyone stacked up a B. They're even watching Heaven, just in case. Just in case. Timings can be hit, and Rops will hit one his own. Traded by Olof, who is already on short, not to the knowledge of Rops, but Olof, style point sure, but maybe not the 15th round. 1v3, and no time to do it with the bomb sat on like a mother hen. Dexter won't give it away, and BMAS will close the round. Mouse Sports. This was looking done. Now it's anything but.
That's a nice mid-hold.
5 out of the last 6 for Mouse. 4 in a row. Eco.
Yeah, but you know, if there's one thing historically Karrigan's always been good at doing, it's you know, not letting games get away from him, right?
Why would you say that?
Oh wait, no, hang on. That's not true at all.
Oh
no, this is getting spooky because like it was feeling like really kind of, you know, Rops and guys like Dexter versus the world for the longest time, whereas now we're starting to get that supporting cast. The AWP is finding its footing. The money of FaZe constantly up against the wall. And these are these moments where you kind of get in your own head a bit, where you think to yourself, well, you know, if even one of these rounds had been different, we would be on the finish line right now. Now's not the time to look back, it's to look to the future. How do you want to try and do damage in this deco round? Up through the toilets they go.
Oh, no.
And blindsided Acor. All right, trial by fire. This is where you've got to show that road to recovery, and it's only one from the AWP. Now with the AK retrieved for Karrigan, the AWP finding its way into Brokey's hands. There's a chance of stealing away 15 on the Deagles.
Oh, these plants always scare me though, Harry, and if you lose your site players, that's where problems begin to arise. Karrigan, massive frag on the BMAS, keeping the site intact, doesn't want to die, just wants his teammates to trade with him, and Dexter has grabbed another one. They can get on the bomb. Brokey's got an AWP, he's flashed off, they're not going to clear him, they're just going to go for the package for the defuse, and Twist needs to throw himself at the bomb. Dexter's got the stick, Rops has the cover, and the AWP shot is not enough. Mouse Sports will win that retake. I could see it coming the second they planted on truck. Everyone else of FaZe, apart from Karrigan, had run away off the bomb site. These non-default plants, they let you down, man. And a nice try from Karrigan to at least defend his plant, but his team aren't there in time. Rain Deeg opener onto Brokey as well. And even with Brokey, Acor rather, even with Brokey coming back on long, shoots the cover, can't cock the bolt in time. Stressful for Mytha, but you take the round. Now Sports,
I mean, I'm starting to feel convinced, right? I'm starting to get on board the Mouse train more and more.
Choo-choo.
And if you get off the train, it runs you down.
Yeah.
FaZe are feeling that right now. You know, they had their finger to the pulse in this, right? They chained together so many rounds. It was looking so good.
Yeah. Felt unlosable. 5 up in a row. So it's 14-8.
And even then, there was like that instant reset as well onto the one victory round that Mouse were able to get, but now they're streaking them together. And it does feel like it's in no small part because finally this AWP has showed up to play.
Yeah, that's part of it, definitely. I mean, it's not been the only thing winning rounds, but it hasn't been, you know, losing rounds for Mouse by any means. That's an opening kill from Acor into the top performer for FaZe, the in-game leader dead. 5-on-4 now. This is getting worrisome right now. FaZe are regrouping at B. The bomb is late. Twist just threw his util to fake out of the, on A. And Mouse haven't fallen for this. A really heads-up play from Frozen and Acor to re-aggress and get this info. It keeps 3 at B. BMAS drops the electronic smoke. FaZe have yet to commit, though. They can wait out that util. Molly is well down. Now they walk out monster contact. They're ready to go. And they're ready to explode. It's just Brokey's flash and then FaZe in with a bang. Oh no, that's not what he intended. Accidentally clicked on the flick, and now you have no flash to get you in. Olaf's got to do it instead, but it's not easy. Out they go.
Yeah, in with that one flashbang. Oh, there's a Heaven player swinging wide. No one's adjusting to that, and Twists finally will, but Acor through smokes is still putting up numbers. From nothing going right to now seemingly unable to miss a beat. Mouse Sports are looking to tie this game up after all. Brokey, a horrible position to be in. He can't do a thing. And even though he takes one to the grave with him, that is nothing more than a consolation frag to give up 14-14.
Oh my goodness, man. This is such a tense game right now. And for FaZe, I can't be wondering where their heads are at. This is a catastrophe, to say the bare minimum. A 14-8, was it? That sounds about right, yes. 6 rounds now for Mouse.
Your heart kind of goes out to Carrigan as well. Like, he's still topping the board, he's still topping the charts.
Picked by the AWP. And when have you ever had a problem in getting out mid? Acor's never stopped you. Yeah, he's had some kills in Party and Toilets, but now he's starting to get those frags as well. The flashes were good for FaZe. Now they have nothing. Rop's dead to Brokey. That's something. That's a start that FaZe needed desperately. Looks like they want to go deep and go fast at that. Carrigan, quick pick into B, and it's a 5-on-3. Now you slow it down.
Yeah.
If I know Carrigan, he is not running the gun. He's telling his team to take deep breaths, to hang around. Reset with 5 at B, and then they go.
2 players here. Acor, one of them with this AWP. There's the first, struck from the tally. Carrigan on the receiving end, but wrapped by Rain, who's still causing problems.
Wow.
And this might be 15 for FaZe. Brokey's gonna make it happen.
Yeah.
The guy who opens the round is the guy to close it as well.
Style points.
And so FaZe do finally get to don that 15th round to their name. They don't have a big margin for error. OT is still a very real possibility, right? But this investment's still going to have some limitations for Mouse Sports. Namely, Rops, guy who's top of the board for the squad, doesn't have enough money to buy. So what's the solution going to be there?
I remember a Brokey flick. I always remember. And FaZe don't want to forget about this game. They've finally broken the streak of 6 from Mouse. They've locked in map point on their opponent's pick, no less. Ancient up next, and lots of questions about that map, right? Finally teams picking into it. Yeah, you know, as we've had 4 Ancient games this tournament, more often than not, those games have come down to like, oh yeah, stalemate, 3rd map deciders, let's see what happens. Oh, we don't like this map anymore. But FaZe have been prepping it, they've been planning. And so locking in Mouse's pick and going to the uncertain grounds of Ancient, that would really set FaZe up for a 2-0. They'd love it. But first they've got to close overpass. Acor getting involved, again taking down Carrigan to find a 5v4.
And in the rounds where Acor's gotten these openers, they've often followed through as Mao's rounds. So let's see if that's destined to repeat itself. Now Carrigan having a lead from beyond the grave. Direct the flow of this round, and you can see FaZe Clan have actually decided against this B here. They want no part in it. Instead, they're going to dedicate time going back into middle, but they've got a lot of ground to clear here. This is effectively uncharted territory right now for FaZe Clan. Acor still in connector. This is where they last saw him, but you might not expect him to hang around. Rain, hot on the trigger. Are they ready for Rops? As mentioned, this guy top of the server, holding it down in the toilets. Oh, Rain, that switch to Util comes back to punish him. That's the bomb spotted as well. Rops going on a tear with the Famus.
Saw the barrel.
They're waiting for Brokey to come out through long, and even though he's dealt with the first, Rops is still here. Finally, Brokey delivers that killing blow.
No way.
Even having the foresight to swap back to the con side. Dexter doesn't have to give this fight over, but Brokey, that's the bomb denial. BMAS, 1v1, and Brokey has to try and finish the job out through the smoke, and he nails the headshot. Huge round for Brokey. He gives us one of his classic clutches, and it steals away that Mouse map pick.
The beginning of this lineup was in January when we changed Acor, and shortly after we got Dexter. We made the changes in the COVID era, so we haven't actually got to know each other so much outside of the game. And I think the next upcoming tournaments, which could be on LAN, is going to boost our performance very well. But the system we worked on inside the game has proven that we can make it work and win tournaments. So I'm looking forward to the future.
What motivates me today is just I love to compete. I had the break and I understood that that's what I want to do. I love to compete, and it doesn't really matter what's at stake, but competing with your friends and being able to play at a high level is what still keeps me going. And also, of course, you want to leave a good legacy behind. I think I have a pretty good legacy, but if you win more, you have better legacy. So yeah.
Stand up, you've got what it takes to fight back. Don't stop until you black out. Stand up, you've got what it takes to fight back. Don't stop until you black out. Keep holding control, learn how to make a miracle. Stand up, you've got what it takes to fight back. Don't stop until you back out. Keep holding control, learn how to make a miracle.
don't know what it is, Moses. Feels like today every game that we're involved with just seems to go the distance, seems to be extremely close as FaZe Clan do take over past 16-14, but it was not easy whatsoever, obviously, as the score does reflect. And also 16-14 with an Acor who wasn't really playing well for the majority of the game. But I will say this, Heron Hugo, I was listening, finished off at 17 kills, 3rd place overall in kills on his team. So a fantastic little bounce back for him. But again, you have to wonder if that happened a little bit earlier. If that happened in the first half, would Mouse Sports have been enough to carry this over the line and get themselves a win? But there's a lot of if, ands, or buts. Not to put any words in your mouth here, Moses. But either way, well played by both teams.
Yeah, a good game. And I mean, you can see like this is, remember, this is also Mouse Sports. This was a map that they were banning. This was like their primary ban back in Cologne. And they bring it out here. Obviously put some work in it. Obviously wanted to throw a little spanner into the works. And they did. It's a competitive map. I think you could kind of see a little bit of the discomfort on it from still not being experienced in match environments.
Okay.
Particularly when I saw on the T side when they were attacking the A bomb site. But certainly, you're right. I think Acor is kind of that talking point for the second half on the CT side because they were getting battered really, really hard. They were down 6-1 in the second half alone until Acor picked it up with the AWP and started hitting some of the opening shots.
Yeah.
Started getting dangerous, peeking towards Fountain. Started being able to pick one off in bathrooms and move to the other side of the map and find another kill. And until he came online, which took way too long, it looked like Mouse Sports defense was going to just get overrun. But yeah, tough way to lose when you have such a solid game for a map you don't generally play.
I'm kind of curious about your thoughts maybe when it comes to Mouse Sports on the T side. As Heron Hugo were pointing out, we had Rops kind of like lurking over towards the A site to look for picks, look for opportunities. And when they realized that wasn't working out for them, they seemed to pull them back to the B site and just kind of engage together as a full team. And that's when they started to have some decent success.
Yeah, I think that's kind of what I meant. I think those A hits when they were trying to attack the A bomb site and left Rops lurking, I don't think it was really necessarily all that effective, which may just be something they have to continue to work on and continue to try. Yeah, I don't think it's as huge of a deal just leaving Rops there as a lurk because he's a great player in terms of his game sense to be able to find like a one-on-one duel, find a gap that you can kind of move into. And also Mouse Sports is one of those teams that has multiple players who have a decent clip of going for opening kills. It's not just like you're relying on Rops to find the opening and now he's lurking and now who's going to do it. They've got Rops, Frozen, and Dexter all have over 20% in terms of opening kill attempts. So if you have Frozen and Dexter on the other side of the map, they can still try and make something happen, try and create that havoc that's going to allow Rops to kind of slot into position to get triggered.
Well, speaking about Dexter, as you pointed him out, I kind of want to look at a comparison between him and Kerrigan, the two in-game leaders for both these two teams. And funny enough, it's just like I knew this was coming. The U.S. Air Force aim head-to-head between these two players. And, you know, I'll give credit, like Kerrigan, he was putting up numbers as an in-game leader, putting up the 24 kills time with Brokey, 24 deaths as well. I mean, 83.7 ADR is extremely good, but also Dexter had a fairly good first half as well. I think he was on 90% headshot rating, as Heron Hugo were talking about, when he had like 13 kills. Yeah. But some big standout plays out of both in-game leaders.
The nice thing about Kerrigan when you want to talk about him having a good game like this is Kerrigan's like one of those kind of, he's one of those in-game leaders where he's like, I'm going to lead from the front. I mean, again, we'll just go back to and keep rehashing this opening kill thing. Kerrigan, for his team, attempts the most openings. And usually, the kind of way that it plays out in my head is normally when they're doing a set piece, he's the guy that's more than willing to throw himself through a smoke, throw himself into harm's way, so that it gives the aimers and gives his star players behind him the chance to trade that kill and kind of crack open the bomb set. He's willing to be that sacrificial lamb.
Right.
But obviously, when he's having a good game and attempting that many first opening attempts and opening attacks, it bodes well for you. And then you could kind of see that a little bit.
He's kind of like the opposite Blame F in my mind. Now, not the Blame F we necessarily saw in Complexity in Group B, but from my recollection of Blame F, it was typically he would be like the lurk role for his team in Complexity, and he would call from the sidelines and then try to capitalize off that. But it's amazing to see Kerrigan still have so much success as well performing this role within the team. And now FaZe Clan go into Ancient, which is the choice of themselves, with a 1-0 lead so far. They could potentially pull up a 2-0 here and get the first win in the Pro League, which would be fantastic.
Yeah, that's the danger of kind of Mouse Sports going for this gamble of bringing out Overpass in the first one and it not being probably fully fleshed out entirely, is now you're kind of staring down the barrel of a 2-0 going into your opponent's map pick. Although I will say, Ancient is still a map that hasn't fully been fleshed out. We still haven't felt like any one team has gotten like ultra dominant on it.
Yeah.
The win rates for both teams on it are very, very close. It's not like FaZe have this overwhelming win rate that Mouse Sports is going to have to try and stack up against. So it'll be interesting. I'm curious to see if we start seeing teams operate a little bit differently on Ancient, because I imagine if you're a pro player, pro coach, pro team, you might have a little bit of hesitance in sinking a lot of time into Ancient at the moment, just because it being in the new map in the pool, as we've seen with all the others, it's going to get tinkered with. It's going to change. And if you're sinking a lot of time into it now and some change comes that kind of ruins some fundamental aspect of how you want to play the map, all of a sudden you got to go back to the drawing board and put that time back in all over again. So I'm just kind of curious if any teams like really decided to kind of sink their teeth into it and start looking at how it been played, where the weaknesses were, and if they could kind of adjust something to how they like to play the map, or if it's just going to be the same stuff that we saw at Cologne.
That's a really good point, and both these two teams going into this. We have FaZe going to play Gambit at IM Cologne on it. They actually won 16-13. They played against Heroic and won 16-10. They have a couple of matches against Zenitas and G2 and Navi as well. But look on the other side, their Mouse Sports played NIP twice, lost one, won one, played MIBR and played ENCE. So in terms of caliber of teams, I think we're seeing a slightly bigger caliber of teams played for the side of FaZe Clan. However, 2 of those matches obviously have happened on LAN.
And I also probably wouldn't take that Gambit match into put too much stock into it. It's a great win. It's a great talking point for their experience on Ancient, but it was so heavily CT-sided in that matchup that I don't think that's going to happen again.
Well, we'll see if it could happen again. Most likely not in Moses' words. We'll head to a short break. When we come back, we'll be jumping straight into Ancient with Harry and Hugo.
Yes, nice shot, my friend.
Cheaters ruining your plays?
I have eyes on the enemy.
Bad servers stopping your shots? What you need is ESEA. Advanced anti-cheat to stop cheaters. And the best servers around, all with 128 tick rate. ESEA, the best way to play CSGO.
Hey Future Pros! Taking mid as a T can open so many options while playing Ancient. Throwing mid smokes from spawn is quick, but also means you could be locked out if the CT's utility is on point. So these mid smokes I'll show you will be great for a slightly delayed mid take. For this mini execute you'll need 2 Future Pros, 2 smokes and possibly a molly to be safe. Future Pro number 1. You'll be throwing the top mid smoke. To throw the smoke, position yourself so this wall meets the edge of this highlighted brick while crouched. Aim just below this dark spot on the edge of the shadow. Then jump throw the smoke. Not too hard, right? Future Pro number 2. You'll be throwing the donut, Lara, cube, whatever you want to call it smoke. To throw this, stand against the wall in the middle of this window frame. Find this gap in the trees and aim just to the left of the center of the opening. Then simply throw the smoke. Just like that, mid doorway and donut will be blocked. A note for these nades, it helps greatly if you have a fellow T somewhat holding the B lane so you can't be peeked from the ledge area. Also, if you don't have early info on the cutout position, lob a basic molly in there as a sneaky CT could really ruin your day.
Welcome back. It's ESL Pro League. It's Season 14, and we've had flat maps all season long. Only 4 games of Ancient played, but FaZe, coming in hot to Group C with a map under their pocket, they show some big dick energy. They go right in for the Ancient pick, and I gotta say, I have a hell of a lot of respect for it. Let's find out. Have Mal's been cooking up at a bit of Ancient in the kitchen? You know, FaZe have. They won it 3 out of 5 times. They picked it up twice at Cologne. Not the same case for Mal's. They've got to work hard here. FaZe, T-side start, and I can't wait.
Yeah, we know Carrigan's hung like a horse, so let's see what he's able to get away with here. Dexter opens up with a kill to Rain, but in reality, this is an A play. Carrigan, the centaur up here at B lane, is looking to drop down in middle, but unfortunately, Frozen's going to surprise him. The bomb dead out in the open. Planting on this A side is literally horrible. And so now just Brokey in the 1-on. Well, it was 5, now 4.
Yeah, easy, right? That's 1 less man. That's 1 less shot needed. And Brokey closed with a clutch back on Overpass. Can he start strong with one here? I'm not believing, but maybe I should have more faith. Crossfires are plenty, and no one giving any room to Brokey here. They're saying, push, I dare you. And then when contact's made, you're going to get that swing from Temple. Akel's ready to close, but he's not even needed. And yeah, even though FaZe throwing a double smoke or double util execute into B, forcing absolutely everyone out of the A bomb site into B, into middle to set up for retake, and then they walk out A to plant, you think, surely, what could go wrong? But plant's gone A, Harry, you put it wisely. It's just not doable. It's just not reasonable.
No, especially not without a smoke to cut off a CT or donut angle. You need to cut one of those off because you're always open to one or the other. And a lot of the time both, so isn't that cool?
Well, even when Valve tried to remove the little gippy gaps, there's always someone nerding it out, finding more. Rain's got a bit of a pixel to spot through. Force up for FaZe. The Eagles are plenty.
Who would you say the least nerdy CS player is, Hugo? Not like coolest or anything, just least nerdy.
Probably Carrigan, because he wasn't the typical nerdy kid back at school.
Of course! How could I forget that?
It's never going to die, man. It's never going to go. All right, Brokey lining up the ring on the wood on the first dot to the right of now flashing. All right, this is very specific for it's a smoke. Oh, sweaty stuff. Brokey with a flash to follow. Here come FaZe.
Yeah, blinded is A core and into the B side they trickle. Oh, there's a little shutdown from Dexter.
That's why you want the long smoke. They do 2 out of 3. Nice try. Come again, Rain. Oh, getting spammed. There is a tiny bit you can shoot through there, but Rain doesn't care. He's going to push in deep. He could go A.
Oh my lord, Rain's trying to make something happen here. There's a smoke to cover the cross, and that does put the fear into Mouse. They all start to scramble into the site, but they still manage to catch him. They don't fall for that little, pretend crossing.
Yeah, I don't know what the hope was there for FaZe. I guess they just wanted that long kill, but Dexter, open season for him, right? 2 smokes down. I like the lineups there. Sure, they cave, but they did not have long, and so Dexter's able to just dominate, stop the plant, and even though Rain has a little bit of a round, it's still Mouse. Now, I'm sure they've been pracking it, getting ready for this as well, even if they weren't expecting it to be picked into their first series. Oh, one more shot would have done it. Dexter just flexing. Flexter with the D. Rain can't get anything done. Who needs a primary weapon on an anti-eco? Not the in-game leader. Frozen's just going to clean them up with BMAS. And 3-0 now for Mouse as they take a 5 alive round. His face is by, though. Mouse already looking good. That's reassuring, right? It was a very close loss. They're probably not happy that they conceded that first map. It was a bit of a comeback, a 6-round streak for Mouse that eventually fell with them in the 30th round. So they would love to long this series out, take us to Inferno. But will FaZe let them? Oh my goodness, so much utility.
Oh, that's not the start you want. Olaf brought to his knees And more kills coming up in favor of Mouse all across the board. There's really not a lot to really talk about within the remit of things being successful for FaZe Clan just yet. Brokey is hoping he can break a hole in this B-bomb site, and Brokey not quite ready for B-Mass. It's a nice try.
Hello. Rain's hit a cheeky timing, but Brokey, is going round, and he still is ready for the peak. Now you know, Twist up ramp, and B-Mass having a field day in the B-bomb site. 3 frags from it, even saves Acor's AWP. And we saw a lot more from Acorn near the end of the game. It begs the question, if he started earlier, would Mouse have even taken that map? Maybe. We can only guess. But now, with him bringing that form into the second, a very good map for AWPs. Don't think any way otherwise. You can get a lot done with AWPs on Ancient. So that could be good for Acor, starting on the CT side. It's looking great for Mouse right now. 4-0 and Deagles.
What?
Okay, Rain, all right.
Rain?
He's been spending a lot of time,
Yeah.
we call him the architect. He's been spending a lot of time with the woodwork right now, just figuring out what he can see through, what he can shoot through.
From the architect to the carpenter, mate. This guy knows it all. Bro, yeah, look at some of these little... Oh, stop it, Rain.
Naughty boy.
Come on now, you really... It's his birthday as well, look at this. Look at this gap. It's so small. Oh, bit of a... Olof's having a bit of a rough time in main.
Yeah, little lurk out A, not really going too well. FaZe have one smoke. Rain, where's he throwing it? Long or short, really, or cave. Those are your options. And whatever you do, everything else will be open. Acor waiting on the site. It lands behind him on short. Oh, missed shot, that's fine. Got Dexter there, who's been dominating, and through the smoke, he'll finish off Twist. Now Rain knows Acor's inside, the plant coming in. Rain could have... Oh my goodness! He's hit the spam!
Bro!
Just remembered, I want to clarify, that is still broken. That has still not been patched. There is a tiny, easy little bit that you can shoot through. A tiny subsection of that wood. And we've already seen people shoot through it twice. So they know what's
They've all
working.
been inventing angles over the player break. Everyone just went, look, boys, this is as close as we're going to get to a holiday. Log on to the new map, right? Run around, enjoy yourself for a couple of days, and then I want you researching angles. I want you researching spam spots. Because they're all coming up with stuff. I've seen things from Rain that I didn't know were even penetrable.
Yeah.
Get penetrated.
Whew. Good birthday, eh?
Yeah.
Twist running through the Molotov. The nade slows him down. He's down to 20, but he does make it there alive. Top mid smokes in. Twist. Yeah, he may have this, but got to smoke off Donut. The fear of what could be there. Oh, Rain turns around and Dexter still hits the headshot. Capable is Dexter. We talked about his fragging potential. It's showing up. It's more than potential. It's profitable right now. 11-2, locking FaZe out of B round after round. And that feels like where most of these T rounds should be ending up. Like B does feel like the best site to be attacking, to be holding off in post plants. Actually, that's a lie. A is good for post plants, but at the same time, it's getting the plants that is the problem, as we've already talked about. So, yeah, Dexter's keeping you out of B. If that was your game plan, you might have to move away from it. He's having a game, Harry. Twist now given the AWP. Low health. Olof still 0-5, dead on these lurks. Now he might be joined by his team.
Yeah, I hope Olof has a bit of a better time this time around. Every time he's tried to go out main, he has been deleted. So let's see, will he fare any better with the rest of the gang around him? Oh, that's the lineup. Olof takes the brunt of the damage. Of course he does, but it's ugly even for the rest of the gang. Look at them health bars, mate. Oh, frozen with the swing, and it's all coming up Mouse right now. B-Mass gonna lock it in. Wow. 6-0. And FaZe, they might have made a blunder picking this one into a very prepared looking Mouse Sports. Yeah. I would love I would love to see, you know, like he attempted like this lane control again, trying to reel Dexter in and not let him get so comfortable that he's pushing ramp. And then I would love to see something like a donut smoke mixed with, you know, like an attempt to take red away and influence these rotations a little bit, right? I think lurking on this map, it can be very, very challenging to get into the position to lurk, but once you're there and you're able to disrupt the rotations, it can be so valuable, especially if you are going back to these A hits, right? You can stop people even reaching CT and you know, actually allow for that bomb plant to come in.
A great example of that is Forza, who we've seen in, you know, the previous group, who are a very experienced Ancient team as far as it's concerned, being a new map, and Kenzie is so good at doing that, right? Like walking through those red smokes, hitting timings, and yeah, they seem to have this map kind of locked down right now. We saw it, you know, Cole floated it in that series, Force destroyed them, and then Cole just kept banning like, yep, nope, we don't want this. And I think that's a mind game in this tournament, right? Like, if you're not picking it, if you're floating it, you might be prepared, and Mal's certainly have fallen into that category. Oh my goodness. Maybe they wanted to save it for later in the tournament, but right now, Jakey's doing a great job of catching every single kill. And, well, now it's just Olof on his way out, breaking his silent streak. Nowhere to go. Nowhere to hide. Yeah, this it's funny because I'll go back to that. Like, Mal's probably just wanted to keep this in their back pocket. Like, yeah, man, we'll bring it out later. We'll see what happens. Maybe we'll pick it in the playoffs. But yeah, their trap card is already out there on the table, face up. But that's it's a good time to bring it out, Harry, because at the end of the day, FaZe are up a map in the series, and yeah, just laughing all the way to the bank for Mytha. It's a 7-0 strong start. What could go wrong?
It's insane, because like back at Cologne, mate, FaZe got wins versus Gambit and Heroic here. Like, those are legit wins to pick up.
Yeah. That's why they've been keen for it. Maybe Mals have trawled the demos, poured through the data themselves.
Oh. Okay, that's one, but that's really where, you know, a play into A ends.
Okay. Dexter's having fun, 12-2, somehow lives against the odds. Botched donut smoke is there as well. I don't know if it was, I don't know where it came from. Don't know if it got blocked or something, but that's something, you know, you have a donut smoke, you're just never going to get into this A site, man. Look at
I love Rops in this position because, like, oh, it's so infuriating.
Grimy.
It's so infuriating. Having a donut player that's like as stable as a Rops is, right? Someone who can just anchor a position and will not give up an inch of ground and will play it to perfection is so irritating. And then, even when FaZe have attempted these mid-to-Bs, Rops frequently is just running ahead of the smoke, running through the donut smoke and fighting them in tandem with his mid player in the form of Frozen. This round, there's even more kind of initiative used over towards A. Rops and Acor are creeping up through main, getting this info that there's no one here, and maybe even blindsiding Olofmeister as he late lurks middle.
Poor Olof, man. He's just not having a fun time right now, and it's not going to get any better, even if he gets out mid. Frozen might be there first. A flash over mid from A. Frozen won't activate because Rops has got the round in the palm of his hand. And now you know it's B. You've seen him climbing up there, unaware. Everyone's ready. Flash peek for Dexter. Finally dead. The flash does nothing. Karrigan was close. Acor, though, hasn't really had to do a lot this game, but hits the shots he needs. And now he needs to hit some shots.
Twists up in the air.
Sticks to the landing.
The round's not so up in the air right now. That smoke will at least allow for a bomb plant to come in. FaZe have not ever really even been in this position.
Ooh.
So now with a bomb plant down, will that tip the scales enough? Dexter has set up Acor for that kill perfectly, and Brokey has now got to win the 1v2. He's wrapping behind, he's wrapping them both, and he lets them in to his bomb site. Oh,
it's not for him.
Brokey, it's not planted for you, so he's got to make contact before they get there. Down with Acor, just Rops left to beat.
No.
He's on the bomb, he's sticking it. Brokey, you're not given respect. You need this. And no scope.
It was so close.
In the round.
It was so damn close. You got to wonder what would have happened if he stuck it. Maybe the same result. Maybe not. Very, very close, though. Nice round out of Brokey, moves right through that smoke. It's a very dangerous play. It's not, it's, you know, it's just patching it up in the moment there. That's not even a tactical reposition. Oh, they weren't expecting away from the bomb. That's just making the best of a bad situation. And yeah, Olaf at least cheering his team on. 2 players, 1 and 9. Carrigan and Olaf slow to start, but that's FaZe on the board, and that could mean everything. That could get them back into this T side. But you got to wonder, Harry, if Mouse are showing this kind of form on CT, and it's not like they're doing anything special, right? They're like, it looks pretty nice, yeah? They're winning all their gunfights, they're taking control, they're shutting down A plays. Yeah, there's nothing really to it. What have they got prepared on that T half? That's what FaZe have got in the back of their mind, scary. Mouse have been conceding middle in most of these rounds, right? Dropping in the util at the start and then respecting FaZe's top mid smoke, respecting the donut smoke. If you don't give them picks in middle, what can they really do with it? We've not seen FaZe do what you wanted, Harry, which is walking up top mid and taking those CT spawn flanks.
Yeah, I mean, when they attempted it, that's the round I'm referencing where Rops like walks the donut smoke and just ruins their day in tandem with Frozen in middle. Mao's actually lean into playing mid with a rifler. You know, a lot of teams actually do go pretty lax on the mid control, and it's something that's only visited occasionally, right? By either an AWP or a rifle from top mid. Maybe you like triple aggro middle as well in a couple of rounds here and there. But a lot of the teams that I've seen play this, you know, they don't proactively always go to this mid control as like a focal point on the CT side. You have a donut player who's like watching it. You have guys who can attack it from the lane as well. But very rarely, as consistently as this, from straight out of spawn, do you have an effort to contain these mid efforts. Because I think more often than not, like T's are able to long this fight out in middle, but Maus have got some really nice crossfires, some nice utility to force you out of mid. I think another issue as well is that like lane control hasn't really belonged to FaZe. Even when they get it, they're very boxed in. They can never get past the cave. There's always Molotovs that slow down the pace at which they're taking lane. So it's like, it's a joint effort from mid and B, but it's doing a great job of denying this mid control to FaZe Clan.
It's a good point you make there, and it's not because Mouse are even taking ramp out of spawn either, which is even more impressive that they can keep FaZe out of this position. Well, now FaZe are trying to get into B, but it's coming at a cost. Dexter traded, but 4-on-3 is fine for Mouse. B-Mouse they don't know about. Tucked in ready to peek with a flashbang, and so he shout. A-Core wall bangs out through the pillar into the bomb player, and now, clean up crew is in, dispatched, on duty, and 9-1. Mousesports immediately bite back onto FaZe's 1 round. Yeah, I mean, wallbang through Totem, sheesh, dude. Not Totem, but, you know, pillar.
So often, mate, these CT side rounds, like, the element of, like, craziness about them is that you're having to worry about, like, are we getting lurked on? Is anyone behind us, right? Like, what's happening?
Gonna say, I didn't think you could shoot through that anyway. It was the corner of the wall.
But it's not a worry that House have ever really had. You know, they're able to run players over from A the moment they see dudes outside of B. And the B hold's been great as well. Dexter is a pillar of consistency at the B bomb site. I think this is kind of speaking volumes now. Like, you're going back to a B rush.
Have we even seen T's in cave in this game, other than, like, you know, maybe in clutches?
No, and that's pretty interesting. FaZe seemed elect to smoke it off a lot.
Yeah.
I wonder if we're going to see more of an effort to take it now. There is this double ramp push, but it's not clean. They get out with 1. Frozen dies in middle, and now back in this A site. Rops has got to try and stand the test of time. He's getting pressured through the donut. Down he goes to the deagle and twists. The bomb is going all the way back through main on Carrigan. It's a very long rotate, so it's going to give time to Maus to get set up here.
Oh no, B-Mass has gone through. Good luck planting. It's not happening. Not today. Not ever. B-Mass. Oh, he might get double-faced. Twist chasing him down, and he's got 1. Low ammo. Can't. Oh my goodness, he can. Final bullet. I thought he was dead with 2 shots in the mag, but he still takes down the bomb planter. The man tasked with doing so. 1-11 for Carrigan. 1-10 for FaZe. My God, look at this. Oh, sickening. No one respects smokes in this map. Certainly not on that A site. Oh, Acor, we know he's got the moves, but have you got the moves? Like Acor, yes!
Oh, the flash, that's pretty brutal. Frozen's gonna try help out, and now he's out of there like a speed demon, keeping it in the advantage of Mouse. And this is this double donut setup that I've been talking about. Erupts and Frozen, but this time it's dismantled.
That's more what FaZe want, right? They want to get fought in middle. They want to get picked so they can start grouping and hitting bomb sites. Every round you take mid, you get given nothing, and you have to group in 5v5s in executes. That's not going to work. Mouse are so mobile, though. Dexter cleans out all of middle. He's checking donut to make sure it's not an A play. What? Oh, they're reading into this very wrong. BMAS has moved out of his bomb site. I think Dexter in a minute is going to make that call. Buddy, watch out B. And oh no, they're going to work out the hard way. Complete miss gamble there. BMAS goes back. He has a Molotov. Maybe he can stall the plant out. Let's see if he's got lineups. As FaZe are crossing in, they smoke him off.
Disrespecting smokes has been the story of this CT side, and FaZe always expect some level of respect. Dexter's gone through as well, and oh, he hears the footsteps, can't quite get past Olaf Meister, who will close it out.
Finally.
FaZe get themselves a second. When you take Olaf away from main, you put him into the mid rounds, and he's not just getting picked as that first man to fall. He does manage to find frags and find impact to go along with it.
Yeah, wild round for Acor, right? He had the support of Molotovs in middle. He's able to jump that ledge. It's not an easy jump, FYI. You see teams like Astralis even run boosting in that before. I saw it on a pro tip. But he just hits it solo and takes a quick kill. Yeah, still, that's kind of what FaZe want, as I say. Mouse might move away from these aggressive mid rounds. Look at this bait setup. Acor's got a gap, and he's legged Brokey. And then when he runs back and concedes his position, they'll never know about Frozen. Oh my goodness. Like lambs to the slaughter. There they go. Carrigan, dead. Rops follows up. And it's those two slow performers starting slow again.
I mean, now with Acor and Temple, this is like, oh my god. Don't worry, Rops has got him. Just like both these players are very, very low. Molly is going to burn Rops out, but as I was saying, the AWP in Temple, this is an AWPer's paradise. It's a lovely spot to be in. You can get so annoying with some of those angles. And so Brokey is out of there. All the way back through T-spawn. He's going to decide against it. I would have loved to have seen him run into the water.
Yeah, it's just a long way away. Unfortunately, Harry, I have a feeling he might just be prolonging the inevitable. There it is, the inevitable. Frozen ices him in that A site. And 11-2, feels like nothing can go wrong for Mouse. Feels like Inferno is destined to be bait as well. We've been talking about it, Harry. It feels like the 2 rounds FaZe have actually tried to walk that red. There's been a Mouse player there, but in any of the other rounds, there's no one there. Getting very unfortunate with some of these reads. More mid control for Mouse, or at least temporarily. Frozen throws a molly and retreats back to Donut, safe keeping. Another A execute. Let's see if this goes better. Do we have FaZe coming in on the mid? Do we have a lurker here? Is it just going to be everyone in main? Because those are the kind of rounds that we've just seen fail. I feel like you need that pressure on B or a lurk in mid, anything. And I mean, don't have it right now.
What Sabimas has just been flashed out of lane to peek middle. And like once he gets the info that lane looks clear, mid looked clear on that peak, look, you're already seeing an early rotation out of Dexter. So much info just got grabbed on the back of that peak, and now they know it's this A play. It's not just the guys in the site you got to worry about, it's these smoke spams, it's the util that can come through to slow this down. I was wondering if they were going to assemble a quick boost. Jeez, Rops, leave him alone. Leave FaZe Clan alone. And that's it. It's a flawless round for Mouse Sports, 12-2. A Hail Mary A play. And really, kind of stuck for words here, Hugo, to describe this one.
Yeah.
Impressive out of Mouse Sports, though, right? This was a map. When we saw them play it back at the Cologne play-ins, it looked like it could have been a real vulnerability for them.
Yeah, FaZe, I wonder if they're going to ever pick into it again, Harry. This is not a game you forget easily, especially after the extremely competitive first map with highs and lows. Well, now it's just lows, man. 2-12. Third round would be nice, you know, if you are thinking still about comebacks and about the prospect of it.
Yeah, I mean, on the upside, FaZe have helped everyone else in the group by now showing this trump card of ancient for Mouse.
Yeah. We haven't even seen their T-side. We won't see much of it. That's even more reassuring for Mouse. It gets safe strats for later games if anyone wants to face them. That's a good kill from Rain, but he can't follow up. And like you said, lane control, it's all Mouse, man. It's just all theirs.
Oh my God, BMAS.
Yeah, back through spawn. Does he know? Oh! Now he does. The hard way.
That was the bomb spotted as well.
Yeah, you got to double back. But that's exactly what Mouse are expecting. And these are the kind of rounds that FaZe actually kind of won. They've not had 3v3s that have slowed down and they can reset, pick a bomb site. It's weird because info was grabbed by BMAS, but it's fine because Mouse are split one per position. So what do FaZe do with this? These are the kind of rounds you dream for as an in-game leader. They've got to make the most of the moment.
Oh my. Well, that's now the pace picked up in towards B. Frozen, already here. Calling for Rops to move around. I don't think they're going to be walking smokes in this one. Nade will do damage onto... No, it won't. Second one will, but they've knocked out Frozen, and so it's left to Rops. FaZe might have a chance to find 3 at the end of this first half. Now, that's not a lot. 3 is not a very big number. Oh, and now it feels as good as
what
done.
About 1? Is 1 a big number?
1's not a great number either. Oh, well, Rops, you gave it your best in this one. There it is. Carrigan's going to seal his fate. 3-12. If you're Mouse Sports, you're still over the moon with that first half. And they might even get to save these T-side strats if a pistol round goes their way.
Hey Future Pros, during a game I was observing, I saw Astralis pull off a really sick run boost in mid. This run boost allowed Dupree to peek the B alley insanely fast. So fast in fact, he beat the T's ledge molly. An extra note, a fast mid molly or flash would help a lot as it's possible for T's to catch you out if they are fast enough. To pull off this run boost, you'll need 3 Future Pros, 1 flash, and just a little bit of movement skill. Future Pro number 1. You will be the lower part of the run boost. Run into mid, do a 180 and stand on the mid section of the steps. Time it right and start running backwards just as Future Pro 1 lands on your head. Then just do whatever. Future Pro number 2. You are the movement pro, so run into mid and jump onto Future Pro 1's head. Keep holding W and jump almost instantly. Now you can sprint across the ledge and get a really quick peek into the B alley. Future Pro number 3. You'll be throwing the supported flash, so try to get it right. To throw the flash, stand against this wall. Aim above this ornament on the right side. Then running throw your flash. If you all did everything right, you can get a really quick peek into the B alley and hopefully catch a T fully flashed.
Like, just notice, never stop, never quit. People wanna see you doing good, but never better than them. Gotta push yourself to the limits. You cannot lose if you are not in it. You gotta lose sometimes just to win it. Don't get discouraged, it's just the beginning. Yeah, turn up. Don't end up a Timmy Turner. Don't get caught up in the streets. Don't get caught up with a burner. Don't be a slow learner. Oh no. You only get one shot, one chance. Talking March Madness at the big dance. Talking big man on campus. Like
no guts, no glory. Not a part of my story. I'm going hard for that trophy. It's why they all been on me. No guts, no glory. There's no need to go again. I don't
comprehending. I do not pretend, cause when I'm coming is to win. No guts, no glory, not a part of my story.
Well, it's a pretty grim look for FaZe here on Ancient. It's not really smiles all around. And that's because Mousesports just dealt them a soul-crushing 12-3 half there to open up on their CT side. You could imagine vibes are a little bit better in the Mousesports camp right about now.
Yeah, safe to say. And you said saving strats, Harry. Well, if they can clean this up with a quick 4-round wins on the T side, we might see nothing from Mouse, and that's exactly what they want. Quick util towards B. Got a molly in the corner as well.
Already, this is entirely different to how FaZe attempted to take B every time they did it.
We never saw cave control. We never saw proper B executes. That smoke's weird. It's like deep in CT to cut rotate. It's not going to stop FaZe from fighting for the bomb site, though. They actually have a smoke to lock out cave. Even a Molotov to throw on the bomb, but it's on Karrigan all the way back in A. Here come Mouse.
Smoke down in the mouth of cave.
Oh,
that's the bomb going out through it, but no one else committed to the push. They're going to try and go through together, but Rain with the taps. Olaf and Twists alongside him. And
Brokey.
Oh my goodness.
Olaf just saved Frozen.
Next step, 1v5, not going to happen. Olaf with 3 to open up this pistol.
Nah, it's just CT side of map, guys. Don't worry about it. CT side of map. It's fine. Yeah, I mean, that was a variance, right? Mouse have clearly been working on it. They've got an idea there. But as we know, Harry, as we often say, the old cliche, pracs, very different to officials. What can go right in a scrim can go very wrong in the server. But like you said, yeah, very different approach to B. We didn't see Cave ever get taken by FaZe.
Yeah, you know, I kind of, now that we have a Glock round, I just want to talk about why I'm not big into that. We were talking about it in the break. I really do not like that the only B rounds we saw out of FaZe Clan, they threw this double smoke setup. And if I said double smoke B take, you'd think, oh, they're smoking short and long, and they're attacking like that. That's how pretty much every other team does it. But FaZe, they choose to smoke short and cave.
Olaf boost, eat your heart out. What on earth?
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Ban.
But yeah, so they chose to smoke short and cave and then not play into cave at all. And that feels a bit weird to me because while the cave play, you know, will struggle at holding down the site, you're essentially giving him an avenue to play into the retake. And, you know, most teams smoke off short and long because it gives you that path up through ramp. You then couple that with like a late cave lurk and you're able to pincer the B bomb site. Now, this was never meant to be this close. This was a Glock round. But luckily enough, Olaf Meister keeps it all under control.
Yeah. To finish your thought there, it'd be nice to see a T-side round. I hope Mouse give us one where it's more focused on that going up the ramp with the short and long smoke. The cave player then has to pick whether they want to play for themselves in cave or defend the bomb site with their teammates who are smoked off. And basically what that means is you can isolate the cave player, send in a late cave lurk, backstab them, or front stab him with a ramp play with the majority of your players.
It just gives you a chance to like 3v1 a guy in cave. So yeah, no, 100%.
Yeah, it felt a bit weird. It felt a bit weird. But hey, maybe we get to see some executes out of Mouse to compare, to contrast, to see what these guys have been working on. Because clearly right now they look more ready for this map than FaZe ever were. Is that going to hold true, or were FaZe just a CT-sided team after all? Here we go.
They're just walking the contact plate. Not a single smoke in sight, mate. They're just up through the ramp and fighting in the open. Well, it's kind of a mixed bag.
That's why you smoke long. That's why you smoke long. Right now, Miles are smoking mids, man. It's just not doing anything for them. 1 on 5.
Yeah, no, when the ad said smoking was bad, this isn't what they meant by it. You know, like, ooh, it just Rops left alive now in the 1 on 5. Mouse at least have room, you know, like, I doubt anyone's looking at this going, oh, well, this is 100% a FaZe comeback right now, but you might find yourself believing once the scales tip a little bit further. This first T-side rifle round kind of falling on deaf ears. But it wasn't the most tactical of plays, shall we say. It was just a contact play up B ramp, see what you can get away with.
Exactly, and I think that's what a lot of these T-side rounds are going to be on Ancient. They were for FaZe, they are for Miles already. Like, see what you can get away with. See, you know, can you push the boat out? Can you keep it casual? Can you keep it clean? Robs, he can't. One frag, it looked lovely, but no more. 6 rounds for FaZe, and yeah, like you said, not worried yet. Haven't seen an A attack, haven't seen a mid take. Lots of things left to show for Miles. But the one thing, if this game has taught you anything, Harry, just smoke long. Lol. Just smoke long.
Will they, though? Not in this round. Maybe in the next. They're set towards mid on 3. Twists with a nade that should be dirty. And Acor takes the bulk of it. Oh my. Okay. Okay. Frozen's Deagle. Oh my goodness! 3 kills in the blink of an eye from Frozen. This was not meant to be a Mouse Sports round, but now it's only Brokey left. And at this point, it's like an Easter egg hunt. Figure out where he is and run away. That's not really how they work, but it's like, yeah, you know, find the needle in a haystack. Wait, no, that's... I don't know where I'm going with the metaphor.
No, it's fine.
It's like finding...
Why would you run with it if you don't have an answer?
A needle, a hay and a needle stack.
There we go, yeah.
Let's see. Womp, womp. Dexter gonna hold on. But give me that Frozen replay. Run that back and inject it straight into my veins. I want to see it again.
Doctor's orders.
Look at this, right? You think, oh, that's pretty nice. You think you can't possibly do it again, and then you go, whoop, and then you go, well, you know, that's 2 out of 3. That's pretty good. Oh, wait, hang on a moment. Carrigan, never ready for that.
Sheesh.
Sends him back to the Shadow Realm.
Yeah, that's one way to lock in a freebie there for Miles. They were never supposed to win that round, but individuals coming big, and Frozen starts strong yet again. Pre-smokes the Molotov in expectation and uses that to evade capture, running back. Dexter peeking with Frozen's flasher. And FaZe spread pretty thin right now. Rain's up in cave. He has the angles. He has the gaps. Oh, he's even got them on CT side, man. This guy. Oh, dear. He's got everything. Very sweaty stuff for Rain. We thought it was precipitation. Turns out it's just perspiration.
And Mouse are already a lot more keen to work this mid control for all it's worth. They're going to cross up onto lane and use it to hit this B bomb site. 2 players here. It's 2 of the bigger rifles. Rain with the FAMAS and Olaf with the AUG. Rain's going to be the first point of contact, and they're boosting up and over. Still, he's good for that. And as they flash through, maybe could have been more, but Rops will not give him the room nor the respect. Now tuned into this cave position. Olaf Meister. Won't give it up yet. Carrigan's ramp flank finds one as well. BMAS needs this trade or else the round is stolen away. With Dexter dead in the site, Carrigan has sealed the deal on 7 for FaZe Clan. And so this gap, you know, it was the widest of margins, slowly but surely closing on up.
Yeah, the deco for Miles, it felt like, you know, that would have resounding consequences considering FaZe's follow-on buy was pretty shabby, to be honest. Like, it had... I wasn't going anywhere but shabby there, Harry. Don't look at me.
No, yeah.
It was pretty shabby, and, you know, FaZe still get it done. Nice little retake there. Deagle, FAMAS, you know, some weak weapons, but they make it work, and, you know, that's fine. Maybe the gap can get closed. 4-1 in the CT side already. A little mishap against the Deegs, but FaZe don't want to repeat it. Double mid. but not fighting for it as is tradition. Brokey's holding the top and Twist can lean back. In fact, it will be Brokey rotating. You hear a lot of steps in B lane, but these are only B lane players heading mid. Brokey watching for it. Puggers call it heaven, I call it ledge. Whatever it is, they drop into mid and rain. Oh, that's a lot of damage.
What are these positions this guy's come up with?
I said it was sweaty, right? And he's proven it. He is proving it.
Oh, Twist. This is... it could just be a one and done spot, and if that's the case, this A bomb site could get compromised right away. One and done could even be hopeful.
You don't know the angle.
No, it's not as clear as you think. Twists with the double.
Thought you cleared it. You thought.
But you thought wrong, and now BMAS, well, he has reclaimed one of these. Is that going to be enough of these? Olaf moving into the cave. Rop's still in main, trying to sell the A fake. This can't afford to be another lurk that just falls on deaf ears. If he can keep players away from this B site, maybe he gives his teammates enough room. It all hinges on him going out early, not looking to repeat those mistakes of overpass. And look, it shuffled these B players out of position. That is a much prettier lurk from Rops. It has enabled the B plant to come in. And right now, FaZe are on a wild goose chase. They're hunting down a kill that won't come their way just yet. He will on his own time, on his own dime, and head in the bottom of mid.
It's not enough.
But that's not enough to entice them back in.
I'm very surprised they give that one up. It's coming down to money more than anything, but the bomb wasn't even half ticked when they got the kill. They definitely could have given it some consideration, but they want the weapons, they want the money, they want to play for the next gun round, and fair enough for FaZe. Still a surprise with the scoreline this top heavy. And what a great fake for Rops again. Like you said, just one kill. And then everyone panics. Orb for Brokey runs back after smoking cave. Olaf turns his back to the smoke as he gets walked. Like, that's unlucky, sure. If he just stayed in his spot in the corner at the back of the bomb site, would have been fine. And I think it all started like this for the 5-on-3, and then it fell apart. Acor didn't check the corner deep enough. Those angles in Donut Man, 50-50. Unlucky. Go next. Mouse with a quick tack before this buy from FaZe. Remember, they save guns, so they're shambling their economy around that. Does Rain have any more Krangles to show us in the old woodwork? He's got them for both halves.
I mean, even though he's full of them, it's not like they've done much other than little bits of chip damage, right? It's not like we've looked at any of them yet and been like, ooh, baby, that's a round winner right there. Has he even got a kill from it outside of just doing damage?
It did a lot of damage. It's good for spotting as well. We saw Monacy do it in the Academy League every round on this map. This map was really good for Navi Jr. Monacy had loads.
Monacy wasn't even the most memorable ancient player. You want to know who was? Rufire.
Yeah,
Rufire was.
Who doesn't love a Mag 7? All right. Forced to use smokes on Molotovs. Boost goes both ways, baby. Brokey on tippity top of his teammate's head gets that pick down onto the box. That's one way to do it. Rain, stop!
Whoa.
Chill out!
How is he doing this? Like, he saw the scaffolding and he just cracked his knuckles like, well, time to get to work. You know, build his vest on. He's out there all night, all day.
Shit carpentry, mate. Got there in the end, didn't I?
Sorry, mate, yeah.
That's fine, I'm interrupting you.
It's all good, it works, it tracks.
Oh, nice volley though, buddy. Oh, yeah, Rain can do better work with his hands. Taking down Acor first off the boost. Brokey's back to B with the orb. Mal's move into middle. A lot of room here, Twists. You can't do the same play twice, can't tuck in the same corner. He's got to fight for it this time, at least get that info.
So this is what I talk about. Like, this is how so many teams address this mid into the control, right? They just have a donut player trying to hold on to it. And with him dismantled right away, the pressure is now on A. Are they ready for Carrigan up in main? He's going to get out of there. No, can't quite escape the clutches of Rops. Bomb going down, the fun never stops. They're putting in the numbers. Olaf going through, and he spots them up on the boost. Wizard still in the sight. Takes the head off of Olofmeister, and they don't know where BMAS is. That's the problem. The alarm bells are going off. They're saying, where is BMAS? He could be the guy that steals this round away. So right now, they need to deal with Frozen. There's the first man gone, and now they should be ready for this swing, but they're not. They take their eyes off the prize. BMAS in with a chance. Brokey running out of time. He does have the kit, but missed shot. BMAS with the swing, and 15 to Mouse Sports, one away from taking us to Inferno.
That feels good for BMAS, right? Him v Brokey is always a fun affair, but it was Brokey to close out Overpass by 1v1ing BMAS and running through a smoke. BMAS calls. He knows Brokey very well. Goes, you're not sticking that bomb. I know you, man. You're not sticking that bomb. And yeah, even though Brokey starts strong, falls in the 1v1, and it's going to be Mouse locking in map point. Inferno has never felt so viable. It's just pistols for FaZe. Oh. Yeah, you don't want to rest in the molly for too long. Karrigan's got a backstab, but does he go through? He's thinking...
Oh, shot in the back of the head.
No. Spamming the smoke. Not going to happen. Bye-bye. Run it back, boys.
And Rops is all the way up in A.
Yes.
And all the kills are happening at B. Rops has created this big void at A. He's rushed the A-hole that he has created, and he's forced all these rotations out of FaZe Clan. He's looking to put an end to the game right now, and he certainly might, unless Rain can win a 1v5 turned 1-on-4. They know all about him. They know his postcode, his mother's maiden name, and he's brought down low. But this should be the end of the line for FaZe Clan, and indeed it is. We're going to a third map, Inferno. Oh, it's going to be a belter. Mouse Sports, they have Ancient up their sleeve. How are they going to look on a more standard map?
He's going for the big gun. I'm going to go for this guy, okay? This could be a big goom. It's not a goom, it's not a goom. One more. Okay. He's inside. Oh, he's outside? He's inside? He's outside? Okay, I'm going for some no-scopes.
Okay, see you there.
360s.
Nice.
One fella here looking at you directly. I'm going. That count? Okay, I just got taken like crazy. Oh my god, here.
I will never let you down, Rushley. Behind the fence line,
Okay, I'm going. I might be able to scrape around the back of him. Oh, he's moving back towards the gates of hell.
Bush.
Try and get out of it.
I'm stuck.
You got more to put on?
That's it.
Okay. Okay, I'll tell you when. Oh my god, 2 of them. I'll let you know when I'm ready. Alright, now. Beautiful. Teammate here on that thing, kind of far. I'm just gonna go. One left, apparently.
You know, I'm not trying to be biased here.
Okay.
But I kind of want to see FaZe Clan win, just so we can interview someone from the team and ask them, why did they pick Ancient? Because that looks like a map you want to avoid if you're FaZe Clan.
Yeah, that'd be a very good question. I was thinking the same thing when I was watching, especially that T side.
What T side?
Yeah, fair point. This was an ugly game of Counter-Strike. This was not great out of FaZe, which as you said begs the question. For me, it felt like this is a map because now if you think about the last time we saw FaZe play this was against Gambit at Cologne, they had a 4-11 TF, so a little bit better. One round better on their T side, but still not great by any means. For me, it feels like watching this game, it's like, got to go back to the drawing board and just like talk through the first like 20 to 30 seconds of the round of how you want to play these, what your openings are. Okay. They got one opening kill the entire T side of that first half. And most of it for me felt like, especially early on, was like, man, Olaf's going to be over towards the A bomb site. Rain's going to be solo at the B bomb site. The other three, sometimes they're back and Rain up at B. Sometimes they're in middle waiting behind smokes and Molotovs. But at some point during that period, Olaf would get pushed and picked off. Rain would get pushed and picked off. And then it's like you got nothing that you can possibly do. Off the back of that one opening kill, they got 2 plants in the entire half. So just the T side now in 2 games straight for FaZe is not working out. And this might be something they need to go back and just look at this and say, how do we actually want to play this T side?
Yeah, and I was even asking you and talking to you while we were in the green room watching this. It felt like they had no real execute onto the B site. They had like no proper setups for some reason. Obviously, there was a couple of angles we discussed where you want to leave that open because they have an opper and they want to, you know, they favor the chance to get the kill, but it just looks so disjointed.
I was wondering if that's why they were missing that like kind of third smoke on the right side, because that angle, I think Frozen just destroyed him in it, or Bamas might have been him over at that bomb site as well that just destroyed them a number of times, just kind of springing out from the wall. It didn't feel, it felt like they wanted to like use the skill, like use individual duels, use someone kind of walking up that ramp, take a fight and see what you get. Use Olaf to find a timing, go take a fight at the A bomb site. At times in mid, I think they pressed the issue and ran through Molotovs and HE grenades and took unnecessary damage. So yeah, the openings to most of their T side felt really uncomfortable, and you can just see the results, just not a successful offense.
You know what's really weird to me is we're talking about how it seems that they're not really prepared for a map like Ancient playing T-side. But then you have Rain, who must have been just in the hyperbolic time chamber. I'm not sure if you catch the reference on that one.
I got it.
Literally just looking for these pixel gaps.
Yeah, usually when you get out of that time chamber, though, you do something incredible. You do something good with it. This wasn't so much. This was like the opposite of whatever that hyperbolic time chamber does. Yeah, cool tricks and everything, and I think they amounted to a couple kills and a decent amount of chip damage here and there, but obviously doesn't have any real impact or success in terms of the match itself or the map itself.
Okay, so the point I was trying to make, I guess, was that it seems like at least he knew like a lot of these angles. He took time on the map to just discover things like this, but then as a team, as a whole, they look like they don't play the map that often.
Well, you know, it can be a number of things. Maybe they just had like a couple good practice games on it and were feeling super confident. Maybe they thought Mouse Sports would be worse on it. But I mean, they were wrong on both counts. I don't really.
I like the honesty.
I got not a whole lot to say about it because it was a kind of astounding watching it that it just seemed like there wasn't any kind of real idea in some of these rounds. Now that being said, I think if you go over to the Mouse Sports side of things, they played a great game. That Deagle round from Frozen was absolutely incredible. He ends on 24 and 14, almost 100 ADR. That's a good showing from Frozen, who we like to see step up from time to time. Rop still logged a really solid and good performance, 21 and 12. Dexter was up there. Bamas had 19 kills as well. So, I mean, the Mouse Sports side of things showed up really, really well. And maybe it is a factor of we're just being, I'm being a little bit too harsh on FaZe because Mouse Sports did play good. And it felt like, I don't know if it was their game plan or because they started having success and were feeling confident, but they were starting to really test the edges of the map at a certain point on that CT side. They were willing to push into Olaf Meister. Rops was willing to flank him out a couple rounds when he didn't feel that presence. They were willing to push down the B ramp and actually look up towards mid and pick off Rain a couple times. So they started feeling really good about making aggressive plays on the map.
Well, speaking of aggressive plays, potentially when it comes to the CT side, we have Inferno coming up next year between these two teams. And I feel like this is going to be a blast of a map actually between these two. I'm expecting this to go the full 30 rounds because of how high skill I expect both these teams to come into this. But I'm curious about maybe your thoughts on this match. Obviously, Mouse Sports should be on a mental high after winning Ancient, after losing unfortunately 16-14 on the first map. But what's your thoughts? What's your like preliminary discussion.
That and Mousesports has a better win rate on this as well, 80% in 5 maps, and I think FaZe is down at 50% in 6 maps, so a little bit of the edge in terms of winning percentage. My one fear on this map for FaZe, I feel like this is one of those maps where I feel like I really get scared for Kerrigan, because this is one of those maps where you do sometimes have to kind of try and create an entry or an execute into like a narrow choke point, a hectic situation, and Kerrigan's generally, like I said in the previous segment, more than willing to be the sacrificial lamb for his team. But at some point, I feel like that kind of a tactic, that kind of an idea for your in-game leader and your entry fragger is just a little outdated. So I'm worried to see Kerrigan kind of throw himself to the wolves to better his team. But you're right. This Inferno should be a map that both teams are comfortable on, both teams are competent on, and it should be competitive.
Yeah, and looking at what Mousesports had to put up, I mean, you have 24-14, 21-12, 20-12, 19-9 for BMUS there, and then you have Acor at 9-15. Now he's obviously had a little bit of a struggle. When we think back to Overpass in the very early parts of it, did obviously rise up in the second half here. Didn't necessarily need to perform well, and luckily for him, when you go to a map like Inferno, you don't really need a strong opper at that point. He can pick up the rifle more often here, use it on T side, maybe a little bit of op on the CT side. I want to personally favor Mousesports here, but I'm not too sure.
There's some cool things that FaZe has for their own CT side as well. Twist being an anchor position in the pit, he's been a beast there for a lot of his career. If he replicates that here for FaZe, that's going to bode well. They have some cool tools, but yeah, this is going to be tough. I would take Mousesports for this one.
Okay, well, let's see what's going to happen. We're going to head to that break. We come back. We're back with Harry and Hugo yet again here for the final map of the day.
Yes, nice shot, my friend.
Cheaters ruining your plays?
I have eyes on the enemy.
Bad servers stopping your shots? What you need is ESEA. Advanced anti-cheat to stop cheaters. And the best servers around, all with 128 tick rate. ESEA, the best way to play CSGO.
Built in 1923, this quaint town that's surrounded by rolling hills and stunning cypress trees is not to be missed. Head to the Corso Inferno, where you'll drink in the clear blue skies with 4 of your best buddies, or perhaps 4 randoms you met online just now. It's really up to you. Make sure you notice those stunning green shutters, the trademark of this pretty town. You won't want to miss a visit to one of the courtyards with their stunning floral displays and water fountains, perfect for a quick refresh after a hard morning. There's currently a bit of work taking place around Inferno, and you'll see a lot of scaffolding. Now, don't let this put you off visiting this picturesque town. The scaffolding will give you clear views and quite possibly a vantage point to take that perfect shot. You can head to the main courtyard surrounded by small traditional buildings and throw a penny to make a wish in the wishing well. Better be a good one. It could be your last. And then we recommend a stroll past Vino Orti or La Mia Orto. Be sure to take a picture, both infamous in this town. Also a perfect moment to take a quick breather, perhaps in the shadows. If you want some fresh air, why not head for the fields of vegetation? Just be careful who you might find there, because a careful traveller is an alive traveller. There's some pretty spectacular accommodation here in Inferno. Sprawling hotels with dark and not at all creepy lighting. Definitely not sinister fans, and plenty of dark corners for those friends who you've been avoiding to hide.
Broken bones and a bloodstained flag. Open road and nomadic plans. In a quiet town, bodies fall upon sacred ground. By the flag and a king is crowned.
This series has been a slow burner, but it's sure to heat up here on the final map of Inferno. FaZe Clan, Mouse Sports, Group C, Pro League. It's all where you want to be. It's all exactly where you are, and for good reason. You didn't just watch FaZe get their ass whooped back on Ancient, only to go down here quietly on Inferno. They're here to show up, step up, and bring it back on this T side. Mal's ready with a nade and ready to play. Ooh, goes both ways. Oh, dunked on, baby. No smoke out in time, and that's the round.
Yeah, it should just be a save here.
Well, probably not saving pistol. You're probably going to throw yourself in. Inferno's fun because you can call a rounds over in like 10 seconds, and you're usually right. See? Now you save.
So it should just be a save here.
Oh, it's, yeah. It's something, all right. Just chilling. What about you?
And you know, Hugo, you called this a slow burn. Of course. IGL entrepreneur, born in 1994. It's Dexter. Dexter's child.
I like the meme format. It's definitely
There's
one for the
there.
future.
And he is born in 1994.
Yeah,
so
I saw you just did your research.
I did I'm fully researched, mate.
Go on, Dexter, put your back into it, pave the way. Wait, I did that the other way around, but yeah. And Dexter really is putting his back into it today, Harry. He's had a great series, especially on Overpass, looked good.
Is it more about putting the hips in or the back?
Well, the hips, the back, this and that. There's more to show, Harry. Don't know if I want to run down that train of thought anymore. Let's instead run into some Deagles on close corners, on tight choke points, on Inferno. These Deagles can be deadly at the best of times. FaZe, ready for some body shots, boys.
Oh, nice opener for Rain to steal this top mid control away.
He's coming to get ya. He's coming to get ya. I love that song. ESL's tracks just get better and better every event.
Yeah. I love the one that Alex is on the most.
Yeah, it actually does sound like
There is that one where it does sound like
Alex. It sounds like
is the
you
guy.
a little bit as well. I mean, people say you sound alike, but they're different songs. I don't know.
Ever since you pointed out there's that one track that sounds like Alex singing it, I cannot.
No, exactly.
I can't. I just imagine him in the booth, like dropping
It would be fire, I'm sure. Yeah, I still wonder why Sarah left us, but maybe she'll come back, right? Maybe. Grey face, no space.
Sarah's not coming back, dude. I don't know how to tell you it.
Smoking the copium. And well, this should be a save.
Yeah, that's a pretty safe bet, Hugo.
Safe bet, actually. Not like that guy who lost 40 grand on the last map. Sheesh.
Yeah, you know, I mean, that's pretty cool. Right, so FaZe are going to go 2-0 up now, Hugo. And maybe, just maybe 3-0 up.
Wow.
Right, because it is just these saved Eagles in the next round. They're even hunting down the saved Eagle players, or the Schmeagle players, as we call them.
My precious. FaZe running rings round Mouse, but it is early days of Inferno. We need guns, we need utility, we need an AWP for Acor, who built back into the end of Overpass and certainly the start of Ancient. FaZe just doing the due diligence that this T-side requires. Methodical stuff, Carrigan classic. Well regimented, well drilled. FaZe throwing their util.
That's just how it is, Hugo. That's just how it is with a FaZe clan and eco like this. They're not going to leave anything up to chance, you see. They're taking it real slow like.
How slow can you go? Can you take it to the floor? Yeah, there's only one man at B right now. He's got to smoke at least, but you got to be able to hold back off. Plus, they'll probably just respect your smoke. They got time, they got more util. Yeah, it's a nice nade onto Frozen. But already, Mouse have padded the bomb side out with 3, and that's when you rotate round, go elsewhere. Or walk right into the stack. Those are your only options right now. FaZe don't know it's a stack, not yet. Not until it's too little, too late. Recommit with a second util set. Karrigan gets a kill, and that will only convince you otherwise. Or further, rather.
Yeah. Or in double negative terms, it'll only not convince you otherwise,
yeah,
right?
They're definitely only not going to go into the stack.
And so now away they go, up here towards the top of middle. It's called that because it's at the top of middle. And here, down in the pit, VMAS with his deagle. Oh, trying to do damage.
Okay.
Drops! Oh, gnarly!
No, no, no.
Nice little deeg hold. Olaf, that's your teammate. Don't kill him. And he will get into the site looking to get that bomb down. But Rops has set up Mouse Sports. He's given them a chance to retake this one now.
Oh, dear.
Twists brushed aside, and Olaf got to do it all. The nade, baby! Olaf 4-0. And he's laughing all the way to the bank as he gets that one over the line.
Oh, I saw that coming. Low health, lining up, trapped on short. What a clutch out of Olaf, and to think he was 10 health all the meanwhile. Sick round. Those deagles look so good for Miles for a moment, for a modicum of a moment, but Olaf Meister saving the day once again. And that's reassuring. We saw him just get kind of bodied on Ancient, to be honest. And if you think about how he got bodied, I mean, all of FaZe got bodied, but he especially sitting outside of A on his own, lurking, you know, getting walked on A flanks, getting caught on his own in middle as his team exec'd B. And, you know, it's not like anyone was winning fights, and so Olaf didn't really have any space to play with. And so, yeah, it was just a weird game for FaZe, one that they need to go back through and fix up for next time. Now, well, FaZe go 3-0, Harry. It wasn't without cost. And now Mouse Sports, they've expended everything on this first rifle round, including the AWP.
Yeah, I want to see Acorn just hit the ground running, please. I want to see a good start from the get-go.
You should probably be standing still with the AWP, though, is the only thing.
Yeah, well, I don't know. You can move and shoot with any gun.
Yeah.
It just might not work. There's not a law against it, though.
No, maybe don't take Harry's advice. He's not an AWPer. Not usually an AWPer.
Yeah, plus, I think we've seen how, you know, running down like a kind of grey area in a rule book goes for some. So now, little A-take here out of the FaZe boys. There's Acorn. That's what I wanted. He gets the first. Can he get any more? They're coming up the short side. Rops can't hold on. Olaf bests him again, and there's all the entries coming over.
Okay.
Okay, Dexter. All right, big Dexter.
That's so massive to set you up for a retake, right? 2-on-3 is hard. 2-on-2, you're getting excited at the thought. Molotov would have killed Olaf, but it's Brokey planting with full health. Olaf, oh, he gets his frag. Somehow, Frozen's not ready for an Apps player, and Dexter had to go through. It was his only port of call, finding 1v1 quickly, but the 1v1 finds him. And FaZe 4-0 up, steaming forward after a pretty poor Ancient. I'm glad that they weren't, you know, slapped back.
Yeah, mate, it's so relieving to see Olaf as well. Like, you know, honestly, Ancient's not been like a super kind map to Olaf, but even then in that last game, I think he was like second for his team. He was doing all he could. Now you get him onto something a lot more comfortable where he feels right at home, and he's showing up from the get-go. 6-0. Yet to die is Olaf Meister. As far as Maus are concerned, he's got God mode on.
SV cheats, someone check it. This is not normally. Olaf, deep flash to blind raid, not by intention. A few centimeters forward, he would have been fine. Luckily, it holds no bearing. Akor's got the re-aggro flash ready, and it might come at the right time. Here they go, Karrigan. He's even anti. He's so ready. How does Karrigan read that? Brokey says, no, Karrigan, too smart. These are my kills. This is my bomb site. And so he silences his lead.
They'd all been dead for like a solid like 2-3 seconds, and Brokey's like, I see one.
Karrigan is full-on Julius Caesared in that one. Brutal Brutus coming in with a backstab. It was Brutus, right?
I believe so. That sounds right.
Yeah, that
right?
sounds
Those are
right.
two names I'm used to hearing together.
Yeah, you got stabbed or something.
You could be the Brutus to my Caesar.
Oh, I'll stab you right in the back, baby. No, I wouldn't do that to you, Harry. This isn't a fling. This is the real thing.
This is gross.
Oh,
BMAS.
dear.
Is he actually going to check it? It looks like he will. Oh,
nice
don't
shot.
matter. Rain's too slick. Rain's too quick. And FaZe are up 5-0. Rob's left saving a Deagle and Armor. It's a very small consolation for this scoreline. But, you know, this is kind of par for the course if you lose that first rifle round, especially on this map or you know, like a Dust 2, right, where you are saving a lot. And you're kind of like partial buying back in. The moment that first rifle round goes against you, you're destined to really go 5-0 down unless you really do something right in your follow-up partial buy.
Yeah.
Now the rifles are out again. Now what you really don't want is to lose this one, because then you're just destined to repeat this lose, partial buy, full buy, lose, partial buy, lose, full buy. It can just go on like that forever, in theory.
Stay losing, or don't. Hopefully Mousesports can warm into this round. Put something on the board. Fast up Banana again. FaZe have been taking this space round after round. Look at the util to get them there. Great grenades onto Frozen and Acor. And it was, you know, predicated by Molotovs in front of the car as well, meaning that Mouse, even though they wanted to fight with the Furious smoke, right? Like smoke the molly, fight down Banana with a flash. You can't, because behind you are Molotovs, in front of you are grenades, and you kind of have to give it up. It's one way or the other. They take the nades, they get out half health. Now they go back in the late round, but maybe a wallbang or just a flick shot instead. Acor, oh, the early nade damage almost sets him up to burn. Instead, he gets out with a smoke on the Molotov and 10 health to count. FaZe want a response, and they might just go through this right at the end.
Yeah, here they come, Rain in CT up in their face.
Oh,
now there's still this AWP of Acor here, but he's low on HP, and with that shot missing, his time is limited. Rain wraps him. Oh, Brokey's gone up and over, and what was a 5-on-3 is suddenly a 3v2 in the post plant now. Rain and Brokey going above and beyond. They've left Robson BMAS down and out for the count by the looks of things. This might be another save round here. And largely, this comes off the back of what we were just talking about. If you lose this rifle round, you're back onto a partial investment again. So these guns are the only guns you gon' have.
Sheesh. Yeah, that's a stylish round for FaZe, man. I like that. They wait the smoke. Karrigan calling on Inferno. Mwah, chef's kiss. Beautiful stuff. Like, they wait for the smoke to fade as it does. Rain drops in a CT smoke. Karrigan throws a CT flash. Frozen's behind the smoke. Rain just yeets through the smoke. Kills him. Like, he shouldn't win that fight. The flash is obviously good. Shouldn't win that fight anyway. Wraps Acor and Coffins, who knows he's coming. You see someone jump through the CT smoke. You know they're wrapping Ruins. And Rain just doubles up. Brokey goes over the top of the boost, and FaZe have all the room in the world. Lovely B execute. Not really giving Mousesports much respect. Karrigan, I mean, he knows their weaknesses, right? Like, he's been in the shoes of Dexter. Obviously, with a different in-game leader, styles change, positions change, but generally, Karrigan knows what individuals didn't like, and knows positions that are problematic potentially for Mousesports players, and so those are all really good things to use against them. This is typically a great map for Dexter, I will say. Inferno is a brooding ground for him. But right now, I don't think anyone's catching a break on Mousesports. 6-0 for FaZe.
Brooding ground.
Breeding ground?
No, yeah, but brooding's funny because, like, if you're broody, it means you want a kid.
Yeah.
So that's actually great for Dexter.
Well, maybe the opposite then. Stop ruining my dreams.
Right, the guns are back, Hugo. They've got an AWP on Acor, and this time he's set up on the A-bomb site. He's had enough of going for these peaks at B, getting naded to oblivion, and instead he wants to be given a fight over here in mid. And he's going to get that fight. That's much better for Acor. Somehow Karrigan did slip the net, though, and get up long. Now exploring this CT avenue. He's holding, waiting to deal with these rotations. Rain seems so ready for Ops up here on the balcony. Now, there isn't a flash to get Rain out. He's got to peek this dry. And with Karrigan now dead, Rops is going to drop into the pit. The timing's a little awkward. They know they've got Rops trapped, so they chase him down. Oh my god, Mouse are going through the moto smoke. It's wild. Oh, that's nice out of Acor. He catches the man on the boost. Acor's having a round. He's on for the ace. 4 kills in it for him.
Twist.
Here comes Twist, hoping to deny it, but Frozen will trade from short. Sure, it's not the ace for Acor, but god damn, it's good enough.
Yeah, that'll do. Forget the ace, forget that. You just want the round, and Mousesports finally break the streak. I was believing in the Twists. 1v3, wouldn't be his first in the series. But nice shots out of Acor, bangers. Check these. Dos. Trey, Stunner, Saranthus. And the quad.
Look at the quad kill.
Yeah, nice round, but good trade as well from the short flank, right at the bitter end from Frozen, I think it was. Now, Mal's start to take more space. They're feeling confident, but FaZe are feeling feisty. Mollying into the apartments means they only have one route to escape if things go bad. Mal's taking space everywhere, boosting up on the top B. Rain, he's going to get caught with nades. Yeah, he's dead, man. Twist even shoots Frozen off the top of that boost, and so that one Mal's player of Dexter has to give it up with no utility. FaZe could just win the round right here, right now.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. This really might entice you into the B play. Now, admittedly, you didn't see the full extent of that Apps push, right? You only actually saw, I think it was Rops, right, at the front. But the one kill at B is tempting enough to draw you in, and Dexter's the only man here with this MP9. He's got to try and stand the test of time. If he dies, you might not even consider retaking this round. Dexter, a kill on the other hand. Now that would be big. Instead, he's spammed out by Olaf. There's a lot of damage dealt through the smoke, but this is blind damage. Mouse don't know about it. That kill off of Acor might have tempted you back in for the retake. And now they're keen to give it a go. Both these players are low. These are the ones they didn't know were tagged, but Twists, the man who never misses, won't give up this Coffin's rotation. BMAS, we know him as an incredible spray transfer player, but he didn't see Olaf, who's so skinny, he's hiding around the pillar, and he surprises him. That's kind of brutal.
Yeah, tucks in those shoulders just quickly. Flex it on him. FaZe 7-1. And yeah, great call to just explode B. Like you said, no realization that the full stack was in, but enough of a temptation off the B kill that, hey, we have nothing else. We've lost our apps control. We know they're heavy setup there. If there's one, there's probably two. So let's just dump it all into B and go. And yeah, you can see the frustration from Mytha. All game, he's been through the highs and lows of wins and losses, and now this is the most brutal beginning of all. Dear for Mouse. There's still hope, but it needs to happen here. It needs to happen soon, at least, because FaZe about to win the half at a bare minimum off the back of this anti-eco. Olaf now tasked with helping Rain in the apartments. A terrifying twosome take on. Oh, Karrigan dodges death, gets stinked, Acor gets cleared, and Olaf's read it like a book.
Yeah, mate, Olaf is such a good apartments player. Him and Rain doing it together, like, you just don't want to be in the apartments, mate. Like, no wonder you lent into it so heavy last round, knowing what FaZe could do. Rops over here at long has given up the goods. They know about him. They're out in the sight. Karrigan even donning the AWP on low health. And if they try to go through this smoke, they're going to be in for a bad time, Hugo. Oh, never mind. Yeah. It'll just fade.
One. He got one.
Wait, what? All right, Dexter.
He got one. How? Mad lad. Doesn't matter, though. It doesn't change the outcome.
This must feel kind of therapeutic after going to Ancient as your pick for FaZe. Right? Getting absolutely body slammed. Like, that was, that's a good sound for it, right? Like, it was a lot.
Yeah, it was a shambles. Now, Frozen, you're about to die with a bomb, mate. I would have loved if he tapped it, because maybe if they heard that, they'd run back in, and they might die with him, but yeah, I'm really reaching at that point. There was no time anyway for the defuse, so 8-1. And damn, FaZe Clan fans feeling fancy right now. Put a napkin down your shirt.
You eating big tonight?
Yeah, we feasting.
Hugo, you strike me as the kind of guy who, whenever you go to a restaurant, you always order the same thing.
That's a great meme that no one will get, but I do. Yeah, no, I'm not adventurous. I'm too scared of eating anything but one meal. What is that one meal? I certainly couldn't tell you, but it's all I eat every day. It's eggs. Yeah, we'll go with
eggs.
that.
I actually do eat eggs
I
every
do eat
day.
eggs every day. But that's, you know, I gym every day, man. I'm just...
just hench.
No.
Who would win in a fight to the death? You or Blame F?
I knew you were going to say Blame F, but I'm going to immediately answer Blame F because anything else is just unrealistic.
What if you had a gun?
Me then. I think if I had more than like 3 feet between me and Blame, I think I could get a shot off before.
But what if he's running at you, like left and right, left and right?
How much distance do I have? I feel like I can
2.5 meters.
I can shoot.
COVID-safe distance.
Yeah, I can shoot a gun. That's not a challenge.
Okay.
If Blame was up in my face, I think you'd maybe wrestle it off.
Yeah, no, I think you'd be in for a bad time either way.
All right, well, luckily
Here we go.
We'll never have to find out unless I really piss him off. Which I'm going to do my best not to.
So, it's 8-1 right now to FaZe Clan. This is so dominant.
Yeah.
Frozen actually donning the AWP alongside Acor. And once again, they're heavy set up in the apartments.
Set up, looking to make Mouse upset as FaZe do their B defaulting with utility in the apartments. Rain's going to climb on in. It's a bit of a free jumper, that guy. Hardcore parkour. Rops, though, crouched on the corner. Rain, headshot machine. Olaf draws the attention, and Rops wins his fight as well. Beautiful stuff out of the double trouble mouse boards. Perhaps hold. Even Frozen with an AWP now. Not your typical AWP player, but he'll get it done. 1 kill. Tagged up by Brokies, but I'm not worried. Not yet. 2v5. Oh, Acor. Nom, nom, nom.
Nice. Well, this is at least your path to a second and a step in the right direction as well. If you can keep it flawless, that's a big win for Mouse. And, you know, even though it's got this crazy dominant 8-1 start, I'm sure we could all cast our minds back, and I know it feels like it was a long while ago now, but if you remember, if you were here when Fnatic and Na'Vi faced off against one another, right? That was an 8-1 scoreline back on Overpass that ended up going to a double overtime. So, you know, you'd be surprised how quickly this scoreline can flip back the other way once you've broken a streak, especially because, and this was something we highlighted early on when the scoreline was 5-0, Mouse were in a spot where they were constantly against the wall in terms of the money. And so now they keep a very, very clean round. They start to establish themselves a little bit here in this second half. And finally, they can roll with the punches a little bit.
Yeah, right up Banana with the AWP. Brokey going full Zywoo here. Scopes up. But flashed off our Miles, and so they'll give him that angle for now. And Brokey, he can just sit here, stay on the corner. Only worry is like an aggressive reflash. That nade range way deeper than they were ready for, and Acor not ready at all. Headshot on the gap of that smoke. Rain has more to be had here. BMAS playing the crossfire with Robs. Meanwhile, like FaZe, of course, I'm just going to execute B because you know the Mouse will not have more than 2 players there. Robs goes through the smoke. He's trying to get involved. Meanwhile, there's the BXX and 1 more kill order to do it. Frozen needs something on the defense. He can't find a frag. Molly is going to push him back out of the bomb site, and even playing retake here is a tough ask, is a desperate call. Smoke may be missed, but the round won't be for FaZe. Oh dear.
Oh, the
oh, okay. Frozen. Brokey jumps, but it's still not going to tempt you in, man. Numbers, they do the talking. Mouse have done the counting. Rain lurking here would be lovely if he could go back into A, but he wants to build his own economy. It's not like FaZe, despite having this significant lead, it's not like they're rich right now. This is still their, you know, reset round. Miles won the previous, so FaZe are just trying to keep their cash flowing and going, and so they shout.
And even though I said, like, you know, the beauty of keeping 5 alive is that you can roll with the punches, you didn't want to immediately go and roll with the punches, you know? They're punches, after all. It kind of sucks.
All right. Someone wants a boost or something. That's one way to do it. FaZe, Brokey's holding for the other side above the smoke. He knows they want a boost. Just wrong about which side. Brokey staying on top though. Acor, that's so close. Another smoke is down. He's missed his one opportunity. Don't you dare, Rain. That's very close for comfort. BMAS got out alive though towards the pit. Flash to call, but Rain backs up. And here's the B play.
Yeah, slow on the approach once again, but that's the thing, like the way these B rounds have played out is like you get 2 kills and the round's done, you know, like that's not a setup, sorry, that's not something that can be avoided with this setup either. It's so important that Dexter just got out. As I'm saying it, right, he was playing the sandbags. If he died, that was a world of problems opened up. There was no way to trade that out. There was nothing he could have done. But with that kill not given over, FaZe going to group back up outside of this A bomb site. BMAS drops this smoke down in pit now, gives him a bit more staying power, and he actually leaves it entirely. Ooh, not quite the double up.
Hippity hoppity, get off my property.
It out, Acor at long. He's sus of the smoke, but it don't matter. You've actually already killed the guy who dropped this.
Dude, that double jump, full on Goomba stomping. And Mousesports here, Harry, they might have to save. Oh, the plight of Inferno.
Yeah, I mean, this is, you know, how it goes. This is just how the cookie crumbles as the iconic, I think it was Bruce Almighty line. No, wait, what's that from?
I didn't know where it was from. Most sayings don't really have a...
No, I mean, obviously, like, it wasn't just from that film, but I'm pretty sure it was said in that film.
Yeah, it might be said in that film. I couldn't tell you. It's been a while. That's the one with...
Morgan Freeman, actually, playing God.
Yeah, no.
Playing himself.
Wait, look at this from Ray. The double jump, bro. How does he do it? The double jump. Woo! Oh.
Yeah, no idea what, what the little extra...
Then he just follows
and then he
up.
taps the guy at long, like, all right, Rain, fair enough.
Yeah, I'd be molding 2 after that round. Ah, dear. It's just out of your control at this point. It's out of your grasp. Mouse. I'd love to see a banana take, and I know that's a hard ask with the util we've seen out of FaZe, right? They've really not let you get away with much towards the B side of the map, but Mousesports need something. They need the banana control, maybe put Acor there, 3 out the gate, have the AWP remaining on B, and play, you know, quad A. Because the issue is, when FaZe get any kill B, they just execute, they just commit, and you're never stacked. Even when you're 3 and they kill 1 and now you're 2, they still win it. So, yeah. Not today, though. Acor's fighting mid. Oh, who moves first? Whoever moves dies, basically. They both stay on a tight angle, and so no kills come through. Bowser trying to take banana. They've got banana, but Dex has to run through a Molotov. That's the cost. It's not cheap. It's very expensive. And Dexter, I don't know what's happened. They go right by him. Flashed out. He will get a double. Frozen died before Dexter even fired a shot. So FaZe, they could just walk into B, but they don't. They know that's caused commotion, rotation from Acor. Still 2 on A. Mouse don't panic, and respect to them for that. A lot of teams would, but Acor, sorry, has full util on that B bomb site now. And so even though FaZe go A, they have made the perfect call. If they drop apps,
oh my God, yeah.
Mouse are double mid.
That is just brutal. This is like the one hole in the game plan of Mouse in this round. Now, don't get me wrong. BMAS can still like look up to the opponents. The dude is armed. He can nail that shot. But now they get into the pit. They're not getting fought from anywhere else. They know about BMAS out on this little island at Long, and they're actually looking to fight him. That was Olof flashing himself there the second time around, but it's all well and good because he still nails the shot. And even gets across into the site with the bomb on his back. Bomb now planted. Brokey does not know that Rops is also out here on shore. That could give Rops the room needed. Instead, Acor's just going to deal with him through the smoke. Ooh. Brokey blind. Bomb planted for him. But it's also giving hints. It's giving a little breadcrumb trail for Mouse to follow. Brokey often good in these clutches. And this time brought to an end. Acor, the man to seal the deal, is this round. Puts a third on the board for Mouse.
Yeah, I won't blame Brokey for that. Like, that's actually a fair enough play. It's just a shame it's the AWP and it's holding him. Like, he's trying to do the most crazy play he can to catch off that second player while he knows Rops is, like, you know, focused on the smoke. But really, the bombs for him, he can isolate Rops super easily if Rops tries to go for the bomb, which he was. And yeah, Brokey just walks into the AWP holding his line. I wonder if he knew it was the AWP. Maybe that was not in his mind at that point. Crazy play, nice try, but it's Mousesports finally holding on, and fair enough to them after that banger from Olof onto BMAS. Felt like that tipped Seesaw back in FaZe's favor. What's better, being at the bottom or top on the Seesaw? I don't know. I guess it's just the motion that's fun.
That is the most lizard brain breakdown of what makes a Seesaw entertaining. Yeah, Hugo. Yeah.
Or is it just like, you know, being the IGL FaZe versus Mouse? Is it the grass is always greener? Woo! Okay, through the smoke, Dexter. Dominance. And yeah, now we see Mouse taking banana. The trees are bearing fruit, Harry. As they say.
Yeah, I mean, all trees do have the right to bear fruit. Yeah. That was written in the
Constitution. Yeah. You laugh at your own joke, man.
Oh,
I just fill out it's like a puzzle piece. It's like Hangman. I just fill out the last word and I get you laughing. Yeah, it's so free, man. It's so
I couldn't remember the name of it, so you actually bailed me out there. Now, little 4-on-4.
B is free.
And it is an A-side stack here for Mousesports. FaZe, just by moving on to the property, they've locked in this round. It's theirs.
Oh, yeah, blue plant is safe. It looks scary on the X-ray, but he's got cover at least. Sometimes people mess it up.
Mouse are probably going to give this a go still.
Yeah, you got
like, this is one of the best retake rounds they've had a chance
They can buy next, so they can literally throw away everything. Maybe Acor like baits with the AWP, and if he doesn't get a kill, he saves. But there's the kill, and now you go.
Yeah, flash from Acor as well. Perfect utility for this, right? You had that AWP in a saving position. Oh my goodness, those flashes are a little ugly. Rain holding on. Ooh, dead after one. Olof Meister got to come in, and the bomb is not planted for him. The bomb is not planted for Olof, but he doesn't even look aware of that. Not been commed across till it's too late. And I think he realized right at the end that, oh, it's actually not a banana plant, so I'm done.
Yeah, what can you do? You go through the smoke, you're dead. So, you know, just trying to spam out players. And BMAS made that kill onto Rain, fully pre-fired, online, Xantare's peak, running around corners. And don't do it, Harry. Don't do it. 10-4. Mousesports right near the end with some banana control, with even a missed stack. They win a full B retake at a 4-on-4. Fair play. Bomb plant was a shame, though. If it was for Olof, maybe he could have had the spray down of dreams. Twists. He's in between Molotovs. A hot place. It's going to be Twist coming out on top. Good flash. Well, I say good flash. Frozen blinded Dexter, apparently. You never know which one does the work. It could have been FaZe throwing one behind. Plus, sometimes, you know, those are misleading. Those... Oh, no!
That is horrific.
Put down the AWP, pick up a rifle, and do more of that. Brokey, disgusting. Yeah, those, like I was saying, those flash assists, they're sometimes misleading. Sometimes it says you get team flash, but you barely get blinded.
Yeah.
And you know it's coming, so you dodge it, you barely get blinded, and it still says you whited your teammate. Now, this is done. This half is over.
Yeah, and they're still walking into the double setup. Like, maybe it gets weird as a result, because both players are here. drops.
I'm a liar.
This is meant to be done. Hugo promised us it was. But now the bomb's out in the open. There's this long wrap coming in from Brokey that could save the day. But will it? It's had to slow down because of that Moto smoke. FaZe, they had the B bomb site. They have both B kills. They walk in to the remaining twosome. Twist sees Robs down in the pit, and so now BMAS is their only hope. Brokey bests him, and it's an 11-4 half, sealed, signed, and delivered by the FaZe clan.
Hey Future Pros, on Inferno today, and I thought I'd show you how to throw the classic one-way to help you sneak out of the A apartments and maybe find a kill or two. To throw the smoke, get apps control, then position yourself on the edge of this door. Aim at the lower middle part of the extended bit of the arch. And throw. It's crazy how fast Rain throws his smoke, as this version is a little precise, so give it some practice. Now you have a good chance to crawl out of the apartments and play around the one-way smoke. CTs should usually be playing more passive once the smoke is thrown, but maybe you can find a CT with his pants down.
Oh lordy, they coming to get you on the side of FaZe right now. They shut Mouse Sports down in that first half of play. An 11-4 scoreline. It doesn't leave Mouse with a lot of room to work with here, moving into their T half, and I'm getting a little bit worried. This is a very determined looking FaZe that are out for revenge after getting embarrassed back on Ancient.
Yeah, Miles are going in quick though. Look at this charge up middle. Mid-air Rain taps him out, and now it's up to Olof in the corner. Oh, it's clean. Two from him. Frozen responds somehow into the stack. Miles have made this even, but Brokey flips it on its head, and Robs needs him. Wants him dead. Dinked. Brokey closes, and it's FaZe to find a pistol. 4-man crossfire in middle. Fair play that Miles make it close, but at this point in the game, Harry, close ain't gonna cut it.
No, you needed that pistol round to even, you know, begin coming back into this one. Now you're forcing up. Now you're in a bit of a rough spot, right? Because if you don't win this 4-spar, you're looking at your first full gun round up against 14. Doesn't take a genius to figure out that's not where you want to be.
Thank God, because we're not geniuses by any means of the word. Brokey tagged on his boiler cross. He won't go in peak apartments. Maybe that was part of it. He even gives his gun to Olaf. What a... Or someone else swapped, actually, rather. He didn't give his gun. Keeps the M4. Mine. Olaf swaps instead with... Who knows? Twists.
Yeah.
Twists, yeah. Jakey showed me. Bailed me out. I was like, where's the SMG? There it is. Okay. And now Miles...
If you look on the right as well, there's actually little pictures of all the guns.
Yeah,
you can see that.
I've actually seen that before. I wasn't sure if that, if that was accurate or not. Yeah. If they're just there as like an example.
No, yeah, it's just like.
Yeah, it's weird as well. It might be a coincidence, but like all the players in the server, their names are on the left and right of the screen. How weird is that?
No, I never thought about it like that.
That's really smart. Who put that there? Annoying beast mode. You're going to go through though. With Deagles, not the rush guns, but with a flash. Maybe Rain sits inside the go right by.
Sheep's clothing. Wolf in sheep's clothing. Oh no! Sheep in wolf's clothing. They're going to turn on him. They deal with the man in the smoke, and now Brokey tries to hold on, but Rops goes up, and Brokey goes down. It's a save round.
Yeah, Inferno starts again. It's nice to see Miles win a deco, though. Like, you lose that, then
like
you
I said, you were buying up against 14 if you didn't win that.
Like, that's, that's no room for recovery, no way to come back. We know FaZe and their history with Inferno comebacks, but that's not one that we would even be scared of, and neither would FaZe. Have to really be in your head there. Instead, Miles, okay, they've sped up their road to recovery. Or potential road. Keeping 4 up as well. A couple of MP9s on the T side. And as we know, MP9s better than the Mac 10. Controversial, that is, but...
Do you not think context is key when it comes to deciding what SMG you want?
Sure. Yeah, like if you're on the T side, you want the Mac 10. And if you're on the CT side, you want the MP9. But that's because, limitations, Harry.
I would say it's the other way around.
No, yeah.
Whenever I'm a CT, I want a Mac.
It's always nice to pick up an opponent's gun that you can't get. Like having a Mag 7 on T side or having a, if you're Swisher, having an M4 on T side. For good reasons. Yeah, I don't know.
Shout out Swisher one time.
Yeah, shout out Swisher. If you're CRT, having a Galil over the FAMAS, because FAMAS is trash.
Yeah, I can get behind that. Well, Olaf's got one in this round. How do you think he feels hearing that?
Well, Olaf can do whatever he wants, and I'll like it anyway.
Twists boosted with the M4. Now that's clean. Dexter on the receiving end. Oh, Rain's Deagle will go, and now Twists tapping heads off 4 in the round. Brokey comes through right at the end. Won't quite give him the ace, but Twists puts on a clinic.
Yeah, he ran out of ammo. A1S problems, but that's no problem. That's a solution right there on B.
Jamie,
lovely.
Pull that one up on the screen.
Lovely little flash as well. I think it was Twist who threw it at the back of quad. It just bounced off behind him in full whited BMAS, who still got the entry. Twist just goes on a tear. And yeah, Brokey, you're not thinking about aces. Like, that's a must-win round for FaZe.
Bro. Yeah, no,
you're thinking about the win.
You're just winning it.
Yeah, lock it in. The B rushes that did FaZe so well let down Mouse Sports in their second attempt at it. Flash over the Tiffany top. And
I love it.
Shuts it down. Yeah, see, like FAMAS, yeah, he's making it work. Would he rather a Galil? I'm willing to bet yes.
Hell yeah, mate. I mean, even on the ammo front, like...
Yeah, it's cheaper, it's better.
It's basically just a T-side M4 with more ammo.
True.
Flash into the apartments and... Olaf
he's convincing me. He's changing my mind.
It's looking sick, and I'll be honest.
No, yeah, it is. Like, it's a rifle after all.
It is a gun. That is undeniable.
Yeah, that's a fact
Twist,
of life.
I mean, now he's showing why the AK is just so pretty by comparison. Who wins this, FAMAS or AK? Place your bets. Here we go. We're going to get our answer. What's better? What's better?
Oh. Molotov.
Secret option C.
M4.
No. N4 cancelled. The AK reigns supreme. But at least the FAMAS survives.
Nope, he trades it out immediately for an AK. Twist answered the question, and Olaf...
He immediately subscribed to the program, and he was like, yep.
I'll take me one of those. 14-6, 5, rather. I'm giving them too much credit. Mouse Sports, it's got to be a full eco. Like, you don't want to play for overtime here. You literally have 2K a player. You eco this. And so it's not fun. It's not great. But what I will say is this is awesome from FaZe Clan because they come off Cologne, they look good on LAN. We worry our FaZe on LAN, they come back to online. We've had that worry with some teams. Na'Vi destroyed the Warriors today. G2 only added to the Warriors. And FaZe, this is a great recovery. This is a great form in their opening BO3 of Group C. It's so tight-knit, it's so competitive, this group. Anyone can come out on top. And FaZe look like they want to be anyone.
I mean, you know, famously, it's squads like FaZe, like Na'Vi that have huge troubles with the return to online play. So, very relieved. Jesus, Brokey. Oh, my God. Oh, it's the ace. Hoo-wee. That was pretty sweet. It's only eco kills, so I'm not gonna, you know, act like that was the defining moment of 2021. But geez, look at this. It was clean.
Shots, yeah. It's clean, yeah. Boop, boop, boop. Burst, burst, burst. He's an AWPer. Yeah, his pistols are so good, Brokey. He's like one of those few players who can make me want to equip the CZ until I use it, and I go, nope, never again. All right, here we go, Mouse. They've been saving for this. They gave away 15 match and series point for this buy, and Rain just doesn't care. He wants to get to the birthday party. Here he goes, through the smoke, Rain, almost a double. Oh, drop a happy birthday in the chat for the man at least. When it rains, it pours, and tears of Mouse Sports, making it all slippery.
Yeah, slippery when wet. And look at this, Carrigan. Oh, never mind.
He's making me slippery.
Yeah. Raps hits him with the moist maker.
Is that what you call the AK now?
No, that's the Ross Geller sandwich. Olaf. He's not looking for friends. He's finding enemies. Tapping the back of the head. Dexter dead. Kick to the curb. But this is a B player for the time being. Oh no, FaZe are starting to piece this together. They're holding for a mid push, but how long do you hold this for? With 40 seconds left, timing's everything for Olaf. Twist now here's the utility, and they just looked away. Olaf almost given more freebies. Now they're back on the angle, but they can't hold for him forever. And so he has still got the drop on these tees.
Oh no, Twist, no smoke.
Oh, Olaf putting up numbers. But Twist is burnt out. Both players now at Banana on for the retake. And they're going through.
Smoke going to cut off BMAS. Oh, they boost over. Bit of a delayed one. Olaf, a lot of damage in this round. Brokey's going to steal a kill. And off that boost, it might be the beginning of the end. The run boost to close. Okay. Respect. Mad respect. Oh, it's a disappointing result, but I'm still confident they'll win the round. That being said, it's Rops to the back of B.
That's an all balls, no dick peek right there, if you've ever seen one. Now, back of the site, Rops. 1v2, and time is his friend here. Time is the only friend he's got.
He's won it.
And there's no time left for Brokey.
They messed around with the run boost far too long. Well, you know, we'll move past it.
What a blue ball of a round.
Yeah. Everything about that.
That was about to be so
sick
cool.
Flank. Twist doesn't get one, but we get one off the boost. Now let's go.
Fragging out.
They could have just run through the smoke, man. They probably would have won it.
They just went through together, right?
Would have just won it. That's fine. We've got loads of time.
It's fine for now.
Yeah. It's not the simple knife on liquid that loses you the game in OT. I really don't think it is. I think FaZe are fine. The fact that they're going for that play means they're feeling it. And they're going to run boost it. Oh, God, just give it up, guys. Just throw in the towel. It's not made for you. And it's not like Miles' buy is any prettier after winning that anyway. Coming through with an AWP. Almost a collapse there if A got fired. Eagle and some rifles. Acor does get that nice boost kill off of the rain. They don't know about Carrigan. Frozen lurking down bottom B, double for him. Rotates are throwing themselves at that bomb site.
Yeah, in they come, in they go. Brokey with the AWP. The only guy here. Still 2 over towards A, and FaZe is starting to lean away from this B bomb site. They're still adamant that they're not sold on this one just yet. Now they hear that bomb plant coming in, so the rotations are on their way. I think that's just, you know, BMAS hanging around in middle, putting the fear in these FaZe clan rotations. Surely this isn't a save.
Really? I mean,
I can kind of understand it, right? Because you just go, well,
it's the only reason you wouldn't do this is because, like, if you lose all your guns, you are eco, suddenly Mal's getting back in. Like, this just means you get to rebuy next. But on top of that, I would have loved to see, you know, someone at least poke their head in. The smokes, the mollies, they're all in CT, though. That's enough to cut FaZe out of this round. And they didn't want to retake all through ruins. They didn't have a banana flank. It makes sense. It's just a surprise, really, with so much util, with the kits, with the time. But yeah, this is FaZe not wanting to throw the game. That's what that save is.
Yeah.
And it makes sense. You know, Carrigan gets a double, but they never actually had the...
That's such a grimy boost out of A-Core.
Oh, gap in the
I was
smoke.
stealing that one.
Just lucky the smoke blooms that way, I think, as well. You know, it doesn't always look like that. Swisher fans mad that Mal's left in M4 and spawn. They'd rather full rifles. They're up against 15 at the end of the day. They can afford to double buy.
Right, so as long as no one mentions the FaZe Clan Cloud9 E-League Boston Major, right, then we should be fine. That was the one thing we weren't allowed to bring up.
No, so I'm glad no one's drawing any attention to it. And what major final? What are you talking about?
Twists waiting with the smoke to help out Carrigan over here in Apps, and Olaf holding for the mid-swing.
This could end here and now, Harry.
Yeah, this is a pretty grimy little setup.
Site
timing. Yep, we'll get the better of everybody at the A-bomb site. Twists is locked out. That's a bit sad, you know. CS timing 101. If you ever think, you know, I'm going to pull a nade now, just wait like 4 more seconds from when you've had that thought.
Yeah, because then you pull it out 4 seconds later and then you get peaked. You know, it's a self-perpetuating, never-ending cycle of death and disappointment. But enough about FaZe Clan. That's a joke. 15-7, and yeah, another eco, another save rather. They keep 2 pistols. They lose one of them. So this is just FaZe. Yeah, it looks like they're playing a bit scared, but you know, out of position there, out red. Mal's just exec into the 2-man hold, and again, the right call is to save here for FaZe. They still have more breathing room. Not underwater just yet. All right. This has to be it for FaZe.
Yeah, you know, you're still going, well, I'm not worried yet. They have 15 after all, right?
Yeah, you can't lose a game when you have 15. Them's the rules, I think. Them's the rules.
Oh, but... Okay, it's fine. It's all probably fine. That's what everyone thinks all the time. And so, let's see. Can FaZe Clan get the 1 round they need? Mal Sports is starting to believe. Frozen? Hello?
Oh! Hello? The rain got him there in midair.
He ran through 2 Molotovs there.
Double trouble.
And he melts, doesn't he?
Yeah. Could have just left him on the worktop. Would have done the same job if he's frozen, but this is way past room temperature. That's some cooked stuff right there for FaZe, and well done. Ooh, here they go. Oh, it's weird, it's wild, but Olaf does provide. It might be the beginning of the end.
This is it, A-Core. It's either a 1-on-5, or sadly, this comeback is brought to an end, and pretty abruptly at that. Just this AWP left. And even lying in wait on this banana flank is Raid. You've also got Carrigan waiting on the long side. Acor lands a couple, trying to get us believing, trying to get us hyped. But is it all fake? Is it all pretend? Is it just smoke and mirrors? Because Carrigan here, oh my God.
Get out.
Yeah, with how he's looking, Acor believes. Oh, the double swing, the swap to a knife, CS time in 101. And FaZe Clan, they do best mouse sports 2-1. Carrigan's boys take down Dexter and his motley crew.
Close to me, going.
Good luck, man. I'm completely segregated. Kablamo! Oh, with the breach! Holy moly!
Hey guys, how to breach.
Today we're gonna show you some. Never mind. Another? I'm behind him. He's like on the coast down here. Oh, two.
Still not close enough to help you.
Okay, I'm nuts. Go through this stuff. You going for? There's deep people and close.
I'll go for the deep people then.
Okay, I'll go for the close. I've whiffed, I've whiffed, I've whiffed. He has no idea. Oh!
No!
Just spiral back around. Oh, I see two.
Nice. Did you get a gun or not?
Yeah, I got one. I just see that one now.
This guy.
Nice.
I'm going for a gun. Two.
Okay, two spotted. They're both like there on that ping.
Nice.
Easy.
Don't get discouraged, it's just the beginning. Yeah, turn up. Don't end up a Timmy Turner. Don't get caught up in the streets. Don't get caught up with a burner, don't be a slow learner. Oh no, you only get one shot, one chance. Talking March Madness at the big dance. Talking big man on campus. Like no guts, no glory. Not a part of my story. I'm going hard for that trophy. That's why they all been on me. No guts, no glory. There's no need to go begin. I don't comprehend and I do not pretend, cause when I'm coming it's to win. No guts, no glory. Not a part of my story. I'm going hard for that trophy. That's why they all been on me. No guts, no glory. There's no need to go begin.
The series started off, as I was saying, well, before I brought in the sweet, sweet music, in a very close fashion. And then we went to two back-to-back, very one-sided games when it came to Ancient. Then ended things off on Inferno, but the conclusion to all this is FaZe Clan have won the series 2-1 and now go up 1-0 so far in the group. Just Cap is still joined by Moses. And going into Inferno, I was honestly expecting a closer match, to be fair.
Yeah, I was too. I even said before the break that I thought Mousesports might be able to grab that one, would take Inferno. But I mean, good showing from FaZe overall. I think they did a great job on their T side. They got into the bomb site almost whenever they wanted, almost on command, essentially, you could say. And not only that, but a lot of those takes of those bomb sites on their T side were just so good and so strong and so efficient that they weren't even like a scenario where Mousesports could think about retaking.
Right.
They felt like there was like a lot of like ease, like easy might not be the right word, but once you got into the bomb site, from there it got easy because it was just like, nope, we can't fight this one. So huge run to start the game. What is that? That's like 10-1 or 10-2, excuse me, in the favor of FaZe before really there was some fight back from Mouse. So brilliant T side just set him up for a nice easy second half.
Such night and day between this and Ancient, and again, they chose Ancient, which I'm hoping we can ask about that in a little bit of time. But then you have Olaf Meister drop 20 kills. I mean, Kerrigan bottom fragging at 12 and 14, but his team did so exceptionally well. But having Olaf, Twist, and Brokey all with 9 deaths apiece, like, pretty insane.
Yeah, they gotta survive quite a bit, and I mean that speaks a lot to that first half when you're getting into the bomb site and they're saving. You're not taking a whole lot of deaths, so yeah, the ratios look great. It's obviously a huge benefit to have Olaf performing that well. Twist up there is to be expected. Brokey, I think, is going to start being expected the longer we watch this FaZe lineup together. So yeah, everything clicked here on Inferno, and FaZe get to walk away and stroll away essentially with an easy one. So
what's your takeaway then from, I guess, both these two teams? I mean, obviously there's been a player break. We saw FaZe Clan have success when it came to Cologne. Mousesports not so much. What's your kind of judgment in terms of how strong you think they are at the moment overall within this group?
Well, I don't think this series necessarily taught us anything. I think still with FaZe we kind of understand, you know, the win conditions. Twist playing well, Brokey playing well, and then you expect like Rain or Olaf to have great impact, and Kerrigan was going to have his odd game here or there. So I feel like we kind of have a good read on FaZe. For Mousesports is the tougher one because, like I said, you know, before this match began, I still feel like it's the team of potential. It's still a team of if, you know, if Acor plays how well we know he can.
Yeah.
If Frozen delivers with his rifles the way we know he can. If Dexter as an in-game leader can have impact and make good, you know, there's just so many if statements with Mousesports that I think it's still kind of a sticky thing to talk about. I don't know. Mousesports I feel like is just it's an odd team for me when I watch them.
Well, you know what? We don't have to watch them anymore tonight. At least we get the honor of talking to a very handsome gentleman, a star player, as you were just saying before for FaZe Clan. We got Twist join us here on the show to talk a little bit about this last match and obviously how this group will go. Twist, first of all, welcome to the show, man. Congratulations on the win. How did it feel?
Thank you. It felt amazing. Nice to talk to you guys.
What's up, Russell? How you doing, bro?
What's up, man? Haven't talked to you in a bit.
I know it's been a minute. You doing all right out there?
Yeah, I'm doing good. I'm enjoying Europe.
Good, man. Well, let's start with the bad. Let's talk about Ancient. You guys picked that one. The last time we saw you guys play it as well was back in Cologne against Gambit. It was a win, but it was kind of a little bit of an ugly win. Still, that T side seems to be a question. So I guess for us, the question is like, what was it about Ancient? Do you have like a good week of practice on it? Like what kind of motivated you guys to want to pick that map in the series?
Yeah, we had a good feeling about Ancient at first. I mean, our practice was going well. Played some decent teams on it, had really good results in practice, and obviously I think we won it every time we played it at Cologne, so maybe we're riding a bit of a high horse and some slight overconfidence. I don't think it was the best pick from us considering there's a player break. We don't know when Mousesports started practicing. They could have had a lot of work on the map, and we just don't know. So yeah, I think it's something that we have to look back over, and it's something that we have to work on still.
Well, let's go to the good then. First map was Overpass, 16-14. Pretty drawn-out, rough battle back and forth. But talk to me what it's like now. You know, you spent most of your career with Liquid and those guys. What's it like now within this FaZe team when you're having these close games? You guys starting to feel like way more comfortable and confident with each other when it gets to crunch time? Still some question marks up in the air, or everything feeling good?
I actually don't think there's any question marks. I think before, with the other iteration, before we were Olaf back, maybe we got tense in like some situations or some certain people felt pressured. But now it's kind of just like we all trust each other. The mood's always good, positive vibes. We trust Finn in every call, and other people are allowed to have a voice even when it's like in close battles. You know, bro, he can call something. It doesn't matter if it's 14-14 or 14-5, you know?
Yeah. You starting to feel comfortable now? You're slotting into a bunch of new roles, new positions, as we've kind of, the big story around you guys at the moment is this being kind of the next evolution of your career as an individual, of being able to be given more responsibility and the roles you kind of want to have. Are you starting to feel like a little bit more confident in those, and the learning curve is kind of settling down?
Yeah, I feel amazing in my current position. I think the only small thing is online. I still have to find a way to get myself zoned in to online. It's way different on LAN where I can have the perfect routine for myself. But yeah, I'm starting to feel really good, and that's because I have amazing teammates right now.
Yeah, internet's a cruel mistress. So let's touch on that. Let's go back to that really quick, because I know like before Cologne, your guys' win rate, and a lot of this was kind of without you in the lineup, but that FaZe performance online prior to Cologne was pretty horrendous. I think you guys were going into Cologne with like a 20% win rate in the online game. So did you guys have any kind of conversation coming out of the player break of like, this is how we need to start approaching games, or this is what we're going to change to make online matches feel a little bit more important, or to make sure that we're all zoned in properly for online matches?
I think it was about building confidence. Cologne gave us a lot of confidence, and we always said that even despite the bad online results, anything can happen on LAN. We have so much experience in this team, and I think that's exactly what happened. We just built a lot of confidence, and at Cologne, we saw how good we can really be when we're all zoned in together.
Awesome. Well, I mean, looking ahead at this group, I mean, you guys are now sitting 1-0. Is there any team out there that you're looking at and you're like, this is a big matchup for us? This is kind of the matchup that we feel we need to win?
Honestly, this group is very weird. A lot of changes in this group. Nothing. Actually, every team except me, or only 3 teams. 3 teams have made changes in this group.
Yeah.
Only 3 have stayed the same, so it's kind of weird. But winning against Na'Vi would be like the big one for us, getting revenge and having a better game plan going into it. Everything else is up in the air. Honestly, I think Fnatic had a pretty good showing today.
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah, they had a decent showing and a loss for sure.
Yeah, so maybe it's hard to look at Big and EG, right? Their changes are so like weird. One has like a stand-in and one is an actual roster. So we just have to see and play it round by round.
Yeah, that's pretty odd. Do you guys have like an idea of how you want to prepare for, like how is FaZe preparing, and Kerrigan kind of leading you guys, and Robin as well as the coach, getting guys prepared for teams where there's so many question marks of how they're going to play because of new rosters?
I think it's just about playing your game. Bring what you bring or take from practice into the match, and go from there. And obviously, there can be on-the-fly things if the match is getting a little messy. But I think that's how most teams approach it against a team with a stand-in or new changes.
All right, well, I feel kind of like a third wheel here, so I'm not just gonna let you go.
Sorry about that. We were having a moment.
It's fine. It's fine. How do you get your hair looking so damn good? That's always been my question whenever I see you.
Just blow dry your hair, man. Put some hairspray, blow dry, and there you go.
If only I knew it was that simple before. Maybe I'll try it out coming in tomorrow.
Russell, I've seen you at a boot camp. I know there's more to it than that.
I can't reveal everything, dude. I gotta milk like subscribers or something out of it. There has to be some gain.
Some YouTube content out of it.
One thing, it's Rain's birthday, so if everyone can wish Rain a very happy birthday. He's a very happy man right now, but he'll be even happier with some birthday wishes.
The architect's birthday.
Yeah, happy birthday to him. Awesome times. Also, you keep your secrets. I'll get them out of you one day. Thank you so much for joining us, Twist. Enjoy the rest of your night. We can't wait to look forward to see you guys playing tomorrow.
Have a good one, Russ.
Thank you, guys. You too.
Man, did you guys have like a bromance on Liquid? Like, I felt some tension there, a little bit sexual. I don't know.
Well, you know how things go. Yeah.
Okay. Well, moving on from that point, we got to see our group standings. I'm curious about all the results. If you guys missed out on any of the matches today, just to throw them up there so you guys get a little idea of what all you might have missed out on, because we did have a couple of really close games. Though the first one was not so whatsoever. Big demolishing EG in their debut game. Na'Vi Fnatic, as you guys mentioned, Fnatic having a very good showing considering they lost 2-0. And then, of course, as we just saw, FaZe Clan taking the 2-1. But that leads me to talk about what's coming up tomorrow, because, again, we have 3 more matches coming your way. We got Big playing Fnatic at the start of the day. We got Na'Vi up against Mouse Sports, and FaZe Clan up against EG. I'm really looking forward to the match that he was talking about. Them against Na'Vi, I think, is going to be super interesting.
Yeah, that'll be cool. Well, I think it also kind of, we have to see how this group is going to start playing out, like what form these teams are going to be in. As we saw in Group B, favorite team started out slow, couldn't really recover. Some of the underdogs started out hot and just kind of put themselves in a position to succeed. So I think Day 2 is kind of going to give us a better idea of how this group really begins and which teams are going to be trying to climb back into contention and which teams are going to be like kind of in coast position, like just maintain the status quo situation.
It would be sick to see all teams at 1-1 tomorrow, but I don't think that's really going to happen. Ladies and gentlemen, you have to tune in to see if potentially could happen at the same time tomorrow, like always. Thanks again for watching here, the ESL Pro League Season 14. We'll see you guys tomorrow.
helpful hand. Broken bones and a bloodstained flag. Open road and nomadic plans.
Yes, nice shot, my friend.
Cheaters ruining your plays?
I have eyes on the enemy.
Bad servers stopping your shots? What you need is ESEA. Advanced anti-cheat to stop cheaters. And the best servers around, all with 128 tick rate. ESEA, the best way to play CSGO.
Stand up, you've got what it takes to fight back. Don't stop until you black out, out, out. Stand up, you've got what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you black out, out. Give all you got, show them how to make a miracle. Stand up, you've got what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you black out, out. Give all you got, show them how to make a miracle. Go save your team, be a hero. Take home the cup, be a star. They're waiting for you, take aim, shoot your arrow. It's your time to shine, show them who you are. Stronger, gotta go faster, gotta get better, gotta work harder. It's fight or flight now, getting it up now. Go with the move, go for the goal, lead up the stadium, you know how it's done. Stand up, go what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you back out, out. Give all you got, show them how to make a miracle. Stand up, go what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you back out, out. Give all you got, show them how to make a miracle. Stand up, you've got what it takes to fight back. Don't stop until you black out, out, out. Stand up, you've got what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you black out, out. Give all you got, show them how to make a miracle. Stand up, you've got what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you black out, out. Give all you got, show them how to make a miracle. Stones in a helpful hand. Broken bones and a bloodstained flag.